Chapter 221. It is obvious that Li Qingfeng, who is a righteous man, will not return to the mountain. Whether it is out of revenge for his family or the desire to eliminate evil and defend the way as a righteous practitioner, he must find the murderer to prevent him from causing trouble again. After a tracking, he did find the evil cultivator who massacred the village. Unfortunately, although Li Qingfeng has a righteous heart and a high talent for cultivation, he has only been practicing for 12 years and is in a small and not well-known sect, so he does not have much combat experience. In the end, not only did he lose, but he was also attacked by the opponent's spike-shaped magic weapon on the back of his head and lost his life. In fact, the demon cultivator was not a powerful character. How could a demon cultivator who slaughtered ordinary villagers to practice have a high level of cultivation? The real demon cultivator masters all used righteous cultivators to practice. In my memory, Li Qingfeng and the demon cultivator were evenly matched when they started fighting, or even had a slight advantage. His magic weapon, the red spirit fire pearl, was taught by his master, Taoist Qing Zhu. But I didn't expect that during the fight, the demon cultivator used the blood evil banner to resist, but at the same time, he didn't follow the law and morality, and secretly used a blood nail to sneak attack from behind. I use your identity to help you get revenge. After sorting out all the input memories, Li Chuan immediately decided to avenge Li Qingfeng and kill the demon cultivator. The main reason was that if he didn't kill the demon cultivator would kill him, because the demon cultivator didn't go far after killing Li Qingfeng, but was refining Li Qingfeng's magic weapon, the red spirit fire pearl. Maybe after refining the red spirit fire pearl, he would also refine Li Qingfeng's body, which is what he is now. You're not dead. The handsome demon cultivator in black noticed the movement from Li Chuan and immediately stopped refining the red spirit fire bead, revealing a look of surprise. He clearly saw that his magic weapon, the blood nail, had penetrated the opponent's head and destroyed his soul, so how could he be alive again? But then he immediately laughed, as expected of a disciple of the righteous path. You actually have a magic weapon for death. I guess you come from a big sect and have a good master. It's a pity to give it to you, because you're going to die again soon. Death-replacing magic weapon, this kind of magic weapon, he had only heard of in rumors. He didn't expect that this mediocre righteous disciple in front of him actually had it, but it would be a waste to use it. Before, the opponent had a magic weapon to fight him, but now that the opponent's magic weapon has fallen into his hands, it is even more impossible for him to be his opponent. Who will die in the end, that's hard to say. Li Chuan shrugged. According to the strength shown by this demon cultivator in Li Qingfeng's memory, he felt that he would have no problem dealing with the opponent. The cultivation realms in this world are mainly divided into foundation building, Danjia, Yuanying/Yuanshan, Sanxian, earthly immortals, and heavenly immortals. Foundation building is to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into Dantian, and cultivate one's own true essence, which is the foundation building realm. This realm is also the realm of most practitioners in the cultivation world. Many practitioners stay in this realm for their whole lives. The demon cultivator and Li Qingfeng mentioned above both belong to this realm. Breaking through the foundation building and condensing the true essence into Dan is the Danjia realm. This is already the realm of the head of some small sections. Li Qingyuan's master, Qing Zhushenren of Shaoyu Mountain, is in the Danjia realm. After the Jindan stage, there is the Yuanying or Yuanshan. Yuanying and Yuanshan belong to the same realm, but the direction of cultivation is different. Yuanshan is more about the soul, while Yuanying is more about the true essence and mana. That is, the soul of the cultivator in the Yuanshan realm is more powerful, and the mana of the cultivator in the Yuanying realm is more profound. This mainly depends on which side the cultivation method is inclined to. The cultivators who have reached this realm can generally be called scattered immortals in this world. After that is the 49th heavenly tribulation. Those who can survive the 49th heavenly tribulation are earthly immortals. Earthly immortals are basically the pinnacle existence in this world. At this time, the desire test has been passed, and the only thing left is the love test. But after passing the emotional barrier, one can become a celestial being from an earthly immortal, and then fly to the upper realm. If one feels that one cannot pass the emotional barrier, or encounters a human calamity and dies while passing the emotional barrier, then one can only reincarnate and start over. In this world, reincarnation is possible. Many cultivators, who finally passed the calamity and became celestial beings, actually reincarnated more than a dozen times before they succeeded. As for the so-called emotional barrier, it does not only refer to love, but all the emotions in a person's life, including family affection, friendship, regrets about something, and thoughts about someone, etc. Li Qingfeng had no memory of how to cross the border. Li Qingfeng's realm was too low, and all these were told to him by his master, Taoist Qin Zhu. Of course, realm does not completely represent combat power. The cultivation method, spells, and magic weapons all affect the outcome of the battle. It is common for disciples of some major sects to defeat the enemy across the border. You are so arrogant. Watch me refine your flesh and blood into my blood evil flag. The demon cultivator snorted coldly when he heard this, opened his mouth, and a blood flag full of black evil spirit flew out. After expanding to a size of more than 10 meters, it rolled towards Li Chuan. The black evil spirit was extremely corrosive. If an ordinary person was caught in it, it would probably turn into blood in a short while and be absorbed by the blood flag. Although Li Chuan had a strong body and extraordinary healing ability, he would not joke with his body. He quickly formed seals with both hands. Thunder escaped fake darkness. A lightning spear flew out of his hand and met the flying blood flag. Boom! With a loud noise, the blood flag was directly hit by lightning and flew back, and the black evil spirit disappeared instantly. Thunder magic. Seeing that Li Chuan actually used the thunder magic that was most effective against magic weapons like his, the demon cultivator's face suddenly changed. He couldn't understand why the other party didn't use it in the previous battle if he knew thunder magic. It seems that the thunder escape is really effective. Seeing the appearance of the demon cultivator, Li Chuan immediately understood that the effect of his thunder escape was the same as the thunder magic in this world, and both had a good restraint on the demon cultivator. In that case, let's end it early. Li Chuan made a seal with both hands, shadow clone technique. He created 20 shadow clones, and then formed a seal again at the same time. Thunder escape fake darkness. Instantly, 21 lightning spears shot at the demon cultivator in front. The demon cultivator has always been known for his many tricks. He had just arrived in this world, so as to avoid any unexpected situation that was beyond his control, he did not intend to waste time and talk nonsense. He would kill the other party as quickly as possible. How is it possible? Seeing that Li Chuan used the rare clone technique again, and then released 21 thunder spells in an instant, the demon cultivator's face suddenly changed. He hurriedly used his magic weapons, the blood evil banner, blood nail, and the newly refined red spirit fire bead, to set up defense in front of him, trying to block this terrifying attack. Boom! An explosion dozens of times stronger than before sounded, and when the lightning dissipated, only 3 magic weapons that were shot down were left at the place where the demon cultivator was, and the figure of the demon cultivator disappeared. Chapter 222. He ran away pretty fast. Li Chuan picked up 3 magic weapons, and sensed the surroundings. He did not find the breath of the demon cultivator. He knew that the other party must have used some magic he did not know to escape. Although the 21 lightning spears were powerful, they could not destroy the body of a cultivator. Besides, he did not feel the soul of the other party after death. Forget it, I will kill him next time I meet him. Let's leave here first. After searching for a while, and finding no trace of the demon cultivator, Li Chuan planned to leave here first, and live in a nearby town according to Li Qingfeng's memory. After all, he is not Li Qingfeng, and he does not have the true essence and magic power of this world, nor can he use the methods of the practitioners of this world to track the demon cultivator who escaped with unknown magic. So instead of wasting time, it is better to give up for the time being, find a stable place, and practice as soon as possible. Li Qingfeng went down the mountain to end his worldly relationship this time, and asked his master for 2 years, so he had 2 years to practice the entry-level skills of Shaoyu Mountain according to Li Qingfeng's memory, and become a serious cultivator. Everyone uses true essence in the foundation building stage, and those who practice for a longer time only have more true essence in their dantian. As long as he enters the door, he will be a cultivator in the foundation building stage. At most, the true essence he practices in 2 years is not as much as Li Qingfeng's 12 years, but as long as he doesn't show it, generally no one will find anything wrong. Besides, he is not a person who is content with his lot, so he will naturally find a way to take shortcuts to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Call the Guardian. Take out the magic wand to call out the Guardian, and then use the weather spell to summon a cloud of fog as a cover. Li Chuan rides the silver dragon to the nearest town. At the same time, 20 kilometers away, the handsome demon monk came out from underground in a panic, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said thankfully, "Fortunately, I know the 5 elements escape technique, otherwise I would be dead now." But then his face turned angry and helpless. "It's a pity that I have the blood evil banner and blood nail that I have refined for 20 years and 15 years. You said your magic is so powerful, why didn't you use it before? If you had used it earlier, I would not have fought you, and would have run away first. As soon as he saw 21 thunder spells flying over, he knew he couldn't stop them, so he could only completely abandon the 3 magic weapons, and escape underground using the earth escape technique of the 5 elements escape technique. Fortunately, the righteous cultivator didn't seem to know the 5 elements escape technique, and didn't catch up in time. No, I can't just let it go. That's my 20 years of hard work. I can only ask my master for help. After thinking it over, he still couldn't swallow this breath. Without the 2 magic weapons he had worked so hard to refine, his strength would at least drop by 70%, so after some hesitation, he went back to ask his ruthless master for help. At most, he would pay a little cultivation in body as a price, which was always more cost-effective than not having 2 magic weapons. After thinking it through, he used the earth escape technique again and disappeared underground. In this world, cultivators fight with magic weapons most of the time, because magic weapons are much stronger than simple spells in terms of speed and lethality. The most obvious one is the Amaze sect, the strongest sect of the righteous path. The Amaze sword cultivators are famously powerful. Once the flying sword comes out, it can take the head of a person thousands of miles away. It's no joke. Is this an ancient city? It looks quite prosperous. Arriving above the city, Li Chuan put away his guardian spirit, and appeared in the corner of an alley. Walking out of the alley, and looking at the bustling streets outside, he couldn't help but sigh. Modern metropolises have the prosperity of modern metropolises, with tall buildings, cars, and highways. Ancient cities also have the prosperity of ancient cities, with towering city walls, and red walls, and green tiles full of art. There are also ancient people wearing ancient costumes, various peddlers, taverns, tea-houses, inns, painted boats, brothels, etc. That unique atmosphere and characteristics of the times are not found in some modern streets that are deliberately retro for business, and you can't experience it by watching costume TV. Let's go to the bank to exchange some money for this world first. Li Chuan opened his mouth and spit out the box hidden in his stomach, and took out the gold bars prepared in advance from the box. Since he knew that he came to the world of immortals, how could he not prepare some gold in advance to exchange for money? Dumplings, thin-skinned and stuffed dumpling, sweet and sour dumpling. On the way to the bank, there were people riding sedan chairs, driving horse carriages, walking in all kinds of ways, and vendors shouting in different rhythms, which was quite interesting. After finding the bank and exchanging a large number of silver notes, silver and copper coins, Li Chuan did not look for an inn to stay in. Instead, after several inquiries, he found an intermediary who specializes in buying houses, that is, a broker. Since he needed to meditate and practice, he naturally needed a place that was quiet and safe enough. The inn obviously did not meet his requirements. He was not short of money, so he could just buy a house. My soul is leaving my body. After finding the broker, he used the imperious curse to control him. Find me a house that is quiet and spacious enough. After telling the broker his needs, he quickly bought a house that met his requirements under the broker's guidance, and completed all the formalities before the evening. The reason for using the imperious curse directly was to save time. And most brokers were not good people. If he really asked them to help him find a house, they might find houses with defects. His current house is quite nice. It is located in the wealthy area with the best security and environment in the city. It is a single-family house. Although it is not particularly large, it covers an area of more than 600 square meters. There is an old elm tree in the yard. It is lush and leafy in this season. There is a stone table and 2 stone benches under the tree. Not far away is a lotus pond that has bloomed. It used to be the house of a wealthy businessman in Chengcheng. Now the wealthy businessman has some problems with his business and needs money urgently, so he reluctantly sells it. Seal iron wall. After sending the messenger away with a wave of his hand, Li Chuan immediately used the 2 stone lions at the door as a medium to cast the strongest barrier of the fire temple, the iron wall. After this barrier is opened, only those with the chakra of the immortals can enter the house normally, and others will be blocked outside. Unless the barrier is forcibly destroyed, they cannot enter. He is about to start his first training, which may take a week or 2, or a month or 2. According to Li Qingfeng's memory, it is best not to be disturbed. Muggle shielding. After completing the barrier, Li Chuan cast a Muggle shielding spell on the entire house. The sealed iron wall was to block practitioners with ulterior motives, while the Muggle shielding spell was to prevent ordinary people from accidentally breaking into his house. After completing all this, he meditated in the bedroom and began his first practice. Chapter 223. I respectfully request that one of my disciples, Huang Tingyuan on Shimingjing, with the character Yan Cheng, Always guard the area between Zhao's hips, the door of the wheel axle, and the door of the dead qi, so that Zhao's blood can condense and his spirit qi cannot be dispersed, and he can pull out the door of the earth and transcend the 8 difficulties. Li Chuan sat cross-legged on the bed and began to practice Zayas Hushan's fundamental technique Shangqing Dadong Jinjing according to Li Qingfeng's memory. Although Zayas Hushan is an insignificant small sect in the Shushan Mountains, and there are dozens of similar sects, if not hundreds, the practice method of Zayas Hushan is an authentic Taoist technique. Although it is not as good as the top-level skills such as 9 Heavens Mysterious Scripture and Great Mysterious Heaven Chapter, it can also be cultivated to the level of celestial immortals ascending to the upper realm. Zayas Hushan lacks people who practice various mysterious spells to fight against enemies, and powerful magic weapons. Like the Haotian Mirror and Tianlei Twin Swords of Mount Amei, and the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel of Mount Kunlun, Zayas Hushan has no magic weapons of this level. Even Li Qingfeng's Red Spirit Fire Pearl is considered a powerful magic weapon in Zayas Hushan. After all, it is also the magic weapon that the head of the sect, Taoist Qinzhu, used to use. And this level of magic weapon is everywhere in Amei Sword Mountain. If a disciple randomly chooses one, it may be much stronger than the Red Spirit Fire Pearl. There is no way to do this. The refining of magic weapons requires natural materials and treasures. It is not something that can be made with ordinary iron. And everyone is looking for natural materials and treasures. After so many years, how can it be so easy to find them? This is why many low-level magic cultivators want to massacre villages and kill people, because the flesh and soul of mortals can play an effect comparable to natural materials and treasures, and can be refined into good magic weapons. The flesh and souls of those who practiced the righteous way were even more excellent. The demonic cultivators, who were good at collecting and enchanting, could directly use them to increase their cultivation and refine puppets. Got it! Because he had completed the advanced level, Li Chuan was given the top-level cultivation qualifications. With Li Qingfeng's memory, he was familiar with the path, and soon inhaled the first wisp of heaven and earth spiritual energy into his meridians. And because his body had been transformed by the number 1 enhancer and the desperate virus, he didn't need to be as careful as the method said for the first time to prevent the spiritual energy from damaging the fragile meridians and dantian when entering. His meridians and dantian are really very tough. Even if there is a problem due to absorbing too much spiritual energy at one time, even if it is torn, it can quickly recover to normal. You should know that he now has a super healing ability that can restore the body as long as the head is fine. The cultivators in this world refer to the cultivation qualifications. He summarized that it is generally the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy into the spiritual body. The higher the cultivation qualifications, the higher the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy into the body in each realm than those with lower qualifications. This gap may not be visible at the beginning of cultivation, because everyone's meridians and dantian are very weak at the beginning, and it is dangerous to absorb too much spiritual energy. Even those with good qualifications must be cautious when they first get started. As time goes by, the meridians and dantian are constantly nourished by the exercises and spiritual energy and become more and more resilient, and the gap is revealed. 1 day of cultivation with good qualifications may be equivalent to 1 year of cultivation with poor qualifications, and this gap will become more and more obvious as the realm is improved, unless there are other adventures. For example, taking the kind of elixir that can improve aptitude and increase cultivation for dozens or hundreds of years, natural treasures, or inheritance of cultivation from the strong, etc. Li Chuan himself has the top cultivation aptitude, plus his meridians and dantian are more durable than those of ordinary nascent soul stage after being transformed, so when he started to practice, a steady stream of spiritual energy flowed into his body. Then after several cycles of Shou-Tian, it turned into mana and true essence and was stored in the dantian. His current cultivation efficiency is like the cultivation efficiency of the top foundation building stage cultivators in this world. In the later stage, when he reaches the Jindan stage, his cultivation efficiency is equal to that of the top Jindan peak cultivator with the best qualifications, and when he reaches the nascent soul stage, his cultivation efficiency is equal to that of the top nascent soul peak cultivator. As for those above the nascent soul stage, after going through the 49th heavenly tribulation, the cultivation of cultivators at that time no longer depends on qualifications. So, everything has the same end, as long as it is used well, it does not matter what system. Because of the genetic modification of his body, not only has the amount of chakra increased greatly, but it also makes him 1 step ahead in cultivating immortals. Therefore, according to Li Qingfeng's memory, the first practice after entering the sect lasted nearly 3 months, but he only took 3 days to complete it. There was no other way, because the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed every day was the amount of spiritual energy that the best foundation building peak had in one day, which was naturally not comparable to the little spiritual energy that the new disciples absorbed every day. 3 days to complete the foundation building, and then spend time to practice slowly every day. After the normal disciples completed the foundation building, the subsequent practice was very daily. In addition to practicing and absorbing spiritual energy every day to increase their cultivation, they also had to learn spells, Taoist common sense, and refine magic weapons, etc. Li Chuan didn't need to learn common sense, as Li Qingfeng's memories contained all of them. What he needed to learn were spells and refining magic weapons. In fact, spells and refining magic weapons were also in his memories, but just like learning magic before, it was one thing to have them in the memory, but they were Li Qingfeng's memories, and if he wanted to use them freely, he would definitely have to spend time practicing. He had to restore his cultivation to the same level as Li Qingfeng as much as possible, and then learn everything in Li Qingfeng's memories, so that he would not be discovered when he returned to the mountain gate. Otherwise, if he was regarded as a demon cultivator, he would probably be hunted down by Li Qingfeng's master, although Li Qingfeng's master might not be able to defeat him. As for why he wanted to go back to the mountain gate, of course, it was because although the mountain gate was small, it was also a place where spiritual energy gathered, and the efficiency of cultivation was much faster than in the mortal world. And there were still some things in the mountain gate, just like the Tianyan 36 divine bamboo restrictions mentioned by Master Qingju Taoist in Li Qingfeng's memory, which were very powerful, but no one in the sect had learned it for thousands of years. Multiple shadow clone technique. After using the traceless extension spell to expand the space of the courtyard 10 times, Li Chuan used the multiple shadow clone technique and let the clones learn the Taoist methods in Li Qingfeng's memory, while he began to learn to refine 3 magic weapons. Li Qingfeng didn't know many Taoist methods, basically some 5-element spells, which were not powerful or difficult, so he just let the shadow clones learn them. As for the refining of magic weapons, the shadow clones could not replace him, and he had to do it himself. Of course, his main task now was not to refine a magic weapon of his own, which was too difficult for him. What he had to do was to refine the red spirit fire pearl that belonged to Li Qingfeng first. Because he had the experience of refining once in his memory, it would be easier. Later, he would practice the 2 magic weapons of the demon cultivator. He didn't care about the righteous way or the demon way, and he would not let go of anything that could increase his strength. When he had experience and enough true essence later, he would learn to refine magic weapons himself. Chapter 224. 1 month after entering the new world. Collect. Li Chuan pinched his fingers, and put the completely refined red spirit fire pearl in front of him into his dantian. Zayas Hushan's treasure refining method is called Jin 9 Cheng Hinayana multi-treasure method, which is a superior Taoist treasure refining method. At the beginning, Li Chuan had little true energy in his body, and was not proficient in magic, so the speed of refining the red spirit fire pearl was very slow. But later, as time went by, his true energy increased, his magic became more and more proficient, and the refining speed also increased. Today, he finally completely refined Li Qingfeng's magic weapon, the red spirit fire pearl, into his own magic weapon. Fast. Pinching the magic formula again, Li Chuan pointed at the stone table in the courtyard, and the red spirit fire pearl immediately flew out of his dantian, turning into a red light at an extremely fast speed and hitting the stone table. Boom! The stone table was hit by the red spirit fire pearl and turned into powder and fell to the ground. Burn! With a turn of the magic formula in his hand, the red spirit fire pearl quickly flew above the lotus pond, releasing a blazing flame, and in a moment, it evaporated all the water in the lotus pond. Not bad, let's try the flying speed. After a simple experiment with the power of the red spirit fire pearl, Li Chuan nodded with satisfaction, and then disappeared in the yard. In fact, he was not particularly looking forward to the power of the red spirit fire pearl. According to Li Qingfeng's memory, even if the cultivator of the Jinden stage, Qingju Taoist, used it personally, the power would be about the same as the 10 rings in his hand. What he really expected was the flying ability brought by the magic weapon. Even if it was a cultivator in the foundation building stage, as long as he had his own magic weapon, he could use the magic weapon to fly, and the speed was not slow. At present, he himself does not know flying magic. If he wants to fly, he can either rely on the 10 rings, but the 10 rings fly very slowly, not as fast as he runs on the ground. Or he can rely on the guardian to carry him to fly, which is faster than the 10 rings, but not so ideal. Li Chuan's figure appeared on an unmanned river outside the city, and then he pinched the magic formula again to sacrifice the red spirit fire pearl. But this time the red spirit fire pearl did not set fire, but suddenly became dozens of times larger. Li Chuan jumped onto the red spirit fire pearl and pinched the magic to control the magic weapon to fly. The red spirit fire pearl immediately carried him and turned into a red light and flew away. This speed breaks the speed of sound. Sitting cross-legged on the red spirit fire pearl, he quickly calculated the maximum flight speed of the red spirit fire pearl. After the test, Li Chuan put the red spirit fire pearl into his dantian and planned to teleport back to his house in the city to continue refining the two magic weapons of the demon cultivator and practicing to accumulate the true essence in his body. However, before he had time to chant the spell, a laugh full of evil suddenly came from afar. "I have been waiting for 5 days, and you, the little Taoist priest, finally came out." Li Chuan frowned and looked towards the place where the voice came from. He saw a luxurious sedan chair carried by 8 strong men in black armor, rushing from a distance as if flying in the air. The evil voice just now came from the luxurious sedan. "Who are you? I don't seem to know you." Seeing the sedan stopped in front, Li Chuan's heart moved, and he roughly guessed the other party's origin. He didn't know who the other party was, but he estimated that he was related to the demon cultivator who escaped a month ago. "I am Elder Nantong of Xianin sect. Although you don't know me, you must know my poor disciple whose magic weapon you robbed." As the black curtain in front of the sedan opened, 2 shirtless men were revealed. Both of them had fair skin and very handsome looks. The one who spoke was taller, while the other was shorter. Li Chuan didn't recognize the taller one, and Li Qifeng didn't remember him either, but the shorter one was exactly the demon cultivator who had escaped a month ago, as he had expected. "Master, it was him. He was the one who stole my magic weapon. You must help me. I can still sense my blood evil banner and blood nails with him." When the shorter demon cultivator saw Li Chuan, he gritted his teeth at first, then acted coquettishly with a shy face, and Li Chuan got goosebumps all over his body. "It seems that this Taoist brother killed my relatives in the mortal world first, and then killed me again. It's not too much for me to take his magic weapon." Xianin sect, formerly known as Tianin sect, is a sect whose monks specialize in the art of collecting and replenishing. They are not restricted by gender, and are proficient in various evil methods. It was once one of the strongest sects in the magic world. Later, its ancestor, the demon of 100 desires, Yan Shi, angered the head of the Amei sect, Bai Mei Zhenren, and was chased to the mountain gate and killed on the spot. Most of the disciples also died at the hands of Amei swordsmen. A small number of surviving disciples fled to Jingxing Gorge in the South China Sea and changed their name to Xianin sect. Information about Xianin sect flashed through Li Chuan's mind. He knew that those who could be called elders had to be at least Jindan stage cultivators, like Qingju Taoist. So he thought that if possible, it would be best to avoid conflict. "If you are willing to give up, then I can also return the 2 magic weapons of that Taoist brother." "No, master, I not only want to take back my magic weapon, but also his magic weapon, and use his flesh and blood to fill my blood evil banner." The short demon cultivator thought Li Chuan was scared, and immediately shouted. You have to know that this time he went back to the South China Sea to invite his master over, and he also paid a big price, both in terms of his body and cultivation. If he only took back his 2 magic weapons, it would be a bit of a loss. "Look, my lovely apprentice doesn't want to, and you made me waste 5 days outside the city, unless you are willing to join the Xianin sect as my disciple and serve me for 10 years. Otherwise, I will not only take back my apprentice's magic weapon, but also refine you into the magic weapon and give it to him." The tall demon cultivator showed a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, and obviously regarded Li Chuan as a fish on the chopping board. Yes, in his opinion, Li Chuan was just a foundation establishment cultivator. How could he possibly defeat an old demon who had practiced for 400 years in the core formation realm? If the other party had not been hiding in the mortal city before, he would have taken him down 5 days ago. Although the cultivators of the demonic path were rampant, sometimes some low-level demon cultivators would secretly slaughter a village to refine magic weapons and practice magic skills, but generally they did not dare to act in large towns. It was not because they were afraid of the mortal court, but if they were too ostentatious, it would easily cause the righteous cultivators to attack them. The ancestor of Xianin sect, the 100 Desires demon Yan Shi, who was a terrestrial immortal, was hunted down by the White Eyebrow immortal for 7 days and 7 nights because he used a mortal town as a blood sacrifice. He was killed and his body and soul were destroyed. He didn't even have the chance to reincarnate. Moreover, many mortals in towns actually have a certain blood connection with some righteous side sects, and even demonic cultivators. In most towns, there may be cultivators from various sects disguised as mortals to practice. There may be cultivators in the Jindan and Yuaning realms. Therefore, in the cultivation world, not fighting in mortal towns is also an invisible rule tacitly accepted by righteous, side sects, and demonic cultivators. Chapter 225. Thunder Escape Fake Darkness. After hearing what the Xianin sect elder said, Li Chuan knew that it was useless to say more, and he shot a lightning spear directly. What about joining the Xianin sect as a disciple? In fact, it was because he had good qualifications. How could he agree to be used as a furnace? Having only entered this world for a month, he really didn't want to cause trouble, but it didn't mean that he was really afraid of the other party. Maybe he was not sure about the scattered immortals in the nascent soul and Yuanshan realms, but he thought he still had the strength to fight in the Jindan realm, even at the peak of the Jindan realm, and he could escape at the worst. Seeing the lightning spear coming, the elder of Xianin's sect immediately waved his hand, and the 8 sedan bearers wearing black iron armor and masks immediately stood in a row and blocked the attack with their bodies. You are really powerful enough to defeat my apprentice. Which sect are you from? Seeing that the iron armor on his body had a crack after the 8 magic soldiers he had refined were hit by the lightning spear, the elder of Xianin's sect also showed a trace of surprise in his eyes. It is not uncommon for people to be able to perform thunder magic in the foundation building stage, but it is very rare that the power of this thunder magic can reach the power of the normal Jin and stage thunder magic. It seems that the other party is really like what the disciple said. Maybe he is a disciple of a righteous sect. The dead don't need to know so much. Li Chuan snorted coldly, and instantly split into 20 clones. How shameless. Take him down for me. The elder of Xianin's sect sat up from the sedan chair, pinched his fingers, and the 8 demon soldiers instantly grew claws in their hands. The figure flashed and flew towards Li Chuan and his shadow clones. What a fast speed. Looking at the speed of the demon soldiers, Li Chuan knew that it was difficult to deal with them, so he immediately asked the shadow clones to cooperate in pairs and perform the more powerful compound ninjutsu Flame Wind Wave. As for himself, he cautiously used the huge fire and the shadow clone to confuse him, and moved to the back of the sedan chair, took out his magic wand, and cast a disembodiment spell on himself. Not bad fire magic, but it's a pity that it's useless. These magic soldiers of mine have long been refined to be invulnerable to water and fire. With your ordinary fire, you can't burn them even if you use it for 3 days and 3 nights. Seeing the overwhelming flames, the elder of the Xianin sect just waved his hand to open the defensive restrictions on the sedan chair, and didn't worry that the magic soldiers he had refined for many years would not be able to resist. If the opponent still uses the lightning spell at the beginning, making such a big scene, it may still cause some damage to the demon soldiers, but if it uses fire, it will basically not have much effect except hindering the movement. The fire attack is really useless. Seeing that the fire emitted by his shadow clone only blocked the speed of the demon soldiers, and was finally blown up by the demon soldiers at close range, Li Chuan felt a little more solemn. He still underestimated the strength of this elder in the Jin and realm of the magic way. Actually, if you think about it, the fire he casts with ninjutsu is not low in lethality, and has a large range, but in the words of this world, it is still ordinary fire. You should know that in a fairy world like this, the fire of Samadhi, the fire of Nanming, the fire of the sun, etc. are more powerful. Maybe if he had used the fierce fire curse just now, the effect would be better, because the fierce fire is also a special fire, with additional lethality like a curse. Since the high temperature of the fire cannot be destroyed, then just blow you to death. This Xianin sect elder probably has a lot of tricks. Li Chuan thought it would be safer to do it directly. So he took out a detonating talisman, and threw it directly on top of the sedan chair. Multiplication of detonating talisman technique. As soon as he activated the ninjutsu, he apparated to a farther place again. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of explosions came from a distance, and it became louder and more frequent, like thunder. He could be immune to the high temperature of the flame, but he couldn't be immune to the explosion. Moreover, with his current chakra, it was enough to blow out a lake. What's going on? What kind of magic is this? Or did he use some magic weapon? The elder of Xianin's sect in the sedan chair had just seen all the clones of Li Chuan on the opposite side exploded, and the large-scale fire attack was forced to stop. He was wondering if Li Chuan's real body had escaped using the 5 elements escape technique, but he heard an explosion above his head. At first, he didn't feel anything, thinking it was a magic weapon like the Thunder Pearl, and his magic weapon sedan chair easily blocked the attack, so it was obviously not powerful. But what happened next made him a little confused. Because the explosion didn't end immediately, but kept exploding. If the power of the explosion didn't change, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, he would be like a fly. When he found the opponent's real body, he would let the magic soldiers take it down. However, the power of the explosion was increasing at a very scary speed. After just a while, his sedan chair began to shake, and it was obvious that he couldn't hold it. In desperation, he had to quickly recall the 8 magic soldiers, lift the sedan chair and quickly move away from the center of the explosion. However, in just a moment, his 8 fireproof magic soldiers were blown up, and some of them were broken, which shows how powerful this magic or magic weapon is. Forget that you can fly. Looking at the sedan flying out of the expanding explosion area in the distance, Li Chuan immediately stopped the output of chakra. This is different from the Naruto world. In the Naruto world, there are very few ninjas who can escape the explosion area under the power of the multiplied detonating talisman, unless they know time and space ninjutsu, or have super strong defensive ninjutsu. But the world of immortal heroes is different. The monks have magic weapons, which can be used to block the explosion and fly away. However, it is still effective. At least some parts of the demon soldiers were obviously blown up, and there were also many cracks on the sedan chair that might be the defensive magic weapon. It's not that easy to leave. Li Chuan took out the old magic wand and waved it a few times, using the weather spell that Dumbledore used against him that day. Ninjutsu consumes more chakra, so it is definitely more cost-effective to use magic first if possible. In the half year in the main world, he used the shadow clone technique to practice magic hard. If you really count the time all the shadow clones have spent studying magic, it's at least 10 years. So if he's not as good as Dumbledore and Grindelwald in terms of magic, he's almost as good as Newt and the others. So the power of his weather spell is still quite impressive. Boom! A huge dark cloud enveloped the sedan chair flying in the air. As Li Chuan waved his magic wand, lightning continuously hit the sedan chair, knocking it over. Who is this guy? How can a mere foundation establishment cultivator use so many powerful spells? The elder of Xianin sect was also very shocked at this time. A mage of this level and power is rarely used by a foundation establishment cultivator, not to mention a cultivator in the core formation stage. Everyone mainly attacks with magic weapons, so who would spend so much time researching spells that are not as powerful as magic weapons? Chapter 226. This is too much. The elder of Xianin sect roared, raised his hand to collect the sedan chair, and spit out a black flag from his mouth, protecting himself and his disciples, and flew directly towards Li Chuan with those broken arms and legs. The power of the thunder and lightning in the sky was not enough to break his sedan chair, but it really made him lose face. The elder of Xianin sect in the Jindan stage is also a well-known existence in the cultivation world. Even ordinary Yuaning stage cultivators have to be wary of him. Today, he was actually embarrassed by a mere foundation building stage cultivator. If this were to be spread out, how could he have a foothold among the demon cultivators? So he did not hold back, and was ready to kill the other party directly. Is it because of those 2 magic weapons? Seeing the 2 demon cultivators flying straight towards him, Li Chuan immediately realized that they were the 2 magic weapons of the demon cultivators he had collected before, and pointed out the direction to the other party again. The 2 unrefined magic weapons of the demon cultivators were like GPS positioning systems. As long as he carried them, they could be sensed by the 2 demon cultivators. However, he did not throw away the 2 magic weapons and run away, but waited for the other party to come. Now he still has many trump cards that he has not used, and he also wants to see what kind of strength the elder demon cultivator in the Jindan realm is, so as to roughly determine his strength in this world. The key is that now, he has only lost a little insignificant chakra, and the opponent not only has the demon soldiers damaged, but also the sedan chair of the defensive magic weapon has been forced to be put away. Obviously, compared with the situation just now, it is better now. But soon, he realized the true strength of the Jindan realm cultivators in this world. 9 Suns Heavenly Demon Xianin Formation. The Xianin sect elder had not yet completely landed, but he used the magic formula to activate the black flag he had spit out. The big flag waved in the air for a few times, and suddenly 9 small flags separated from the big flag, and then turned into 9 streams of light, and scattered in the 9 directions around Li Chuan. Then black smoke rose, and Li Chuan felt that the surrounding scene changed, as if he had entered another space all of a sudden. Apparition. Based on the principle of safety first, he immediately activated apparition to teleport outside the formation. However, the phantom shifting technique that worked in every way unexpectedly failed at this moment. His figure flashed in the air, but he still stayed where he was. Ha ha, youngster, you dare to show off outside just because you know a few escape techniques. Didn't your master tell you that escape techniques are not omnipotent? The proud laughter of the elder of Xianin's sect came from the black smoke. 5 elements escape technique, 5 ghosts escape technique, heavenly demon escape technique, invisible sword escape technique, thunder escape technique, blood escape technique. There are too many escape techniques in this world, but if you think that you can live without worries after learning the escape techniques, how can that be possible? Not to mention that if you can perform the escape technique, others can do the same. There are also many restrictions, magic weapons, and spells that can restrain the escape technique. In the end, it all depends on the hard power. So a month ago, the short demon cultivator escaped from Li Chuan by using the earth escape technique, and I was surprised at that time. When Li Chuan's real body disappeared before, the elder of Xianin's sect knew that Li Chuan could perform a strange escape technique, and the 9 Suns heavenly demon Xianin Great Array itself has the effect of restraining the escape technique. Or in other words, most of the magic weapons of the array type will add the effect of restraining the escape technique when they are refined. Otherwise, if you just activated the formation and didn't have time to show its power, and the opponent escaped directly outside the formation, what use would it be? It can actually restrain the apparition. After finding out that he couldn't use the apparition, Li Chuan was not surprised but happy. It's not that he has a problem with his brain, but he understands that since there are spells and magic weapons in this world that can restrain space magic, then he has a chance to learn it. And once he learns these, he won't have to worry about the enemy escaping when he encounters an enemy who knows space magic and ninjutsu. In fact, he had always been troubled by one thing, that is, if he wanted to unify the wizarding world, he would have to go through Grindelwald and Dumbledore. But the two of them were both super powerful in apparition. Even if his strength was greater than the two, he had no way to stop them from escaping. Although the wizarding world also had an anti-apparition spell, it needed to be set up in a specific location in advance to be effective. On the one hand, Dumbledore and Grindelwald were both extremely smart people, and were not easily fooled. On the other hand, the anti-apparition spell he set up with his strength might not be able to stop the two from apparition. The magic weapons and magic arrays that imprison space in this world belong to another power system. They are used to deal with Dumbledore and Grindelwald. It is estimated that they cannot break it. Let you taste the taste of my blissful demon. Above the formation, the elder of Xianin's sect looked at Li Chuan, who was trapped below, and activated the killing move of the 9 Suns demon Xianin formation with his hands. In the formation, as he pinched the magic formula, 9 ghost-like women flew out from 9 small flags, and pounced on Li Chuan in the center of the formation with endless charm. These 9 blissful demons were refined by the souls of 9 female cultivators at the initial stage of Jin Dan that he had killed. Ordinary spells have almost no effect on them, and even thunder spells have little effect. Once entangled by the 9 blissful demons, one will immediately fall into various blissful pleasures controlled by desires, such as numbness, itching, sweetness, softness, comfort, and ease. Moreover, this feeling does not act on the physical body, but on the soul. Even if a cultivator at the nascent soul stage is entangled by the 9 blissful demons, if there is no spell to counter them, his strength will be greatly reduced. If it was the Jinden stage, then basically the whole body would be limp, the soul would fall into bliss, and become a lamb to be slaughtered. As for the foundation building stage, using the blissful demon to deal with the foundation building stage is simply killing a chicken with a butcher knife. Anyway, he has never done this before. If Li Chuan's foundation building stage was not so unusual this time, he would not have used the blissful demon as a killing move. What the hell? Looking at the 9 beautiful and enchanting women flying towards him from all directions, Li Chuan did not dare to be careless at all. Even if he did not understand the formation he was in, he knew that these 9 beautiful and enchanting women rushed towards him, definitely not because they liked him, so naturally he could not let them touch him. Shadow clone technique. He formed seals with his hands, and dozens of clones suddenly appeared beside him. It was still unclear whether the 9 women were real or fake, so he first created shadow clones, so that he could perform ninjutsu to test them and confuse the enemy. Sure enough, dozens of identical Li Chuan suddenly appeared, and their auras were exactly the same, which immediately stopped the 9 beautiful and charming women in the air, and they didn't know which one to pounce on for a while. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the shadow clones released various ninjutsu to attack. However, what made him frown was that no matter whether it was wind escape, earth escape, water escape, fire escape, or lightning escape, none of them could cause damage to the 9 charming women. Basically, they all passed through their bodies and hit the ground. Chapter 227. Could it really be a ghost? No, even if it is a ghost, it will be shattered after being hit by the lightning escape technique. Li Chuan, who was hiding in the shadow clone, saw that all the ninjutsu had no effect, and thought about it secretly. The 9 enchanting women saw that they could not distinguish Li Chuan's real body, so they simply pounced on all the shadow clones, intending to not let any of them go, and capture them all. Faced with the 9 enchanting women, Li Chuan, his real body, and the shadow clones all dodged. However, the 9 enchanting women were so light and fast, and the nearby space was locked by the formation and could not get out. So soon the shadow clones were caught up and entangled. All the shadow clones entangled by the enchanting women did not dissipate like normal attacks, but stood there with a look of enjoyment. Then, the enchanting women would immediately pounce on the next shadow clone. Li Chuan secretly activated the 8 gates to increase his speed and dodge the enchanting women's attacks, while collecting and analyzing the information of these enchanting women. Soon, he had a way to deal with it in his mind. There is no body, only a soul, and the attack is also a mental attack, so let's try the cadavra. Li Chuan quietly took out the old magic wand and said to the enchanting woman who rushed towards him, Avada Kedavra. A green light directly hit the enchanting woman, who did not dodge any attack at all. Ah! This time, the green light did not penetrate the woman directly like the previous ninjutsu, but hit the woman like a normal attack. The woman was no longer as indifferent as before, but let out a painful scream, and then her body dimmed a lot. It seems to work. Li Chuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out a dozen magic wands and distributed them to the shadow clones that had not been fixed. In an instant, green light appeared in the formation, and one after another, the death curse hit those enchanting women. How is it possible, my demons? The elder of the Xianin sect outside the formation saw his 9 demons being hit by the green magic, and their figures gradually dimmed. He was shocked and quickly pinched the magic formula to let them retreat back to the flag to nourish. He spent 100 years to refine these demons, and they couldn't be broken by a foundation building period. But he didn't expect that a righteous cultivator would know the magic that was obviously similar to the magic, and it was a spell specifically targeting the Yuanshan. The 9 demons retreated, and the shadow clones that were fixed also returned to normal. Li Chuan immediately took out some magic wands, and distributed them to the shadow clones. At this time, the voice of the elder of the Xianin sect came again in the air. Xianin Shasha. The formation suddenly filled with evil spirits, which turned into demons and attacked Li Chuan and his shadow clones. These evil spirits were much more powerful than the evil spirits released by the dwarf before. Once they got close to a person, they could corrode the flesh and blood in a short time. Li Chuan did not dare to be careless, and raised his magic wand with all his shadow clones, and released the fierce fire spell. Blue fierce fire dragons rose up, and bit the demons transformed by the mysterious evil spirits. For a while, they were evenly matched. At the same time, not far from the 2 men fighting, 7 monks of different ages dressed in casual clothes were flying on their swords. One of them, a female monk who looked only 18 or 19 years old, stepped on her snake-like golden flying sword and asked the middle-aged bearded monk who was leading the group, Brother Chu. This time the Lotus Fairy of Zuishian Cliff invited us 7 sons of Yunzhong to go and subdue the demon. Did she say that she would give each of us a Xingyuan pill as a thank-you gift? Yes, that's what the Lotus Fairy said in her flying sword letter. The bearded monk smiled and nodded. The young female cultivator immediately smiled happily. 1 Yuan Zhang can equal 50 years of hard training. If we can take it, we will have a chance to transform the Dan into an infant and catch up with senior brother Duan Lei. Sister Shangwan, don't be careless. According to the letter from the Lotus Fairy, the 9-headed demon python is already in the Yuaning stage. Its body is extremely strong, and each of its 9 heads has magical powers. It is not that easy to deal with. A female cultivator, who looked like a beautiful middle-aged woman among the 7 people advised after hearing this. Before the young female cultivator could reply, the male cultivator, who was standing on a broad-bladed giant sword, spoke first. Don't worry, senior sister Qin. The 7 of us are all at the peak of the Jindan realm, and we practice the most powerful flying sword technique. Even if the 7 of us join forces, even a Yuaning realm cultivator is no match for us. Besides, the Lotus Fairy is also at the Yuaning realm. The male cultivator was very confident, but he had reason to be confident. The amazed sword cultivators themselves were the strongest among the cultivators of the same class. The 7 sons of the clouds were the backbone of the amazed sect. They had even killed a Yuaning realm demon cultivator together in the middle stage of the Jindan realm. The name of the 7 sons of the clouds of Mount Ame was also famous throughout the cultivator world at that time. Junior brother Dong is right, but junior sister Qin also has a point. Although the Lotus Fairy is a free immortal in the nascent soul realm like senior brother Duan, she is not good at fighting, and is only obsessed with refining pills. I'm afraid she won't be able to help much by then. At this time, one of the elegant middle-aged male cultivators said with a smile, "Everyone be careful, there is a strong evil spirit." When several people were laughing and discussing the matter of subduing the 9-headed demon python, one of the strong men who was standing on the flying chain giant blade and kept silent seemed to sense something and suddenly spoke out to remind them. Everyone immediately became alert and magnified their perception. Soon they found the Xianin sect elder and his disciples not far away, as well as the 9 Sons Heavenly Demon Xianin formation below. "It's Nan Tong from the Xianin sect." The male cultivator who stepped on the black and white yin-yang swords focused his eyes, and quickly recognized the other party's identity. The leading bearded sword cultivator opened his eyes wide and shouted, "There are demon cultivators doing evil, all junior brothers and sisters, follow me to defeat the demons." "Yes, senior brother." The 6 people responded in unison, pinched the magic formula with their hands, and the swords merged into one, and immediately turned into streams of light, and flew towards the Xianin sect elder. On the other side, Nan Tong, who was controlling the 9 Sons Heavenly Demon Xianin Great Array, was so angry that he kept urging the Xianin god to destroy Li Chuan's fierce fire and refine him to death. Suddenly, he sensed 7 streams of light flying from a distance, and was shocked. "Oh no, it's the Amei Sect's 7 sons in the clouds." If the Amei 7 sons in the clouds met alone, he thought he could rely on the 9 Sons Heavenly Demon Xianin Great Array to fight against the opponent. But now the 9 Sons Heavenly Demon Xianin Great Array has been dragged down by the foundation building cultivator below, and even the most powerful 9 demons have been seriously injured and returned to the flag. If they meet the 7 sons in the clouds again, they will definitely not be able to beat them. "Go!" So he immediately summoned the 8 broken demon soldiers to stop the 7 sons in the clouds first, intending to put away the 9 Sons Heavenly Demon Xianin formation and run away. However, at this moment, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the 9 Sons Heavenly Demon Xianin formation below. Because the force was too strong, the entire 9 Sons Heavenly Demon Xianin formation began to shake and became less stable. Then, a huge white tiger phantom actually broke through the blockade of the 9 Sons Heavenly Demon Xianin formation and swallowed him. Chapter 228. In the 9 Sons Heavenly Demon Xianin formation, Li Chuan used fierce fire to block the Xianin gods coming from all directions, but he could not find a way to leave the formation. He tried to fly out of the formation, but no matter which direction he flew, he would always return to the starting point, just like encountering a ghost wall. He knew that there must be a trap formation in this formation, but he didn't know much about formations, and although Li Qifeng had learned formations in his memory, they were all very basic knowledge. Those basic array knowledge were not enough for him to solve the obvious advanced array. So he used the most primitive and most useful method to crack the array. The most basic method of trapping is the kind of sleight of hand, which confuses people's vision. The more powerful ones can also confuse hearing and feeling. The more advanced ones will use the 5 elements, space, and even some laws of heaven and earth. But the root of all these is to mobilize the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, that is, energy. If the energy you burst is strong enough to affect the energy operation of the array, then the array will naturally break. Therefore, a foundation establishment cultivator who is very proficient in formations may be able to set up a formation to trap a Jindan cultivator, but he will never be able to set up a formation to trap a Yuanian cultivator, even if that Yuanian cultivator knows nothing about formations. Because the energy intensity of a Yuanian cultivator's casual attack is enough to destroy the energy flow of the foundation establishment cultivator's formation. It was also from Li Qingfeng's memory that Li Chuan came up with a way to crack it. Second form open, 8 gates of Duanjia, Jingmen open. With a loud shout, he immediately activated the second form of his body, and also the 7th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and instantly burst out the most powerful chakra energy. After being injected with the perfect version of the desperate virus, his physical strength and chakra volume, before transforming into the second form, were almost the same as before the transformation. Now that he has transformed into the second form, his strength has exploded. In addition, he has successfully practiced the 7th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, and the energy intensity of this instant burst is several times stronger than Kai. More importantly, the body healing ability of the desperate virus does not allow him to be like Kai, who can only burst out once, and then has to lie down for a long time to recover. According to his previous tests, it is not a problem for him to open this state for half an hour, and there are basically no side effects except for a few hours of physical weakness after the release. Daytime Tiger. This is a special skill that can only be used after opening the Jingmen with the 8 gates of Duanjia. Li Chuan's body is wrapped in a huge white tiger phantom. He punched the ground, and the ground cracked instantly. The powerful air wave blew in all directions, like a strong wind, repelling all the mysterious evil spirits. The powerful energy released by the day tiger also caused the entire Xianin formation to shake, revealing the Xianin sect elder Nantong and his disciples above. Li Chuan exerted force with his legs, transformed into a huge white tiger, and soared into the sky, punching Nantong. At this time, Nantong also found that something was wrong, and quickly used his defensive magic weapon again to block the luxurious sedan in front of him. However, this sedan that could withstand the attack of the magic weapon of the peak Jin Dan realm cultivator was smashed into pieces on the spot like paper when it encountered Li Chuan's fist, which was a circle larger than a casserole. Die! After the sedan exploded, Li Chuan's fist continued to hit Nantong without stopping. No! Nantong wanted to use the magic formula to recall his 9 sons' heavenly demon Xianin banner, but Li Chuan was too close to him and his fist was too fast. He was hit halfway through the magic formula and exploded to death. Cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth all year round, so their bodies are naturally much stronger than mortals, but unless they are cultivators, who have transformed into monsters or have practiced special skills, the bodies of ordinary cultivators are definitely not as good as magic weapons. Li Chuan can directly break the defensive magic weapon of the Jin Dan realm in the form of the day tiger, and naturally can explode the physical body of the Jin Dan realm. 5 elements escape technique fire. The short demon cultivator next to him was so frightened when he saw his master being killed that he dared not stay, and was about to perform the fire escape to escape. However, he didn't know that his body exploded when he was halfway through the spell. I let you run once, but you can run a second time? Li Chuan put away his fist, released the form of the 8 gates escape technique, and fell down again. In fact, when you reach the Jin Dan stage, if you feel that you can no longer make progress, you can take the initiative to dissolve into the body and reincarnate, retaining a trace of your true spirit to cultivate again in the next life. But that requires a lot of preparation, and it is not like Nantong, who is directly killed by Li Chuan, and can dissolve into the body and reincarnate. For someone like Nantong, after death, he is just like an ordinary person, without retaining his true spirit, and will not have any memory after reincarnation. Whether he can enter the Tao and practice again depends on chance. As for the short demon cultivator, there is no dissolution of the body in the foundation building stage, so he is dead when he dies. Therefore, Li Chuan's 2 punches completely put an end to this pair of evil master and disciple of the Xianin sect. Once Nantong died, the 9 sons' heavenly demon Xianin banner lost its master, and naturally lost all its abilities, returning to its original state. After Li Chuan landed, he used a summoning spell to take the 9 sons' heavenly demon Xianin banner into his hand, put it into the small cloth bag on his waist, and put it together with the blood evil banner and blood nail of the short monk. He has personally experienced this 9 sons heavenly demon Xianin banner until now, and it is definitely a good magic weapon. As long as he spends time refining it later, he can also use it. Even if they couldn't exert the power of the Xianin sect elder, it would be worthwhile to exert 2 or 3 points of it. On the other side, the 7 sons of Yunzhong had just chopped the 8 demon soldiers into scrap metal with their swords, and were about to come over to kill the Xianin sect elder Nantong, and save the trapped friends, who might be of the righteous path. But suddenly they saw the muscular Li Chuan wrapped in the white tiger phantom, rushing out of the 9 heavenly demon Xianin formation, and blew up Nantong's defensive magic weapon with 1 punch, and killed Nantong himself and his disciples with 2 punches. The scene was so shocking that the 7 people couldn't help but stop the sword controlling technique for a while. You should know that the elder of Xianin sect, Nantong, is a well-known cultivator in the whole cultivator world, and his reputation is not worse than that of the 7 sons of Yunzhong, although he has no record of killing Yuaning stage cultivators across realms. But he relied on the 9 sons heavenly demon Xianin formation to make the Yuaning stage cultivators suffer a setback and retreat unscathed, which is already very powerful. The cultivators who can cultivate to the Yuaning stage are basically the heads of a sect, and they are not those small sects, but famous large sects. Anime is the largest sect of the righteous way. In addition to the white eyebrow immortal whose cultivation level is unknown, there is only a senior brother Dan Chenzi in the early stage of earthly immortals, 3 Yuaning stages, Lingqi and Changkong Wuji, who are at the peak of the Yuaning stage and in charge of the Tianlei twin swords, and Duan Lei, who is in the early stage of the Yuaning stage of Taifeng Guang's sword. And the strong and scary unknown cultivator in front of them actually broke through the 9 sons, heavenly demon Xianin formation by himself, and killed Nantong in seconds. How could they not be surprised? Chapter 229. 7 seniors above, can you come down to see me? After Li Chuan put away the 9 Suns Heavenly Demon Shining banner, he returned to his normal size, used the repair spell to repair his torn robe, and shouted towards the sky with a smile. When he just rushed out of the 9 Suns Heavenly Demon Shining formation, he noticed the 7 people flying swords to attack the demon soldiers in the distance. Since the other party helped attack the demon soldiers, and they were all sword cultivators, they were most likely righteous cultivators, so his attitude was also very friendly. Since Li Qingfeng was brought to Xiaoyu Mountain to practice, this was the first time he went down the mountain. Except for his fellow disciples in Xiaoyu Mountain, he didn't know any of the cultivators from other sects. Li Chuan naturally couldn't be like Li Qingfeng. He had to practice, but it was also necessary to get to know some righteous monks from time to time. Otherwise, some adventures, opportunities, and natural treasures would not come to you just by sitting in the mountains and practicing. Besides, according to Li Qingfeng's memory, the Kunlun sect was destroyed by the Dark Spring Blood Demon of the demon cult 197 years ago. It should have been less than 3 years since the Dark Spring Blood Demon led the demon cult to attack again. Because if he remembered correctly, the Dark Spring Blood Demon started to attack Ame 200 years after destroying Kunlun, and then the following story happened. Make more friends with righteous monks, and when the evil sect launches a full-scale attack, he will have the opportunity to gain more benefits. I don't deserve to be called a senior. I am the 7 Yunzhong disciples of the Ame sect. I am honored to meet you, Taoist friend. Hearing Li Chuan's voice, the leading bearded monk Chu Yuxiang and the other 6 people all landed in front of Li Chuan and bowed politely. The strong are respected everywhere. Li Chuan can kill Nantong, and his strength is at least not worse than theirs, so he naturally deserves some respect from them. Moreover, the other party did not look like a demon cultivator. Just from the powerful physical strength just now, he looked like a cultivator from the left-handed sect. The left-handed sects are both good and evil. Some are inclined to the demon path, and some are inclined to the righteous path. The Lotus Fairy they went to help this time is also a left-handed cultivator, but she is inclined to the righteous path, and has been on good terms with Ame for many years. Since this person can fight with the elder Nantong of the Xianin sect, it is highly likely that he is not inclined to the demon path. Hearing that the other party is the 7 sons of Yunzhong of Ame's sect, Li Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and his smile became more intense. He also bowed and said, the famous 7 sons of Yunzhong of Ame's sect, with profound cultivation and hatred of evil, once joined forces to kill the old demon in the nascent soul stage. I didn't expect to see the real person today. I am Li Qingfeng of Xia's Hushan. Thank you 7 seniors for your help just now. If he was a sword cultivator from the Ame sect, then he would definitely make friends with him. Maybe he would have a chance to learn the powerful flying sword technique of the Ame sect in the future. So you are from Shaozu Mountain. Thank you for the compliment. With the strength of Qingfeng, we can't help you much. Chu Yuxiang felt closer to Li Chuan when he heard that Li Chuan was not a traitor, but a legitimate righteous person from Shaozu Mountain, and his tone showed respect for them. Shaozu Mountain is not well known in the righteous path, but it is also an old righteous sect with a long history. Its head, Qingju Taoist, has practiced for more than 400 years. Although his strength is only at the Jindan stage, he is actually a cultivator of the same period as their senior brother Dan Chenzi in terms of seniority. But he didn't expect that in addition to Qingju Taoist, who was in the Jindan realm, there was such a powerful master in Shaozu Mountain. The other people couldn't help but smile, and looked at Li Chuan with eyes full of goodwill. If these words were said by some unknown foundation-building cultivators, they wouldn't care, but when they were said by a strong man like Li Chuan who was as powerful as them, it naturally felt extraordinary. If the 7 seniors hadn't appeared and scared the elder of the Xianin sect to reveal his flaws, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to break the formation, so how can I say I didn't help? If the 7 seniors don't mind, why don't you go to Xiaodao's residence next to the city, and take a rest for a while? Xiaodao will treat you to some food and wine. Li Chuan invited enthusiastically. In fact, if the 7 people didn't show up, Li Chuan could still kill the elder of Xianin sect, but at this time, if he wanted to make friends with the 7 people, he must give more credit to them in order to get closer to them. If you want to be friends with someone, sometimes it is easier to get closer to him by letting you owe him a favor than by letting him owe you a favor. If he owes you a favor, he will feel burdened and may forget about it after he returns the favor. If you owe him a favor, he will feel no burden in his heart, and he will think it is natural, and will not refuse if you invite him to eat and drink. After a few exchanges, the relationship naturally became closer. Sure enough, after hearing Li Chuan's words, several of the 7 people couldn't help licking their lips. These cultivators practiced in the mountains all year round. There was no fine wine or food in the mountains. They basically practiced fasting, so it was a great thing to satisfy their appetite when they occasionally came down from the mountains. It's not that cultivators don't like to eat and drink, but simply because sometimes they can enter a state of meditation for 10 days, half a month, or even several years, and they don't know how to cook, so it's not as convenient as fasting. The 7 of us are all wine lovers. If it were normal times, we would definitely drink with Dao's fellow Qin Feng for 3 days and 3 nights, but now we are invited by the Lotus Fairy to go to Zuixian Cliff to subdue the demon. If Dao's fellow Qin Feng doesn't mind, we will visit you after the demon subduing is over. The eldest brother Chu Yuxiang thought for a while, and replied with an apologetic look. They naturally wanted to make friends with a righteous cultivator like Li Qin Feng who is powerful and has a good personality, but they really have something to do, and can't waste too much time here. Li Chuan's eyes turned when he heard this. Subdue demons? This is my first time out of the mountain gate. I have little knowledge, and have never seen what a demon looks like. If you don't bother me, can you let me follow you to broaden my horizons? Now, apart from cultivation, Li Qin Feng has mastered most of what he knows. The rest of the time is to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and accumulate true essence. It doesn't matter if it's early or late. Now that the 7 sons of the clouds are subduing demons, it's better to follow them, and see if you can get any benefits. Besides, the Lotus Fairy is probably a famous figure, so it's not bad to make friends with her. No way, this is your first time out of the mountain gate. Hearing Li Chuan's words, Shang Wanqian, the 7th oldest, widened her eyes, and the other 6 also showed surprised expressions. Based on the strength that Li Chuan just showed, he is definitely in the Jindan realm. Even if he has extraordinary talent, he must have practiced for at least 70 or 80 years. It's too rare for him to go down the mountain for the first time in 70 or 80 years. It is indeed the first time to go out of the mountain gate for training. It has been less than 2 months. Li Chuan nodded honestly. There is no need to lie about these things. He is Li Qin Feng now, so let's talk about Li Qingfeng's situation. It's no problem to disturb or not disturb. Since Daoist Qin Feng wants to go with you, it's naturally the best. The eldest brother Chu Yuxiang didn't hesitate at all and agreed immediately. Chapter 230. According to the contents of the letter sent by the Lotus Fairy on the Flying Sword, this trip may not be so safe. In addition to the 9-headed demon python, there may be demon cultivators who come to interfere. It is also a good thing to have more masters to help. The Lotus Fairy was once a spiritual lotus found by the drunk Taoist of Zuixian Cliff. Because of absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, she gradually developed wisdom and could speak human words. Originally, the drunk Taoist planned to refine it into a pill to help him survive the 49th heavenly tribulation and become a terrestrial immortal. But he was kind-hearted and felt that the heaven had the virtue of loving life. Since the spiritual lotus had wisdom, killing it to refine medicine was no different from killing people. Instead, he helped it transform with pills, accepted it as a disciple, and taught it Taoism and his own alchemy skills. Later, the drunk Taoist failed to survive the 49th heavenly tribulation, leaving behind a trace of his true spirit to be reincarnated. Linglian cultivated to the nascent soul stage, often used elixirs to make friends with righteous monks, and asked the elders of Tianyan sect to calculate the reincarnation of the drunk Taoist with the Shaoyan divine numbers. In this life, the drunk Taoist did not become an adult, but turned into a Ganoderma lucidum. The Lotus Fairy found the Ganoderma lucidum, and moved it to the drunken fairy cliff, taking care of it every day to help it practice. The Ganoderma lucidum gradually opened up, and was about to transform. Ganoderma lucidum is a spiritual creature of heaven and earth, especially the transformed Ganoderma lucidum, which is a great tonic for both monks and monsters. Therefore, before Lingji transformed, it also attracted a 9-headed demon python in the nascent soul stage. The Lotus Fairy was good at refining medicine, but not good at fighting. How could she be the opponent of the 9-headed demon python? She could only send a letter to the Amazek sword cultivators for help. After receiving the request for help from the Lotus Fairy, the White Eyebrow Immortal immediately sent the Yunzhong's 7 sons, who happened to be free in the sect to go there, hoping to use the Lotus Fairy's elixir to help the Yunzhong's 7 sons break the elixir and transform into a nascent soul. This is how the scene of encountering Li Chuan fighting the elder of the Xianin sect came about. Thank you very much, 7 seniors. Hearing Chu Yuxiang's quick agreement, Li Chuan immediately spit out the magic weapon, the red spirit fire pearl, which he had just refined from his dantian. Fellow Daoist Qin Feng, you don't need to call us seniors. Cultivation has always been about the master who has achieved success. Although we have practiced for a few more years than you, we are not worthy of the title of senior. If you don't mind, we are all from the Orthodox sect of Xianin, so you can just call us senior brothers and sisters. I am the eldest of the 7 sons of Yunzhong. My name is Chu Yuxiang. You can call me senior brother Chu just like them. After Chu Yuxiang finished speaking, the other 6 people also reported their names. I am the elder brother, Erzhan Donglai. I am the 3rd brother, Cheng Xianfeng. I am the 4th brother, Qin Ruohua. I am the 5th brother, Ingzhen. I am the 6th brother, Dong Hao. I am the 7th brother, Shang Wenqian. Li Chuan naturally responded with a smile, calling them all senior brothers and sisters. Before, he called them seniors because according to Li Qingfeng's status, the 7 sons of Yunzhong could really be considered seniors. Now that the other party is willing to talk to each other as equals, it is naturally the best. It is easier to communicate with peers, and it is uncomfortable to talk to those who are younger than you. Brother Chu, let's go. Li Chuan threw the red spirit fire bead and jumped on it. However, when the 7 people saw Li Chuan using the red spirit fire bead, they were all stunned, and then stared at Li Chuan with extremely incredible eyes. What's wrong? Li Chuan saw that the 7 people looked different, and his heart moved, and he roughly guessed what was going on. Sure enough, the leader of the 7 people, Chu Yuxiang, asked in a tentative tone, Brother Qingfeng, I see that your true essence is loose and not condensed. Why do you feel that you haven't formed a pill yet? Did you get injured when fighting with Nantong of Xianin sect just now? Whether a person is in the foundation building stage, the core formation stage, or the nascent soul stage, it is easy to identify by the degree of concentration of the true essence when using magic weapons and spells. When Li Chuan killed Nantong at the beginning, he used chakra instead of true essence, so the 7 sons of the clouds could not tell. And just now, when Li Chuan used the red spirit fire pearl, the loose true essence was obviously not the true essence of the core formation stage. However, Li Chuan killed Nantong, who was at the peak of the core formation stage, with one punch. If he was said to be in the foundation building stage, it would be hard for them to believe. Therefore, they would speculate whether it was because of the injury in the fight just now that Li Chuan's true essence was so uncondensed. Li Chuan smiled and did not hide it. Oh, that's not the case. The demon cultivator of Xianin sect is indeed powerful, but fortunately, I also have a secret technique to protect myself, so I was lucky enough not to be hurt. As for the loose and uncondensed true essence, it is because I have average talent and have not yet formed a pill. He is in the foundation building stage, this cannot be deceived, and there is no need to deceive people. Anyway, his strength is there, and strength is the most important thing. When it comes to realms, if a person of lower realm defeats a person of higher realm, it can make him look more gifted and worth making friends with. It is not a bad thing. Hey, when I was 8 years old, my master took me to the mountains to practice. I practiced hard for 12 years, but I still could not form a pill. I could not compare with my brothers and sisters, so I went down the mountain to practice and see if there was a chance to form a pill. As a result, not long after I settled down, I encountered a demon cultivator who slaughtered the village and harmed people to practice magic treasures. Humph, as a righteous cultivator, how could I tolerate him? So I fought with him. Li Chuan roughly made some subtle adjustments to Li Qingfeng's experience, and told it slowly. What? He's really just building a foundation. Hearing Li Chuan's narration, the 7 people swallowed their saliva at the same time and looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that Li Chuan was really only in the foundation building stage. It's not uncommon for a foundation building cultivator to kill a Jin Dan cultivator. As top-notch amaze sword cultivators, they have a chance to defeat a weak cultivator at the initial stage of Jin Dan if they encounter one alone at the peak of foundation building. But it was completely different from Li Chuan's situation. After all, the Xianin sect elder Li Chuan faced was not at the initial stage of Jin Dan, but at the peak of Jin Dan. Moreover, he was not weak either, and his strength was that of a genius who could fight across realms. Moreover, in their opinion, the power of Li Chuan's previous punch was as powerful as a Yuaning stage cultivator's attack with a magic weapon. Foundation building stage. It must be a genius in the foundation building stage to have such strength. Perhaps only the eldest sister and senior brother Chong Kong, who were blessed by the Tianlei twin swords in their sect, could have such strength in the foundation building stage. Brother Qingfeng, don't be discouraged. You have only been practicing for 12 years. It is already very powerful to have such strength in the foundation building stage. It takes us 100 years to form a pill. Don't worry, don't worry. Seeing that Li Chuan didn't seem to understand the situation outside, Chu Yuxiang was already complaining in his heart, but he still comforted him. The other 6 people nodded in unison like chickens pecking at rice. You are still lamenting about your poor aptitude, then what are we, trash? Now in their impression, Li Chuan is a righteous disciple with extraordinary aptitude, but he doesn't seem to know much about the cultivation world. He is simple and kind, hates evil, and is just entering the world to experience. Chapter 231. Thank you for your comfort, brothers and sisters. I will work hard to form a pill as soon as possible. Let's go! However, I am only in the foundation building stage, so I am slow in controlling magic weapons, which may slow down your speed. Li Chuan knew that it was almost time, and immediately returned to the topic. You can't always show how good you are. Although this can reflect your value, it is also easy to make people jealous. Being excellent and throwing out some of your shortcomings can achieve a good balance. Sure enough, when Li Chuan said this, everyone's expression relaxed a lot, and the smiles on their faces appeared. It's okay, senior sister Shangwan will take you to fly. Shangwan Qian, the 7th of the 7 sons of Yunzhong, immediately patted her ordinary chest and stood up when she heard Li Chuan say that she flew slowly. She was very competitive. Knowing that Li Chuan was only in the foundation building stage, she felt that she was being compared to him, so she wanted to prove something to Li Chuan, such as letting Li Chuan understand how fast the gened and stage cultivators fly, especially their amaze sword cultivators. The other 6 people knew Shangwan Qian's thoughts, but just shook their heads and smiled, and didn't say anything. This delayed them for a long time, and they really needed to rush to Zuaxian Cliff as soon as possible, otherwise it would be troublesome if they missed the matter of Lotus Ferry. Thank you, senior sister Shangwan. Li Chuan certainly didn't say anything. He also wanted to see the flying speed of amaze sword cultivators. According to Shangwan Qingfeng's memory, sword cultivators were the best in the cultivation world in terms of combat power and flying speed. Brother, come here and put your hand on my shoulder. Shangwan Qian waved to Li Chuan, who put away the red spirit fire bead and came to her side, and put his hand on her shoulder as he said, Body and sword become one, and fly with the sword, go! She pinched the magic formula with her hand, and a golden light flew out from the back of Shangwan Qian's head, wrapping her and Li Chuan up, so fast that they disappeared in the air in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, the other 6 people pinched the magic formula at the same time, turning into 6 sword lights of different colors and chasing after them. There are generally 2 ways for amaze sword cultivators to fly with swords. One is to fly like other cultivators, stepping on the magic weapon flying sword. The speed is not fast, but it does not consume much true energy. The other is the sword escape method, which combines the body and sword and is extremely fast. It is usually used when there is an emergency. So fast, senior sister Shangwan, you are so amazing. Li Chuan, who was flying wrapped in sword light, praised Shangwan Qian in various ways, while silently calculating his flying speed. If the fastest speed he can control the magic weapon red spirit fire pearl is about the speed of sound, which is about Mach 1, then the speed Shangwan Qian is flying with him is at least Mach 20. Mach 20. Even Iron Man can't fly that fast. Haha, that's right. This is not the fastest. If you want, it can be faster. Shangwan Qian was so excited by Li Chuan's speed that her chin was raised high. She pinched the magic formula with her hands, and the sword light suddenly became faster. Li Chuan estimated that it was about Mach 22. It can only be said that the speed of amaze sword cultivators is really not exaggerated. This is still the Jinan realm. What about the Yuanying realm, the Earth Fairy realm, and the Heaven Fairy realm? No wonder after the Tianlei double swords are combined, they can enter the light speed state that cannot be seen by the naked eye. It took about 2 hours to fly from the place where Li Chuan and the elder of Xianin's sect fought to Zuaxian Cliff. During these 2 hours, he also got a lot of useful information from the simple-minded Shangwan Qian. Although Shangwan Qian has lived for more than 130 years, she has been practicing in meditation most of the time. Even when she went down the mountain to practice exorcising demons, she followed her senior brothers and sisters. So her mental maturity was only about 18 or 19 years old, in Li Chuan's opinion, very simple. Before, he had been thinking, since the White Eyebrow Master was so powerful, why didn't he take the initiative to kill the Yuquan Blood Demon, but watch the Yuquan Blood Demon destroy Huashan and Kunlun? From Shangwan Qian, he roughly got some answers. It turned out that Master Bai had been at the peak of earthly immortals hundreds of years ago, and could ascend to the upper realm at any time. He just kept suppressing himself because he was afraid that no one would suppress the demon cultivation after he ascended. But because of this, he couldn't make a move at will, otherwise he might not be able to suppress his cultivation and ascend directly. Before, the ancestor of Xianin's sect was provoked by Yuquan Blood Demon to massacre the city. Master Baimei killed him in order to establish his authority, and he almost couldn't suppress his cultivation to ascend. This also led to the destruction of Kunlun, and he didn't have time to help. He also learned a lot about the 7 sons of Yunzhong from Shang Wanqian. For example, although the eldest brother Chu Yuxiang looked rough, he was thoughtful, and took care of the 6 of them like an old lady, using a plum blossom flying sword. The second eldest brother, Heir Donglai, was tall and taciturn, but he was the most explosive when fighting, using a flying chain giant blade with great power. The third eldest brother, Cheng Xianfeng, was a gentleman's sword, and the fourth eldest brother, Qin Ruohua, was a lady's sword. They were husband and wife in their previous lives. Because they were too old and had a wife and children when they joined Amei, they had no chance to cultivate to the nascent soul stage, so they had to retain a trace of their true spirit and weapons to reincarnate. In this life, he was introduced to Amei by Master Baimei as soon as he was born, and he had reached the peak of Jin Dan in less than 200 years. Regarding the reincarnation of Bingjie, Li Chuan also asked Shang Wanqian specifically. It turned out that Bingjie reincarnation was different from the reincarnation he imagined. He thought Bingjie reincarnation was just like his reincarnation in Marvel, although he changed his body, nothing else changed. But in fact, Bingjie reincarnation, a trace of true spirit, has not been extinguished. Although he has the memory of the previous life, he cannot be regarded as the same person as the previous life. For example, Cheng Xianfeng and Qin Ruohua, after they were reincarnated, they gradually had memories of their previous lives in their minds as soon as they were born. They may be more intelligent than other children, and they can achieve twice the result with half the effort when practicing. But in fact, they are not the people who lived for hundreds of years in the previous life. They are still the same children, but they have more memories of the previous life. So it often happens that after the master is reincarnated, the apprentice goes down the mountain to find the master's reincarnation, and then converts the master into the Taoist sect and accepts him as his own disciple. However, because of the memories of the previous life, they will be more or less affected. Not only will they practice faster, but they will also be affected emotionally. Cheng Xianfeng and Qin Ruohua were husband and wife in their previous life, so they finally became Taoist couples in this life. There is no way. You said that in the memory, the two of them slept in the same bed. After meeting in this life and recalling those things, it is inevitable that they will be touched, even if their appearance is different from the previous life. Sometimes the different appearance is a plus. Of course, because they can't really be considered as one person, sometimes because of the experience of this life, they will only become ordinary friends in the end. In fact, in Li Chuan's view, this kind of reincarnation without being able to maintain the true self is only better than death. Also, if it is not a last resort, who would be willing to reincarnate? Chapter 232. Junior Brother Qifeng, this is Zuishan Cliff. In front of a small hill covered by mist, Shang Wanqian pinched her fingers and separated herself from the sword, and then the other 6 people also left the sword light and stopped beside the two. It's actually floating in the air. The small hill in front of him, called Zuishan Cliff, was not standing on the ground, but floating in the air about 2,000 meters above the ground, which made Li Chuan exclaim in amazement. Because according to Li Qingfeng's memory, Shaodu Mountain is a normal mountain, but there is a maze at the mountain gate, which makes it difficult for mortals to enter. This kind of lifting a mountain and floating it in the air looks really shocking. His floating spell can make objects float, but there is no comparison between floating a car and floating a mountain. Generally, there are cultivators in the Yuanying period in this sect. They will use the Vidra moving mountain spell to move the mountain gate of the practice into the air, and then cover it with fog. In fact, you have never seen Aramei. Aramei is much larger than this Zuishan Cliff, and it is not just one mountain, but several mountains, and there is also a sword mountain. Seeing that Li Chuan looked like he had never seen the world, Shang Wanqian immediately pinched her waist and proudly began to popularize science. Amei sect is indeed the largest sect of the righteous way. It is so powerful. If I, a junior brother, had the opportunity to see it, it will be worthwhile to come out for training. I can also show off to my fellow junior brothers when I go back. Hearing Shang Wanqian's words, Li Chuan immediately showed a look of curiosity and expectation. Just when he was worrying about how to go to Amei with a legitimate reason, the words came to his lips. That's too easy. When we finish subduing the demon, you can go back to Amei with us. I show you around. Sure enough, Shang Wanqian was fooled without even thinking about it. The boss Chu Yuxiang raised his hand, thought about it, and finally put it down. As the largest sect of the righteous way, Amei has the most abundant spiritual energy among all the sects, so not just anyone can enter. But Shang Wanqian has already agreed. In addition, Li Chuan is also a disciple of the righteous way, and he is a potential stock with extraordinary talent. After returning, he will report to the headmaster, and the headmaster should not refuse. Let's go find the Lotus Fairy. He took out a palm-sized flying sword from his waist, and then injected magic power into it. The flying sword immediately flew to the north of the hill in front. This flying sword is used by the Lotus Fairy to send messages. We can find the Lotus Fairy by following it. Remember to fly quietly. There is a 9-headed demon python in this mountain. Don't let it notice it. Yes, brother. 7 sword lights rose again, but this time they tried to restrain their sharpness as much as possible, and followed the small flying sword in front, and slowly entered the mountain. Soon, Li Chuan saw the Lotus Fairy in the nascent soul stage in a medicinal garden full of various herbs on the hillside on the north side of the hill. The Lotus Fairy looked about 25 or 26 years old, with a beautiful face and a long pink gauze draped over her body. At this time, she was carefully taking care of the herbs in the medicinal garden. 7 sons of the clouds meet the Lotus Fairy. After Chu Yuxiang and the other 7 landed, they bowed to the Lotus Fairy in unison. Seeing this, the Lotus Fairy's eyes immediately showed a look of surprise. No need to be polite. I finally waited for the 7 of you. Hey, who is this? With a glance, when she saw the 8th Li Chuan, a puzzled look appeared on her face again. As a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, even if Li Chuan did not use his magic power, she could tell at a glance that Li Chuan was only in the foundation establishment stage, and that he had not practiced for a long time. I am Li Qingfeng from Shaowu Mountain. Today, I met 7 brothers and sisters by chance. I want to increase my knowledge and travel together. Please forgive me for my sudden visit, Lotus Fairy. Without waiting for Chu Yuxiang to explain, Li Chuan stepped forward and spoke. Lotus Fairy nodded when she heard this, but she didn't care. So you are a fellow Taoist from Shaoju Mountain. What is your relationship with Taoist Qingzhu? It's my master. Li Chuan was stunned. He didn't expect that Lotus Fairy, a Yuanyin cultivator, also knew his master. Your master and I are old friends. When you go back, ask him to come here when he has time. We haven't seen each other for almost 50 years. When Lotus Fairy heard that Li Chuan was Taoist Qingzhu's disciple, her tone softened and she became more intimate. Apparently, her relationship with Taoist Qingzhu is quite good. Yes, Fairy, I will pass on the message when I return. Li Chuan raised his hand and made a Taoist gesture. Lotus Fairy nodded, then waved to the 7 sons of the clouds. Please follow me into the house, fellow Taoists, and discuss the matter of exorcising the demon. In the wooden house behind the medicine garden, Lotus Fairy solemnly described her plan. The location of the Lingji is at the top of the mountain, where the spiritual energy of Zuaxian Cliff is the most concentrated. It was occupied by the 9-headed demonic python 3 days ago. I am no match for it, so I had to retreat to the medicine garden on the mountainside. Tomorrow at 3:30 p.m. is the time when Lingji will transform, and the demon python will swallow it into its body after it transforms to increase its cultivation. I am not good at fighting, so I need to use magic weapons to protect Lingji as much as possible to prevent it from failing to transform. It is up to you to eliminate the demon. Of course, this does not include Li Chuan, but only refers to the 7 sons of Yunzhong. In the eyes of the Lotus Fairy, Li Chuan is just a small foundation-building cultivator who came to gain experience, and can be beaten to death by the demon python's tail. When the time comes, just find a place to watch from a distance. Don't worry, Fairy. Just protect the Lingji. The 7 of us brothers and sisters will definitely kill the 9-headed demon python. Chu Yuxiang promised firmly. Although the 9-headed demon python is not an ordinary demon beast, it is only in the early stage of the nascent soul. The 7 sons of Yunzhong have defeated cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul, when they were in the middle stage of the core formation. Now they are all at the peak of the core formation. Not to mention the early stage of the nascent soul, even the chances of winning in the middle stage of the nascent soul are very high. That's why they were sent by the White Eyebrow Immortal to kill the 9-headed demon python. Speaking of creatures like demons, in this world, whether it is plants or animals, they may absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by chance and become demons. After a demon has a certain wisdom, if it can be enlightened by a cultivator to learn the Xianmen skills, it will have the opportunity to transform into a human, just like the Lotus Fairy was originally a spiritual lotus, and was enlightened by the drunk Taoist, and finally became the current Lotus Fairy. In fact, most of the cultivators of the left and right sects have such origins. More than half of them are demons in form, so they are both good and evil. If the demon has not been enlightened, it still absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth according to its instinct, seeks to eat various spiritual objects of heaven and earth, or kills other demons, eats their meat and swallows their inner elixir, then it will maintain the body of a demon beast and will not transform into a human form. Just like the 9-headed demon python that occupied the top of the mountain. Chapter 233. Under normal circumstances, the enlightened monsters are stronger than monsters of the same realm because they practice more efficient techniques, learn spells, and refine magic weapons. But there are also exceptions, such as the Lotus Fairy, who is originally a Lotus incarnation, is not good at fighting, and spends all her time on alchemy. Her combat power can be said to be the lowest among the same realm. However, her advanced alchemy and some of the elixirs she refines are of certain use even for the cultivation of earthly immortals, and her status in the entire cultivation world is still very high. The reward she gave this time can save 50 years of hard training. Even the Amei sect cannot refine it. The 9-headed demon python is the exact opposite of the Lotus Fairy. As a snake, it is a fierce beast. After becoming a demon, it is good at attacking. It also mutated into a rare beast, the 9-headed python. Its strength is still stronger than that of the cultivators of the same realm. Then I have to trouble you. This is the Xingyuan pill. Taking it in the Jindan realm can save 50 years of hard training. It's my little gift. Lotus Fairy waved her hand, and 7 small bottles of white jade appeared on the table. Chu Yuxiang waved his hand when he saw this. Fairy, you can't accept rewards without merit. It's not too late to take it after you are sure that the monster is eliminated. Xingyuan pill is indeed a superior pill, and it can also help them save 50 years of hard training and transform into infants in advance, but as Amei sword cultivators, they have their own pride. How can they get rewards in advance when the monster has not been eliminated? Lotus Fairy smiled and shook her head. Whether it is successful or not, you have taken risks in fighting the monster, and this is what you deserve. Although Xingyuan Dan was rare, it was only a matter of time for her to refine it with her ability. The most important thing was to protect her master's reincarnation of Lingji, and get rid of the 9-headed demon python. She knew that the Amei sword cultivators were arrogant and kept their promises, so instead of being petty and waiting for others to get rid of the demon before giving it to her, it would be better to give it first, so that the other party would work harder at that time. So after the two sides pushed back and forth, Chu Yuxiang finally couldn't beat the Lotus Fairy and let her junior brothers and sisters accept the Xingyuan Dan first. Li Chuan, who was standing by, was salivating as he looked at the 7 bottles of Xingyuan Dan that could save a Jindan cultivator 50 years of hard training. He wondered if he could break through the foundation building stage and form a golden elixir if he ate all the 7 bottles of Xingyuan Dan at once. If it wasn't impossible, he really wanted to stand up and tell Lotus Fairy that if she gave him half of the pills, he would go and tear the so-called 9-headed demon python into pieces. You know, since he was injected with the perfect version of the desperate virus, he was not afraid of the side effects of death after opening all 8 gates. So he thought that with his current physical strength, it was not impossible to open the 8th gate and use Xiang and Yikai to kill the demon beast in the early stage of Yuanying. The main reason is that the demon beast is not like the cultivator, who has so many twists and turns. It is a head-on confrontation. In this case, I will accept the pills first. If the fairy is ready, we can set out now to get rid of the 9-headed demon python. After accepting the pills, the 7 sons of Yunzhong were embarrassed to waste time and spoke directly to take action. However, the Lotus Fairy raised her hand to comfort him. Don't worry, fellow Taoists, it is not easy to act at this time, otherwise the 9-headed demon python will find that I have asked for help and eat the Ganoderma lucidum in advance, which will be bad. Although the effect is greatly reduced if it is eaten before the transformation, the 9-headed demon python is not stupid. If it feels dangerous, it is better than having nothing to eat. The demon python that can cultivate to the nascent soul stage by itself is definitely not as smart as ordinary beasts, and is not much worse than some cunning and treacherous humans. What does the fairy mean? Chu Yuxiang frowned slightly. This is indeed a difficult problem. Lotus Fairy explained, when the Ganoderma lucidum transforms at 3 o'clock tomorrow, it will emit special fluctuations. This fluctuation can cover the spiritual power of a surrounding area and reduce the perception of spiritual energy of all living creatures in the area. This way, we can ensure that we will not be discovered by some cultivators and monsters when we transform, and protect ourselves. The 9-headed python has been guarding beside the Ganoderma lucidum, and it will also be affected. At that time, we will have the opportunity to quietly approach and protect the Ganoderma lucidum before it reacts. Everyone nodded when they heard it. The next day, at 3:30 in the afternoon, Li Chuan, the 7 sons of the clouds, and the Lotus Fairy, A total of 9 people, each controlled their own magic weapon, and stared closely at the top of the mountain in a cloud 1,000 meters away from the top of the mountain. There was a python as tall as a 6-story building, shaking its 9 heads that were bigger than cars, looking around vigilantly. In the center where he was perched, a Ganoderma lucidum that looked like a 5 or 6-year-old child was absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy gathered by Zuatian Cliff. Suddenly, the Ganoderma lucidum shook, and a special wave emanated from it. The spiritual energy around him disappeared instantly, and he seemed to have turned into a sculpture without any spirituality. The 9-headed demon python, whose huge demonic energy could be felt from 1,000 meters away, could not sense its existence at all if the 9 people could not see him on the top of the mountain with their naked eyes. Now! Lotus Fairy shouted softly, and her body turned into a wisp of mist and flew towards the Lingji that was transforming. She used the water escape technique from the 5 elements escape technique. The 5 elements escape technique is to move at high speed with the power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The sword escape technique used by the 7 sons of the clouds before is a gold escape technique. The Lotus Fairy turning into a wisp of mist is a water escape technique, and the short demon cultivator moving in the earth is an earth escape technique. The escape technique is just fast, but it is not a space spell. When the 7 sons of the clouds heard the Lotus Fairy's command, they also turned into 7 sword lights and rushed towards the 9-headed demon python. Only Li Chuan was left sitting cross-legged on the red spirit fire pearl, resting his chin, watching the battle that was about to happen. It's a good opportunity to see how strong Yame's sword cultivator is. Lotus Fairy thought he was in the foundation building stage, so she naturally wouldn't let him participate in this dangerous battle. Although the 7 sons of the cloud knew that Li Chuan was not weak, it was their mission now, and they were very confident in themselves and didn't want to trouble Li Chuan. So Li Chuan became the only spectator here. Of course, it's hard to say whether he is the only one or not, because he always felt that there seemed to be other people hiding around him. He was not a cultivator from this world, and he sensed whether there were people around him not through spiritual energy and true essence, but through his sensitive 5 senses after strengthening his body many times. It was just that he had not spoken to remind everyone just now, firstly because he was afraid of alerting the enemy, and secondly, if everything was completed as planned so smoothly today, he would be the one who gained the least. So he was actually looking forward to some accidents, so that he could see if he could take advantage of the situation and get some benefits. Chapter 234. With righteousness, 7 swords slay demons, evildoers, watch out for the swords. As they approached the 9-headed demonic python, the 7 sons of the clouds immediately left their sword-escaping state, shouted in unison, and used 7 flying swords of different shapes to hit the vital points of the 9-headed demonic python. When the 9-headed demonic python saw that Lingji was about to transform, 7 reckless Jindan cultivators appeared and immediately raised their 9 huge heads to meet it. The 9 heads of the 9-headed demonic python each had its own merits, and the 5 heads in the middle could spit out the power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and immediately attacked the 7 sons of the clouds after they were raised. The 4 heads on both sides were extremely hard, comparable to the defensive magic weapons of Yuaniing stage cultivators, blocking 7 flying swords that attacked the 7-inch vital points. However, it still underestimated the attack of the 7 sons of the clouds. The power of the flying swords of the 7 sons of the clouds was not comparable to the magic weapons of ordinary Jindan stage cultivators. Although it blocked all of them, deep scratches appeared on the 4 snake heads. Of course, the 5 elements power it spewed was also extraordinary. At least the 7 sons of the clouds did not dare to take it head-on, and immediately recalled the flying swords for defense. Most of the Shushan sword cultivator's energy is on a flying sword. There are no fancy formations and spells. It's all about breaking all spells with one sword. Attack is with the flying sword, and defense is also to break the attack with the flying sword. The 7 sons of Yunzhong used the flying sword to cut the 9-headed demon python, and then returned in time with the speed of the flying sword to disperse the 5 elements of the 9-headed demon python. Li Chuan originally thought that the 9-headed demon python was a demon beast in the nascent soul stage, and it had grown so big, it would definitely be angry and fight with the 7 sons of Yunzhong. But the 9-headed demon python was a coward. He found that his 4 heads that had never been injured were actually injured, and the 5 elements of power he spewed out were also broken. He didn't care that he was 1 level higher than the other party, and immediately turned around and rushed to the Ganoderma lucidum behind him, wanting to swallow the Ganoderma lucidum that had not yet transformed and run away. Later, Li Chuan thought about it. After all, this is a world dominated by cultivators. If the nine-headed demon python was not timid, it would probably not have been able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage, and would have been killed by the cultivators, and taken away the inner elixir. Although the Ganoderma lucidum has not yet transformed, eating it is enough to allow it to break through a realm. When its strength is enhanced, it can eat these human cultivators, and go to the mountainside to eat the lotus monster. Wouldn't it be wonderful? If it entangles with several human cultivators, it will not only be at risk of being killed, but if the Ganoderma lucidum is stolen, it will be a waste of effort. Take advantage when you can, and run away when you can't win. This is the core purpose of its 1,000-year practice. The 7 sons of Yunzhong were also stunned by the direct operation of the 9-headed demon python. Even if they were demon cultivators, they would not be as timid as the other party, and give up after fighting for a while. Fortunately, the Lotus Fairy, who was also a demon, knew the 9-headed demonic python very well. At this moment, she had changed her water escape to earth escape and appeared next to the Ganoderma lucidum. When the 9-headed demonic python opened its bloody mouth to swallow the Ganoderma lucidum, the Lotus Fairy transformed into her true form, and turned into a lotus to protect the Ganoderma lucidum in the center, making the 9-headed demonic python return empty-handed. Although the Lotus Fairy was not the opponent of the 9-headed demonic python, she was also in the nascent soul stage, and she could still defend with all her strength for a while. As long as she could block it for a while, the 7 sons of the clouds could join forces to kill the demon. Sure enough, after the 7 sons of the clouds reacted, they immediately controlled their flying swords to kill the 9-headed demonic python, forcing it to turn around and fight. In this way, everything developed in the best direction of the Lotus Fairy's plan. As the strongest amaze sword cultivator of the same realm in the righteous path, it is indeed well-deserved. Li Chuan, who controlled the red spirit fire pearl to get closer to watch the battle, saw that in a short while, with the tacit cooperation of the 7 sons of the clouds, the 9-headed demonic python, with the strength of the nascent soul stage, was already covered with wounds, and he couldn't help but sigh. The Xianin sect elder he had fought before was not weak either, but that elder's strength mainly lay in the 9-demon Xianin formation and the demons inside. In fact, as long as he got out of that formation, he could kill the opponent in 1 second by opening the 8 gates. But the strength of the 7 sons of the clouds was real. Li Chuan felt that even if he opened all 8 gates, he would definitely not be able to catch the flying sword if he relied on his body. Moreover, none of the defensive magic he knew at present could withstand the power of the flying sword. However, it was not without flaws. At least if he faced the attack of the 7 sons of the clouds, he could not block it, but he could still dodge it. The speed of the flying sword was very fast. Even if he used all his skills, he could not match the speed of the flying swords controlled by the 7 sons of the cloud. But it was precisely because the speed of the flying swords was too fast that he found that when the 7 sons of the clouds controlled the flying swords to attack, their speed would be greatly reduced. The reason was that if they did not reduce the speed, their reaction might not be able to keep up, and the flying swords could not be controlled so perfectly. It was like when you drive on a straight road, you can definitely step on the accelerator to the bottom and speed up to the fastest speed, but if you want to turn in the middle of the road, you must slow down. Otherwise, if the car doesn't turn the corner, it may fly out because of the high speed. The same is true for controlling magic weapons and flying swords. If you use magic weapons and flying swords to attack the opponent and the opponent dodges, you must control the magic weapons and flying swords to turn and chase. At this time, if the speed is too fast and exceeds the limit you can control, then the magic weapons and flying swords may have to rush out a long way before you can control them to turn back and continue to attack, which will reduce the efficiency. Only by reducing the speed of the flying sword after getting close can you control it perfectly. In fact, this is also part of the test of the strength of the sword cultivator. The more powerful the sword cultivator is, the more perfect the control of the flying sword is. For example, the sword cultivator in the earthly immortal realm does not need to slow down the flying sword at all, and can perfectly control it even at the fastest speed. Li Chuan is in the foundation building stage at this time. His magic weapon is not enough to compete with the flying swords of the 7 sons of the clouds, or it is not at the same level at all, but when he opens the 8 gates, his body is comparable to that of the Yuaning stage monster beast. In addition, his body is much smaller and more flexible than that of the monster beast. As long as the reaction is fast enough, he can actually rely on his body to avoid the attack trajectory of the flying sword. If there is a weapon that can resist the flying sword, it can even be blocked by the weapon. But this can only be said to be defense, evasion and resistance, and cannot be counterattacked. Because the flying sword of the sword cultivator can take the head of a person from 1,000 miles away, but his magic can't reach that far. But he has the phantom teleportation, and the distance of his phantom teleportation is much farther than 1,000 miles away, and the sword cultivator is focused on sword training, and basically will not set up a formation to block the space. So he can completely lead the opponent's flying sword to 1,000 miles away, and then teleport to their body with a phantom teleportation, and directly destroy their physical body. No matter how fast those flying swords were, as long as they were far enough, they could not be as fast as his phantom teleportation. So if he really faced the 7 Sons of the Clouds, he felt that he had a greater chance of winning. If he faced other Jindan realm cultivators, his chances of winning would be even greater, because their magic weapons were not as fast as flying swords, and Li Chuan could also use his body to resist, or even smash the magic weapons of the Jindan realm, just like he did against the elder of the Xianin sect. Chapter 235. After a fierce fight, 5 of the 9 heads of the 9-headed demonic python were cut off, and the huge snake body was also covered with sword marks. It knew that Lingji was definitely hopeless, and if it continued to fight, its 1,000-year cultivation would be exhausted. So it spit out its own demon pill, temporarily repelled the 7 flying swords at the cost of 100 years of cultivation, and rode a demon cloud to escape. The demon wants to escape, set up the Big Dipper sword formation. Seeing that the 9-headed demonic python was about to escape, Chu Yuxiang shouted loudly, using all the remaining true energy in the golden pill, and forcibly restored the flying sword that was still in shock to normal. He was of course aware of the principle of eradicating all evil. If the 9-headed demonic python escaped at this moment, and the 9-headed demonic python recovered from its injuries, when the 7 Sons of the Cloud left, the Lotus Fairy would be in danger. How could they feel comfortable taking the Lotus Fairy's yuan-enhancing pill as a reward? Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, Yaguang, the 7 stars slay the demon. Hearing Chu Yuxiang shout, the other 6 also poured out all their true essence, and controlled the flying swords to set up a sword formation in the direction of the Big Dipper above the 9-headed demonic python that had turned into a demonic cloud. The Big Dipper sword formation took shape, and a large amount of star power was absorbed into the swords. The 7 flying swords shone brightly, and once again turned into 7 streams of light to attack the 9-headed demon python. The 9-headed demon python was immediately frightened by the sight, and hurriedly spit out the demon pill again to meet it. There is no such thing as nascent soul and primordial spirit for demon beasts. Their true essence will eventually condense into demon pills, but the higher the cultivation level of the demon beast, the larger the demon pill. The demon pill of this 9-headed demon python, which has been cultivated for thousands of years, can be equivalent to the nascent soul stage of a cultivator. Boom! There was a loud noise. After the light, the Big Dipper sword formation of the 7 Sons of the Clouds was superior. The huge body of the 9-headed demon python turned into a pile of meat, and the demon pill also fell to the side sadly. At the same time, the Lingji that was protected by the Lotus Fairy with her real body finally transformed successfully, turning into a child the size of a palm, and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the Lotus Fairy restored her human form and picked him up. Just as she was about to go over to thank the 7 Sons of the Clouds, a bloodlight suddenly appeared behind her out of thin air, turning into a middle-aged man, and then slapped her back with a palm. After the blood-filled palm strike, the Lotus Fairy was severely injured and turned back to her original lotus form, and the little boy's Ganoderma in her hand flew out. Ha ha ha, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Today, this Ganoderma and the lotus are all mine. After the middle-aged strong man succeeded in the sneak attack, his hands turned into huge bloody palms, and he was about to catch the Ganoderma and the Lotus Fairy, who had turned back into a lotus. He had been lurking for so long just for this moment. The 9-headed demon python was killed, and the 7 Sons in the Cloud had almost exhausted their true energy and were no longer a threat. Now he sneak attacked and injured the Lotus Fairy, and took away the transformed Ganoderma and the 1,000-year-old lotus at the same time. After refining and taking them, his strength will surely increase greatly, and he may even become a terrestrial immortal. Of course, he would not kill the 7 Sons of the Clouds. Now there were still a few years before the ancestors' plan began. If he killed the 7 Sons of the Clouds, he would certainly be hunted down by the Amei Masters, which would not be worth the loss. But he only captured the fairy Linglian and her Lingji from the side sect. With the support of the ancestor, even the white eyebrow immortal had no reason to target him. However, just when his blood demon handprint was about to capture Lingji and Linglian, a huge energy that shocked him suddenly emerged from behind him. It was the young cultivator in the early stage of foundation building who he had never seen before. 8 gates of Duanjia Death Gate open, Yikai. Li Chuan's body was wrapped in a red dragon-shaped chakra, and he kicked the middle-aged monk who attacked him. It turned out that he had already sensed the existence of another person nearby, but he didn't know what magic the other party used to hide his body, nor did he know the other party's specific location. But he knew that the other party would definitely attack when everyone was most relaxed and least threatening. So when the 7 sons of Yunjong used the Big Dipper sword formation to kill the 9-headed demonic python, he also fell from the air to the top of the mountain, ready to attack at any time. When he saw the Lotus Fairy being beaten back to her original form, he knew that the person coming was definitely not in the Jindan realm. So he opened the 8 gates of Duinjia directly to the Death Gate without hesitation, and used the strongest physical technique Yikai to kick. The mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole is behind, but he didn't expect that there was an inconspicuous snake waiting behind the oriole. Blood Demon Disintegrate. Because he had just succeeded in the sneak attack, and put all his attention on catching Ganoderma lucidum and Linglian, the middle-aged strong demon cultivator had no time to defend or counterattack. So he had to use a life-saving spell that would seriously damage his vitality. Boom! Li Chuan kicked the middle-aged demon cultivator on the back, and the middle-aged demon cultivator did not explode like the Xianin sect elder before, but turned into a blood mist and fled, and condensed again in the sky hundreds of meters away. It's not that easy. Being able to seriously injure the Lotus Fairy with one blow, he guessed that this demon cultivator was probably in the nascent soul stage. As for whether he was a terrestrial immortal, that was not the case. If he was a terrestrial immortal, he would not have to be so sneaky. So he didn't think that his sneak attack could kill the opponent directly. Because he didn't know the opponent's intelligence and methods, he didn't dare to pursue rashly, but immediately released the state of the 8 gates. Although the perfect desperate virus allowed him to avoid death after opening the Death Gate, it would be too much of a burden on the body to open it for a long time. It is best to open it when you need it, and close it after use to let the body recover by itself. Lotus Fairy, are you okay? I was hit by his dirty blood and can't recover my human body for the time being, and I can't cast spells. A very weak voice came from the spiritual Lotus. At this time, the 7 sons in the cloud also reacted and flew to Li Chuan's side. Be careful, it's the blood god son of the Blood Demon Palace, a disciple of the Yuquan Blood Demon. He has the cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul. Chu Yuxiang looked at the middle-aged demon cultivator, who was panting in the air, and reminded Li Chuan. The blood god's son looked at Li Chuan and the others below, his eyes full of sinisterness. I didn't expect that there was actually a master hidden. I don't kill unknown people. Tell me your name. Humph, I'm a Taoist priest, and I won't change my name. Li Qifeng, if you have the guts, come down and let's fight again. Li Chuan pretended to be arrogant and said sarcastically. He wanted to provoke the other party to fight him, so that his 8 gates of Duinjia could play the greatest advantage. As an old demon who had practiced for 600 years, how could the blood god be fooled so easily? He waved his hand and said, don't be so arrogant, just a little foundation building. Try my blood river technique. Blood like a river gushed out from the blood god's body and rushed towards Li Chuan and others. Chu Yuxiang's face immediately changed when he saw this. The cultivators of the Blood Demon Palace don't use magic weapons, but only practice filthy blood. Their filthy blood can pollute people's magic weapons and melt people's flesh and blood. Junior brother Qifeng must be careful. After saying that, he summoned the little true energy that had just recovered in his body, and controlled the flying sword to block the blood river with the other 6 people. Chapter 236. The 7 sons of the cloud just killed the 9-headed demonic python, and their internal essence was insufficient. Even if they used the Big Dipper sword formation, they were soon defeated by the blood river. Even the spiritual light on the flying sword became much dimmer because of the bloody blood. The 7 sons of the cloud, if you were in your prime, you could still fight with me. Now you should stay aside honestly, otherwise don't blame me for not giving you a May face. The blood god wrapped the blood river and pressed forward step by step, with a smug smile on his face again. Although there was an accident just now, and he was attacked and hurt a lot of his vitality, the guy below was only in the foundation building stage after all. He had some strength relying on his body that he didn't know how to train, but he was restrained by his blood river formation. If the other party dared to enter the blood river, he could refine the other party directly. The reason why the Blood Demon Palace is the leader of the demon path is because the Blood Demon Great Law they practice can pollute magic weapons and physical bodies, and restrain the world's magic. Except for the Amei sword cultivators, few people in the same realm can defeat them. Most of the righteous cultivators are good at magic weapons. If the magic weapons are polluted, their strength will be directly reduced to the lowest. Most of the side door cultivators are demons. Once their true bodies and demon pills are invaded by polluted blood, their strength will basically be useless. Should I take the risk? Looking at the blood river getting closer and closer, Li Chuan hesitated. Now he has two choices. One is to use the teleportation book to teleport away with the 7 sons of the clouds, the lotus fairy, and the transformed Ganoderma. He left the space coordinates in the house he bought, so he can teleport there. This is the safest choice. The other is to open the 8 gates to the Death Gate, rely on his strong recovery ability to rush in against the blood river to attack the blood god's son. This choice is more dangerous, but the benefits are also obvious. If he wins, he can become famous in one battle, his status in the cultivator world will be greatly improved, and he will be more valued when he goes to Amei. Compared with the elder Nantong of Xianin sect, the blood god's son of the blood demon palace is much more famous. Brother Chu, does this blood god's son have any weaknesses? Seeing the blood river getting closer, Li Chuan quickly turned his head and asked Chu Yuxiang beside him. He was more inclined not to take risks, because there were many opportunities to become famous, so it was better to wait until he was stronger and more confident. But he still asked with the mentality of giving it a try. Chu Yuxiang, whose true essence had been exhausted, could no longer fly the sword. He could only hold the flying sword like other junior brothers and sisters, intending to fight to the death. When he heard Li Chuan's question, he replied without thinking, "The dirty blood of the blood demon palace is suppressed by thunder magic, but we are not good at thunder magic. Brother Qi Feng, you should escape first. Although you are only in the foundation building stage, your physical body is strong. You still have a chance to escape now." Chu Yuxiang and the others are not incapable of thunder magic, but compared to swordsmanship, their thunder magic level is probably about the same as that of ordinary foundation building cultivators. To break the blood river formation, either the thunder magic of the same level as the nascent soul stage, or at least hundreds of gened and stage cultivators working together to use thunder magic, there is a chance to break it. There are really few nascent soul cultivators who can practice thunder magic to such a powerful level in the cultivator world. Of course, if their true essence is not exhausted, the Big Dipper sword formation may not be impossible to break. The extreme Gingjin Qi of the Amei sword cultivators combined with the power of the stars will make it difficult to pollute the blood river. But now there is no chance. Although Li Chuan is strong, his strength is only in the flesh. He didn't kill him in the first sneak attack, and now there is no chance. Rather than dying here with them, it is better to take the opportunity to escape. He can also go to Amei to communicate with them, and let his senior brother and master avenge them in the future. As for the Lotus Fairy and Lingji, they are the main targets of the blood god's son, and there is no way they can escape. The weakness is the thunder method. Hearing Chu Yuxiang's words, Li Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. When fighting against the elder of Xianin sect before, because he was in a large formation, and the opponent's demon seemed to be immune to normal spells, his ninjutsu basically did not play its strength. Since the blood river formation is restrained by the thunder method, he might as well give it a try. Anyway, if it doesn't work, it won't be too late to use the teleportation book to take everyone away. Multiple shadow clone technique. After coming up with the idea, he immediately formed a seal, and used the multiple shadow clone technique to its fullest extent. In an instant, the entire top of the Zuaxian cliff was densely packed with Li Chuan shadow clones. If you count them carefully, there are probably about 500 of them. Before, his second form could release a maximum of about 300 shadow clones. Now after being injected with the desperate virus, the second form can already split into 500 shadow clones. The art of clones, a magic that scares people, dares to use it to show off. The blood god, who was in the blood river, was not surprised to see 500 Li Chuan suddenly appear below, but just smiled disdainfully. The art of clones in this world is not a profound magic, but more like an illusion, mainly used to scare people and distract the enemy's attention. There is no clone art like the One Qi transformation 3 purities, or Sun Wukong pulling out monkey hair to transform into a bunch of clones. So when the blood god saw Li Chuan transform into 500 clones, he thought he was going to use this trick to escape. In fact, when it comes down to it, the world of Shushan Zhuan is incomparable to the top mythical worlds such as Hong Wang and Journey to the West, whether it is magic or magic weapons. Thunder escaped pseudo-darkness. More than 500 physical shadow clones formed seals at the same time, and the lightning spears in the sky shot towards the blood river rushing down at them from above. Li Chuan's ninjutsu level, the power of the high-level thunder escape ninjutsu, according to the evaluation of Nantong, the elder of Xianin sect, is probably the power of the thunder method in the Jindan period. If it was just one lightning spear, even if it could restrain the dirty blood, it would at most splash a wave in the face of the surging blood river. But this was not just one spear, but more than 500 spears, and they were fired at the same time. The powerful lightning was connected into one piece, and the quantitative change led to a qualitative change. Its power was not much worse than the lightning released by the Yuanine stage cultivator, who was proficient in lightning. How could this happen? Watching the dense lightning rushing into the Blood River, large areas of Blood River sewage being purified by the extremely strong and positive lightning, the pupils of the blood god shrank sharply. He never expected that the foundation building cultivator below not only had a body comparable to that of a Yuanine-level demon beast, but could also use a strange clone technique to combine with such a powerful thunder method. If he had not been attacked by a sneak attack and the blood demon had disintegrated and his vitality had been seriously damaged, he would not have been afraid, because the blood river he used at that time was at least twice as strong as it is now. He could ignore the thunder attack and forcefully suppress it to melt everyone. However, because his vitality was seriously damaged, the endless thunder put his blood river at a disadvantage. If this continued, he might lose. I don't believe that you, a mere foundation building stage, can have so much true essence to continuously cast thunder spells. With a loud shout, Blood God's son urged all his true essence to expand the blood river again and press it down. He was a nascent soul, while the other party was just building a foundation. He didn't believe that the other party's true essence was stronger than his, and could continuously cast thunder spells. As long as the other party's true essence was exhausted, he would still be the final winner. Chapter 237. After all the calculations, he still suffered a great loss of vitality. He was only one step away from success. The blood god's son was unwilling to let this foundation establishment cultivator, whose name he had never heard of, fail. So he had to fight. At worst, he could leave with a blood escape if he lost. Thunder escape pseudo-dark. After releasing a wave of thunder escape, the shadow clones did not stop at all and immediately followed up with the second wave. And Li Chuan also secretly took out a handful of military ration pills. I don't know if I can withstand it. The chakra of each of the 500 shadow clones is naturally not that much. It is okay to use some low-level ninjutsu, but the high-level lightning escape like pseudo-darkness can only be used 10 times at most. In other words, after the 500 shadow clones have used lightning escape 10 times, they will all disappear due to the exhaustion of chakra. At that time, if the blood river has not evaporated, he can only recover chakra by eating the soldier pills and continue to release shadow clones. Although his body is strong, there is definitely a limit to the recovery of eating the soldier pills. So now he could only take a gamble. If he won, it would be the best. If he lost, he would teleport away with everyone. It seems that I am still better. After seeing Li Chuan's clones disappear collectively after 10 consecutive joint thunder attacks, the blood god suddenly laughed arrogantly. But he just laughed halfway when his eyes suddenly widened and stopped laughing, because he saw Li Chuan stuffed all the Bingyong pills in his hand into his mouth and split into 500 shadow clones again. Blood god, be careful of the strong wind and flicker your tongue. Continuing to let the shadow clone release the thunder escape, Li Chuan took out another handful of soldier pills. He definitely has enough soldier pills, but it depends on whether his body can withstand it. According to his estimate, he can only eat this 4 times at most before his body reaches its limit. Impossible, no pill can restore so much true essence at one time. When the blood god saw Li Chuan eat a handful of pills that looked like pills, he split another 500 shadow clones, and continued to output the blood river while muttering in disbelief. The pills that restore the true essence are not low-level pills, and are even rarer than the pills that increase cultivation. Imagine how huge the true essence in the body of a cultivator like him, who is in the nascent soul stage, should be after practicing for 100 years. And the pills that can restore so much true essence in an instant require very precious spiritual objects to refine. Even the energy contained in the Yuan pill that can increase cultivation is not as much as the energy in the Dantian of the cultivator's body. It is just that after taking the Yuan pill, special energy can be used to improve the Dantian and increase the upper limit of the Dantian. In addition, the true essence in each cultivator's body is different because of different cultivation methods. Even if you take a pill to restore the true essence, it takes time to convert the energy contained in it into the true essence unique to your own cultivation method. If you have this time to convert, it is better to sit down and absorb the external spiritual energy to recover, and the speed will not be much slower. If you really fight, the enemy will not be so kind as to let you absorb the pill to restore the true essence. So in fact, no one in the cultivation world refines pills to restore the true essence. This is why Blood God was so surprised when he saw Li Chuan recover immediately after taking a handful of pills. Not only was he surprised, but the 7 sons of the clouds behind Li Chuan, and the alchemy master Lotus Fairy, who had just recovered her human form and was holding a Ganoderma doll, were also almost shocked. What they didn't know was that Li Chuan was not recovering his true essence, but his chakra, and the Bingyang pills only compensated for the body's energy after eating, thereby indirectly recovering the extraction of chakra. I don't believe you have so many pills that can restore true essence. Blood God Sun still refused to give up, gritting his teeth and releasing more blood rivers. The Yuanying stage's true essence is really ridiculous. When Li Chuan ate the fourth Bingyang pill and released the shadow clone, he saw that although Blood God Sun's face was pale, he was still holding on, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seems that I can only escape first. Feeling his body begin to tremble, he knew that he had reached his limit, and should not be able to fight against Blood God Sun. So he had to explain the situation to Chu Yuxiang, and let them follow him to escape first. However, when he saw the Lotus Fairy, who had expelled the dirty blood and restored her human body, his eyes turned, and he suddenly changed his mind. The Lotus Fairy was not good at fighting, and she had just been hit by the Blood God. Even if she expelled the dirty blood and restored her human body, she could not help him fight. However, the Lotus Fairy was a master of alchemy, and could refine medicine to increase the true essence. Would there be medicine to strengthen the body? If there was medicine to strengthen the body, then his physical strength would increase, and the amount of chakra would naturally increase. At the same time, because of the increase in physical strength, he could also eat more military pills and become more durable. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that in this situation, he is fighting to protect the Lotus Fairy and Lingji, so he can get the elixir for free. No, I can't hold on any longer. Brother Qingfeng, do you have any more elixir to restore your true essence? Seeing that the fight was at a critical moment, Li Chuan did not have the magical elixir to restore his true essence, and the 7 sons of the cloud suddenly showed a look of despair. Seeing hope and then falling into despair is more despairing than falling into despair at the beginning. But they also understood that Li Chuan, as a foundation building stage, could fight with the Blood God Sun in the middle stage of the nascent soul to this extent, which was beyond their imagination, and the magical elixir that could instantly restore the true essence could not be endless. My elixir is not an elixir to restore the true essence, but a secret medicine to restore the body. To be honest, Junior Brother has a special secret technique in his memory, since he was born. This secret technique does not consume the true essence, but consumes the special power of the combination of the physical body and the soul. The kick I kicked before, and the clone I release now, the thunder method all rely on this secret technique. It's just that my physical strength has reached its limit now, and I can't continue to take the secret medicine to release the thunder method. Li Chuan reached out, and took out a handful of Bingyang pills again. After hearing Li Chuan's explanation, everyone suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Li Chuan was only in the foundation building stage, but he was so strong. It turned out that he had a special secret technique left over from his previous life. Not everyone can retain all their memories after reincarnation, especially in ancient times, when the method of reincarnation was not complete. Many ancient cultivators may only remember some fragments, or some skills and spells after reincarnation. Moreover, the time of reincarnation is not so fixed. It does not mean that you can reincarnate immediately tomorrow after you die. Some may take more than 10 years, some may take decades, and some may even take hundreds or thousands of years. The reincarnation may not be a human, but may be an animal, a flower, or a grass. Even a human may not have the talent for cultivation. And with more reincarnations, the memory will gradually decrease, and the true spirit will not be able to be maintained. Obviously, Li Chuan may be the reincarnation of an ancient cultivator, and only some special secrets are left in his memory. So as long as your body and soul become stronger, you can continue to take the secret medicine and release the thunder method. At this time, the Lotus Fairy, holding the Lingji child, suddenly stepped forward excitedly and asked Li Chuan. Li Chuan pretended to hesitate for a moment, then nodded. Although I haven't tried it, if my body is strengthened and my soul becomes stronger, maybe I can really swallow more secret medicine and continue to release the thunder method. Chapter 238. This is the bone forging pill, marrow cleansing pill, body tempering pill, spirit strengthening pill, spirit nourishing pill, and spirit replenishing pill. Hearing Li Chuan's answer, the Lotus Fairy immediately took out dozens of bottles of pills in sheep jade bottles. After the nascent soul, there is the earthly immortal, and to achieve the earthly immortal, one must go through the 49 heavenly tribulations. The physical body, the soul, and the true essence must be strong enough to survive. Therefore, generally, cultivators in the late nascent soul stage will try to refine some pills to strengthen the physical body. If they are mainly cultivating the nascent soul, they also need to refine some pills to strengthen the soul. As a master of alchemy, Lotus Fairy had prepared these early. Now that life and death were at stake, she didn't care about the preciousness of these pills, and stuffed them all into Li Chuan's hands. If the pills were gone, they could be refined again. If Li Chuan lost, all of them would die at the hands of the head of the demon cultivator, and she and her master's reincarnated Lingji would be destroyed, and there would be no chance of reincarnation. Such precious pills, Li Chuan looked at the pills in his hand. His heart was ecstatic, but on the surface, he acted embarrassed. The Lotus Fairy was so anxious that she helped Li Chuan open the bottle and poured out the pills, and put them into his mouth in order. Don't be so nagging, you are saving our lives now. Take the marrow cleansing first, then the bone strengthening. The pills immediately turned into various special energies, and began to strengthen and improve Li Chuan's body and soul. In just a few breaths, Li Chuan felt that his body and spirit, which had reached the limit due to the large amount of chakra consumption and the intake of the soldier's ration pills, began to recover rapidly. There is an indescribable feeling of comfort and refreshment all over the body, just like soaking in a hot spring in the middle of winter. This is very different from the feeling when injecting the #1 enhancer, the whole potion, and the perfect desperate warrior serum. The injection of those 3 potions is a very painful process, and you need to use your will to endure and resist. Although both are to strengthen the body, the direction of strengthening may be different due to different principles. Marvel's genetic potions are mainly to induce mutations in Li Chuan's cells, so that the body can be strengthened, so the process is more painful. The elixir in this world is to strengthen the body, and nourish the soul with special energy, so that it can slowly become stronger. This is like Western medicine and Chinese medicine, both can cure diseases, but the methods are different. Mutual assistance, but the effect is better. After taking dozens of elixirs, not only the body and mind recovered, Li Chuan clearly felt that because of the strength of the body and soul, the amount of chakra he could extract was also a little more than before. The key is that this process is still continuing, and it has not been interrupted by time. It feels that it can be strengthened for a long time. Qi Feng, after taking the pills, it will take a month for the effects to be fully released, but you have taken a lot of different types, so it should be effective now. After feeding all the pills to Li Chuan, Lotus Fairy explained. These are the pills used by Yuanying stage cultivators to strengthen their bodies and spirits. Naturally, it is impossible to absorb them all at once, and it takes some time to adapt and buffer. The righteous way of practice and pills have always been about gradual and steady improvement, and only the evil way will do it regardless of everything. Multiple shadow clone technique. When the 500 shadow clones disappeared again, Li Chuan felt that his body could extract chakra again because of the elixir, so he did not even take the Bing Yang pill, and he formed a seal again to release the shadow clones. This time, the number of shadow clones increased from 500 to 550, 50 more than before. How could this happen? The blood godson, who was gritting his teeth in the air, was not calm again when he saw the situation below. This clone just consumed and reappeared, which could be explained by the recovery of the true essence, but now this clone has consumed and reappeared, but it has become more. What's going on? Even if he took a pill that increased his cultivation, it would not be absorbed so quickly. However, what happened next made him even more frightened, because after the wave of 550 ended, it actually rose to 570, and after 570 ended, it rose to 600. Humph, today I will let you guys go for the sake of Master Baimei, and I will not hold back next time we meet. Seeing that his true energy was about to run out, and the foundation building cultivator below was getting more and more powerful, Blood God's son left a cruel word, put away the blood river, and escaped directly. The devil doesn't care about face. Since there is no chance of winning, it is definitely the best policy to run away. At worst, they can find a chance to take revenge after they recover their vitality. The 7 sons of the clouds and the Lotus Fairy breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the Blood God's son escape. Who wants to die if they can live? This trip is really a big profit. When Li Chuan saw the Blood God's son escape, he did not teleport to chase him, but just sighed in secret with joy. After all, he is the disciple of the Yuquan blood demon. If he really kills the Yuquan blood demon and makes trouble for him, he doesn't have the support of Baimei behind him. This is the best way for now. Not only did he make friends with the 7 sons of the clouds and the Lotus Fairy, but he also got the elixir, which improved his body and spirit. He is now looking forward to how much his body will grow after absorbing all the dozens of elixirs in a month. Brother Qi Feng, I didn't expect you to be able to repel the blood god. After everything was over, the 7 sons of the clouds looked at Li Chuan with admiration in their eyes. This time, they almost didn't play any role in forcing the blood god to retreat. It was all thanks to Li Chuan's sneak attack at the beginning, plus the continuous thunder attack later. The battle between the Foundation building and the nascent soul of the Blood Demon Palace, is unheard of in the history of the entire cultivator world. Brother, sisters, you are too kind. These are just secret techniques. No matter how strong you are, they are useless. I am still just building the foundation. If I cannot become a celestial being, I cannot live forever. Everything is false. Li Chuan waved his hand with a humble look on his face. In fact, this is true. In this world, only by becoming a celestial being and ascending to the upper realm can one live forever. Otherwise, if you just start practicing, although you can increase your lifespan, there will still be a limit on your lifespan. Normal human cultivators have a lifespan of 150 years for foundation building, 500 years for Dan formation, 1,000 years for yuanying, and 3,000 years for earthly immortals. If they have not broken through at the end of their lifespan, they can only choose to dissolve their weapons and start over. For monsters, it is not fixed, and the lifespans of different monsters are also different. If there were no lifespan restrictions, there would not be so few yuanying and earthly immortals in the world of cultivators. Therefore, for many cultivators, the matter of cultivation should also be carefully considered. Spending more time on cultivating skills can help you break through the realm faster and increase your lifespan, but if you ignore the cultivation of skills, you will be at a disadvantage in fighting. If you spend too much time on skills, you will be powerful in fighting, but if you don't break through the realm by the time, everything is empty. Chapter 239. In order to not affect the improvement of cultivation, and have a certain ability to protect the way, most cultivators will spend extra time on refining magic weapons, because this is the most cost-effective. This also leads to the fact that most cultivators below the nascent soul stage in this world are not very good at magic. Some of them are not good at cultivation and slow, and in order to break through the realm, they don't even refine magic weapons, but only practice the skills. Only when you reach the nascent soul stage and are ready to pass the 49th heavenly tribulation, will you study various spells, refine more magic weapons, or learn to make pills, etc. Otherwise, with only a nascent soul realm cultivation, it would be a joke to survive the 49 heavenly tribulations. Therefore, in this world, cultivators below the nascent soul realm are actually rare, and those above the nascent soul realm, especially those in the middle and late stages, are definitely not too bad. If Li Chuan could defeat the blood god's son in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, he would have a place in the entire cultivator world. After confirming that the blood god's son had really left, everyone temporarily returned to the Lotus Fairy's medicine garden on the mountainside. The 7 sons of the clouds closed their eyes and meditated in the house to recover their true essence, while Li Chuan and the Lotus Fairy took the Ganoderma Lucidum boy to guard outside. Qi Feng, thanks to you this time, I still have 2 bottles of Xingyuan Dan. Wait until the power of the pills you took before is completely digested before taking them. Twice a year, 1 pill each time. After 4 years of taking them, you should be able to form a pill. In front of the stone table in the medicine garden, the Lotus Fairy first brewed a cup of medicinal tea for Li Chuan that could prolong his life, and then took out 2 bottles of pills and handed them over. The 7 sons of Yunzhong were invited to kill the 9-headed demon python. She gave each of them a bottle of Xingyuan Dan as a reward. Li Chuan defeated the blood god and saved her and Lingji's lives. 2 bottles of Xingyuan Dan were really nothing. If she hadn't only had 2 bottles of Xingyuan Dan left, she might have given them all to Li Chuan. In fact, Li Chuan didn't suffer any loss. He had previously eaten dozens of bottles of pills collected by the Lotus Fairy for overcoming the 49th heavenly tribulation. Fairy, you are so polite. You are my master's friend, and it is my duty to help you. How can I accept your pills again? Li Chuan looked righteous, but he had no intention of handing back the 2 bottles of Xingyuan Dan. The pills must be accepted, but polite words cannot be ignored. Whether as a human or a cultivator, it is always right to be more tactful. Seeing this, the Lotus Fairy just smiled. She knew how tempting pills, like Xingyuan pills, were to the cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, and she really took them out of sincere gratitude. Keep them. I spend more time to find the herbs and slowly refine them. After hearing what the Lotus Fairy said, Li Chuan was no longer polite, and put the pills into his small cloth bag. In fact, after the cultivators he had contacted in the past 2 days, he found that whether it was the demon cultivators, the 7 sons of the clouds, or the alchemy master Lotus Fairy, they didn't seem to have equipment that could store things. Originally, he thought that it was because Xiaoyu Mountain was a small sect that Li Qifeng had no storage equipment. After a long time, he found out that this world had none. The Lotus Fairy could take out dozens of bottles of elixirs at once, not because she had any storage rings or something like that, but because she was born with a little magical power as a spiritual lotus. As for those magic weapons, they can be stored in the Dantian after refining, and no storage equipment is needed. It can only be said that each world has its own development. The cultivators in this world have not developed that aspect. They mainly do not eat or drink, and basically practice in the mountains most of the time. They really don't need to bring anything when they go out. Around dusk, the 7 sons of the clouds finally recovered all their true energy and walked out of the medicine garden. After a round of greetings, the eldest brother Chu Yuxiang advised the Lotus Fairy, "Fairy, although we have repelled the blood god's son, he will not let it go after suffering this loss. When we leave, he may come back for revenge. So why don't you go to Mei with us for a while? No matter how arrogant the blood god's son is, he will not dare to come to Mei to act recklessly. Will this disturb us?" The Lotus Fairy showed hesitation. She knew that what Chu Yuxiang said made sense. She was alone before, and she had the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. Even if she couldn't beat the blood god, she could still escape. But now she has to take care of the Lingji boy who has just transformed. If the blood god recovers from his injuries, and comes back to attack her and Lingji, it will be very dangerous. She hesitated because she couldn't bear to leave Zuaxian Cliff, the place where she and her master had spent the good years together, and she had already gotten used to it. Mei is safe, but after all, it is an other sex, and it is not as comfortable as other sex. Of course not. If the master knew that you came to Mei, he would be very happy. Chu Yuxiang patted his chest and guaranteed. If it were other cultivators, they would not be able to enter Mei easily, but Lotus Fairy is different. She is a master of alchemy. Having her in Mei will only benefit Mei disciples. After the agreement, Lotus Fairy picked the precious herbs in the medicine garden, temporarily closed the medicine garden with a magic circle, and hung a sign outside that said, "Going out to visit friends' sign. Let's go!" After finishing everything, the Lotus Fairy released a magic weapon in the shape of a lotus platform, holding the Lingji boy and jumping on it, while Li Chuan still came to Shangguan Qian's side. Pinching the magic formula, in a flash of light, everyone left Zuaxian Cliff and flew toward Shushan. Zuaxian Cliff is very far away from Shushan, because they were not in a hurry to travel, so everyone did not fly very fast. In the early morning of the next day, when the sun just rose, they flew to the front of Mei's sect. Magnificent. The moment he saw the Mei sect, Li Chuan couldn't help but sigh. Like Zuaxian Cliff, the entire Mei sect floated in the air about 3,500 meters above the ground, shrouded in a mist that looked like fairy air. But compared to Zuaxian Cliff, which was just a lonely hill, the Mei sect was at least 10 times larger. In addition to the main peak, there were more than a dozen hills of varying sizes that were no less than Zuaxian Cliff, like the moon surrounded by stars. That was not all. Almost every mountain had many pavilions and towers that looked very exquisite, various magnificent halls, and long corridors connecting the mountains. A few hundred meters below the main peak is the top of the real Mount Mei, which is 3,000 meters high. Under the rising sun, the entire Mount Mei, together with the floating mountain of the Mei sect, looks particularly spectacular. Brother Qifeng, look, that is the Sword Mountain, that is the mountain where the disciples practice, that is the mountain where the master practices, and that is the main hall. Every month we practice sword control in the square in front of the main hall. Look, senior brother Danchinzi is here today too. Let me tell you, senior brother Danchinzi is a terrestrial immortal. In the process of flying into the main peak of Mei, Shangguan Qian chattered and introduced everything without Li Chuan asking. Chapter 240. No wonder it is called the first major sect of the righteous path. After listening to Shangguan Qian's introduction, Li Chuan finally had a clear understanding of the true strength of Mei. The head of Mei, by Mei Zhenren, is at the peak of earthly immortals. He can break through the heavenly immortal realm and ascend to the upper realm at any time if he wants to. His magic weapon, Haotian Mirror, is known as the first magic weapon in the lower realm. The eldest brother, Danchinzi, is at the early stage of earthly immortals. His magic weapon, Feidao Wing, is composed of tens of thousands of small flying knives similar to flying swords. The flying speed is far beyond the normal sword escape. The full burst is equivalent to controlling tens of thousands of flying swords to attack at the same time, and the power is extremely terrifying. Senior sister Lingqi, at the peak of the nascent soul stage, is the owner of the Heavenly Strike Sword, one of the strongest twin swords of Heavenly Thunder in Mei. Because of the blessing of the Heavenly Strike Sword, her real combat power is not inferior to that of the earthly immortals, who has survived the 49th heavenly tribulation. However, Li Chuan knew that Li Yingqi was actually reshaped by Master Bai Mei using the ashes of Master Gu Yu, the head of Kunlun, who was killed by the Yuquan blood demon 197 years ago, using a special secret method. Because Master Gu Yu was killed by Yuquan, he could not be reincarnated, and Master Bai Mei was just looking for the owner of the twin swords of heavenly thunder for a Mei. So when he arrived at Kunlun and found Gu Yu's residual soul, he took it back and used it. Master Gu Yu, as the head of Kunlun, also has the cultivation level of the middle stage of earthly immortals. Those who can cultivate to the earthly immortal realm are all people with extraordinary talents, and their aptitude will naturally not be bad after the remodeling. This is indeed the case. After the remodeling, Li Yingqi cultivated to the peak of the nascent soul in less than 200 years. The second senior brother Chong Kong Wuji, another cultivation genius found by Bai Mei in the world after the remodeling of Li Yingqi, inherited the other Lei Yin sword of the Tianlei twin swords, and the cultivation level of the peak of the nascent soul, and his strength is comparable to Li Yingqi. The third senior brother Duan Lei, in the early stage of the nascent soul, is good at the tie-splitting sword. He can instantly transform a flying sword into dozens of swords to form a sword wheel attack, which increases the power tenfold. He once killed a demon cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul with this sword technique. The 7 sons of Yunzhong are all at the peak of Jin Dan. Among the 300 Qincheng disciples, there are 30 disciples at the early and middle stages of Jin Dan, and 270 disciples at the foundation building stage. In contrast, the Zayas Hushan sect that Li Chuan inherited, called Li Qinshan, has a total of 10 people. The strongest Taoist Qinzhu is only at the peak of Jin Dan, and the rest are at the foundation building stage. It's really weak. In terms of combat power, I'm afraid that Taoist Qinzhu's combat power is about the same as a disciple at the middle stage of Jin Dan among the 300 Qincheng disciples. With the actual combat power of Mei sword cultivators, as long as they do not cross a major realm, fighting across realms is basic training, especially when they are below the nascent soul stage. It is junior brother Chu and the others who have returned. I wonder if their trip was smooth. The eldest senior brother Dan Chinzi was supervising the junior brothers to practice sword control. He saw the 7 sons of the cloud coming back from afar, and said to Li Yingqi and others beside him, "Hey, the Lotus Fairy is here too." But soon, he saw the Lotus Fairy following the 7 sons of the cloud. There is another fellow Taoist from another sect, who is in the foundation building stage. Big brother, big sister, second brother, third brother. After landing in the square, the 7 sons of Yunzhong bowed to their 4 brothers and sisters in unison. After a brief greeting, before the 7 sons of Yunzhong could tell about their experience, a 1,000-meter-high phantom suddenly rose in the ancient hall behind them. The phantom had white eyebrows and a kind face, but the aura it exuded made Li Chuan feel very nervous. It was an instinctive reaction caused by a huge gap in strength. His intuition told him that if he fought with Bai Mei, no matter what means he used, he would probably be beaten to ashes in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Yes, even if he used all means now, he could only tie with the blood god's son in the middle stage of the nascent soul, and that was because he had hurt the opponent's vitality by sneak attacking him at the beginning. And Bai Mei Jinren was at the peak of the earthly immortal, and could break through to the heavenly immortal, and ascend to heaven at any time. The gap was probably like the current gap between him and an ordinary person. "Greetings, master." Seeing the 1,000-meter-high phantom behind them, all the Amei disciples shouted respectfully. The phantom smiled and nodded, then lowered his head to look at the 7 sons of Yunzhong. 7 sons of Yunzhong, I think something went wrong on this trip. Tell me what happened. The eldest brother Chu Yuxiang stepped forward and respectfully told them everything, including the encounter with Li Chuan and the elders of Xianyin sect fighting, the companions going to Zuixian Cliff to kill the monster, the sneak attack by the blood god's son, and finally being beaten back by Li Chuan. After listening to Chu Yuxiang's narration, everyone did not focus on the Lotus Fairy and the Ganoderma Lycidum boy, but all looked at Li Chuan standing there with surprise. Li Qifeng, a foundation-building cultivator from Shaozhu Mountain, actually defeated the blood god's son, a disciple of the Blood Demon Palace's Yuquan Old Demon. This is really surprising. You know, the blood god's son is a real master who can fight their third senior brother Duan Lei on equal terms. Moreover, the leader of the Songzhan sect, who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, was refined by the blood river and his soul was destroyed when he was fighting with the blood god 10 years ago. Fairy Lotus, you can stay at Xiaoye Peak. If you need anything, you can find Tianji Sword Master Li Yingqi. Master Bai Mei looked at Fairy Lotus and smiled. He was naturally very willing to have such a master of alchemy stay at Amei. Fairy Lotus held Lingji boy and bent over. Thank you, Master Baimei. Master Baimei nodded and looked at Li Chuan again. Daoist friend Li Qifeng from Xiaoyu Mountain. Thank you for your help to the 7 Sons of the Clouds. A Mei sect welcomes you to visit at any time. Let the 7 Sons of the Clouds take you to Luyan Peak later. You can choose a courtyard to live and practice. Although it was because of the secret method in the memory of the previous life, the foundation building battle was indeed extraordinary. It was naturally a good thing for a Mei to make friends with such a righteous friend, and he also saved the lives of the 7 sons of Yunzhong. Hearing the words of the White Eyebrow Immortal, Li Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he bowed like the Lotus Fairy. Thank you, White Eyebrow Immortal. In the words of the White Eyebrow Immortal, it seemed that he did not give him anything valuable as a reward, but in fact, just a villa in Luyan Peak was already a very high reward. Luyan Peak is the mountain where the 7 Sons of the Clouds practiced. Letting him choose a special courtyard to live and practice, the underlying meaning is to give him the right to practice and live in a Mei sect forever. As the largest sect of the righteous way, the ability of the mountain where a Mei sect is located to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is the strongest in the world. Practicing on the peak of a Mei for 1 year is comparable to practicing in the mortal world for 10 years. So this reward is not low, much more precious than giving away magic weapons and flying swords. After all, only by breaking through the realm can you increase your lifespan, and compared to other places, Mount Amei is absolutely safe. It is impossible for you to be suddenly attacked by monsters and demons when you are practicing at the critical moment. Of course, at least the first 3 years of the Yuquan blood demon's attack on Amei were safe. Chapter 241. Amei Sect, Luyan Peak, 1 month later. Finally, I have absorbed all the power of the pills that strengthen my body and my soul. Inside the wooden box that he had transformed with the traceless stretching spell, Li Chuan, who was in the second form, formed seals with his hands, multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, 1,000 shadow clones appeared beside him. After taking all the pills that the Lotus Fairy used to overcome the tribulation at Zuaxian Cliff, after a month, he finally absorbed all the power of the pills, and all aspects of his body had a huge improvement. First, the physical strength has increased by about 50% compared to before. His physical body is far superior to the cultivators in this world, and a 50% improvement has exceeded his expectations. Even without opening the 8 gates, just relying on the second form, he should be able to compete with the demon beasts in the nascent soul stage. Secondly, the amount of chakra. Before, his limit was 500 shadow clones, but now, he can split 1,000, and the amount of chakra has increased significantly. Finally, the soul, that is, the spirit and soul, the improvement of the soul makes him feel that the essence of his soul has been improved, and his mental strength has also been significantly enhanced. The effect reflected by this is that he can control magic more freely, and can even cast most magic easily without a wand. The blood of a wizard is innate, but if the spirit and soul are improved, it will also be of great benefit to casting spells. Overall, if he meets the Blood God Son again now, he may not need to sneak attack or take the ration pills, and can fight him head-on to a draw. Because of the rich spiritual energy of Amei and his special body, he can cultivate at the speed of absorbing spiritual energy at the peak of foundation building. In just 1 month, he has a faint feeling of approaching the middle stage of foundation building. At that time, the Lotus Fairy gave him 2 bottles of Xingyuan Dan, for pills in each bottle, and told him to take 1 pill twice a year. After 4 years of taking it, he would most likely enter the Danjia state. But that was the advice given by the Lotus Fairy according to ordinary cultivators in the early stage of foundation building. In fact, with Li Chuan's body's absorption speed, this time can be greatly shortened. In addition, in Amei, a place with rich spiritual energy, combined with his already exaggerated spiritual energy absorption speed, he may not even need to take 8 pills to form a Dan. First form the Dan, and then consider other things after forming the Dan. After roughly checking his body, Li Chuan crossed his legs and entered into a state of meditation, practicing the Shangqing Dadong Sutra, and threw a pill of Xingyuan pill into his mouth. The foundation is 150 years old, and the Dan is 500 years old. With a lifespan of 500 years, he doesn't have to worry about the problem of physical aging when traveling between small worlds. So the most important thing he needs to do next is to practice hard to break through to the Dan stage and increase his lifespan. As for the invasion of the Nether Spring Blood Demon, it should take nearly 3 years, so there is no rush. So just like that, time flies, and 2 years have passed quickly. When a monk is in meditation and practicing, a few years really just pass in the blink of an eye, and it is difficult to feel the passage of time. This is why some monks are hundreds of years old, but their mentality is still very young. People's mentality will age, partly due to physical aging and partly due to life experience. However, monks' bodies will not age, and most of the time they are in meditation and practicing the exercises. Without any life experience, how can their mentality age? This is why some cultivators sometimes go down the mountain to travel in the mortal world. On the one hand, it is to enrich their own experience, and on the other hand, it is to find some disciples with good cultivation talents to bring into the sect. As for why they want to enrich their life experience instead of staying in the mountains to practice hard, this has to do with the 49 days of tribulation that the Yuan stage must go through to break through the earthly immortal. In the past 2 years, in addition to practicing in meditation, Li Chuan also came out to make friends with the Mei disciples. From the eldest brother Dan Chenzi to the 300 Qingcheng disciples, he did not let any of them go. Because he defeated the blood god and saved the lives of the 7 sons of the cloud, everyone in Mei was very friendly to him. The only person he didn't have the chance to meet was the White Eyebrow Immortal. The White Eyebrow Immortal needed to suppress his breakthrough in cultivation, and generally would not show up unless something major happened. It was also because of the communication with the Mei disciples that he gained more common sense and knowledge about cultivation. The gap between the big sects and the small sects is not only in spiritual energy, skills and cultivation qualifications, but also in some information about cultivation. The earthly immortals of the big sects have basically never been out of the nascent soul stage, and even the heavenly immortals may appear once every few thousand years, while the highest stage of the small sects is the golden core stage. So how can they know the common sense of the nascent soul and earthly immortals in such detail? This is like the mortal world. Some children born in poverty, they come out to work in factories, which is the only way they know to make money. And some children with connections in the city, because of the connections and knowledge of relatives and friends, will have many more choices, and the gap will be widened. The information that Li Chuan found about overcoming the 49th heaven tribulation from Li Qingfeng's memory was very vague. It was probably about having strong strength, powerful magic weapons, and rich true essence. In fact, in addition to these, the physical body cannot be weak, the soul must reach a certain level, and the most important thing is experience. Because when overcoming the 49th heaven tribulation, in addition to various external dangers, the cultivator, who is overcoming the tribulation, will also fall into various illusions in his heart. If he does not have enough experience and life experience to see through the illusion, he may be trapped in the illusion forever. At that time, the tribulation will naturally fail, and the body will die, and there will be no chance of reincarnation. Reincarnation can only be achieved when the 49th heavenly tribulation has not yet begun, and one has a premonition that he may not be able to survive. However, after reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage, who is willing to give up the tribulation and seek an unknown afterlife? Moreover, no cultivator in this world is so sure before the tribulation, and everyone is determined to die if they fail. Without this determination, there is no need to think about the tribulation. Therefore, in order to become an earthly immortal, it is a necessary process to go to the mortal world for training, and some people even go through it more than once. As for when to go for training, some choose to go earlier in the foundation building period. The closer they are to mortals, the more they can experience a different life. Some choose to go after the Dan stage, or even the nascent soul stage, which is safer. However, as long as you go for training, you will be contaminated by cause and effect, which is a headache for the earthly immortal realm. Most of the cultivators in the earthly immortal realm are trapped in the earthly immortal realm because they have passed the desired test and the emotional test. They have rich experience in the human world, which leads to many emotions and entanglements in their hearts that cannot be cut off. To cut off emotions does not mean to kill the other party, because in fact, most of the mortals involved have died because of their lifespan. The main thing is to free and let go of your heart. Some people just can't let go of those people and things in their hearts, and they will never be able to break through to the heavenly immortal realm. Chapter 242. Among these emotions, the most deadly one is love. Once you fall into it, it will be difficult to obtain the heavenly immortal realm. There are very few cultivators who can see through love. It is the most deadly poison on the path of immortality for cultivators. The cultivators affectionately call it the love tribulation. Just like Cheng Xianfeng, the third, and Qin Ruofei, the fourth of the 7 sons of Yunzhong, who clearly knew that love was the biggest obstacle to their cultivation of heavenly immortals, but still chose to become Taoist couples. This is the horror of love. Although they clearly know that it will hinder the great way, they are still willing to accept it and go through fire and water. The key is that even if you forcefully separate the two, you can't. As long as you have each other in your heart, as long as you are moved, even if it is unrequited love, you are trapped in the tribulation of love. And even if there are problems in the relationship later, it is still the same. For example, if two people who originally formed a Taoist couple turn hatred and resentment out of love, then this hatred and resentment are also a tribulation of love, unless the two people completely let go of this relationship and have no worries. Otherwise, they will always be in the tribulation of love, unable to break through to become a celestial being and ascend to the upper realm, and unable to obtain true immortality. Therefore, you can only rely on yourself to overcome the emotional calamity, and no one can help you. If the elders of the sect find that the disciples are trapped in the emotional calamity, they will only sigh and will not stop them. It is useless to stop them, but it will make things worse. Besides, only when you reach the earthly immortal realm can you consider the emotional calamity, and how many people can cultivate to the earthly immortal realm. If you really can't get rid of the emotional calamity, you can also choose to reincarnate, but even if you reincarnate, it is easy to fall into the emotional calamity again because of the memory. It is not easy to practice, and it is even more difficult to want to live forever. In this world, it is really possible for a cultivator who can ascend to the upper realm and become a celestial immortal to appear once in thousands of years. There are countless people with extraordinary talents, but talent has nothing to do with earthly immortals. After swallowing a golden pill, I realized that my fate is not determined by heaven. Li Chuan used the method of forming a pill recorded in the Shengqing Dadong Sutra while entering into a state of meditation, and quickly rotated the full true essence in the dantian to begin to condense the golden pill. Under the rules of heaven in this world, except for the 49th heavenly tribulation and the emotional barrier, there is no such thing as a state of being stuck in foundation building, forming a pill, and nascent soul. As long as you have enough true essence accumulated, you can naturally form a pill and transform into a nascent soul. There won't be a person who reaches the peak of foundation building at the age of 100, and then because of poor aptitude and lack of enlightenment, he will be stuck and unable to form a pill, and die at the age of 150. The aptitude of cultivation in this world simply refers to the efficiency of the body's absorption of spiritual energy. Under the same conditions, those with high efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy have good aptitude, and those with low absorption efficiency have poor aptitude. A disciple with good aptitude can form a pill in 100 years, while a disciple with poor aptitude will not rest for 150 years, nor learn magic, nor refine magic weapons, but will absorb spiritual energy wholeheartedly, but will have poor efficiency, and the accumulation of true essence will not meet the conditions for forming a pill, so he will not be able to form a pill. Most mortals in the world are like this. Even if they use the best skills, they cannot enter the Danjia realm anime, where the spiritual energy is the most concentrated. Unless they have a chance encounter, get natural treasures to improve their physical condition, or take precious pills such as Yuan pills for a long time. Condition for me. With a loud shout, Li Chuan's body was like a vortex of spiritual energy, madly absorbing the rich spiritual energy of Ame, and then turning it into true energy to replenish Dantian, so that the true energy in the Dantian in liquid slowly turned into a spinning golden pill. At the moment when the golden elixir was formed, a force of heaven that belonged to this world silently poured into his body, causing his life essence to undergo an unknown transition and greatly increasing his lifespan. This is the golden elixir realm. It is indeed different. After roughly feeling the energy contained in the golden elixir, Li Chuan slowly opened his eyes. No wonder it is common for cultivators to win in battles across realms, but it is rare to win in battles across a major realm. The quality and quantity of the true essence of this Jindan realm is completely incomparable to the foundation building stage. If the amount of true essence in the middle stage of foundation building is 5 times that of the early stage of foundation building, and the amount of true essence in the peak stage of foundation building is 10 times that of the middle stage of foundation building, then the amount of true essence that can be output after condensing into a solid golden elixir is 100 times that of the peak stage of foundation building. If it is just more true essence, it is nothing, at most it can last longer. The key is that the quality of the true essence of the solid golden elixir is much stronger than the true essence of the liquid in the foundation building stage. With the same spells, the same magic weapon, and the same amount of true essence, the spells and magic weapons of the Jindan stage are completely defeated by the foundation building stage. That's why it was so shocking that he defeated the Yuaning stage in the foundation building stage, crossing 2 major realms. It's time to go back to the sect. After successfully forming the elixir, Li Chuan simply packed up and prepared to temporarily leave Ame and return to Shaozhou Mountain. Although Shaozhou Mountain is a small sect, it has a long history, various spells, formations and other things, and there are still many things he can learn. Ame Mountain does have a high concentration of spiritual energy, but he is not an Ame disciple. No matter how good the relationship is, it is impossible for him to learn Ame's spells and sword controlling techniques, at least for the time being. In addition, when Li Qingfeng went down the mountain to visit his relatives and end his earthly ties, he agreed with his master, Taoist Qingju, that the time was 2 years, and now it has exceeded more than 2 months. Congratulations to junior brother Qingfeng for forming the golden elixir. As soon as Li Chuan opened the door and walked out of the yard, he heard a bunch of congratulatory voices. He looked carefully and saw that it was the 7 sons of Yunzhong who had the best relationship with him in the entire Ame sect. It turned out that the 7 people were all experienced people. As soon as they saw the spiritual energy in Li Chuan's yard, they knew that Li Chuan had formed the elixir. So they came out of their own yard in advance and came to Li Chuan to prepare to congratulate him. Originally, they thought that Li Chuan inherited the secret method from his previous life and could exert the fighting power of the nascent soul in the foundation building period, which was already very amazing. They didn't expect that Li Chuan's cultivation aptitude was also so terrifying. Even with the yuan-enhancing pill given by the Lotus Fairy, it took 2 years from the initial stage of foundation building to the formation of the pill, which proved that his cultivation talent was extraordinary. It is also thanks to the pill given by the Lotus Fairy and the White Eyebrow Immortal that I can practice here. Li Chuan replied modestly, and then said, Junior brother has been traveling outside for 2 years. Now he has formed a golden pill, and has made some achievements. He will return to the sect to report to the master. Please help pass on the message to the White Eyebrow Immortal. What, junior brother, are you leaving Ame? After hearing Li Chuan's words, Chu Yuxiang hadn't spoken yet, but Shang Wanqian became nervous. Li Chuan smiled and said, Sister, I'm only leaving for a few months. The rich spiritual energy in Ame is beneficial for cultivation. After reporting to Master, you still have the nerve to come and bother me. Junior brother, please do as you please. Master has already instructed that you can enter and leave Ame at any time without reporting to him. Chu Yuxiang looked at Shang Wanqian with a meaningful look and then explained to Li Chuan. Then junior brother will leave first. Li Chuan did not waste time and released the red spirit fire bead that had been nurtured in Dantian, which turned into a red light and disappeared in the yard. Chapter 243. Junior sister, everyone has left. Why are you still looking? After Li Chuanfei left, Qin Ruohua came behind Shang Wanqian and leaned over to tease her in her ear. Shang Wanqian, who was originally in a daze, jumped on the spot and then blushed. Who looked, I was just thinking about something. Junior sister, you are not really attracted to junior brother Qingfeng, are you? Qin Ruohua's face became a little serious. As someone who has been deeply involved in the tribulation of love, from Shang Wanqian's performance just now, how could she not see that Shang Wanqian was not right? Shang Wanqian blushed, but did not deny. I just think junior brother Qingfeng is very special, different from the senior brothers and junior brothers on the mountain. Junior sister, you have to think clearly. Once you fall into the love tribulation, it will be difficult to ascend to immortality. At this time, Cheng Xiefeng also came over. He and Qin Ruohua were already deeply trapped in the love tribulation, but this kind of thing is not a good thing for cultivators. So what? There are so many cultivators in the major sects, and how many can achieve immortality and ascend to immortality? Instead of seeking immortality, I envy you, senior brother and sister. Shang Wanqian said indifferently. At this time, the most thoughtful elder Chu Yuxiang spoke up to remind her, Junior sister, many cultivators find it difficult to escape from the love tribulation, so you don't have to worry too much. Besides, junior brother Qifeng is indeed very good and a good choice. But I want to remind you that junior brother Qifeng seems to be very serious about cultivation, so you should be prepared in your heart. Since Shang Wanqian has already fallen in love, there is no need to persuade her. This kind of thing cannot be stopped, and stopping it will only backfire. The key is that this is probably a one-sided love. Brother, I know that I just have a good impression, but I am not deeply involved. If we are not in love, how can we spend the rest of our lives together? There is no need to force it. Junior sister is not someone who likes to entangle. Shang Wanqian heard this, and replied decisively. As an Ame sword cultivator, she has her own pride in her heart, and is not that kind of little woman. At the same time, Li Chuan flew out of the Ame area on the red spirit fire pearl, quickly landed in a forest, and took out the teleportation book. The pages of the book fluttered, and his figure also crossed the space, and returned to the small courtyard he had bought in the mortal town before. Before returning to Shaoyu Mountain, he had one more thing to do. That was to try the immortal mode. In fact, He had planned to try this after he cultivated a part of the true essence before, but because he had just refined the magic weapon Red Spirit Fire Pearl during the experiment, he happened to meet the elder of Xianin's sect, who came to seek revenge. After killing the elder of Xianin's sect, he met the 7 sons of Yunzhong, and then went to Zuixian Cliff in Amei. There are so many masters in Amei, and there are also people like Baimei Jinren, who are at the peak of earthly immortals. He dare not try the sage mode. If something goes wrong, he will be regarded as an evil demon. Now that he has left Amei, he can take the opportunity to try it. As for the sage mode, we have to start from the world of Naruto. The world where Naruto lives is not actually a round sky and a square earth, but a planet. There is also a universe outside that planet, and there are other lives. The most powerful alien life is the Otsutsuki clan. The members of this race are born with strong strength. They do not need to practice like ordinary people. They use the wedge to reincarnate and revive, and are beyond death. They look for planets with life in the universe, and then send members to plant the cubs of the 10 tails on the planets, turning them into sacred trees to absorb the energy of the entire planet, and finally bear fruit. They swallow the fruit to complete their evolution. Kagaya Otsutsuki is one of the members sent by the Otsutsuki clan to perform tasks after discovering the Earth, but he fell in love with the humans on Earth in the process. Chakra was created by Kagaya Otsutsuki's son, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, also known as the Sage of 6 Paths, because he saw that humans could not use magic, so he used natural energy and studied the sacred tree and was inspired to create it. Chakra energy is generated by combining the body and mind, and then released through seals. In fact, before Kagaya Otsutsuki came to Earth with the sacred tree, there were people on Earth who could use magic, but they were relatively few. For example, shrine maidens, cults, the 3 blessed places, and various gods. It's just that after the emergence of chakra, it became more convenient and more popular, and finally gradually replaced some more difficult ways of practicing magic with natural energy. However, the 3 major blessed places, Mayaboku Mountain, Ryuchi Cave, and Wet Bone Forest, found that if the natural energy they practiced was combined with chakra, a more powerful energy would be born, which is the so-called sage mode. The characteristics and functions of the sage mode displayed by absorbing different types of natural energy will also be different. The eyes of the sage mode of Mayaboku Mountain become horizontal pupils, and yellow eyeshadow appears, which looks like toad eyes. The eyes of the sage mode of Ryuchi Cave become vertical pupils, purple eyeshadow appears, and horns grow on the head, which looks like snake eyes. The sage mode of Wet Bone Forest has black stripes around the corners of the eyes, a black bull's eye on the forehead, and yellow pupils on the outside and black inside. The common characteristics of the 3 sage modes are that the chakra is greatly improved, all the ninjutsu, taijutsu and genjutsu used are greatly improved, the 5 senses are greatly improved, and the body's recovery ability is greatly improved. Li Chuan does not know the details of the 3 blessed places to practice the sage mode, but the fire temple where he is, the sage clan's talents are actually a super simplified version of the sage mode. Because the talent of the immortals is also a special chakra produced by combining chakra with a little bit of natural energy. However, the 3 blessed places have a lot of chakra, and if one fails to practice the sage mode, he will die directly. The talent of the immortals only combines a little bit of natural energy, which greatly improves the safety level, but the power of the sage mode is gone, and it only has the function of strengthening physical skills. As for the natural energy of the 3 blessed places, he has the purest true essence of Taoism condensed by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the effect is not bad. The main thing is that the true essence belongs to him, and is completely under his control. It is not as violent as natural energy. He can try to merge with chakra in large quantities, and there will be no danger even if it fails. The method is there, the energy is there, and now all that is missing is to try. Sitting cross-legged in the room, Li Chuan first extracted physical and mental power using the method of the fire temple, and then slowly guided the golden elixir in the dantian to release the Taoist true essence and began to try to merge with it. Boom! After a moment, a strong momentum suddenly emanated from Li Chuan's body. It worked. Feeling his body undergo a dramatic change, he knew that this attempt should be successful. He took out a mirror, and saw that his appearance had not changed much, but the pupils of his 2 eyes had changed from pure black to the shape of a yin-yang fish. Could this be the legendary yin-yang eyes? Chapter 244. I don't know if this yin-yang eye has any special use. Looking at his changing pupils in the mirror, Li Chuan muttered, and then began to test the effect of a sage mode combined with Taoist Xinyuan. It was basically the same as the sage mode he knew. The amount of chakra was greatly increased, and the physical body was also strengthened a lot under the blessing of the Sage Mode chakra, and the 5 senses became more sensitive. And the power of the ninjutsu and Taoist spells used was enhanced. The only thing that is still a little unclear is the eyes that have become the yin-yang fish. He can feel that the eyes seem to have some special functions, but there is no reference object at present, and he cannot detect it. But this is already very good. At least in the Sage Mode, his strength has been comprehensively improved again. The key is that he is not like Naruto. The accumulated natural energy can only maintain the Sage Mode for 5 minutes, and he has to rely on the Shadow Clone to absorb natural energy. The golden elixir in his body is strong, so it is not a problem to maintain it for 2 or 3 hours. In the future, when he breaks through to the nascent soul stage, he can probably maintain it for a day or 2. The attempt of the Sage Mode went smoothly beyond his imagination. It can be seen that compared with the natural energy in the outside world, the true energy converted by the exercises in the Dantian is indeed more suitable. After releasing the Sage Mode, Li Chuan went to the city to buy some food from this world, packed it up and left the town, and flew to Xiaodu Mountain with a red spirit fire pearl. An hour later, Xiaodu Mountain covered by bamboo forests appeared in his eyes. Xiaodu Mountain has not produced a nascent soul cultivator for thousands of years, so naturally it does not have the ability to keep the entire mountain floating in the air. However, the entire mountain has the Tianyan 36 divine bamboo restrictions of the founder of the sect. Without the sect's special Tao formula, even a nascent soul cultivator cannot forcefully enter, so it is relatively safe. Open! After falling into the forest, Li Chuan pinched the Tao formula according to Li Qingfeng's memory, and soon the forest in front of him changed, and a path leading to the mountain appeared. After flying along the path for a while, he saw a small valley covered by flowers and plants. There are several exquisite courtyards in the valley. On the grass in front of the courtyards, several disciples in the initial stage of foundation building are practicing basic 5-element Taoist techniques. This is the location of the Zayas Hushan sect. The concentration of spiritual energy is about twice that of the mortal world. It is indeed incomparable to Ame. After landing on the grass and putting away the magic weapon, Li Chuan immediately sensed the concentration of spiritual energy in this small valley, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You should know that the concentration of spiritual energy in Ame is 10 times that of the mortal world. Even if the cultivation qualifications are the same, the gap between practicing in Zayas Hushan and practicing in Ame will be very large. If Qingju Taoist, Li Qingfeng's master, had not been accepted as a disciple by Xiaoyu Mountain, but by Mount Ame, with his qualifications, he would probably have been able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. But it is not easy to complain about this kind of thing, because if Qingju Taoist had not been accepted as a disciple by Xiaoyu Mountain, he would probably not have had the opportunity to practice, and would have died at the age of 70 or 80. This may be the opportunity mentioned in practice. There are not many people who have the qualifications to practice, and even fewer who have the qualifications to practice, but are discovered and brought into the practice world by chance, and even fewer of them can enter the top practice sects. Even if you enter a top sect, you can't guarantee that you can practice smoothly. Many people were killed by demonic monks, and used as magic weapons. Even if you stay in the sect, there are still 49 days of tribulation and love waiting for you. It's the eldest brother who is back. Seeing Li Chuan falling from the sky, several disciples who were practicing magic all surrounded him excitedly. There were 10 people in total, including Xiao Jushan and Li Qifeng. The one with the highest cultivation and the oldest age was Qingju Taoist, who practiced for 400 years and reached the peak of the golden elixir. He is currently the sect leader. Then, there are Li Qingfeng's 3 uncles, all of whom are at the peak of foundation building, and are over 140 years old. They have basically been in seclusion all the time, hoping to accumulate enough true essence to condense the golden elixir before their lifespan runs out. Li Qifeng has been a disciple for 12 years, and he has only met him 6 times, and each time he came out for a while when a new disciple entered. In fact, according to Taoist Qingju, there were originally 2 uncles in the Jindan realm in Xiaoyu Mountain, but they were killed by the demons while traveling outside. As for Li Qingfeng's previous generation, basically they either ran out of lifespan or died in battle and reincarnated. So the remaining 6 people in the sect are all disciples of Taoist Qingju. The 3 uncles did not accept any disciples. They had no time to teach them. All their time was spent on accumulating true essence and forming pills. Among the 6 disciples, Li Qifeng was the eldest disciple, and the rest were younger than him. The youngest was only 12 years old this year. Come, take it and eat it. After distributing the snacks in his hand to several younger brothers and sisters, Li Chuan suddenly frowned and asked the second sister, who was only 2 years younger than him. Mingwei, isn't the master in the sect? The valley was not big, and he was also in the Jindan realm, so he immediately noticed that there was no trace of his master in the valley except for the 3 uncles, who were practicing in seclusion. Big brother, master saw that you had not returned, so he went out to look for you a month ago. Why didn't you meet him? Second sister Mingwei was surprised when she heard Li Chuan's words. She thought that big brother would come back because he met master, but she didn't expect that the two of them would miss each other. It seems that he was worried because he had passed the agreed time to return. Li Chuan nodded, and had a rough guess in his mind. In fact, Qingju Taoist's worry was reasonable. After all, his 2 junior brothers were killed by the demons when they were traveling, although Li Qingfeng just returned to his hometown in the countryside to sever his worldly ties. But as the eldest senior brother, Li Qingfeng has always been steady. If nothing happened, he would not return to the sect more than a month after the agreed time. In fact, this is also true, because the original Li Qingfeng had been killed by the demon monks a long time ago, and his soul was reincarnated. I was delayed for a while because of something. It's okay. If master can't find me outside, he should come back to the sect to check. We can just wait for him to come back in the sect. Li Chuan comforted the second sister, and went to the small house, where the sect kept the secret book. When he first came to this world, because he had not yet practiced, he was afraid that the Qingju Taoist, who was at the peak of the golden core, would find out his flaws after returning to the sect, so he chose to practice in the town for 2 years before returning to the sect. Later, he went to Amei, and his cultivation level had long surpassed Li Qingfeng, but because he was focused on breaking through the golden core, he was 2 months late. Now his cultivation level is the same as Taoist Qingju's, and his strength is far greater than Taoist Qingju's. Instead of being cautious, he can take advantage of Taoist Qingju's absence to look for him, and read more of the classics in the sect. Zaya's Hushid is a small sect, and there are not many sect classics, which are all placed in a small wooden house. There are no restrictions like those of large sections. You can go in and read and study at any time if you want to. Chapter 245. Time goes back to a month ago. Taoist Qingju, who was practicing in meditation to accumulate true essence and break through the nascent soul, suddenly opened his eyes, and showed a worried look on his face. Qingfeng has not returned to the sect yet. Could something have happened? He entered the Jindan realm 300 years ago. At that time, he was full of vigor and felt that he was talented and not weaker than the disciples of the big sects in Amei, Huashan and Wutai Mountain, so he had no intention of accepting disciples. Later, he went out to travel and found that it was useless to have good talent. Compared with the superior training conditions and various resources of the disciples of the big sects, he was far behind. He entered the Golden Core stage in 100 years, and practiced hard for another 300 years before reaching the peak of the Golden Core stage. Before the end of his 500-year lifespan, he could indeed reach the nascent soul stage, and he might be able to break through before the age of 450, but he could only reach the nascent soul stage at most. The further you go, the harder it is to practice. According to his current practice speed, when his 1,000-year lifespan is exhausted, he would probably be at most in the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, and he would not even have the chance to survive the 49-day tribulation. Amei Danshinzi, who was the same age as him, reached the Golden Core stage at the age of 70, the nascent soul stage at the age of 200, and survived the 49-day tribulation before the age of 400 to achieve the realm of earthly immortals. There is simply no comparison. So he gave up practicing hard and spent most of his time looking for disciples to continue the sect's heritage. Fortunately, perhaps it was fate given by God, not too far from the sect, he actually found Li Qingfeng in a small mountain village, who was more talented than him, and brought him back to the sect to teach him carefully. After that, he went out 5 times, but the qualifications of the disciples he brought back were very average, about the same as his 3 junior brothers, who were still practicing hard. The spiritual energy in Shaohu Mountain was not strong, so it was impossible to accept too many disciples, so after receiving the 6th one, he stopped going out of the mountain gate, but practiced hard in the sect to transform into a baby, and took time to teach the 6 disciples. 2 years ago, Li Qingfeng, who he had the highest hopes for, broke through to the middle stage of foundation building after only 12 years of practice. He allowed him to go home to visit his parents and end his worldly ties. For his safety, he also gave him his magic weapon, the Red Spirit Fire Pearl. Unexpectedly, the agreed 2-year period has passed, and 1 month has passed, and his disciple Li Qingfeng still hasn't returned to the sect. Mingwei, you urge your junior brothers and sisters to practice in the sect, and the master will go out to see why your senior brother has not returned yet. Still worried, Taoist Qingju gave his second disciple an order, stepped on his magic weapon Qingju, left the sect and flew to the small mountain village where he met Li Qingfeng that year. The small mountain village was not too far from the sect, and he flew there in less than an hour. However, the small mountain village that had hundreds of people living there had now become a ruin. According to his magic detection, everyone in the village had met with an accident. He also detected some traces of magic from the magic monks. At that time, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he immediately followed the traces to investigate, and finally found a faint breath of his former magic weapon, the red spirit fire pearl, in a forest. According to his judgment, the village was unlucky to encounter a low-level demon cultivator being slaughtered to sacrifice magic weapons, and his disciple Li Qingfeng found and chased them to this forest. He couldn't judge the outcome of the battle between the two, but judging from the fact that Li Qingfeng didn't return to the sect, it might be a disaster. Fortunately, he found a trace of thunder magic in the end. His disciple Li Qingfeng didn't know thunder magic, and the demon cultivators couldn't know thunder magic, so there must be a third party involved, which gave him a glimmer of hope. So he took this forest as the center and began to inquire about Li Qingfeng in the surrounding towns, villages, and even some cultivation sects. More than a month later, there was still no clue. However, he did hear a rumor that another genius appeared in Ame, who defeated the blood god of the Blood Demon Palace. His name was also Li Qingfeng, the same name as his disciple. But he knew that it was definitely not his disciple, because his disciple was only in the middle stage of foundation building, and if he was not an Ame disciple, it would be impossible for him to defeat the famous blood god. That day, he was holding Li Qingfeng's portrait and asking around in a small mountain village, when two middle-aged monks suddenly stopped him. "I heard that you are looking for a foundation-building monk named Li Qingfeng." "Yes, that's him. He is my disciple. He went out for training 2 years ago and disappeared. Have you seen him?" Taoist Qingju couldn't see through the two people's cultivation, but seeing that they seemed to have news about his disciple, he immediately took out Li Qingfeng's portrait. The two middle-aged monks looked at the portrait carefully, looked at each other, and suddenly showed a strange smile on their faces. "I have seen you, of course I have. Just 2 years ago, I fought with your disciple. You really taught a good disciple." A river of blood appeared faintly behind the middle-aged monk on the left. At this time, Taoist Qingju also found something wrong and quickly retreated and sacrificed his magic weapon, the 5-section green bamboo staff. "Who are you? Where did you take my disciple Li Qingfeng?" "We." Seeing this, the two middle-aged men introduced themselves calmly. "Blood god of the Blood Demon Palace. Xian Yin Sect Master Yin Jiutian." "What?" Qingju Taoist's pupil shrank upon hearing this, and he immediately controlled his magic weapon and fled to the distance at the fastest speed. "You must be kidding." Although he was at the peak of the golden core, the two guys opposite were old demons in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Even if his disciple Li Qingfeng was really killed by the two old demons, he would not be able to avenge himself. However, the Xian Yin Sect Master Yin Jiutian slapped his head without panic, and a black light quickly flew out to catch up with Qingju Taoist, and then turned into a large cauldron engraved with various ghosts and monsters, covering him. "Give it to me." As Yin Jiutian made a move, the cauldron actually took Taoist Qingju into the cauldron, and then shrank back into his hand. During this period, Taoist Qingju wanted to use magic weapons to resist, but it didn't work at all. Junior brother Jiutian's great Shumi Xianin cauldron is getting more and more powerful, but don't really refine it. We still needed to open the Tianyan 36 Divine Bamboo Restriction of Shaoyu Mountain, and kill Li Qingfeng for revenge. The blood god Sun saw Yin Jiutian take down Taoist Qingju in an instant, and smiled and reminded him. Yin Jiutian replied with a little respect, "Brother, you are joking. No matter how powerful my great Shumi Xianin cauldron is, it will still lose its divine power after entering your blood river. And please rest assured, brother, I did not activate the killing array, I just temporarily imprisoned his cultivation." 2 years ago, his junior brother left the mountain gate to help his disciples avenge, but he lost all information after he left. Later, he got news from Blood God that he was killed by a foundation-building cultivator named Li Qingfeng. This time, he also accepted the invitation of Blood God, and came together to destroy Shaoju Mountain, and Li Qingfeng to avenge his junior brother. "That's good." Blood God nodded, and flew toward Shaoju Mountain with Yin Jiutian. Chapter 246. 2 years ago, Blood God plotted against Lotus Fairy, wanting to take her and the transformed Ganoderma Lycidum into his pocket. Everything was going well, but at the final stage, he was attacked by a foundation establishment cultivator named Li Qingfeng, and finally fled in defeat. After recovering from his injuries, he couldn't swallow this breath, so he sneaked into Zuishan Cliff again, but it turned out that no one had left. Later, after some rumors from Amei disciples, who went down the mountain to train, they learned that Lotus Fairy and Li Qingfeng had gone to Amei. There were so many masters in Amei, and there was also the White Eyebrow Master who could kill him with a single slap, so he could not be so reckless. He could only grit his teeth and wait for the opportunity. Because it was rumored that Li Qingfeng not only defeated the Blood God's son, but also killed the elder Nantong of the Xianyin sect, so he went to the Jingxing Gorge in the South China Sea to find Yin Jiutian, the current head of the Xianyin sect. A few days ago, he suddenly received news that Li Qingfeng had left Amei and returned to his own sect, Shaoyu Mountain, so he joined forces with Yin Jiutian to go to Shaoyu Mountain to take revenge and destroy the entire sect. If it were before, they would not dare to be so rampant. This kind of extermination is most likely to anger the righteous. At that time, they may be hunted down by some masters of the righteous. But soon, the plan of his master, the blood demon ancestor, will begin. After that, the entire righteous will be destroyed, and the world will be completely ruled by the demonic path. Naturally, there is no need to worry about being hunted down by masters of the righteous. Moreover, a small sect like Zaya's Hushan will not be discovered in a short time even if it is exterminated. However, as soon as they arrived at the top of the mountain, they were stumped by the Tianyin 36 divine bamboo restriction of Zaya's Hushan. They did not expect that such a small sect not only produced a master like Li Qingfeng, but also had such a powerful restriction. The two asked themselves that even if they joined forces, they could not break this ancient restriction, so they had to wait outside and give Li Qingfeng a surprise when he came out of the mountain. While they were waiting, their disciples sent news that the head of Shaoyu Mountain, Qingju Taoist, was found nearby and was looking for the eldest disciple Li Qingfeng who had disappeared for 2 years. When the two got the news, they immediately went to tie up Qingju Taoist. With Qingju Taoist, they could not only open the Tianyin 36 divine bamboo restriction of Shaoyu Mountain silently, but also use him as a hostage to make Li Qingfeng hesitate. Yin Jiutian, Blood God, what are you going to do? Above Shaoyu Mountain, after being released from the great Shumi Xianin cauldron by Yin Jiutian, Taoist Qingju's face suddenly changed when he looked at the surrounding environment. He didn't understand why the other party, a disciple of Yuquan Blood Demon and the head of Xianyin sect, both of whom were famous old demons in the world of cultivators, wanted to embarrass their small sect in Shaoyu Mountain. What? Of course, you are going to settle accounts with your good disciple Li Qingfeng. If you are smart, take the initiative to open this restriction, otherwise don't blame me for using some tricks. Blood God's son threatened with a sinister look on his face. Taoist Qingju immediately swallowed his saliva and explained, I think you two must have made a mistake. Although my disciple is also called Li Qingfeng, he is only in the middle stage of foundation building, not the Li Qingfeng of Amei. I think there is a misunderstanding. Although good and evil cannot coexist, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. Facing two old demons whose strength far exceeds his own, he must bow his head for himself or for the sake of his sect. And this may indeed be just a misunderstanding. He feels that the other party must have made a mistake. However, Blood God's son just shook his head upon hearing this. No mistake, the one I found is your disciple Li Qingfeng, who is at the foundation building stage. 2 years ago, he first killed the Xianyin sect's Nantung elder, and attacked me with the Yunzhong 7 sons, causing me to miss the opportunity. Later, he was invited by the Yunzhong 7 sons to go to Amei to practice. He left Amei half a month ago, and returned to Shaoyu Mountain. He is now in this mountain. The Li Qingfeng who killed the Xianyin sect elder and defeated Blood God's son is really my disciple Li Qingfeng. Taoist Qingju was completely stunned after hearing this. When did his disciple become so powerful? Not to mention the Blood God's son, even the Xianyin sect elder Nantung was not someone he could handle. He was also invited by the famous 7 sons of Yunzhong to practice in Amei. This Zaya's Hushan is going to rise. However, just when his face was full of excitement, he suddenly felt cold when he saw the 2 old demons in front of him. I'm afraid that Zaya's Hushan is not going to rise, but will be destroyed. Disciple, you are so powerful. Why don't you know how to keep a low profile? What will happen if you provoke these 2 old demons? Taoist Qingju, open the restriction of the 36 divine bamboos of Tianyin and make Li Qingfeng surrender. I will let you and the others in your Shaoyu Mountain go, otherwise I will kill you all today. Blood God's son shouted at Taoist Qingju. Taoist Qingju looked at Shaoyu Mountain below, then changed his humble attitude just now, raised his head and sneered. You are just an evil demon, and you still want me to listen to you, bah! Li Qingfeng is the hope of Shaoyu Mountain's rise. As the saying goes, If one person can achieve enlightenment, all his family members will rise to heaven. If Li Qingfeng can cultivate to the level of a terrestrial immortal, then Shaoyu Mountain will surely become a first-class sect of the righteous way. And how can you believe the words of the demon? Now that he has opened the ban, what awaits him is the disaster of exterminating his family. If he can provoke the other party to kill him, there is still a glimmer of hope with the ban protecting the mountain gate. That's why he changed his attitude just now. However, Blood God's son seemed to have expected the attitude of Qingju Taoist, and he was not angry. He just turned his head and smiled at Yin Jiutian. Junior brother, it seems that I have to trouble you. It's a small matter. It's not easy to make a Jin Dan cultivator obedient. Yin Jiutian came to Taoist Qifeng with a strange laugh, pinched his fingers, and used the magic spell of Xianyin sect on Taoist Qingju, 5 ghost soul capturing technique. 5 black air flew out of Yin Jiutian's body, transformed into the appearance of 5 female ghosts, and then quickly drilled into Taoist Qingju's nose, eyes, mouth, and ears. Ah! Taoist Qingju screamed, and veins on his face bulged. After about 10 breaths, his face returned to calm, but his expression was dull, and his eyes turned completely black. From time to time, it seemed that the distorted faces of the female ghosts could be reflected in his pupils. Open the restriction. Yin Jiutian ordered Qingju Taoist. Qingju Taoist did not refuse this time, but nodded like a puppet, pinched his hands, and shot a green light at the Tianyan 36 divine bamboo restriction that protected the entire sect. After the green light, a small path leading to the sect immediately appeared in front of the 3 people, and the scenery of the small valley was also in full view. Ha ha ha, Li Qifeng, you are dead now. I will extract your soul, and refine your spirit, and use all the people in your sect to sacrifice my blood river. From now on, there will be no Shaoju Mountain in the world, and no Li Qifeng. Seeing the Tianyan 36 divine bamboo restriction being opened, the blood god's son immediately released his own blood river to cover the entire valley, and laughed out loud. After 2 years of holding back his anger, today he can finally take revenge. Chapter 247. Although it is a small sect, it is an authentic sect after all, and it still has something. In the library of the valley, Li Chuan and his shadow clones were flipping through the magic books in the room, feeling very satisfied. Since returning to the valley, he has been staying in the library without going out, memorizing and learning the various spells, prohibitions, alchemy, refining, etc. in the library. There is nothing powerful in the library of Shaoyu Mountain that is worthy of being ranked in the cultivation world, but it is comprehensive, that is, it has some basics in all aspects. There are 5 elements escape techniques, 5 elements Taoist methods, basic alchemy, weapon refining techniques, and even sword control techniques. This may be because the founder of Zaya's Hushan was once a disciple of a Taoist sect that disappeared in history, and later became independent, so the classics left behind are very comprehensive. If you learn all these classics, you will become an all-round and relatively mediocre cultivator. However, this has no effect on Li Chuan. He is very strong. What he needs now is to learn these basic things. Once the foundation of all aspects is laid, he can understand some truly profound classics later. Just when he was studying hard, he suddenly realized that the sect's ban had been opened, so he immediately released his shadow clone and walked out. It seems that the master is back. However, as soon as he opened the door, he heard Shui Hongzi's arrogant laughter that echoed through the valley. Blood God's son. Li Chuan frowned and looked up at the sky. The Blood God's son, who was defeated by him 2 years ago, his master Qingju Taoist, who obviously looked abnormal, and an unknown, but powerful demon cultivator. Bold demon cultivator, dare to break into my Shaoju Mountain. At this time, the 3 old and frail Zaya's Hushan uncles who were in retreat came out of their retreat house in a rage, because they felt the breath of demon cultivators from the outside world. But when they saw the blood river covering the entire valley, they were so scared that their legs went weak, and they almost sat on the ground. It's a cultivator from the Blood Demon Palace. The Yuquan Blood Demon of the Blood Demon Palace destroyed Huashan 499 years ago, and Kunlun 199 years ago. In the eyes of the righteous cultivators, it is definitely an extremely terrifying sect. Big Brother. The 5 junior sisters and brothers, who were originally practicing magic on the lawn, gathered behind Li Chuan in fear, when they saw the terrifying scene in the sky. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Li Chuan raised his hand to comfort the junior sisters and brothers, then looked up at the blood god and smiled. Hey, isn't this the defeated blood god who ran away with his tail between his legs last time? What, have you recovered from your injuries? Li Qingfeng, don't be arrogant, you are just a foundation building person. If you hadn't attacked me last time and taken the elixir given to you by the Lotus Fairy, do you really think you can beat me? Blood God's son was hit in the sore spot by Li Chuan, and his mood became obviously unstable. He was defeated by a righteous foundation building cultivator, and it was Xiaoyu Mountain, which was full of unknown people. He has been ridiculed a lot in the past 2 years when he returned to the Blood Demon Palace. Even the look in his master's eyes when he looked at him was not right. Today, no matter what, he must avenge his previous shame, destroy Xiaoyu Mountain, and destroy Li Chuan. Then let's try it, one-on-one, another fight. Li Chuan's face was full of provocation. In fact, with his current strength, he is not afraid of Blood God's son, but Qingju Taoist is in his hands, so he is a little cautious and has to find a way to save Qingju Taoist first. His advantage is that the other party does not know how strong he is now. You really think I am afraid of you? Today I will let you know what is high and deep. Blood God's son narrowed his eyes, and the blood river behind him instantly surged with huge waves. Ingio beside him frowned and whispered to Blood God's son, "Brother, we don't need to be angry with him. We can fight together, and have this old Taoist priest as a shield. We will definitely win." Now the two of them are obviously in an advantageous position. Why bother to do such a brainless thing as a duel? If they are defeated one by one, it would be too stupid. They are not righteous monks, so what morality do they have to talk about? Demonic monks always only care about the results, and their favorite things are sneak attacks and gang fights. He felt that there was something wrong with the Blood God's son's brain. The Blood God's son still looked angry, but secretly gave the answer, "I will go up and stabilize him first, and you will take the opportunity to use the Great Shumi Xianing Cauldron to sneak attack and try to take him down in one fell swoop." It turned out that the Blood God's son had no intention of fighting Li Chuan alone. He just took the opportunity to be fooled, and then used Ingiotian's famous magic weapon, the Great Shumi Xianing Cauldron, to capture Li Chuan alive. The main reason was that he had fought with Li Chuan before, and had learned the power of Li Chuan's thunder method and clone technique. He was afraid that if the opponent felt that he had no chance of winning, he would abandon the entire sect and escape. With so many clones, they really had no confidence in keeping them. Moreover, 2 years ago, Li Chuan was still in the middle stage of foundation building, but now he has formed a pill, and it is unclear how much his strength has improved. Ingiotian nodded silently. He was indeed worthy of being the senior brother of the Blood Demon Palace. In terms of insidiousness and cunningness, he was still slightly inferior. Who is this fellow Taoist? Do I have any grudge against you? At this time, Li Chuan turned his head to Ingiotian, who was controlling Qingju Taoist. Ingiotian laughed and said, "Master Ingiotian of Xianin sect, you killed my junior brother Nantung, and I came here today to seek justice. But don't worry, I am the master of a sect, so I won't join forces with others to fight against the enemy. When you beat senior brother Zuishinzi, I will learn a few more moves from you. If you can beat me, I will naturally let your master go." "Thank you very much." Li Chuan cupped his hands, and also showed a smiling look. "Junior brother Qifeng, what's going on? Why did you offend them? And what happened to senior brother?" Hearing the conversation between Blood God's son, Ingiotian, and Li Chuan, the three uncles who had just come out of retreat were completely confused. They had only been out for 4 years. How come Xiaoyu Mountain had so many changes? Their eldest nephew killed the elder of Xianin sect, and injured Blood God's son of Blood Demon Palace. Now he came to seek revenge. This is simply something that has never been seen before. Three uncles, don't panic. You can stand behind with your junior sisters and brothers. Junior brother will handle all matters. Li Chuan raised his hand, and calmly comforted the three uncles, who were trembling with fear. The three looked at each other, and finally came behind Li Chuan obediently. In the current situation, the head brother was controlled by the other party. Only by listening to Li Chuan could he have a chance of survival. Blood River Method. The Blood God's son stopped talking nonsense, and directly urged his Blood River to roll towards the direction of Li Chuan in the valley. This time, he was not injured by the sneak attack, and was in full strength. The power of the Blood River was much stronger than 2 years ago. If Li Chuan was still the strength of 2 years ago, he would have won without Ingiotian's sneak attack. Chapter 248. Second form on, Sage Mode on, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Seeing this, Li Chuan transformed into the second form, then the true essence in the golden elixir merged with the chakra, activated the Sage Mode, and used the Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. However, this time, he did not create the maximum number of shadow clones at once, but only 10. In Sage Mode, his maximum number of shadow clones is as high as 2,000, and the power of the ninjutsu used by each shadow clone is much stronger than before, which will directly scare the Blood God's son. Now that Taoist Qingzhu is still in the other party's hands, he can't show his trump card at the beginning. Although Taoist Qingzhu has nothing to do with him, he is his disciple after all, and enjoys the benefits of this identity. In the past half-month, he has memorized almost all the books in Zaya's Hushan. So if possible, he still wants to save Taoist Qingzhu as much as possible. Moreover, these things were originally caused by him. If Zaya's Hushan is implicated, he will feel a little guilty. You have only split 10 clones. It seems that without help, your strength will not be enough. Seeing that Li Chuan did not create hundreds of shadow clones at once this time, the Blood God's son immediately mocked him. Although the number is not as much as last time, the quality has improved a lot. You should be careful not to be electrocuted by me again like last time. Li Chuan retorted without any politeness, and then asked the 10 shadow clones to seal together, Immortal Art, Super Thunder Escape Pseudo Darkness. In an instant, a bunch of purple lightning spears appeared in the air and shot quickly towards the Blood River. The purple lightning spears met the Blood River, and large areas of the Blood River were instantly evaporated and exhausted. Obviously, this purple lightning spear is much more powerful than the blue lightning spear 2 years ago. And it did not appear like 2 years ago, where the chakra was exhausted after 8 or 9 shots, but it was shot out continuously like a machine gun, suppressing the Blood River above the valley. The more shadow clones there are, the less chakra there is in each shadow clone. Although the volley is powerful, it is not durable. Because of the improvement of Li Chuan's physical body, and the blessing of the Sage Mode, his chakra is much more than 2 years ago. He only split into 10 shadow clones, so the chakra allocated to these shadow clones is naturally ridiculous. In addition, with the blessing of the Sage Mode, the power of the Thunder Release Pseudo-Darkness was greatly increased, which resulted in the current effect. In fact, this was also intentional. He just wanted to maintain the stalemate, so that the opponent would reveal a flaw and rescue Taoist Qingzhu. And his main body was not idle either. He took out the magic wand and pointed it at the direction of the Blood Sea as a fire god to clear the way. Although the flames were not as restraining as the Blood Sea as lightning, they could still play a role in consumption. The key was that the large sea of fire could well play a role in blocking the line of sight. The Blood God's son above saw that Li Chuan's strength had indeed improved significantly, and immediately winked at Yin Jiutian in secret. Yin Jiutian took advantage of the stalemate between Li Chuan and the Blood God's son, and quietly took Qingzhu Taoist to distance himself from Li Chuan, trying to avoid Li Chuan's sight, and then secretly released the Great Shumishianing Cauldron. Under his control, the Great Shumishianing Cauldron turned into the size of a thumb, slowly went around the back of the valley, passed through several houses, and came to the feet of Li Chuan's body. "It's over, collect it for me." Seeing that Li Chuan was still releasing one sea of fire after another, and was not aware of the approach of the Great Shumishianing Cauldron, Yin Jiutian once again pinched the magic formula to launch an attack. The thumb-sized black cauldron instantly grew larger, and then released a black light to suck in Li Chuan's body, holding the magic wand. In order to be on the safe side, after sucking in Li Chuan's body, Yin Jiutian did not relax his vigilance, but also put the remaining 10 shadow clones into the Great Shumishianing Cauldron. Ha ha ha, you actually believe that I will abide by that ridiculous agreement and not take action. You righteous cultivators have always been so naive. Big brother. Seeing Li Chuan being put into the black cauldron, Mingwei and the others immediately showed a look of horror. The 3 foundation building uncles angrily offered their own magic weapons. You demon cultivators are all famous people, but you are so despicable. We will fight you. At this time, the Blood God, who had already taken in the Blood River, said to Yin Jiutian viciously, "Junior brother, take them all in, and bring them back to me to deal with them together. Let Li Qingfeng watch me personally peel off the skin and pull out the tendons of all his disciples, and refine their souls, and take away their spirits. It's a small matter." Yin Jiutian naturally would not refuse the Blood God's son. He pinched the magic formula with his hands, and his magic weapon, the Great Shumishianing Cauldron, immediately turned to Mingwei and the other 8 people. However, at this moment, the Great Shumishianing Cauldron suddenly began to shake, like a bottle with firecrackers thrown into it, and the shaking arc became larger and larger as time went by. Even if a cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul entered my Great Shumishianing Cauldron, I would still be able to immobilize his body and cultivation. How could he resist so violently? Yin Jiutian looked at the Great Shumishianing Cauldron that was shaking more and more violently, thinking that Li Chuan had broken free from the restrictions in the cauldron after being taken in, and was resisting violently, so he quickly pinched the magic formula and tried his best to suppress it. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, the effect was still not so obvious, and because his life magic weapon was impacted, His own true essence was also affected to a certain extent. Be careful behind you. At this moment, Yin Jiotian suddenly heard a warning from the blood god's son, who was some distance away from him, and then he sensed a very violent fluctuation of spiritual energy behind him. Then, before he could mobilize his true energy for defense, he felt a violent blow to the back of his body, a terrifying force that instantly destroyed his body. How could this happen? How could I die like this? Who attacked me? This was Yin Jiotian's last doubt before he died. Li Chuan had been put into the cauldron by him, and was still struggling violently. Who was so fast to get close to him, and had the ability to kill this old demon of the nascent soul with one blow. Great Shimishianin Cauldron, do you really think I don't know anything? Li Chuan closed the 8 doors that were opened, stopped the technique of multiplying the detonating talisman, grabbed the Taoist Qin Zhu who was in a daze next to him, threw him to Mingwei below, and then ordered the 3 uncles, close the Tianyan 36 divine bamboo restriction, I'm going to close the door, and beat the dog. It turned out that, after hearing Yin Jiotian report his name and identity, he immediately knew that Yin Jiotian had a large Shimishianin ding that could collect people, and he also roughly knew what the function of the cauldron was. In the past 2 years, when he was making friends with a group of Amei sword cultivators in the Amei sect, he didn't just chat, but most of the time he was trying to get some useful information, such as some powerful cultivators, what their magic weapons were, what functions they had, etc. This world is so dangerous, how could he not be more cautious? Chapter 249. When he created the shadow clones just now, he did create only 10 of them. But when his original body used the fire god to clear the way, and blocked Yin Jiotian and Shui Shensi's sight with a sea of fire, he created another shadow clone, holding the magic wand to replace him. His original body used the transformation spell to turn into a stone, and hid on the ground. Before turning into stone, he also used the mutual multiplication detonation talisman technique and attached the mutual multiplication detonation talisman to the legs of the shadow clone that replaced his original body. Yin Jiotian controlled the great Shimishianin cauldron to launch a sneak attack, thinking that he had done it perfectly, but in fact, Li Chuan, who had turned into a stone, had already seen the whole process. So the 11 Li Chuans that Yin Jiotian sucked in were all shadow clones, without a real body, and the restrictions inside were only for shadow clones. Yin Jiotian thought that Li Chuan was resisting by breaking free from the restrictions in the cauldron, but in fact, the multiplication detonation talisman was constantly exploding, and the explosion was getting more and more powerful. While Yin Jiotian was controlling the great Shimishianin cauldron to output at full power and his energy was completely dispersed, Li Chuan moved behind him, lifted the transformation spell, and directly opened the 8 gates of Duanjia to the Death Gate, and then combined with the Sage Mode. With a move of He Kai, Yin Jiotian was sent to reincarnate. Okay, junior brother Qi Feng. Seeing Li Chuan appear and kill Yin Jiotian, the head of Xianin sect, and save the head brother instantly, the 3 uncles who had built their foundation were stunned, and then they immediately pinched the magic formula to control the closing of the Tianyan 36 divine bamboo restriction, trapping the blood god's son in the valley. Not good. The blood god's son was stunned for a moment, because Yin Jiotian was suddenly killed. At this time, he reacted and wanted to escape by blood escape, but was blocked by the Tianyan 36 divine bamboo restriction of Xiao Mountain. Blood god's son, don't you want to fight me one-on-one? Why are you running? Li Chuan laughed loudly at this, and quickly formed seals with his hands, multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, 2,000 Li Chuans filled the sky above the entire valley. In the eyes of the blood god, they were all Li Chuans. Immortal technique, super thunder escaped pseudo-darkness. 2,000 Li Chuan shouted at the same time, and 2,000 powerful purple lightning spears shot at the blood god at the same time. Blood river technique. Seeing the 2,000 purple lightning spears shooting at him, the blood god's face changed drastically, and he quickly activated his nascent soul, instantly raising the power of his blood river to the maximum. Just kidding, the 10 shots just now were already very powerful, and these 2,000 shots were simply going to kill him. Indeed, Li Chuan really wanted to defeat the blood god's son as quickly as possible, and not give him any chance to take advantage of. After all, there were still weak junior sisters and brothers, 3 uncles, and a master in the valley. Boom! The purple lightning came into contact with the blood river. Because there were too many and the power was too great, it actually evaporated all of the blood god's son's blood river in an instant. However, before the blood god's son could release new dirty blood to form a blood river, another 2,000 purple spears shot over. Blood demon disintegrate. In desperation, he had to use a life-saving method that would seriously damage his vitality. Before his body was completely destroyed by the 2,000 spears, he completely disintegrated into a ball of blood mist, and gathered again in the distance. See how many times you can use it. Li Chuan had seen this move of the blood god's son once before at Zuishian Cliff, so how could he not be prepared? So after seeing the blood god's son turned into blood mist, Li Chuan's 2,000 shadow clones did not stop for a moment, and continued to release thunder escape, shooting at the blood god's son, who had regrouped. As soon as the blood god's son gathered and formed, before he had time to find a way to escape, he had to use the blood demon disintegration again. After performing it 5 times in a row, without Li Chuan's attack, the blood god's son's body completely collapsed due to the side effects of the blood demon disintegration, and turned into a weak blood baby the size of a palm, falling to the ground. The Blood Demon Palace's blood demon art is an extremely special skill even in the magic world. In addition to restraining magic weapons and various spells, its ability to save lives is also first class. So even if he loses his physical body, he will not die directly like other nascent soul cultivators, but can still barely survive by relying on the blood baby. But at this time, even a mortal could put him to death. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Seeing Li Chuan fall in front of him, a purple lightning spear appeared in front of him, and the blood god's nascent soul hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged. He had practiced for 400 or 500 years and suffered so much, but he didn't want to die like this. Unlike the love and affection among the disciples of the righteous sects, the evil sects are much more cruel. From the moment they enter the sect, there are all kinds of intrigues and tortures. Moreover, the magic skills require quick success, and it is very painful to start practicing. Just like the Xianin sect, which focuses on collecting and replenishing, the disciples, regardless of gender, are collected and replenished by the senior disciples and elders of the sect from a young age. Those who can't stand it are directly collected and replenished to death, and those who can stand it can accept counter-replenishment, then enter the practice, and then collect and replenish the lower disciples. For the Blood Demon Palace, it is even more cruel. First, you have to eat human flesh and blood, then soak in the blood pool, and draw the blood into the body. Not even 1 out of 1,000 people can successfully enter the body, and most of them will turn into blood. But there is one good thing about the demonic path, that is, there are no special requirements for cultivation qualifications. As long as you have the cultivation qualifications, it doesn't matter if you are good or bad. What matters is whether you are cruel enough, poisonous enough, and whether you can endure. In this atmosphere, even if you are kind, as long as you can endure, you will definitely not be a normal person, and there will be no kindness at all. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration for the righteous cultivators to say that the people of the demonic path are not kind, and they are a big cancer in the world. Although these demonic path cultivators themselves are also pitiful, the things they do after they succeed in cultivation are not pitiful. In fact, because of the suffering they have suffered, they will even be more severe to the disciples below. So the way to stop all this is to completely eradicate the evil ways and solve the problem from the root. But in fact, this is very difficult. Because the cultivation of the evil ways does not restrict the qualifications, and their experience makes them extremely strong in survival ability, they are basically stronger than the righteous cultivators at the same level, and they are extremely difficult to kill. Li Chuan can be killed mainly because his cultivation is too deceptive. Otherwise the evil cultivators will definitely run away without saying a word when they see him, and they will not fight at all. You want to kill me, destroy my sect, and pull out the tendons and skin of everyone in my sect, take away their souls, and refine their spirits. Give me a reason to let you go? Li Chuan looked down at the nascent soul of Blood God, expressionless, as if he would beat you to death if you couldn't speak. If Blood God in the nascent soul state had cold sweat at this time, it would have been like a waterfall. Looking at the purple lightning getting closer and closer to him, the fear of death finally defeated the fear of his master, the Dark Spring Blood Demon. He gritted his teeth and said loudly, "I have something important to say. The Dark Spring Blood Demon will attack Ame in 3 months." Chapter 250. It seems that you are still somewhat useful. Li Chuan took Yin Jiotian's great Sumer Xianin cauldron in his hand, and looked at the nascent soul of the blood god below, with a smile in his eyes. How could the nascent soul cultivator of the first major sect of the demonic path be useless? Forcing the blood god's body to collapse, and turn into a nascent soul, was originally to capture him alive. When he was in Ame, he got a piece of information from Dan Shinzi, that is, if the nascent soul cultivators of the Blood Demon Palace kept using the method of blood demon disintegration to escape, their bodies would eventually collapse, and only the nascent soul would remain. As for the Blood Demon Palace cultivators, who only have the nascent soul left, even mortals can kill them, and it takes at least 100 years for them to recover their cultivation. When Dan Shinzi was in the nascent soul stage, he once beat 3 Blood Demon Palace cultivators until their bodies collapsed and only the nascent soul remained, so he was very experienced in this. Big brother, come and see the master, he is motionless and silent, as if he has lost his soul. The junior sister Mingwei shouted over here anxiously. Just after they received the master, they tried to communicate with the master, but the master was like a piece of wood and did not respond at all. Later, the 3 uncles came to check, but they could not see anything. So they could only call on the unfathomable senior brother now. For symbol seal. Take out a scroll, and seal the weak nascent soul of blood god into the scroll. Li Chuan's figure flashed, and appeared in front of Taoist Qingzhu. Don't worry, I take a look. After comforting his junior sister, Li Chuan looked at Taoist Qingzhu. His 2 yin-yang eyes slightly released a light, and after a moment, he stretched out his hand, and patted the top of Taoist Qingzhu's head. Suddenly 5 ghosts flew out of Taoist Qingzhu's 7 orifices, and then turned into 5 black smoke and disappeared. It turned out that in the past half-month, he had already learned a little about his yin-yang eyes and the immortal mode through the classics of Shaoyu Mountain. The most basic function, he knew now, was that he could see some things that he couldn't see normally, such as the 5 ghost shadows in the body of Taoist Qingzhu. Secondly, it had a certain deterrent effect on such things, allowing his physical body to touch the spirit body and produce a direct attack effect. So just now, he slapped Taoist Qingzhu's head and directly dispersed the 5 ghosts in his body. Finally, I can move. As soon as the 5 ghosts dissipated, Taoist Qingzhu immediately returned to normal. In fact, when being controlled by the 5 ghosts, although Taoist Qingzhu could not control his body, he was still conscious, and he saw all the battles. Master, are you okay? Li Chuan imitated the expression and tone of Li Qifeng in his memory, and asked Taoist Qingzhu with concern. Taoist Qingzhu looked at Li Chuan and his expression immediately became excited. It's okay, master, it's great. I didn't expect Qifeng that your strength has reached this level, and you can defeat the famous Xianin sect's head Yin Jiotian and the blood god of the Blood Demon Palace. There is finally hope for my Shaoju Mountain. Just like that, after some communication, Li Chuan roughly talked about what happened to him in the past 2 years. As for his sudden increase in strength, he used the awakening of some memories of his past life to fool around. Finally, Li Chuan said to Taoist Qingzhu, Master, in 3 months, the old demon Yu Quan will attack Mount Amei. If Amei is defeated, the entire righteous path will be over, so I will go to Amei immediately, and tell the White Eyebrow Immortal this news. Go, but be careful. Taoist Qingzhu nodded when he heard this. The Nether Spring Blood Demon first destroyed Huashan, then Kunlun. If the strongest Amei was destroyed, then the world would forget it, and all the righteous sects, including their Shaoju Mountain, would not be able to escape. So Taoist Qingzhu would certainly not stop it. After greeting Taoist Qingzhu, Li Chuan left Shaoyu Mountain and flew quickly towards the direction of Jingxing Gorge in the South China Sea with his magic weapon. Yes, he did not go to Amei immediately, but turned to Jingxing Gorge in the South China Sea. There are still 3 months before the Nether Spring Blood Demon attacks Amei, so there is no need to rush. He just killed Yin Jiotian, the head of the Xianin sect, and it is the best time to wipe out the Xianin sect. How can he miss it? He went to destroy the Xianin sect, naturally not for the sake of righteousness or justice. Chun Chun was attracted by the magic techniques and various classics of the Xianin sect. He was not a real native of this world, nor was he a pure righteous cultivator. As long as it could enhance his strength and had no side effects, why would he give it up? After the ancestor of the Xianin sect was killed by the White Eyebrow Immortal, only Yin Jiotian fled to the South China Sea with several junior brothers and all the classics of the sect. Now Yin Jiotian was killed, Nan Tong was killed, and there were only 2 elders in the early stage of the Golden Core in the sect, and the rest were in the foundation establishment stage. Li Chuan could completely destroy them all by himself. The Xianin sect was once the second most powerful sect in the magic world after the Blood Demon, and its martial arts manuals were also the best in the magic world. In addition, if he didn't get the martial arts manuals of the Xianin sect, he wouldn't be able to use Nantong's 9 Sons' Heavenly Demon Xianin Banner, and Yin Jiotian's Great Shumi Xianin Cauldron freely. If you don't refine a magic weapon yourself or don't understand the secrets, you can't fully play its role even if you refine it, and you don't know how to enhance its power. You can only use it simply. The 9-child Heavenly Demon Xianin Banner and the Great Shumi Xianin Cauldron are both the signature magic weapons of the Xianin sect. Only by obtaining the classics that record the methods of refining the 2 magic weapons can he fully exert their greatest power. This is the real reason why he wants to destroy the Xianin sect. Full speed ahead. Because his cultivation has reached the Golden Core stage, Li Chuan can basically exert the full power of the red spirit fire pearl, so the speed of the magic weapon is also much faster, reaching Mach 2. But even so, he is still a little dissatisfied. I must find a way to refine a flying sword in the future, or even better, I can refine Dan Chenzi's flying knife wings. You know, Shang Wanqian, who is also in the Jinden stage, can reach a speed of 20 Mach even if she takes him flying, while his fastest speed is only 2 Mach. Even if he reaches the peak of the Jinden stage, it is estimated that he can only fly at 5 Mach at most. At this time, he suddenly thought of Sun Wukong and Journey to the West, who could travel 108,000 miles with one somersault. That speed is truly terrifying. We're here. After flying for about a day and a night, Li Chuan finally arrived at the Jingxing Gorge in the South China Sea. Blood God, take me to find the sect of Xianin sect. Li Chuan took out the nascent soul of Blood God from the scroll and ordered. Jingxing Gorge is not just a big canyon, but a place named with a very wide range. Xianin sect is hidden in it, and there is also a formation to cover it. If there is no acquaintance to lead the way, ordinary cultivators will not be able to find it at all. Luckily, as a cultivator of Blood God Palace, Blood God must know it, so there is no need to worry about not being able to find the place. Chapter 251. This is the entrance to the Xianin sect. There are defensive restrictions at the entrance, but they will definitely not stop you. In the depths of a cliff somewhere in Jingxing Gorge, Blood God pointed to a cave with a diameter of about 3 meters and introduced it to Li Chuan with a flattering face. Back then, Bai Mei destroyed the ancestor of the Xianin sect. Yin Jiutian brought the remaining disciples and found this place in the center of the earth where spiritual energy can be gathered as the new residents of the sect. The restrictions at the entrance were set by him personally, and at most they can only stop cultivators below the middle stage of the nascent soul. Multiple shadow clone technique. Li Chuan nodded upon hearing this, activated the immortal mode, and instantly created 2,000 shadow clone. Immortal technique. Super Thunder Escape Pseudo Darkness. The 2,000 shadow clones simultaneously released purple lightning spears to blast towards the cave entrance. With a loud bang, the defensive barrier at the cave entrance was torn apart like paper, and the 2-meter diameter cave entrance was directly turned into 100 meters. In order to catch the opponent off guard, after blasting the barrier, Li Chuan rushed into the cave entrance with the 2,000 clones at the fastest speed, and killed the Xianin sect hidden in the cave. It's really F*** king eye-catching. After passing through a tunnel of about 100 meters, the front suddenly opened up, but the scene in front of him really made Li Chuan twitch his lips. It turned out that at the end of the tunnel was a huge space opened up by Yin Jiutian and other Xianin sect monks with magic weapons. In addition to some luxurious palaces built in the space, there were pools one after another. But these pools were not filled with water, but people. These people were like maggots in a cesspool, naked and cocooned, and there was no distinction between genders and ages. Don't think this is such a pleasing thing. In fact, if you observe carefully, many details in the pool are very disgusting, so Li Chuan feels that it is eye-catching. Who dares to break into my Xianin sect? At this moment, in the central hall, 2 Jinan stage Xianin sect elders felt that the sect's band was destroyed, and flew out with their respective magic weapons. Li Chuan was stunned for a moment when he saw the sky. It looks disgusting. Kill them all. At this time, Li Chuan was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly ordered all the shadow clones to release ninjutsu and massacre all the Xianin sect members. The thunder escape that could kill the blood god's son in the middle stage of the Yuanying period was not something that these demon cultivators, who were only in the early stage of the Jindan period, could resist. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire Xianin sect, including the last 2 elders, were all turned into charcoal. There were only a dozen or so Xianin sect magic weapons that were still acceptable, which were collected by Li Chuan afterwards. In which building are their secret manuals hidden? After removing the shadow clone, Li Chuan asked the blood god son again. Under the guidance of the blood god son, he quickly found the attic where the Xianin sect stored the secret books, cleared out all the secret books, and put them into his small cloth bag, and then sealed the blood god son in the scroll again. Okay, it's time to go to Mei. After finishing all this, he activated the Earth Escape ninjutsu to bury the entire Xianin sect, took out the teleportation book, and instantly returned to the human town. The Phantom left the town and flew leisurely to Mei with the magic weapon Red Spirit Fire Pearl. Junior brother Qin Feng, you are back. Have you dealt with all the matters in the sect? Shang Wanqian, who was sitting in the octagonal pavilion at the highest point of Lian Peak, saw Li Chuan's Red Spirit Fire bead falling, and immediately turned into a sword light and flew over. Seeing Shang Wanqian appear, Li Chuan put away the red spirit fire bead and smiled. Not yet, there was a little accident, so I came back early. By the way, senior sister, didn't you practice today? 2 years ago, the 7 sons of Yunzhong got a bottle of Xingyuan pill from the Lotus Fairy. So basically, except for the Amei disciples sword fighting once a month, they would retreat to absorb the medicinal power of the pill in order to transform into a baby as soon as possible. Today is not a sword fighting day. Shang Wanqian should be in seclusion to practice. Oh, I have something to deal with today, so... Shang Wanqian blushed and made up an excuse to deal with it. After Li Chuan left Amei, she couldn't concentrate on practicing, and often sat on the top of the mountain waiting for Li Chuan to return. But of course she couldn't say such things out loud. That's just right. Please help me pass on the message. I have something important to see White Eyebrow Master. It's about the blood demon of the Blood Demon Palace and the safety of Amei. It's very urgent. Li Chuan didn't care, but just said solemnly. Shang Wanqian's face changed when she heard the words about the safety of Amei. She didn't care about her inner thoughts, and turned into a sword light, and flew to the main peak. Junior brother, wait here for a while. I will go to find the master now. About a quarter of an hour later, Shang Wanqian flew back again, but this time she was accompanied by the senior brother of Amei, Dan Chenzi. Junior brother Qifeng, the master wants to see you. I will take you there. Thank you, senior brother Dan Chenzi. Li Chuan smiled and nodded. Dan Chenzi grabbed Li Chuan's shoulders and spread his flying knife wings behind him. In the blink of an eye, they had flown from Luyan Peak to the main hall of the main peak. Li Qifeng from Shaozu Mountain, meet the real person. Looking at the white-browed real person, who was floating in the air with legs crossed in front of him, Li Chuan hurriedly bowed. In this world, there are spells that can be suspended and fly without using magic weapons, but only cultivators at the lowest Jinden stage can learn it, and the speed is much slower than flying with magic weapons. Li Chuan had just formed his elixir, and had not had time to learn. No need to be polite. You said you have something to say about the safety of the Nether Spring Blood Demon enemy. What is it exactly? White Eyebrow Immortal had a kind face. He did not look down on Li Chuan because he was only in the Golden Core stage, nor did he put on airs as the head of the first sect of the Righteous Way. Li Chuan replied respectfully, I learned from the Blood God that the Nether Spring Blood Demon will attack Amei in 3 months, and then destroy the entire Righteous Way in one fell swoop. What, are you serious? The face of Bai Meijianren suddenly became more serious. Li Chuan roughly recounted the story of how he met the Blood God's son, and the Xianin sect leader, who came to surround and kill him after he returned, and took out Yin Jiotian's great Shumi Xianin cauldron as evidence. However, he concealed the fact that he left the Blood God's son's nascent soul behind, and wiped out the entire Xianin sect. In fact, it was not concealed, but it was simplified and not mentioned. The key point is that Bai Meijianren did not care about those details. What he cared about was that since the Yuquan blood demon dared to attack Amei 3 months later, it must have some trump card that he didn't know. Bai Mei knew very well that if Yuquan didn't have a trump card, he would never dare to attack Amei, because his strength was no match for him. Li Qifeng, thank you for coming to inform Amei. This news is very important to Amei. Looking at Li Qifeng below, Bai Mei's face was full of admiration. Building foundation and fighting Yuanying, now just stepping into Jindan, he killed 2 famous Yuanying middle-stage old demons. Li Qifeng's talent is even better than when he was young. He was very happy that such a person appeared in the righteous path, even if he was not an Amei disciple. And now that the battle between good and evil is approaching, every additional master like this is a great thing for the righteous path. Chapter 252. Amei is the leader of the righteous path. If Amei is destroyed, the righteous path and the human world will be finished. If the real person does not mind, our Zayas Hushin is willing to move to Amei to help Amei resist the invasion of the demon path and contribute to the righteous path of the world. Li Chuan waved his hand righteously. He said this at this time, in fact, not just to shout slogans and win the favor of the real person Bai Mei, but really wanted to move the Zayas Hushin sect to Amei to live for a few years. From the surface, it is actually a very unwise thing for a small sect like Zayas Hushin to rashly participate in the battle between the Blood Demon Palace and the top sects like Amei, because it is very likely that the whole sect will be exterminated. After all, apart from Li Chuan, the strongest Taoist Qinzhu in Shaoyu Mountain is only at the Jindan stage, and he is the only one at the Jindan stage. But in fact, Li Chuan knows that the invasion of the Nether Spring Blood Demon by Amei is just a cover. He is not the opponent of Bai Meijianren at all. He just wants to use the power of Bai Meijianren and Amei to open the Blood Spring. Once the Nether Spring Blood Demon absorbs the power of the Blood Spring, even the celestial being cannot be his opponent. So if everything goes well, there will be no danger in 3 months, including the next year and a half. As for the fact that the power of the Nether Spring Blood Demon increased greatly after absorbing the Blood Spring, he had other plans in mind to deal with it, and would not let Zaya's Hushin be in any danger. The benefits of Zaya's Hushin staying in Ame for 2 years are too obvious. First of all, with the concentration of spiritual energy in Ame Mountain, the 3 uncles who are stuck at the peak of Foundation Building and have little life left will definitely be able to break through the golden elixir. The concentration of spiritual energy in Ame is 5 times that of Zaya's Hushin. Practicing in Ame for 2 years is equivalent to practicing in Zaya's Hushin for 10 years. In addition, the junior brothers and sisters will naturally have friendships after getting to know the Ame disciples, and they can also broaden their horizons, which is also very beneficial for future practice. Doing this was also his way of repaying Zaya's Hushin for sweeping away all the classics. Of course, if Master Baimei refused, there would be no loss. Okay, Dan Chenzi, order the disciples to build a few more courtyards in Liyun Peak for the Taoist friends from Zaya's Hushin to live in. Master Baimei nodded and gave instructions to Dan Chenzi. In fact, he didn't care about Zaya's Hushin raising a sect to help. Facing the Blood Demon Palace, ordinary small sects were basically useless. Only sects like Wutai Mountain could help a little. However, he couldn't refuse the other party's enthusiasm, and Li Qifeng was able to defeat 2 Ame demon cultivators, so his strength was quite good, and he could indeed help. In addition, if it weren't for Li Qifeng this time, they might really be caught off guard 3 months later. So letting Zaya's Hushin sect come here to live for a few years was also a kind of reward for Li Qifeng. Yes, Master. Dan Chenzi nodded respectfully. After the matter was made clear, Li Chuan followed Dan Chenzi out of the hall and returned to Liyun Peak. At this time, except Sheng Wanqian, the other 6 people on Liyun Peak also came out of retreat and waited there. When they saw Li Chuan and Dan Chenzi appear, they hurried forward to ask. Master Baimei did not ask for confidentiality, so Li Chuan told them the general situation. When the 7 sons of Yunzhong heard that Li Chuan killed Shui Shenzi and Yin Jiotian by himself, they all exclaimed. So, junior brother Qifeng, are you going back to the sect now, and take your master, uncle, sisters and brothers with you? Sheng Wanqian had a little smugness on her face. Yes, we Zaya's Hushin will live and die together with Ame. Li Chuan nodded, opened his mouth, and released the red spirit fire bead. Dan Chenzi looked at Li Chuan with admiration. Go early and come back early. I heard from junior sister Shengwan that you are very interested in my flying knife wings. When you come back, I can teach you how to refine them. As the eldest senior brother of Ame, and the future head of Ame, he hates evil, and has killed countless demon cultivators. He has a very deep affection for the sect. Therefore, they admired Li Chuan's actions and his remarks. His magic weapon Fei Dao Qi was not inherited from Jian Shan, like other Ame disciples, but was created and refined by himself. Hearing from the 7 sons of Yunzhong that Li Chuan liked his Fei Dao Qi very much, he didn't care much at first. There were so many people who liked his magic weapon, and it was impossible for him to pass on his original refining method just because others liked it. Even if Li Chuan saved the 7 sons of Yunzhong, the master would give him permanent residency in Ame. Until today, seeing that Li Chuan was willing to fight with Ame for justice and righteousness, he suddenly felt that he was a little petty. Master often said that the righteous sects in the world are one family, and righteous cultivators, like Li Chuan, are worthy of learning his method of refining flying knife wings. Thank you, senior brother Dan Chenzi. Hearing Dan Chenzi's words, Li Chuan was stunned for a moment, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Because this was really unexpected, he didn't expect Dan Chenzi to be willing to teach him his method of refining flying knife wings. But there was no sign before. He had been thinking about how to learn Dan Chenzi's method of refining flying sword wings, and then refine a flying sword wing himself. This was really a pleasant surprise. Come to Tianqi Peak to find me when you come back. Dan Chenzi left a word, flapped his wings, and disappeared. After Li Chuan calmed down, he said hello to the 7 sons of Yunzhong, and then controlled the red spirit fire pearl to return to Xiaoju Mountain. After returning to Xiaoyu Mountain, Li Chuan roughly explained the whole story, and the benefits of staying in Xiaoyu Mountain. Taoist Qinju thought about it, and quickly agreed. In fact, the reason is very simple. If the Nether Spring Blood Demon attacks Mount Ame, and Ame is defeated, then the righteous path will be over, and the destruction of their Zaya's Hushin is a matter of time. If Ame wins, their Zaya's Hushin can be regarded as having a good relationship with Ame, and the probability of the 3 junior brothers breaking through the golden elixir will be greatly increased, and Zaya's Hushan will rise again. So there is really no good choice. Like other small sects similar to them, without the relationship with Li Chuan, they don't have the opportunity to coexist with Amei, and they are not valued at all. So, after a simple packing, all 10 people from Zaya's Hushan flew to Amei. After everything was done, Li Chuan flew directly to Tianqi Peak where Dan Xinzi was, and began to ask about the refining method of flying knife wings. Dan Xinzi did not break his promise, and taught Li Chuan all the details about the refining of flying knife wings, including materials, refining flames, spells, and various restrictions and arrays that needed to be put on. After writing down all of this, Li Chuan realized that the flying knife wings were really not that simple. To refine it, a very high level of refining equipment is required, and he is still far from this. Because he has never refined a magic weapon, the only experience he has is from Li Qingfeng's memory. Fortunately, Dan Xinzi said that as long as he finds the right refining materials, he will slowly guide him. Chapter 253. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Amei sect, in the huge pit of Tianqi Peak. Finally, I have refined the first flying sword. Li Chuan looked at the small flying sword that he had worked hard to refine for 3 months, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. Although this small flying sword is only 3 inches long, the restrictions, magic arrays, and various refining techniques put into it are not much simpler than refining a large flying sword. Especially since he is still a novice in refining weapons. If it were not for Dan Xinzi's careful guidance, I really don't know when he would be able to practice it. Being able to create the world's top attack magic weapon, the dragon/flying sword wing, Dan Xinzi is not only a powerful Amei sword cultivator, but also a top weapon refining master. Very good, if you refine another 9,999 pieces, you can put them together to form flying sword wings. When you use them as you wish, you can protect your body and also shoot and injure the enemy. Dan Xinzi looked at the small flying sword that Li Chuan had successfully refined and nodded in approval. In fact, when he was guiding Li Chuan to refine the flying sword wings, the most difficult part was not the refining method, because with his guidance and help, these were not a problem. The most troublesome thing was the metal used to refine the flying sword wings. After all, if you want to refine flying sword wings, you need to refine 10,000 small flying swords first, and the metal used is more than 10 times that of normal flying swords. And compared to ordinary flying swords, if flying sword wings want to achieve ideal lethality, the metal used must be good enough to allow the true essence to pass through them smoothly, and be hard and sharp enough. At the beginning, he also spent a long time traveling around the world to gather enough metal that meets the requirements. However, he didn't expect that this most difficult part was solved at the beginning. Li Chuan's URU metal and vibranium just perfectly met the requirements of refining flying sword wings. As the best magic metal in the 9 realms, URU metal naturally has a good adaptability to energy, and the hardness of vibranium is even more so. 9,999 swords. Li Chuan couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard this. Dan Xinzi patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it's because you are not skilled at the beginning. When you become skilled, you will refine it faster and faster. No matter how long it takes, I will definitely refine it." Li Chuan put away the small flying sword he had practiced and prepared to start refining the second one. As long as the flying knife wings can be refined, it is worth spending a few more years, because the flying knife wings can definitely be regarded as one of the top magic weapons besides the Haotian mirror and the Tianlei twin swords. At this moment, a huge shadow suddenly appeared on the Tianqi Peak. It was the head of Amei, by Mei Zhenren. "Master!" "Zhenren!" Dan Xinzi and Li Chuan bowed respectfully at the same time. The old monster Yuquan has led the disciples of the Blood Demon Palace to the direction of Amei. This war will inevitably affect far away. Now not far from the foot of Amei Mountain, there are 2 mortal armies fighting. Dan Xinzi, you are the fastest, go and evacuate them, let them hide as far as possible. Master Baimei ordered. Disciple obeys the order. Dan Xinzi flapped his flying knife wings, and he had already flown out of Tianqi Peak. Li Qifeng, you come to the main peak, be ready to fight at any time. Master Baimei left a word, and the shadow gradually dissipated. Seeing this, Li Chuan controlled the red spirit fire pearl to fly to the main peak. I have been immersed in refining weapons, and almost forgot about the Yuquan blood demon. In the past 3 months, he has been wholeheartedly following Dan Xinzi to learn the art of refining weapons, and even forgot about the important matter of the Yuquan blood demon attacking Amei. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. When he flew to the main peak, the square was already full of people. In addition to the Tianlei twin swords, Duanlei, the 7 sons of Yunzhong, and the 300 Qinsheng disciples, There were also his master and 3 uncles, as well as 2 Yuanying and 8 Jin Dan Zen masters from Mount Wutai who came to help. Regarding the attack of the Nether Spring Blood Demon on Amei, Master Baimei only informed the abbot of Mount Wutai, Master Zuinxing. But Master Zuinxing did not dare to come in person to help Amei deal with the Nether Spring Blood Demon, because if the Nether Spring Blood Demon was just under the guise of attacking Amei, but actually attacked Mount Wutai, then Mount Wutai would be in danger. However, he also sent the strongest disciples of the sect to help. Master, uncles, you will follow me when the fight starts. After landing on the square, Li Chuan explained to Taoist Qin Zhu and the 3 uncles. Although according to the original plot, they were actually not in any danger at all, but who knows if his appearance will cause some butterfly effects. Bai Mei, you are such a despicable villain, you actually found 2 little kids to die for you. It turns out that you have taught a group of such disciples who are superstitious about your hypocritical mask of false benevolence and false righteousness. Just as Li Chuan landed on the square, a skull that was as huge as a hill and made entirely of blood suddenly appeared in the sky more than 10 kilometers away. The skull opened and closed its mouth, and made a deafening mocking sound towards Mount Amei. What a provocation! Li Chuan knew that it must be Dan Chenzi and Kunlun Xiantian sect, who encountered the Yuquan Blood Demon when dispersing the human army. The Yuquan Blood Demon took the opportunity to mock Baimei, and wanted to borrow Baimei's power to open the Blood Cave. Boom! The blood-colored skull, which was as big as a small mountain, spitted out several times, and several blood-colored energies, as big as meteorites flew towards Amei. If it was hit by that energy, it is estimated that the main peak of Amei would disintegrate. Haotian Mirror. The soul of Baimei Jinren instantly expanded to 1,000 meters high, holding the Haotian Mirror, and easily blocking the attack that was like a meteorite. The strength of the peak of the earthly immortal is really terrifying. Li Chuan looked at the huge blood-colored energy flying over, and the soul of Baimei Jinren holding the Haotian Mirror, which was 1,000 meters high, and couldn't help but sigh. If he faced Youquan's casual attack, he probably had no way to resist except teleporting away. Yuquan Blood Demon and White Eyebrow Immortal were both at the peak of earthly immortals, but White Eyebrow could be promoted to Heavenly Immortal at any time. He suppressed his cultivation by force, and with the Haotian Mirror in his hand, his strength was even stronger. Tianlei Twin Swords. The 7 sons of the clouds, 300 Qincheng disciples and fellow Taoists, follow me to Panluo Valley to subdue demons and monsters. After blocking Youquan's attack, White Eyebrow's soul returned to its position, and he gave an order to the people in the square, and flew directly to Yuquan Blood Demon with his hands behind his back. Its flying speed without using magic weapon was much faster than Dan Chenzi's flying knife wings. Yes! Everyone in the square immediately released their flying swords and magic weapons, and followed closely, including Li Chuan. However, when they arrived, the Blood Demon of Nether Spring had already been smashed into a bloody skull by Baimei Jinren, and his true body was fixed, and then he escaped with the help of Dan Chenzi's flying knife. So everyone had to follow Baimei's Haotian Mirror to track the traces of the Blood Demon of Nether Spring. After a while, the white light tracked by the Haotian Mirror stopped in a small valley and stopped moving. Seeing this, everyone fell down one after another. Chapter 254. The position of the Haotian Mirror has been shining here. The Nether Spring Blood Demon must be hiding nearby. Everyone be alert. After Chong Kong Wuji landed, he immediately stretched out 2 fingers, Thunder Flame. A huge blue lightsaber more than 10 meters long popped out from his hand. Sky Strike. At the same time, Li Yingqi also waved his hand, and released a colorful Sky Strike sword that looked like a whip. And everyone was alert to release their own magic flying swords, ready to fight the Nether Spring Blood Demon, who had been seriously injured and escaped. The treasure of Mount Amei is indeed worthy of its reputation. Li Chuan also released his own red spirit fire pearl to show off, but in fact, he focused all his attention on the 2 magic swords, Tianji and Lei Yin, in the hands of Li Yingqi and Chong Kong Wuji. If we talk about which magic weapon ranks first in this world, it is definitely the 2 magic swords Tianji and Lei Yin. The reason why Haotian Mirror is so powerful is mainly because Baimei himself is powerful. If someone else uses it, it is hard to say how much strength it can exert. But the Sky Strike and Thunder Flame are different. These 2 swords have their own independent consciousness. Those who have not passed their test cannot inherit and use them. And as long as the 2 swords recognize their master, it is very easy to kill enemies across realms. Chong Kong Wuji and Li Yingqi are both in the late Yuanying stage, but with the Sky Strike and Thunder Flame, it is difficult for normal cultivators, who are not at the peak of the earthly immortal realm, to defeat them. If the 2 can merge the Sky Thunder and enter the speed of flowing light, even the heavenly immortal can be killed. Dan Shenzi's magic weapon, Tianlong Zhan, also known as Fatal Wing, is already very powerful, but compared with the Tianlei twin swords, it is not on the same level. However, Li Chuan was just thinking about it. He knew that at least for now, he had no chance of getting these two magic swords. The key point is that even if he stole them, it is unlikely that they would be recognized as the owner. Even the Xiantian sect of Kunlun Earth Fairyland was almost killed by the backlash, because they wanted to recognize the Tianlei sword as the owner. It is even more impossible for him. Swish! At this moment, two figures suddenly appeared above the valley, scaring everyone so much that they instantly pushed the magic weapon to the maximum power and attacked. Stop it, it's the eldest brother. Liangqi had the highest cultivation and the fastest reaction, and was the first to see clearly that one of the people coming was Dan Shenzi. However, at such a short distance, by the time she saw clearly, it was too late. The twin Tianlei swords, the Tai Split Light Sword, various Buddhist beads, and hundreds of flying swords, even if Dan Shenzi and Xian Tianzong were both in the earthly realm, they could not resist for a while. Fortunately, the White Eyebrow Immortal arrived in time and blocked all the attacks with the Haotian Mirror. Master! Immortal! Seeing the appearance of Master Bai Mei, everyone saluted. At this moment, a blood-red hole suddenly opened up, halfway up the mountain, and the drop of dirty blood that was the incarnation of Yuquan also appeared and quickly rushed towards the bloody hole. It's Yuquan! Chong Kong Wuji shouted loudly, and immediately waved the huge Lei-Yin sword to cut the Yuquan at the bloody hole. Everyone also controlled magic weapons, and flying swords followed closely. However, there seemed to be a very strange power at the bloody hole. All magic weapons and flying swords were sucked in tightly before they could exert their power. Even the magic sword Lei-Yin could not avoid it. Seeing this, Liangqi wanted to use the Tianji sword to suck Lei-Yin back, but he was also sucked by the strange power of the blood mouth. Seeing that Tianji and Lei-Yin were about to be sucked into the blood mouth, Bai Mei, who had been observing the blood mouth, finally couldn't sit still anymore. He waved his hand and threw out the Haotian Mirror. With the cultivation of the peak of the earthly immortal, he forcibly took Tianji, Lei-Yin and all the magic weapons and flying swords back from the blood mouth. However, it was also because of Bai Mei's power that the blood mouth that was originally slightly open suddenly opened, allowing Yuquan to quickly escape in. What is here? Xian Tianzong, the only descendant of Kunlun, held the minstrel wheel in one hand and the sun gold wheel in the other, frowning as he looked at the open bloody mouth and asked. After thinking for a moment, Bai Mei suddenly showed a look of regret. It can restrain the sky strike and thunder flame. This must be the entrance to the blood cave that our Bashu masters have been looking for countless years. We fell into the trap. Yuquan didn't want to attack Ame at all, but just wanted to use our power to completely open the blood cave. Once he absorbs the power of the blood cave, no one in this world can be his opponent. Master, let us go in with the thunder swords to kill Yuquan and enforce justice. Chong Kong Wuji and Liangqi requested at the same time. Bai Mei frowned. No, the thunder swords are the sacred artifacts of Ame Mountain. Once they are trapped, Ame will have no successors. With the thunder swords, even if Ame cannot produce earthly immortals, it is equivalent to having two masters in the earthly immortal realm, and it will never decline. If the thunder swords are sucked away by the blood hole, then when he ascends to the upper realm, if Ame does not have disciples who can survive the 49th heavenly tribulation, it will gradually decline in the future, just like many ancient sects. Therefore, even if the Haotian Mirror is lost, even if he dies in battle, the Tianlei twin swords cannot be lost, otherwise he will be speechless when he ascends to the upper realm to meet the successive Ame masters. Master, let us let the 7 sons of the cloud go in. Even if we have any accidents, it will not affect the overall situation. At this time, the leader of the 7 sons of the cloud, Chu Yuxiang, stood up. You will not affect the overall situation, but if you go in, you will be sent away for nothing. Li Chuan saw Chu Yuxiang stand up and shook his head secretly. The 7 sons of the cloud have not yet broken through to the nascent soul stage. The 7 people working together can only exert the strength of the middle stage of the nascent soul at most, and going in will not play any role at all. At this time, Xiantian sect, which had a grudge against Yuquan blood demon for destroying its sect and master, flew directly to the blood cave regardless of the results of the discussion on the Ame side. Dan Shenzi, who had been friends with Xiantian sect for 200 years, immediately followed. Li Chuan's eyes turned, and he also flew up from the ground, but he was stopped by Bai Mei. Li Qifeng, your cultivation is not enough. Stay outside with the disciples to preserve your strength. Although Li Qifeng had a record of killing 2 middle-stage Yuanying old demons, his actual combat power was comparable to that of a peak Yuanying cultivator, but he was essentially still in the Jinden stage, and could not compare with Dan Shinzi and Xiantian sect, two earthly immortals. He admired Li Qingfeng's courage, but at this time, instead of going in to die, it is better to stay outside to preserve strength in case other cultivators of the Blood Demon Palace or cultivators of other sects take the opportunity to attack. Don't worry, master. I have learned the lost art of small teleportation. If the Blood Cave is dangerous, I can take senior brother Dan Shinzi and senior brother Xiantian sect to teleport out of the Blood Cave instantly. Li Chuan disappeared directly on the spot with a phantom teleportation, and reappeared at the entrance of the Blood Cave. This world once had a spell that could teleport, called the small teleportation spell, but it was lost later, and no one knows it now. It is really the long-lost teleportation spell. When Bai Mei saw Li Chuan teleport to the entrance of the Blood Cave, he was surprised. With his cultivation, he naturally knew that it was not that Li Chuan's speed was too fast just now, but that he really teleported. Chapter 255. Dan Shinzi and Xian Tianzong are both in the early stage of the earthly immortal realm. One has the magic weapon Flying Knife Wings, and the other has the Kunlun Mountain Treasure Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. If they had not been hit by Youquan's hard demon magic before, they could indeed compete with Youquan. But now that Youquan has merged with the Blood Spring, he can use part of the power of the Blood Spring. If they go in, they will die. And Li Chuan followed in, so he could use the Phantom Shift to save the two and make them owe him a favor. But this is not the point. The point is that he wants to go in and try to see if he can seriously injure Youquan, delaying his speed of completely merging with the Blood Spring and coming out of retreat, and delaying the outbreak of the final war for a few years. The later the final battle is, the longer the people of Zaya's Hushan will have to practice anime, and he will have more time to improve his strength, so that he can give more benefits in the final battle. If he can be delayed until he leaves and let him go around in other worlds, it will be even better. The key is that he can seriously injure the Youquan Blood Demon, which is also a great achievement and a contribution to Ame. Bai Mei must accept his favor. Passing through the entrance of the Blood Cave, Li Chuan flew forward with the Taoist cloud driving technique. The Blood Cave is also called Chiyu Blood Cave. It was formed by a drop of blood when Chiyu fell. It contains Chiyu's incomparably powerful power, so even artifacts like the Tianlei twin swords will be restrained. Li Chuan's red spirit blood pearl is just an ordinary magic weapon. If you dare to take it out in the Blood Cave, it will probably be sucked away immediately. The Blood Cave was full of blood light, and even the rocks were blood red. After flying for a while, he saw Xian Tianzong and Dan Shinzi standing on the rocks. The two also sensed his presence and looked back. Junior brother Qi Feng, why did you come in too? Dan Shinzi saw Li Chuan landing, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Li Chuan smiled. Although junior brother is not talented, he also wants to do his part for the righteous way. Ha ha, I was right about you. Dan Shinzi burst into laughter when he heard this. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Xian Tianzong from Kunlun. Li Qingfeng from Zaya's Hushan, meet senior brother Xian Tianzong. Li Chuan bowed politely. Xian Tianzong nodded, looked at Li Chuan expressionlessly, and said, "Your cultivation is too low. It's very dangerous here. It's not too late to leave now." He also admired Li Chuan for risking his life, like them to break into the Blood Cave, but he could see at a glance that his cultivation was only in the early stage of Danjia, and staying here would only lead to his death. Tianzong, you don't know this. Although junior brother Qi Feng has just formed a pill, he inherited the memory of an ancient cultivator, and killed Yin Jiotian of the Xianin sect, and Shui Shenxi of the Blood Demon Palace not long ago. And he knows the art of clones, which can help us find the deep spring in this huge blood cave faster. Dan Shinzi explained with a smile. The art of multiple shadow clones. Li Chuan didn't waste any words, and directly activated the Immortal Mode plus the second form. He formed a seal, and released 2,000 shadow clones, covering the entire entrance of the Blood Cave. Go find the Youquan. Yo! The 2,000 shadow clones shouted together, and immediately scattered in the Blood Cave. There is such a magical technique. Xian Tianzong was also a little stunned. About 10 breaths later, Li Chuan smiled and said, I found it, follow me. As he said that, he used the Taoist cloud riding technique to fly towards a certain direction in the Blood Cave. Here, the three of them landed on the edge of a huge deep pit, and 100 meters below the pit, they saw a plasma lake full of terrifying energy. The Youquan blood demon, who looked like a monster, was lying in the blood lake with his eyes closed, absorbing the powerful power from Chiyu's blood. Die, Youquan old monster! Dan Shinzi showed the Tianlong slash. Xuan Tianzong used the minstrel wheel to attack with one hand, and the Sun Gold Wheel to defend with the other. The two wanted to destroy the Yuquan Blood Demon before it merged with the Blood Cave. At this time, the Yuquan Blood Demon, who was originally lying in the Blood Lake, suddenly opened his eyes and snorted, "Since you are here, all of you come down and become my nourishment." As the Nether Spring Blood Demon activated the power in the Blood Lake, a terrifyingly strong suction force instantly sucked Dan Shinzi, Xian Tianzong, Li Chuan and his 1,999 clones into the Blood Lake below. What a strong force! Dan Shinzi and Xian Tianzong wanted to resist the suction force, but the power of the Nether Spring Blood Demon, with the help of the Blood Hole, was too strong. Even the two of them in the earthly immortal realm could not fly up and break free. As for Li Chuan, it was even more needless. His original body and shadow clones fell directly into the Blood Lake without any resistance. Immortal Art. Super Thunder escaped pseudo-darkness. However, Li Chuan did not panic. During the descent, he directly formed all the seals, and continuously released purple lightning spears to shoot at the Blood Lake below. Blood Demon Palace monks are most restrained by thunder magic. Even Yuquan is no exception. Although Li Chuan's dense purple lightning spears cannot cause any substantial damage to Yuquan Blood Demon, who has already merged with the Blood Cave, it is still no problem to interrupt his attack. This is like a person suddenly being hit by an electric shock device. Although he will not be injured, he will definitely need to slow down. Taking advantage of the moment when the Yuquan Blood Demon was interrupting his spell, Li Chuan first teleported to Dan Shinzi, then took Dan Shinzi to Xian Tianzong, and took them back to the top of the deep pit. Dan Shinzi and Xian Tianzong stood back, surprised that Li Chuan could actually perform the Law Small Teleportation technique, and quickly controlled the Flying Knife and the Minstrel Wheel to help Li Chuan attack the Yuquan Old Demon below. The Blood Hole can absorb magic weapons, so you must use magic to attack. Li Chuan immediately reminded them when he saw this. Dan Shinzi and Xian Tianzong's Flying Knives and Minstrel Wheels are indeed powerful, but if they leave the body and enter the Blood Lake, they will definitely be contaminated and imprisoned by the Blood Lake. After all, even if the Tianlai Twin Swords and Haotian Mirror are here, they can't escape the fate of being sucked away. However, after hearing Li Chuan's reminder, Xian Tianzong and Dan Shinzi looked at each other helplessly. Both of them are not good at magic, especially thunder magic. One of them has the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel, and the other has the Sky Dragon Flying Knife Wings. Almost all of their extra time is spent on magic weapons, and their magic level is at most still at the nascent soul stage. After the Nether Spring Blood Demon returned to normal, he was furious. "You are courting death." The suction force attacked again, and the shadow clones fell directly into the Blood Lake and dissipated one by one. This time, because Li Chuan and the two were far away from the edge of the deep pit, the suction force was naturally reduced a lot. In addition, Xian Sek used the main defense Sun Gold Wheel to protect the body, which barely blocked the suction force from the Nether Spring. What should we do now? Dan Shinzi inserted the Flying Knife Wings into the ground to fix his body, and frowned tightly. According to the current situation, they have no chance of winning. "Let me try." Li Chuan made a seal with his hands, the art of multiplying the detonating talisman. A detonating talisman, with 5 explosion characters written on it, was sucked into the deep pit by the suction force. Explode. Chapter 256. Explosions sounded from the deep pit, and they became louder and louder. The principle of the mutual detonation talisman technique is to infinitely stack explosions. As long as the chakra is sufficient, the power will become stronger and stronger as time goes by. Li Chuan now has a lot of chakra in the Sage mode. Even if he just created 2,000 shadow clones, he still has a lot. If it is not enough, he can still fight with a few Bingyang pills. I believe that as long as he can keep it up, he can blow up half of the Blood Cave. I didn't expect that junior brother Qingfeng's magic attainments are so high. Seeing that the entire blood pit began to shake due to the explosion, Dan Shinzi couldn't help but sigh. But the good times didn't last long. Just as Dan Shinzi finished sighing, a large amount of blood suddenly gushed out from the deep pit, swallowing all the thousands of detonating talismans that had been quickly divided, fundamentally ending Li Chuan's ninjutsu. The art of multiplying detonating talismans can indeed continuously stack detonating talismans to explode, but if all detonating talismans are destroyed at once, it will also end. This ninjutsu can only exert its most powerful power when it is not interfered with. It still doesn't work. Li Chuan sighed when he saw this. The Yuquan Blood Demon has merged with the Blood Cave, and its power has exceeded the peak of the earthly immortal. If it can be destroyed by the mutual multiplication detonation talisman technique, it is really naive. After all, even if he is facing the mutual multiplication detonation talisman technique now, there are several ways to crack it, and prevent it from continuing to explode. The blood cave is going to be closed. At this time, Xiantian Zong reminded him. It turned out that as time went by, Youquan's progress in fusing the blood cave accelerated, and he could already control the opening and closing of the blood cave entrance. Now he was going to close the blood cave entrance and trap himself. It seems that this is the only way. Knowing that conventional methods could not seriously injure Youquan and prevent him from fusing and absorbing the power of the blood cave, Li Chuan finally took out his last trump card. A time signal atomic bomb. Junior brother Qifeng, what is this? Seeing Li Chuan suddenly take out a strange thing that was more than 2 meters long and had no spiritual power fluctuations, Dan Chenzi showed a curious look on his face. Li Chuan used Earth Escape to dig a hole in the ground, put the atomic bomb in it, and replied, "This is an ancient secret treasure left by my previous life. Its function is similar to the Thunder Fire Golden Pill, but it is much more powerful. I found it on the way back to the sect last time. I hope it can play a role in this blood hole." Thunder Fire Golden Pill, a one-time magic weapon, can explode with thunder and fire to hurt the enemy after throwing it out. After setting the time and burying it, Li Chuan grabbed Xiantian Zong with one hand and Dan Chenzi with the other hand. This ancient secret treasure is extremely powerful. We will also be affected here. Let's leave first. Dan Chenzi and Xiantian Zong nodded upon hearing this. They really had no way to kill Youquan now. Apparition. Seeing that the two agreed, Li Chuan apparition disappeared on the spot. The nuclear weapons of the Earth in the Marvel world are the ultimate weapons made by the Eternals to help humans, and the Eternals were made by the Celestials, so the knowledge of nuclear weapons actually originated from the Celestials. This is why Earth, a civilization that has not even left Earth, has super powerful nuclear weapons that can occupy a place in the universe civilization. Li Chuan believed that even if the Nether Spring Blood Demon was at the peak of the earthly immortal realm and had merged with the Blood Spring to greatly increase his strength, the atomic bomb explosion would definitely cause him considerable damage. If one bomb didn't work, he still had a dozen, and if that didn't work, he could still send a more powerful nuclear bomb. As long as the Nether Spring Blood Demon didn't leave the blood cave, he would have to take on all the power of the nuclear weapon. The atomic bomb used by Li Chuan was taken from the United States. After the explosion, its power was equivalent to 30,000 tons of TNT. The high temperature generated after the explosion was tens of millions of degrees, and the high pressure generated was as high as tens of millions of atmospheres. It's the eldest brother and his men coming out. When Li Chuan appeared with Dan Chenzi and Xiantian Zong, Li Yingqi shouted loudly below. "What's the situation inside?" Bai Mei Zhenren asked with a serious face. Just now, he saw the blood cave vibrating, and he almost couldn't help flying in. But thinking that Youquan had just used his power to open the blood cave, he forced himself to endure it. "Master, Youquan has merged with the blood cave. We are no match inside." Junior brother Qifeng put down an ancient thunder and fire golden pill, and used the small teleportation technique to rescue us. Dan Chenzi quickly told what happened inside. And Li Chuan also quickly joined in. The thunder fire golden pill is about to explode. Now we need everyone to rise to a height of 100 meters to prevent being affected. All disciples and fellow Taoists listen to my order, follow me to rise. Master Bai Mei thought for a moment, gave an order, and took everyone to rise to a height of 100 meters above the ground. It is expected to take 5 breaths. After rising, Li Chuan estimated the time he had set, and it was about 5 seconds before the detonation. Everyone stared at the blood cave below with burning eyes, counting silently in their hearts. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, explosion. Boom! A huge sound like the sky falling and the earth collapsing came from the blood cave, shaking the ears of everyone who was 100 meters high. Then, countless flames gushed out from the entrance of the blood cave, and the entire Panluo Valley shook violently as if a major earthquake had occurred, and terrifying cracks appeared on the surface of the ground. It can be seen how terrible the impact of the explosion in the blood cave is. This process lasted for about 5 breaths before it slowly calmed down. The power of the blood cave has been greatly weakened. Master Bai Mei sensed the power of the blood cave below, and his eyes showed a look of shock. You must know that the blood cave is the essence of the ancient god Qiyu. The power contained in it is so great that even if he, who can already ascend to heaven, attacks with the Haotian mirror with all his strength, he can't hurt it at all. However, the power of Li Chuan's ancient secret treasure can actually reduce the power of the blood cave to this level, which is incredible. At the same time, in the blood cave, the Youquan blood demon no longer felt the ease he had just had in the blood lake, but was so weak that he could hardly speak. The blood plasma in the blood lake where he was now was much less than before. How could this happen? What kind of magic weapon was that just now? It was so powerful. He had originally planned to seal the entrance to the blood cave and capture Dan Chenzi, Xian Tianzong, and the unknown Jin Dan cultivator alive. Who knew that the most insignificant Jin Dan cultivator would actually know the lost art of teleportation, and finally successfully escaped from the blood cave with Dan Chenzi and Xian Tianzong. After sealing the entrance to the blood cave, out of curiosity, he left the blood lake and came to the item left by the Jin Dan monk. However, before he could study what kind of magic weapon it was, the high temperature generated by the strong explosion instantly evaporated his body, and he was so scared that he quickly escaped into the blood lake and protected his soul with the power of the blood cave. But even so, he was seriously injured in the end and barely survived. Chapter 257. If the Yuquan blood demon was injured by Bai Mei using the Halcyon mirror before, it was mostly a disguise and performance, and the injury was not serious. Then this time, he was hit by the atomic bomb explosion head-on, and his life was really hanging by a thread. If it weren't for the power of the blood cave to offset most of the power, he would have been destroyed. When I come out of seclusion, you will all die. Using the last bit of strength, the blood cave was completely sealed and isolated to prevent Bai Mei and others from entering the blood cave. Yuquan sank into the blood lake and began to absorb the power in the plasma to recover from his injuries. Originally, according to his plan, it might take less than a year for him to completely absorb the power of the blood cave and come out of retreat, destroy Mei in one fell swoop, and unify the world. Now he is seriously injured, and the power of the blood cave has also been greatly weakened. It will take at least 10 years to recover to its previous state. The one who caused all this was the little Jin Dan realm cultivator whose name he didn't even know. Even the unfathomable Bai Mei was played around by him, and in the end, he was tricked by the tiny Jin Dan realm cultivator. Youquan's heart at this time can be imagined. However, the joys and sorrows of the monks were not the same. At this time, Bai Mei outside sensed that the power of the blood cave had weakened, and immediately turned to Lichuan and said, "Li Qifeng, your ancient secret treasure has weakened the power of the blood cave to the extreme. Now Youquan's strength is at its lowest point. Can you use the teleportation technique to send me in?" With his strength, if he could enter the blood cave now, the seriously injured Yuquan would not be his opponent even if he used the power of the blood cave. Because of such a short time, he expected that Yuquan had only mastered the blood cave in a preliminary way, and the power of the blood cave had been greatly weakened. "Master, no, after the blood cave is closed, it becomes a space of its own, with a confinement force similar to that of a formation, and my teleportation technique cannot enter." Lichuan sensed it, and shook his head. He did not lie to Bai Mei. After the blood cave was closed, it did prevent him from using the phantom teleportation technique to enter, just like when he was in the Nine Sun Xianin heavenly demon formation. But even if he could enter, he did not want Bai Mei to go in and kill Yuquan now, because it was more valuable to keep Yuquan now than to kill him. After hearing Lichuan's answer, Bai Mei showed a look of regret on his face, but soon became excited. This attack can at least prevent Yuquan from making any moves for 10 years, which buys us enough time. This is already a very good result. If it weren't for the huge power of Lichuan's ancient secret treasure, which seriously injured Yuquan and greatly weakened the power of the blood cave, and made Yuquan completely merged with Chio's blood essence, the consequences would be disastrous. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Lichuan, with respect and admiration in their eyes. He entered the blood cave without fear of life and death, rescued Dan Chenzi and Xian Tianzong, and seriously injured Yuquan and weakened the power of the blood cave. Although Lichuan was only in the Danjia realm, in their eyes, he was no worse than Dan Chenzi and Xian Tianzong in the earthly immortal realm. Many female disciples looked at Lichuan with some special feelings in their eyes. Dan Chenzi and Xian Tianzong were indeed powerful, but they were seniors who had practiced for 400 or 500 years. In the eyes of many Shushan disciples, they were superior elders. Lichuan was different. He was in his 20s, and was only in the foundation building stage when he first came to Shushan. He often chatted with them, and was at the same level. Now that he had done so many great things, it was easy to attract these Shushan female disciples, who had never even been in love. Dan Chenzi, you have the highest level of cultivation and the strongest strength among the disciples of Shushan. Before I can think of a solution to Yuquan, I need you to guard here. If there is any unusual movement, kill first and report later. After confirming that Yuquan could not be solved for the time being, Master Bai Mei looked at Dan Chenzi. Dan Chenzi immediately responded respectfully, "Yes, Master, as the eldest disciple of the Mei, I will do my best to guard here." Bai Mei nodded, and then looked at Li Chuan. Li Qingfeng, I heard that you are following Dan Chenzi to refine magic weapons, and you are also very interested in our sword controlling technique. Then you can guard here together, and let Dan Chenzi teach you and me the most authentic sword controlling technique of Mei. Thank you for your help. Li Chuan immediately cupped his hands. His tone was both surprised and somewhat excited. He knew that Bai Mei would not be stingy. As long as he made contributions, he would definitely gain something. However, Bai Mei was willing to let Dan Chenzi teach him the authentic sword controlling technique, which he did not expect. Dan Chenzi's flying knife wings were a magic weapon he created himself, and the method of refining it that he passed on to Li Chuan was a private matter and not a big deal. But the sword controlling technique was the foundation of Mei's strength. Normally, this kind of magic would never be taught to anyone other than the disciples of their own sect. Even though the righteous cultivators fight against demons and defend the way, there are basically no bad people, but the sectarianism is still the same as ordinary people, and it is a very serious issue. Especially the larger the sect, the more attention it pays to this issue. So Li Chuan was so surprised when he heard Bai Mei's words. Very good, but Li Qingfeng, remember, after learning the sword controlling technique, you cannot pass it on to others without the consent of the sect leader, even your junior brothers and sisters in Zaya's Hushan. Finally, Bai Mei added a sentence. The reason why Li Chuan was taught the sword controlling technique was because of his great contributions, but it did not mean that Li Chuan could pass on the sword controlling technique to others. Moreover, Li Chuan knew the small teleportation technique. If there was any abnormality in the blood hole, he could immediately teleport to Mei to report. Qingfeng, remember this. Li Chuan nodded solemnly. This restriction was too insignificant for him. Xian Tian sect, Tianlei twin swords, Yunzhong 7 sons and other disciples, follow me back to Mei to discuss the next thing. After arranging Dan Chenzi and Li Chuan, Bai Mei led the rest of the group back to Mei. In the end, only Li Chuan and Dan Chenzi were left in the entire Panluo Valley, as well as the almost completely closed Blood Cave entrance. Brother, it seems that you will have to teach me both weapon refining and sword control. Don't worry, I will not hold back and will definitely let you learn the most authentic sword control. This is good. I was worried that you would not be able to exert the full power of my sword control technique after you practiced the flying sword wings. Dan Chenzi said with a smile. His Tianlongzhen flying knife wings were powerful, not only because of the powerful 10,000 flying knives, but more importantly, they could show such a powerful power with the powerful sword control technique of Mei. If the control of the sword control technique was lost and only ordinary sword control was used, the power of the flying knife wings would be greatly reduced, and it would even be impossible to smoothly control so many flying knives to attack. So, Li Chuan followed Dan Chenzi to stay in Panluo Valley, and began to refine a bunch of small flying swords while learning the authentic sword control technique. Chapter 258. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half has passed. There are only a few days left for Li Chuan to stay in this world. During this year and a half, the attempt to combine the two swords of Tianlei and Mei failed, and Changkong Wuji was killed by the backlash. Bai Mei Jinren used his remaining body and soul to create Lian Xing. Lian Xing worshipped Liangqi and has been trying to open his mind and remember his past life memories, restore his cultivation, and inherit the Thunder Flame sword again. But none of this matters. Anyway, he has no chance to get the Thunder Flame sword, so he didn't intervene in those matters. It may be because of his intervention that Youquan's exit from seclusion was greatly delayed, and the situation became less urgent. Bai Mei Jinren did not seem to be in a hurry to ascend to the upper realm to find a new artifact that could deal with Youquan. It is also possible that he has ascended, but he does not know. Similarly, it is not known whether it is because Li Chuan is there, or because Bai Mei has not ascended to the upper realm, or because Youquan is seriously injured and recovering, and the time has not come yet. Youquan's ally, the head of the Red God sect, the Red Corpse God, who specializes in invading people and absorbing their souls, has not yet appeared. Yes, you are now very skilled in refining flying swords, and you have mastered the art of flying swords. You will have to spend more time to refine it. Dan Chenzi smiled as he looked at the newly formed flying sword in Li Chuan's hand. In the past year and a half, Li Chuan's progress has been obvious. From the beginning, he could only refine a flying sword in a month, but now he can refine one in a day. He has also taught Li Chuan all the sword controlling techniques. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Li Chuan put a series of prohibitions into the small flying sword, and stored it in his dantian to nourish it. Under the guidance of Dan Chenzi in the past year and a half, his weapon refining and sword control skills have made great progress, and he is finally not a novice in cultivation. Now, except that his actual combat power is beyond the norm, other aspects have basically reached the level of a Gene Dan cultivator. In other words, now he is relying solely on the Gene Dan, without relying on the power of any other world, and he is also a relatively outstanding one in the Gene Dan realm. There is a demonic aura. At this moment, Dan Shinzi suddenly shouted, and his figure flashed, and he appeared below the entrance of the Blood Cave in Panluo Valley. Li Chuan's heart moved, and a phantom followed. It turned out to be a little flower demon born under the influence of the Blood Cave power. A demon, no matter how beautiful it is still a demon. Dan Shinzi looked at a blood-colored and beautiful little flower growing in the cracks of the stone, and a disdainful expression appeared on his face. For a newly born little flower demon like this, the strength is equivalent to that of a cultivator who has just entered the initial stage of foundation building. For a cultivator like him in the earthly immortal realm, it is really a place that can be crushed to death at will. So he relaxed his guard all of a sudden. However, when Li Chuan saw the enchanting little flower, his heart tightened, because he knew that this enchanting little flower was not a newly born little flower demon, but a disguised Red Corpse god of the same earthly fairyland. Red Corpse god, the leader of the Red Corpse sect second only to the Blood Demon Palace in the Devil's Way. No one has ever seen his true appearance. Even when Li Chuan asked Dan Shinzi before, Dan Shinzi said he didn't know. It is only known that this person took the route of Yuanshan when he first entered the stage, and is very good at the art of charm. Now he is an old demon in the earthly fairyland. However, Li Chuan estimated that although this Red Corpse Lord was in the earthly immortal realm, he was not as strong as Dan Shinzi in terms of hard power. Otherwise, the original novel would not have gone to great lengths to disguise himself as a little flower demon to gain Dan Shinzi's sympathy, lower his vigilance, and unexpectedly invade his soul and control his body. So at this time, Li Chuan did not teleport directly to Amei to call Baimei for help, but quietly sent a message to Dan Shinzi. Brother, be careful of this demon flower. I sensed a powerful true essence in its body that is not inferior to yours. You come to support me, let me test it. This is a small magic that is not very advanced but very practical. He has learned it before. Okay, junior brother, just go ahead and I will support you. Dan Shinzi was stunned, then immediately put away his contempt and replied with a very vigilant voice transmission. If other junior brothers and sisters had told him this, he might not believe it, because he did not sense any powerful true energy from this flower demon, but Li Chuan was different. Given that Li Chuan possessed various ancient secret arts and his previous deeds, Dan Shinzi believed it immediately. With a true essence as strong as his, it must be from the earthly immortal realm. Now disguised as a little flower demon, it seems that she wants to show weakness and attack him, and then enter the blood cave to help Yu Quan. Second form, immortal mode, multiple shadow clones. In an instant, Li Chuan transformed into 2,000 shadow clones, covering the entire Panluo Valley. This time, the 2,000 shadow clones did not perform ninjutsu, but raised their index fingers at the same time and pointed them at the enchanting little flower, faintly glowing green. Since he took the elixir of the Lotus Fairy, not only his true essence and body have greatly increased, but his soul has also been strengthened. In addition, the formation of the golden elixir will once again transform him, and comprehensively strengthen his body, true essence and soul. So a year and a half ago, he was able to cast spells without a wand. Although the shadow clones cannot have wizard blood like the original body, and can infinitely transform external energy into magic power, they also have some magic power, and can cast magic to a limited extent. That is to say, now, his 2,000 shadow clones can cast a few magic spells even if they don't hold a magic wand, as long as the magic power in their bodies is not exhausted. Perhaps sensing Li Chuan's intention to attack, the Red Corpse god immediately transformed into a cute little flower demon, pretending to be scared and running around, trying to win the sympathy of Li Chuan and Dan Shinzi. Brother, help me trap her. Li Chuan sent a message again. Dragon slash. Dan Shinzi flapped his wings, and countless flying knives shot out. Seeing the flying knives shooting at him, the Red Corpse god changed his body shape to dodge several of them, and deliberately let a flying knife hit his wings, fixing himself on the stone, and then used the charm spell, looking at Dan Shinzi pitifully. Dan Shinzi was immediately sympathetic, and the flying knife he shot out also stopped in the air, and he became hesitant. Could it be that junior brother Qi Feng made a mistake? In the eyes of the Red Corpse god, as long as Dan Shinzi, the powerful Amei disciple, was dealt with, the little Gene Dan cultivator over there would naturally not be a big deal. Avada Kedavra. Dan Shinzi's sympathy was aroused, but Li Chuan did not. 2,001 killing spells were shot out at the same time, densely packed green magic rays, all accurately meowing at the Red Corpse god, who was nailed to the rock by the flying knife. The killing spell specifically hurts the soul. In the wizard world, it is the most evil and deadly magic that cannot be defended, and it has the characteristic of being dead. Even if the red corpse god is in the earthly realm, one killing spell can't kill her, so what about 2001 killing spells? Even if she doesn't die, she will be seriously injured. Chapter 259. Ah! How could this happen? The red corpse god, who was using a strong charm spell on Danshinzi, was hit by 2001 life-taking curses at the same time. He immediately let out a shrill scream and forcibly restored his true form, transforming into a charming woman in red. Originally, she thought that with her strength, a spell used by a Jindan stage would not have any effect on her. At that time, she could take the opportunity to pretend to be pitiful, pretending to be seriously injured and dying, and get closer to Danshinzi. If she was lucky, she might be able to take the opportunity to directly invade Danshinzi's body. After taking control of Danshinzi, it won't be too late to go back and deal with the Jindan Realm Cultivator. However, what she didn't expect was that the spell power of this Jindan Realm Cultivator was so strong that it directly caused her soul to be severely damaged, and was beaten back to its original form. In fact, this can't be blamed on her. Li Chuan used magic this time, and unlike the obvious magic of Li Hua and Weather Curse, it does not belong to the same system as the magic of this world. In her eyes, there was only a green light shooting over, and it was difficult to have any strong sense of crisis. You daring monster, how dare you be so rampant? The red corpse god was severely injured, and the charm technique was naturally interrupted. Danshinzi reacted and immediately became furious. The flying knife wings behind him spun rapidly, directly turning into two sharp magic knife wheels, and quickly strangled the red corpse god. The red corpse god was a terrestrial immortal with a partial soul. His strength was originally weaker than Danshinzi. At this time, his soul was severely injured by Li Chuan's life-taking curse. How could he hide from the flying knife wings that Danshinzi used with all his strength? His earthly immortal body was strangled into pieces by the knife wheel transformed by the flying knife on the spot, leaving only a weak soul to escape. Unfortunately, just as her soul flew out a short distance, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Immortal Art 4 Symbol Seal. Li Chuan formed seals with his hands, and 4 black chains made of spells flew out, entangled the weak soul of the red corpse lord, and forcibly pulled it into the scroll he had prepared and sealed it. Whether it was the blood god's son before, or the red corpse lord now, they all had the inheritance of the world's top sex, and they were very valuable to Li Chuan. Righteous path, devilish path, it doesn't matter as long as it can improve one's strength. The blood of the blood demon palace can restrain magic weapons, and most spells. The red god sex method of invading the soul, and controlling the body is also very amazing. Even the Xianin sex dual cultivation technique is very good if used well. He is not staying in this world. At most, after learning it, he will not use it in this world. Of course, many magic skills and spells will affect the mind. In this regard, you still need to carefully distinguish before practicing. After all, power is power, and you can't let power control your thoughts. With such strength and magic, this flower demon is likely to be the red corpse lord of the red god cult. If it weren't for my junior brother here today, I would have almost fallen into his trap. Seeing Li Chuan use a strange sealing spell to capture the escaped soul of the red corpse lord, Danshinzi couldn't help but say with some lingering fear. Even after Li Chuan's reminder, he was aroused by the red corpse lord's charm. If Li Chuan hadn't reminded him, he might have been deceived if he had underestimated the enemy. The people of the demonic sect are all cunning and scheming. Senior brother, don't mind. We just need to be more cautious. Li Chuan put the sealed scroll into the small cloth bag and immediately changed the subject. By the way, should we inform the real person about this matter? Of course, we need to inform the master. Danshinzi nodded and released a special magic signal exclusive to Ame. A moment later, the shadow of Baime appeared above Panluo Valley. What's wrong, Danshinzi? Reporting to the master, the red corpse god of the red god sect came to attack just now, but was defeated by me and junior brother Qi Feng. Danshinzi reported respectfully. The white-browed shadow nodded. Oh, so, you are worthy of being my eldest disciple. You have done very well. Li Qi Feng is also very good. You just stay there and guard well, master. I will find a way to solve Yu Quan as soon as possible. That, everything is under the control of master. In short, you two have to endure humiliation now. In short, you stay there and wait for my good news, and contact me at any time if you need support, that's it. After saying that, the white-browed shadow disappeared directly. Danshinzi was stunned for a moment, then a look of doubt appeared on his face. He always felt that the way his master spoke today seemed different from before. However, out of respect for his master, he dispelled this doubt as soon as it appeared. Li Chuan looked strange, because he knew that the one who just spoke was probably not Bai Mei. It turned out that Bai Mei did not ascend to the upper realm, but ascended secretly without telling anyone except Xiantian's sect, so that Xiantian's sect pretended to be him to shock the demons and calm the hearts of his disciples. It's good this way. Without Bai Mei, things will be easier in the future. It's not a bad thing for Li Chuan that Bai Mei ascended to heaven, because with Bai Mei around, many things in the future will not be so easy to deal with. Now he has saved Dan Shenzi from being controlled by the Red Corpse God. In the future, when he kills the Yuquan blood demon, Dan Shenzi, as the eldest brother and the disciple with the highest cultivation, will definitely be the head of Mei. With his relationship with Dan Shenzi, he can do more. You can go back. In Panluo Valley, Li Chuan watched the countdown of the small world on the panel end, took out the scroll that sealed the bloody sun and the Red Corpse God, and placed it on the stone beside him. Then his mind was confused, and when he woke up again, he had returned to the closet used for cultivation in his New York home. For years, this was the longest time he had been away from home. Walking out of the closet and coming to the bedroom, Wanda was still sleeping soundly. According to the time of this world, Wanda had been tossed around by him all night yesterday, and she had not recovered yet. After stepping forward and kissing Wanda, Li Chuan turned back to the closet, activated the second form and the Sage mode, and instantly created a large number of shadow clones. Before in Panluo Valley, with Dan Shenzi by his side, many things were inconvenient. Now that he is back in the main world, there is naturally nothing to worry about. There are a total of 2,000 shadow clones, 1,000 of which are used to cooperate in refining the small flying sword, 500 of which are used to practice sword control, 400 of which are used to study and learn the skills and spells of the Xianin sect, and 100 of which are used to learn the spells of Zaya's Hushan. While his main body meditates and practices to restore the true essence and spirit of Dantian, and when the Shadow Clone's fairy chakra is exhausted, he will continue to split the Shadow Clone to continue cheating and practicing. The Shadow Clone spell is really a very practical and valuable ninjutsu as long as the body, mind, and will are strong enough to withstand the side effects it brings. The auxiliary learning ability comes first. Chapter 260. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wanda, who had finally gotten enough sleep, sat up from the bed, then stretched her arms and stretched her body, revealing an increasingly exaggerated curve. Another happy day. She stood up and opened the curtains, looking at the blue sky and bright sunshine outside, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Since marrying Li Chuan, she felt that she seemed to be lying flatter and flatter. Before she met Li Chuan, she either worked in a convenience store to earn money or participated in the protest march in Sokovia with her brother. She was full of hatred in her heart, always thinking that she would be able to take revenge one day, and she persisted. Now I eat and drink every day, attend tea parties with housewives in the community, chat about gossip, and occasionally participate in some relief activities with Meiyu. I also go shopping with my husband Li Chuan in the supermarket, shopping and shopping. Although she can use magic to make many things now, it is a very happy thing to go shopping and shopping with her beloved. And sometimes you can only make some beautiful clothes when you have a template in your mind. Compared to those independent women who have their own careers and ideals, she may be a little dull as a housewife. But in fact, she likes her current life very much. Not everyone is so ambitious and aspiring to become a great person, live a wonderful life, and show their personality. Without hatred as a driving force, she is just a little woman who wants to live a plain life with her lover, the kind of person who is easily satisfied and happy. So she likes to watch those humorous family sitcoms. The most important thing is that although her husband Li Chuan has a large international company, he is not a workaholic. He flies around the world every day to handle various company affairs, attend various parties, and meet various women. Most of the time, Li Chuan stays at home with her, and occasionally goes out to be a superhero, saving the world and some people in need. Husband, are you there? After opening the curtains, Wanda shouted outside the bedroom as usual. Without hearing Li Chuan's response, she gently opened the door of the closet a little, and suddenly all kinds of crackling sounds came out from the door. She knew that Li Chuan did not go out, but was studying magic in the closet space. Yes, her husband Li Chuan is not only the CEO of a large international company, but also a very powerful magician and her magic enlightenment teacher. She likes to study all kinds of magic in the closet at home. After closing the door of the closet and washing up briefly, she put on an apron and started making snacks. Under normal circumstances, she usually wouldn't use magic to directly conjure food, because that would make her feel that the food had no soul, At most she would use magic to assist. After making a large plate of snacks and brewing 2 cups of tea, she carried them into the closet as usual. "Hubby, do you want to have some snacks with me?" The 2001 Lichuans in the closet heard Wanda's call, and turned their heads at the same time. "Of course." "Oh, husband, it seems that you have more clones. Which one is you?" Wanda was also shocked to see so many Lichuans at once. Before entering the Xianxiao world, Lichuan could only split into 300 shadow clones at most, and because of the time limit of the shadow clones, every time Wanda entered the closet, she would probably see dozens of Lichuans practicing magic and ninjutsu. Now seeing 2001 Lichuans at once, she was shocked. The main reason was that Lichuan had formed a golden elixir in his body, which greatly improved all aspects of his body, and he also had the immortal mode, which allowed his shadow clones to last for a day without dissipating. Unless the Senjutsu chakra is exhausted by performing ninjutsu, or the shadow clone is injured, it will dissipate immediately. However, as long as the main body replenishes the true energy and chakra in time, it can immediately split another shadow clone to continue. "I'm here." Lichuan's main body, who was meditating to restore his true energy, saw Wanda appear, disbanded the multiple shadow clones, closed his eyes, and received the memories and fatigue of all the shadow clones, and stood up and came to Wanda after a long rest. After persisting until now, the Senjutsu chakra in the shadow clone's body is almost exhausted, so it's time to rest for a while. Immortal chakra is a combination of chakra and true essence. It can also be used to cast true spells. It also has a certain amplification effect, so it can also be used to replace the main body to refine equipment and practice spells. Let me make it clear first, you are not allowed to use so many clones to bully me at night. There are too many. Seeing Lichuan coming, Wanda warned jokingly. Is your husband that kind of person?" Hearing Wanda's words, Lichuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Sure enough, there is no qualification for cultivation. Sitting down, he picked up a snack and stuffed it into his mouth. While eating, he used the Taoist practice qualification identification method he had just learned to identify Wanda's body. The result was that Wanda had no qualifications to practice Taoism. In fact, after experiencing several worlds, he had already guessed this in his heart. Different worlds have different physiques, and the practice methods cannot be interchangeable. Just like the energy of chakra, without the physique of the people in the Naruto world, even if you know the chakra refining technique, you cannot extract chakra from the body and mind. Unless he brings the sacred tree of the Naruto world to the main world, transforms the earth of the main world, and then transforms the physique of all the people in the main world into the physique of the people in the Naruto world. There is also the magic of the wizard world. Without the wizard bloodline, magic cannot be cast. The same is true for the world of immortal cultivation. Without the physique of immortal cultivation, it is impossible to absorb external energy. Even if you get the method of immortal cultivation, you can't absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into your body. The reason why Lichuan can do it is because his body comes from the main world, and every time he enters a world, the panel will transform his body, and give him the same physique as the people in that world. Going to Naruto gave him a 5-attribute physique, going to the wizard world gave him a pure bloodline, and going to the Xianxiao world gave him a top-level immortal physique. So this also means that what he learned from other small worlds cannot be taught to anyone in the main world under normal circumstances. The reason why Wanda can learn the magic taught by Lichuan is essentially because of her own ability as the Scarlet Witch, that is, the ability to change reality with the power of chaos. The magic he casts is essentially different from the magic he converted with the wizard bloodline, but the effect is the same. Wanda has no qualifications for cultivation, which means he cannot guide Wanda to learn the Shangqing Dadong Sutra, and cannot achieve immortality through cultivation. But it doesn't matter, he has already considered this point, and has thought of a solution. He can't let Wanda achieve immortality through cultivation, but he can use other methods. Wanda, let's practice dual cultivation. Using the dual cultivation method of Xianin sect, he can use the true essence to cleanse Wanda's body through counter-replenishment, thereby indirectly increasing her lifespan. Chapter 261. Double cultivation. What is double cultivation? Wanda picked up a cookie sandwich and put it in her mouth, revealing a puzzled look. She had been sleeping and not eating, so she was a little hungry. Well, Lichuan thought for a while and explained, you can think of it as a magical magic that can make your body healthier. For example, your skin becomes smoother and more elastic, your figure becomes more perfect, you don't have to worry about getting fat or acne, and it can greatly delay aging, making you look younger, etc. Is there really such a magical magic? Wanda's eyes lit up after hearing this. The wizards in the Marvel world basically use external forces to cast spells, so no matter how powerful they are, their bodies will follow the rules of their own species, and age, and die over time. Even the Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One, needs to absorb the power of Dormammu's dark dimension if he wants to extend his life. Wanda is the same. Although she borrowed the power of chaos from the ancient god Scython, before she practiced the magic in the Dark Book and advanced to the real Scarlet Witch, her body is still just that of an ordinary human. So there are also women's worries such as getting fat from eating too much, getting acne, and being afraid of getting old and ugly. Of course, as long as we practice dual cultivation frequently, we can do it. Li Chuan nodded firmly. Although the Xianin sect is a demonic sect that likes to collect and replenish others to quickly improve its own cultivation, in fact, the method of dual cultivation of yin and yang that it practices is not such an evil magic. Fundamentally, it is a serious road, the way of yin and yang. However, most of the Xianin sect only collects and does not replenish. Every time they collect people to the point of being exhausted, they stop, and after a period of time, they recover and continue, which has completely turned the yin and yang road into a selfish and inhumane demonic path. In fact, in ancient times, there were righteous sects with related avenues, but they disappeared in history for various reasons. It is said that the creator of Xianin sect got the related inheritance by accident, but his mind was not right, and he had a wrong understanding, so he turned the righteous way into the devil way. Li Chuan is in the Jin Dan realm, and the effect of cultivation may not be obvious. But it is very beneficial to Wanda, who will receive the true essence transmitted by Li Chuan into her body, circulate in the meridians and dantian, and finally return to Li Chuan's body. During this process, Wanda's body has been cleansed by the true essence, thus achieving the effect of a complete transformation. The more times he practices, the higher Li Chuan's practice, and the more obvious this effect will be in the future. If Li Chuan practices to the level of a celestial being, and often uses the method of dual cultivation like this to cleanse Wanda's body with his true essence, then Wanda will definitely not only gain immortality, but also stay young and live for 1 or 2,000 years. However, this is only Li Chuan, and no normal Xianin sect cultivator would do this. What are we waiting for? Let's start now. Wanda couldn't wait to hear Li Chuan's affirmative answer. However, Li Chuan hesitated. Are you sure you want to start now? After not seeing each other for 4 years, he naturally wouldn't disagree, but considering that Wanda had just fought all night last night, it might not be a good idea to continue just after waking up. Didn't you say that dual cultivation must be done frequently to be effective? Are there any restrictions on time and place? Wanda tilted her head with a puzzled look on her face. Until now, she still didn't know what double cultivation meant, and thought it was just two people practicing some kind of magic together. There are no restrictions, but if you want to start, we'd better go to the bedroom. Go to the bedroom? Wanda swallowed her saliva, and suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. 12 hours later, at 2 o'clock in the morning, a loud cry resounded throughout the community. Because the sound was too loud, many residents in the community were awakened and turned on the lights. At this time, a strong young security guard, who was patrolling the community immediately said to Li San, the leader in front, with vigilance, "Brother San, it came from the boss's building. Is the boss in danger?" "It's okay. Continue patrolling. The boss is not in danger." Li San raised his hand and hit the young security guard on the back of the head, then asked, "Little Lack, how old are you this year?" "I'm 18. The young man touched the back of his head and replied somewhat confusedly. Clearly, the boss's wife screamed so loudly just now. Why did Brother San not even ask, and was so sure that there was no danger? 18, that's fine. Tomorrow night, we will take turns. You and I will go to the bar. To protect the boss, we need not only strength but also knowledge. You have too little knowledge in some aspects, which will affect some judgments when protecting the boss. You need to improve in this aspect." "Yes, third brother." The young man seemed to understand something. At the same time, in the bedroom, Wanda covered her head with a quilt and said in a voice that was about to cry, "What happened just now? It was so embarrassing. They will definitely laugh to death tomorrow. And husband, are you teasing me? Does this really have the effect you said?" It's okay. If anyone laughs at you tomorrow, I will delete her memory. And this is really a magical magic. Do you feel refreshed now, and not tired at all? Think about last night and today. Is there a big difference? And you can get up and look in the mirror. Your skin condition must be much better than it was in the morning. Li Chuan rubbed Wanda's head through the quilt and smiled. The difference between the two is huge. He is in the Jin Dan realm and Wanda is an ordinary person, so the effect can be said to be immediate. After hearing Li Chuan's comfort, Wanda felt it, and found that she was not tired at all. Her spirit and body were surprisingly good, which was in sharp contrast with last night. Could it really have such a big effect? Then she slowly pulled open the quilt, stuck her head out, stretched her hand forward a little, and the mirror on the dressing table in front of her flew in front of her. "Oh, husband, I feel like I'm 16 again." Seeing her obviously younger appearance in the mirror, Wanda jumped up from the bed in excitement. Yes, after the transformation, Wanda's appearance and skin have returned to the best state of her life, which was when she was 16 years old. Although she did not enter the practice and enter the foundation building stage to cleanse her body with spiritual energy, the powerful true essence of Li Chuan's Jin Dan realm, combined with the method of Xianin sect, the effect is not much worse than the effect of the transformation when entering the foundation building stage. Chapter 262. After a normal cultivator undergoes a complete transformation, his physical condition will return to his youngest and best state. Just like Liangqi, who is over 200 years old, looks like he is always 18 or 19 years old. Of course, this is not fixed. After a cultivator reaches the Jin Dan stage, he can adjust his physical appearance according to his own wishes. Most female cultivators maintain their youngest appearance, while most male cultivators choose to look more mature in their 30s. Some people have special hobbies, such as liking to transform into a child, a teenager, or a middle-aged person. In order to be more dignified, most of the leaders of general sects will choose to show themselves as elderly people, such as Li Qingfeng's master Qin Zhu Taoist, Amazed by Meijianren, and Mutation's Zuinqing master. Compared with Asian women, European and American women mature earlier. Generally, European women are about the same age as Asian women at the age of 18 or 19, when they are 15 or 16 years old. After the age of 20, it starts to go downhill. After the age of 30, it will age rapidly, and after the age of 40, it will be very obvious. Wanda is 21 years old this year. Although she is still at the peak of her beauty, she still has some concerns about her age and appearance. In particular, she is afraid that if she is not beautiful, her husband will not love her anymore, and will he like younger and prettier ones, etc., which are the thoughts that some wives often have. After all, Li Chuan is so rich, so beautiful, so outstanding, and so powerful. What kind of girl can't he find? So when she saw herself become the youthful and beautiful 16-year-old, she was so happy. Fortunately, this place has not changed back. After being excited for a while, she suddenly thought of something, looked down, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Throwing the mirror back on the dressing table, Wanda jumped hard and rushed towards Li Chuan. "I feel good now, let's continue." "No, this is just the beginning. You can't do it too frequently, otherwise it will hurt your body." Li Chuan reached out to catch Wanda, picked up her pajamas, and put her aside. Wanda is not a cultivator after all, her body is just that of an ordinary person. Even if there is a method of dual cultivation, it cannot be used too frequently. Currently, it can only be used once a day at most, otherwise excessive supplementation will hurt the body. So, in the following time, life returned to peace again. Because now Li Chuan's shadow clone can last for a day, as long as the chakra is not exhausted. So his 2,000 shadow clones now have clear division of labor. One part of him was refining a small flying sword in the closet space, one part was learning and practicing spells, magic, and ninjutsu, and one part was scattered to complete all the simple side quests that were refreshed to earn time in the small world. As for his main body, in addition to meditating and cultivating his true essence, he had 3 meals a day. This situation lasted for about 2 months before it was interrupted by something. "Boss, we found a suspicious person near the community. Do you want to arrest him and interrogate him?" Li Chuan, who was watching a sitcom with Wanda in the living room, heard Li San's report on the communicator and asked casually, "What's suspicious?" "We found a van that has been parked near the community for 2 consecutive days, and every time my wife leaves the community, the van flashes, probably taking pictures." Li San recounted what he had observed in the past few days. After thinking for a while, Li Chuan replied, "Secretly arrest the people in the van and find out their identities. Except for S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and the government, ordinary people don't know his and Wanda's identities, nor do they know the neighborhood where he lives. So the person who secretly photographed Wanda is most likely not an ordinary reporter or something like that. Could it be that some strange organization has targeted him? There are countless organizations of all sizes in the Marvel world. In addition to the most famous S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, there are also the Hand, the Defenders, the Tide, etc. However, these are nothing to him now. After figuring out the details, he will give a warning first, and if he doesn't listen to the warning, he will kill him directly." "Yes, boss." About 10 minutes later, Lee San called again and reported, "The owner of the van is a woman in her 20s named Sky, a hacker. She got your address because she hacked into the SHIELD system. She said she is your fan and wants to meet you." Sky, this name sounds familiar. A hacker who can hack into the SHIELD system. Li Chuan thought about it, and immediately thought of someone. If he remembered correctly, there was an alien called Shockwave Daisy. Before she changed her name, she seemed to be called Sky, also a hacker. "Okay, I got it. I'll be there right away." After hanging up the phone and saying hello to Wanda, Li Chuan was about to apparate over when a new side quest suddenly popped up on the panel. Side quest. Stop the Inhumans from waging war against humans. Reward, 1 year of small world time. The moment he saw the side quest, his eyes lit up. He had spent 2 months on side quests, with the help of his shadow clone. Now he only had half a year of small world time left. This quest gave him 1 year at once, which was a nice little surprise. The Inhumans are a race created by the Kree people who came to Earth 1,400 years ago to capture humans for experiments. The Kree Empire, one of the most powerful civilizations in the universe, once sent scientists to conduct biological research and experiments everywhere in order to gain an advantage in interstellar wars, hoping to create powerful biological warriors. One of them came to Earth 1,400 years ago and experimented on a Mayan, thus giving birth to the first Inhuman, Hive, which is also the origin of Hydra. Later, because the Kree Empire stopped this experiment, and Hive led the transformed Inhumans to resist, the Kree scientists returned to the Kree Empire on a spaceship. The transformed Inhumans, who stayed on Earth, were afraid that Hive could control the thoughts of other Inhumans at will, so they used the technology left by the Kree to exile them to an alien planet far away from Earth. The humans who worshipped Hive regarded it as their own totem of faith and established the original Hydra organization. Therefore, Hydra has only one goal for the past 1,000 years, which is to rescue the Hive of their faith and unify the entire Earth under the leadership of the Hive. After the Hive was exiled, the Inhumans transformed by the Kree all hid their identities, combined with ordinary humans to reproduce, and gradually disappeared from the eyes of the world. However, according to the plot, in the past 100 years, Sky's mother Jiaying seems to have used the Terrigen crystals left by the Kree to continuously activate the superpowers of the Inhuman descendants, attempting to exterminate humans and leave only Inhumans on Earth. Chapter 263. But I remember that the Inhumans incident should happen in 2 or 3 years. Did it happen earlier because of my influence? With a hint of doubt, Li Chuan apparate to the interrogation room of the community. There have been so many changes over the years because of his influence. Thor fell in love with literature, Loki was banished to the mortal world and became a gangster, SHIELD and Hydra broke up in advance, and even the Chitauri invasion was advanced by several years. The butterfly effect has long been spread to who knows where, and it doesn't seem so surprising that the Inhumans launched their plan in advance. "Hello, I heard you are my fan." Li Chuan smiled at the beautiful Chinese-American girl in front of him. Sky's mother Jiaying is Chinese, and her father Carl is American, so she is Chinese-American. Yes, I am just like you very much. I have no ill intentions really." Sky, who was tied to a chair with a thick rope, stared with big watery eyes and looked very pitiful. "Please, can you let me go? I promise I won't do this next time." She was originally an orphan. Because of her withdrawn personality, she always wanted to find her biological parents, and was quite rebellious, so she was transferred to different families many times when she was young. Later, she simply escaped from the family that adopted her and chose to live alone. During this period, she also met her boyfriend Miles, a hacker master and a member of the Rising Tide organization. The Rising Tide organization is a non-profit organization formed entirely by hackers from all over the world. Their original intention was to dig out the secrets hidden by the government and make them public, because they think citizens have the right to know about any affairs in this world, and the government has no right to hide those secrets. Under Miles' guidance, the gifted Sky became a top hacker who is even better than Miles. Through her hacking skills, she found out that her life experience was related to an organization called SHIELD. So she has been using her hacking skills to try to hack into SHIELD's system. A few days ago, she finally intercepted some files from SHIELD's system, and in these files, there was the real information and home address of the superhero Dark Wizard, who single-handedly killed the entire alien fleet when aliens invaded the Earth last year. Out of curiosity, and the philosophy of being a member of the Tide organization, she secretly drove to the neighborhood. Last year, the alien invasion of New York shocked the world and made many people realize the existence of Earth's superheroes. But the government did not explain why the aliens invaded. They hid all the information from ordinary people, and have been saying that they are investigating. Sky just wants to get this hidden information and make it public, and she thinks that the dark wizard Li Chuan must know the secret. But she didn't expect that after only a few days of surveillance, she was forcibly captured by the security guards in the community who looked like bodybuilders. And they actually used those torture instruments that looked particularly cruel to interrogate her, which scared her so much that she quickly spit out some information to gain trust. I heard that you are a person who hacked into the shield system out of curiosity and got some of my information? Li Chuan sat opposite Sky. Sky nodded quickly. I am just an enthusiast in this area, not a professional. It was an accident that I was able to successfully hack in. A hobbyist can actually break through the system defensive shield. You are really amazing. Li Chuan smiled and gave Sky a thumbs up. I thought you were a member of the Tide Rising organization, but it turns out you are not. What Tide Rising organization? I have never heard of it. I am just a computer enthusiast. Sky's body stiffened when she heard this, revealing an awkward smile. Li Chuan did not expose her, but pointed at the rope that tied her and said, "Relax." The thick rope immediately loosened and fell down. The force-releasing spell, a spell that can automatically loosen ropes, chains, and other binding objects, can also be used on people, making them lose all their strength. It's amazing. Watching Li Chuan perform magic, Sky showed a surprised expression in his eyes. Although I have watched many videos online, it is still different to see magic for the first time in real life. I admire your hacking skills. Are you interested in working for me? The salary is good, and the working hours are flexible. Li Chuan stood up and invited Sky. Sky was recruited not only because she was the future Shockwave, but more importantly because of her hacking skills. With a second-hand laptop won from a bet, she was able to hack into the SHIELD database. In terms of hacking skills, Sky should be ranked among the best on the entire planet. It just so happened that he was in need of such talent. Similarly, if he wanted to find the Inhumans, he would also need Sky. It had been so long that he only roughly remembered that the Inhumans' current base was in a place called Afterlife. The place is located in a mountain with few people. Once a new alien awakens the ancestral gene and gains superpowers, an alien named Gordon in the base can sense it and use his teleportation ability to bring it to the base. At the same time, they are also looking for humans with alien genes all over the world, bringing them to the base and queuing them up for screening and awakening superpowers. Sky's mother Jiaying was chosen as the leader of this group of aliens because her awakened superpower is immortality, and she has lived for hundreds of years. That means he didn't know the exact location of the Inhumans base. Can I refuse? I don't like working for others. Sky replied cautiously. Li Chuan shrugged. Of course, I never force others. If you don't want to, you can leave now. Remember not to take pictures of my wife next time, even though she is very beautiful. Really? Then I'm leaving. Sky couldn't believe that Li Chuan would let him go like this, and walked towards the door tentatively. Li Chuan smiled and gestured to invite her, but did not stop her. Seeing that no one was stopping her from leaving, Sky immediately quickened her pace and rushed out of the interrogation room, then returned to her broken van as quickly as possible. I was scared to death. She took a deep breath, and seeing that no one was chasing her, she stepped on the accelerator and ran away. At the beginning, she thought she was dead today. Boss, are you just letting her go? In front of the monitor in the interrogation room, Li San looked at the van that drove away in a flash, with a puzzled look on his face. He thought Li Chuan was fishing, letting the girl go first, and then sending them to follow her and find the organization behind the girl, but he didn't expect Li Chuan to really let her go. Of course, it's not that simple. Li Chuan smiled, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Is it Carlson? There is a girl named Sky who hacked into your system and found my information. Her license plate number is... Chapter 264. After calling Carlson to report the incident, Li Chuan used the disapparition spell to hide his figure, and then teleported to the top of Sky's panel car not far from the community. He quickly opened a pair of wings made entirely of flying swords behind him, and followed very easily. In 2 months, Li Chuan had used the shadow clone to cheat and refine all 10,000 flying swords, assembling his own flying sword wings. Under normal circumstances, with his current strength, he could only refine one small flying sword a day at most. If he wanted to refine all 10,000 flying swords, it would take 27 years without eating or drinking. But because of the shadow clones, you don't need to use all 2,000 shadow clones to refine weapons. If you separate 1,000, you can refine 200 in 1 day by cooperating with each other, and you can refine all of them in less than 2 months. So sometimes, Some abilities that may not be so impressive in different worlds can really work wonders in another world. At present, he has opened 3 worlds in total: the ninja world of Naruto, the wizard world of Fantastic Beasts, and the fairy world of Legend of Shushan. In terms of combat power, the fairy world of Legend of Shushan is definitely the highest. Not counting the upper realm where it ascended, even if you take out the 2 top earthly immortals, White Eyebrow Immortal and Yukon Blood Demon, it can also sweep the first 2 worlds. However, some magical ninjutsu in the Naruto world, and some magic in the wizard world that have even touched the rules also have extremely powerful effects. Just like using this multiple shadow clone technique to help refine magic weapons, it saved him 27 years of time. In the future, whether it is learning magic, Taoism, or many other things in the future, it really saves a lot of time. There are also things like Impure World Reincarnation, Orochimaru's substitute technique, and the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, etc. Not to mention the magic of the wizard world, which involves time, space, and soul, which generally require very high strength to access. Many ordinary wizards can use it. So each world is very valuable. Only by concentrating the advantages of all these worlds, and using and integrating them reasonably can Li Chuan have the current strength in just a few years. The efficiency is quite fast. Half an hour later, Li Chuan saw Coulson and several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents appear in front of Sky's van, put a black cloth bag on Sky, who looked confused, and took him away. Following Coulson all the way to a secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York, he watched Coulson leave after interrogating Sky, and then he slowly appeared in the corner of the interrogation room. "How about it, Miss Sky? Do you want to consider my invitation before?" "What? Why are you here?" Sky, with her hands handcuffed, looked at Li Chuan, who slowly appeared in the corner, with a look of surprise on her face. Li Chuan raised his hand and smiled. "Because it was me who called the S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrest you. Although I don't like them, as a law-abiding citizen, it is my duty to report criminals. I knew it was you, otherwise how could they find me so soon after I left?" Sky looked at Li Chuan with a gritting face. This was not the first time she had hacked into the S.H.I.E.L.D. system. Previously, the S.H.I.E.L.D. people had been fooled by her, and could not track her at all. This time, she was caught by the S.H.I.E.L.D. people just half an hour after leaving the community. It was hard for her not to think of Li Chuan. But he didn't understand. Li Chuan could have let her go, but now, he let S.H.I.E.L.D. catch her. What did he mean? As if seeing through Sky's thoughts, Li Chuan smiled and said, "You have 2 choices now. First, agree to the conditions I proposed before and work for me, then I can not only help you find your parents, but also save you from here. Second, refuse me, and then you will be sent to prison by their agents for illegally hacking into the S.H.I.E.L.D. system. You may even be taken for human experiments, digging out your eyes, cutting off your arms, etc. As a hacker, you should know that secret agent organizations like them have no humanity. I don't like to force others. If you choose the second option, I will disappear immediately." Hearing Li Chuan's words, Sky couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She had only joined the Tide Rising organization for a few years, and had not experienced any major battles. She was really panicking now. Although she felt that S.H.I.E.L.D. would not use her for human experiments, it was possible that she would be imprisoned for 10 or 8 years. "You said you could help me find my parents? That's too easy. You have to know that I am a magical wizard. It's not too difficult for me to help you find your parents." Li Chuan replied as a matter of course. Sky thought for a while after hearing this, and finally nodded. "Okay, I promise you, as long as you can find my parents." A superhero who once defeated the alien fleet and saved the Earth. A superhero who often does good things everywhere in New York. The words of such a person are still very credible. The key is that she has no choice now. If she refuses the other party's conditions, she will spend the rest of her life in prison. The right choice, Li Jinshang. Li Chuan raised his hand and cast a spell to remove the handcuffs from Sky, and then he stepped forward and pulled her out from the chair. Sky moved her stiff wrist and asked, "Now, how do we leave here?" "How do we leave?" "Of course, we leave openly." Li Chuan used a spell to unlock the heavy code of the interrogation room, which immediately triggered the alarm of the base. Wouldn't this be a bit bad? Listening to the shrill alarm, Sky's tone was a little worried. She thought Li Chuan would use magic to quietly take her away, but she didn't expect it to be so blatant. When she was escorted in just now, she saw many guards with guns. However, Li Chuan opened the door and replied, "No one in this world can imprison my people without my consent, not even S.H.I.E.L.D. or the government." Now his comprehensive strength is basically invincible, except for the level of Ancient One and Odin. If Marvel's strength is divided into planetary level, father level, single universe level, multiverse level, omnipotent universe level, and super universe level. Li Chuan's strength should have reached the peak of the planetary level. So for some things, he just needs to follow his own moral bottom line, and doesn't need to be influenced by the secular world. He is the only one who has the right to deal with his subordinates. No other institutions or laws can judge or deal with his subordinates without his permission. This is his current rule. In fact, the basic meaning is that my rules are rules. Chapter 265. Hearing Li Chuan's seemingly casual, but domineering words, Sky was also stunned. To be honest, as an orphan who has been sent here and there since she was a child, she seems strong on the surface, but what she lacks most in her heart is a sense of security. But at this moment, she suddenly felt very safe in her heart. Maybe, this choice is not bad. Sky murmured in her heart. If she chose to join Li Chuan before, it was mostly because she did not choose to agree with Li Chuan to help her find her parents. Now I really recognize Li Chuan in my heart. Who are you? Raise your hands and lie on the ground. Seeing the door of the interrogation room opened, the alarm sounded, and a strange man walked out. The agents guarding the door immediately drew all their weapons and pointed them at Li Chuan. Li Chuan wore a mask when he transformed into a dark wizard, so except for a few people, most people did not know Li Chuan's true appearance. These agents at the shield base were naturally among the majority, who did not know Li Chuan's true identity. I think you better put down your weapons and let Carlson come over. I have something to talk to him about, Li Chuan said with a smile. However, the agents obviously did not buy it, and instead issued another warning. Hurry up, raise your hands and lie on the ground, otherwise we will shoot. Okay, it's easier this way. A pair of gorgeous metal wings made of flying swords instantly appeared behind Li Chuan. The agents thought Li Chuan was going to launch an attack, and immediately opened fire without hesitation. He stood there without moving, and the flying sword wings behind him unfolded with his thoughts, blocking all the bullets. Then the sword flashed, and the shooting stopped abruptly. The agents found that whether it was a rifle or a pistol in their hands, they all broke into several pieces and fell to the ground. Don't attack me anymore. I don't think you want to break into several pieces like the weapons in your hands. Li Chuan put away the flying sword wings and made a joke that made the agents sweat. Since he had the flying sword wings, he rarely used magic and ninjutsu in ordinary battles. Because even though he can cast spells without a wand and silently, it takes a little time to recite the spell in his mind, and he also needs to make hand seals to release ninjutsu. But the flying sword wings are his magic weapon, and he can summon them as long as he thinks about it. The speed is also extremely fast and sharp, which is completely enough for normal combat. Misunderstanding, everyone, don't do it, Mr. Li Chuan, why are you here? At this time, Carlson, who had seen the movement here through the surveillance, finally rushed here and waved to drive away the agents. Li Chuan is a terrifying figure, who can destroy an entire alien fleet by himself. No matter why he appears here, we must not conflict with him. This is also what Nick Fury has repeatedly reminded us of in the previous meeting. If S.H.I.E.L.D. really wants to deal with a powerful being like Li Chuan, it must go through various close calculations and formulate more than a dozen combat plans. Only when it is certain can it take action. Oh, I'm here to pick up my employees. Li Chuan smiled and stepped aside, pointing at Sky, who was still confused behind him. Carlson couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard what Li Chuan said. It was Li Chuan who called him to report that he led people to bring Sky back to S.H.I.E.L.D. How come Sky has become Li Chuan's employee now? What's going on? Is there a problem? Li Chuan smiled. Carlson replied helplessly. Since she is your employee, Mr. Li Chuan, there is no problem. Could he refuse? Did he dare to refuse? In fact, he still admired Sky, the hacker genius, and originally planned to recruit him to S.H.I.E.L.D. But now that Li Chuan came in person, he could only give up. After all, for S.H.I.E.L.D., Li Chuan's weight is much heavier than a genius hacker. By the way, I know you have an item number 084 in S.H.I.E.L.D., called the Obelisk. Anyone who touches it will be petrified and die immediately. Tell Director Fury to send someone to send that thing to me. I can use it. Li Chuan nodded and continued. Hearing this, Carlson's face suddenly changed. Because he knew that Nick Fury would never agree to Li Chuan's request. Agreeing to Li Chuan to take Sky away was a reasonable concession made out of fear of Li Chuan's strength, and on the other hand, Sky was just a genius hacker and was not important. But now Li Chuan's request was different. This was to directly take away those dangerous items sealed by S.H.I.E.L.D. that might threaten the world's safety. If they agree to it this time due to Li Chuan's power, then next time Li Chuan asks for S.H.I.E.L.D. space carrier, should they also give it to him? As an organization that is committed to maintaining world security, especially now that the scum of Hydra has been eliminated. S.H.I.E.L.D. has its own rules that cannot be violated. And now Li Chuan's behavior seems to be close to this rule. Sorry, Mr. Li Chuan, you have no right. Just when Coulson was about to sternly reject Li Chuan's request, a stack of printed A4 suddenly appeared in his hand, which was what Li Chuan took out from the small cloth bag and stuffed into him. This contains most of the current information about Hydra, including the origin of Hydra, the information of most of its current members, and the addresses of some Hydra bases, etc. Li Chuan has not been completely unconcerned about Hydra, an extremely large organization with a history of thousands of years. Because he knows that if Hydra gains the upper hand in the fight with S.H.I.E.L.D., it will definitely come to trouble him. Even if he doesn't need to worry about Hydra with his strength, it would be very annoying if he is always harassed by Hydra agents. So after subduing the 10 rings, he used his memories of Hydra in his previous life to compile a rough document and gave it to Wenwu, asking him to secretly send members of the 10 rings to investigate. The information recorded in the stack of papers he gave to Coulson was all the information Wenwu had collected about Hydra. In the past, he was worried that S.H.I.E.L.D. would come to bother him after dealing with Hydra, but now, with his strength, he no longer needs to worry so much. Even if Nick Fury really called Captain Marvel, he is not without the ability to fight. Therefore, the existence of Hydra is not that important. By the way, when you catch one of the Hydra leaders named Whitehall, remember to notify me. I have something to do with him. Patting Coulson on the shoulder, Li Chuan and Sky disappeared into the base. After Li Chuan left, Coulson held the information in his hand, and was stunned for a while before he quickly called Nick Fury. Director, I have important information to report to you. Chapter 266. Daniel Whitehall, formerly known as Reinhardt, was a scientist under the Red Skull, responsible for studying the obelisk that might contain the death code. His research process was to use humans for contact experiments, and replace them with new ones when they died. It was also at that time that he met Jiaying, a woman who would not be petrified by the obelisk. After the Red Skull was defeated by Captain America, he and his men and the obelisk were arrested and imprisoned by the Howling Commandos led by Carter. All the experimental subjects, including Jiaying, were released and returned home. Later, because S.H.I.E.L.D. was infiltrated by Zola's Hydra, Reinhardt was secretly released by Alexander Pierce and changed his name to Daniel Whitehall, continuing to serve Hydra. At this time, he was already an old man, and found that Jiaying, the only woman who would not be petrified by the obelisk, was still alive, and her appearance had not changed at all. So he cruelly dismembered Jiaying and transplanted all her organs into his own body, thus regaining his youth and gaining Jiaying's ability to live forever. However, Jiaying did not die. After being found and pieced together by her husband, she came back to life. But Jiaying's personality changed drastically after she came back to life. She returned to the base of the Inhumans, Afterlife, and began her revenge plan. She wanted to destroy S.H.I.E.L.D., destroy mankind, and create a world where only Inhumans exist. This idea feels familiar for some reason. When dismembering Jiaying, Whitehall's surface identity was S.H.I.E.L.D., so in Jiaying's eyes, Hydra is S.H.I.E.L.D., and S.H.I.E.L.D. is Hydra. After returning to the interrogation room with Sky through apparition, Li Chuan introduced, "This is your supervisor Li San, and he will arrange your work from now on." "Hello, I'm sorry about what happened before." Li San took the initiative to extend his hand. Sky shrugged and shook his hand. "I understand, and I know you just want to scare me. By the way, I hope you can withdraw from the Rising Tide organization. Although it is a public welfare organization, it is not as good as you think. Many of the hackers are actually just information dealers, including your boyfriend Miles." After seeing Sky and Li Chuan get to know each other, Li Chuan suddenly remembered something and reminded him. He didn't want Sky to work for him in the future and secretly send his information to the Tide Rising organization, so that everyone would know about it. And he was not wrong. Although the Tide Rising organization was a public welfare organization and had its own philosophy, except for a few naive people like Sky, it was really because of the philosophy. Many hackers are just for money. They get intelligence from organizations, and then sell it to people who need it at a high price to make a lot of money. Sky's boyfriend is one of them. He also sold a lot of intelligence to Hydra. Impossible, Miles is not that kind of person. He did all this because of the lofty ideals of our organization. He is a good person. I don't allow you to insult him like this." Hearing Li Chuan's words, Sky seemed to be touched and became angry instantly. Miles taught her hacking skills, and the lofty ideals of the Rising Tide organization were also taught to her by Miles. In her heart, Miles is an absolutely upright and good person. Now Li Chuan said that Miles was an intelligence criminal who sold information for money. How could she accept it? Li Chuan seemed to have expected Sky's reaction, and turned to look at Li San. Have you found it? It's on the way, and it's estimated to arrive in 20 minutes. Li San looked at his phone, and replied respectfully. Li Chuan nodded and poured Sky a drink. Don't be so excited, calm down. Sit down and have a drink. Your boyfriend Miles will be here in 20 minutes, and you will know whether it is exactly what I said. It turned out that on the way to follow Sky, Li Chuan had already ordered the 10 rings to lock Miles's location, and let Li San send someone to forcibly bring him here. 20 minutes later, Miles appeared in the interrogation room. However, Li Chuan did not let Miles and Sky meet, but put him in a room with one-way transparent glass, let Li San question him inside, and he and Sky stood outside to listen. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. It's just a simple test. Looking at the nervous Sky, Li Chuan comforted her. Sky's fingers turned pale as she replied, If you want to hurt him, I will never agree to work for you, even if you kill me. Li Chuan smiled, and was not angry. He liked Sky's character very much. At least when she became his subordinate in the future, he would not have to worry about her easily rebelling. Just like Cao Cao admired Guan Yu, it was because of Guan Yu's loyalty to Liu Bei that Cao Cao wanted to take Guan Yu under his command. Who are you, and what do you want to do? Myers, who was taken away by the black bag, looked at the surrounding environment and the strong bear like Li San in front of him, and a look of fear appeared on his face. He was in the rental house trying to overcome the defense of a government agency, and suddenly a group of big men rushed into the room, put a black bag on him, and forcibly took him here. How could he not be afraid? Could it be that he was negligent, and the government agency just locked his position, and came to his door? That shouldn't be the case. He didn't conquer any important organization. How could the other party have such talents? It doesn't matter who we are. What's important is that I heard that I can buy a lot of valuable intelligence from you. I wonder if it's true. Li San put 4 suitcases on the table expressionlessly, and opened them. They were neatly filled with green US dollars, which was very visually impactful. When Miles heard that he wanted to buy intelligence, his expression suddenly changed from fear to surprise. He reached out, and touched the brand new US dollars and smiled. Why did you say it earlier? Why do you have to be so scary? As long as your money is in place, I have any intelligence you need. Okay, our boss has a grudge against the Dark Wizard. If you have information about the Dark Wizard's true identity, then all these on the table will be yours. Li San pushed all 4 boxes in front of Miles. Miles' eyes lit up immediately when he saw this. If you ask other people, they really don't have this, but I'm asking the right person. My apprentice just got information about the Dark Wizard from S.H.I.E.L.D. Outside the glass window of the room, Sky listened to Miles' words inside, and watched him take out a stack of money from the suitcase with a greedy face, and sniff it in front of his nose, and the whole person was stunned. Is this still the upright and kind Miles in her heart? Then, an anger of being deceived and betrayed rose from her heart. Chapter 267. You know, when she intercepted the Dark Wizard's information from S.H.I.E.L.D., Miles told her that the Dark Wizard was a hero who saved mankind, and his Lee group helped many poor people. So they couldn't make the Dark Wizard's information public, which might put him in danger. Let her see if she could dig up some information about the hidden information of S.H.I.E.L.D. based on the Dark Wizard's true identity. It turned out that it was not the case at all. Miles just wanted to keep this important information in his hands, so that he could sell it at a high price. Now, for the sake of money, he wants to sell the information of the Dark Wizard to his enemy, which simply makes her faith collapse. How can you guarantee that if I tell you the information, you will definitely let me take the money? In the room, Miles put the stack of banknotes into the suitcase, with a cunning look in his eyes. He was worried that if he told the information, the other party would refuse to pay. Li San stood up and punched the table, leaving a clear fist mark on the steel table, and then replied in a cold tone, Our boss doesn't need this little money. You can either tell it now, and get out of here with the money, or I will send you to hell, and go to your apprentice. I don't think she will refuse so much money. Miles looked at the fist mark on the table, swallowed his saliva, and then replied with a flattering face, Don't be angry, I was just joking, of course I believe you. And my apprentice is different from me, she is an idiot, and still believes in the idiotic ideas of the organization, and will not accept your money. Oh, it seems that you are a smart person. Li San sat down again, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Miles spread his hands. I used to be like her, but later I found that everything else in this world is shit. Only money is the most important thing. Without money, you can't even have a good meal. I risked so much to get the information, and I made it public, but I was kicked out of a fancy restaurant because I didn't have enough money. Anyway, I've had enough. As soon as he finished speaking, The door of the room was kicked open, and Sky ran in angrily, then slapped him in the face, and yelled at him with red eyes. "You liar, you're dead. I tell you, you're dead." As she said that, she kicked Miles between his legs. An orphan who was sent from place to place since childhood, without a warm family and parental love, was destined to be a girl lacking love. So when she met Miles, who was a little bit better to her, she fell in love. But being able to escape from her adoptive parents and live alone, being able to drive a van around and fight against government agencies, also proved that she was definitely not that kind of weak girl. So after she was sure that she was deceived, she was also quite ruthless. "Sky, listen to me. It hurts." Miles was also shocked to see Sky appear. He was slapped and was about to explain, but was kicked in the vitals. He then covered his vitals and knelt on the ground. "I'm listening to you, you bastard. I'm going to bastard you." Sky was swearing all kinds of dirty words while punching and kicking Miles, who was kneeling on the ground. 10 minutes later, Li Chuan handed Sky, who had calmed down, a drink again. To judge whether a person is good or bad, don't listen to what he says, but look at what he does. Many people talk about morality and lofty ideals, which sound very nice, and they like to use them to restrain others, but in fact, they do a lot of bad things in secret. Some people may not say anything, but they have saved the world and done a lot of good things to help others. This is a truly upright good person. Are you talking about yourself? Sky, who was originally in a low mood, couldn't help rolling his eyes when he heard Li Chuan's words. Li Chuan smiled. "Oh, is what I said so obvious?" "Obviously." Sky couldn't help but smile. "Thank you." Although it was a joke, she did agree with what Li Chuan had just said. Thinking about what Li Chuan had done, and then thinking about what Miles had done, there was really no comparison. And only then did she really make up her mind to follow Li Chuan. Miles she said she wanted to kill Miles, but after all, he was her former master and boyfriend. "Don't worry, I cleared all his memories about you in this place, and then sent him to S.H.I.E.L.D. for processing. An insignificant little person, not worth his killing. Okay, let's talk about your parents now." Li Chuan shifted the topic to the main topic. When he heard that it was about his parents, Sky's mind was focused again. "Speaking of your parents, there are many things involved. Let's start with the Kree, who entered the Earth 1,400 years ago." So, Li Chuan told the origin of the aliens, the identity of Sky's parents, and Jiaying's plan to start a war between aliens and humans for revenge. Sky was stunned, thinking she was listening to some outrageous science fiction story. If it was in the past, she really didn't believe it, but after experiencing the alien invasion last year, and it was said by the wizard Li Chuan, she had to believe it. "So you want me to help you stop the aliens and humans from going to war?" "Yes, but you don't have to do anything, just wait for the obelisk to be delivered, take you to awaken your superpowers, and wait for the people over there to pick you up, and I will take care of the rest. Don't worry, I won't hurt them." Li Chuan didn't hide anything from Sky, and told him his plan very honestly. For him, the Inhumans of the Inhumans didn't pose any threat to him at all. The only difficulty was that he didn't know the specific location of the next life. So there was no possibility that he couldn't reach an agreement after he went there, and then there was a fight. As long as he found the location, the rest was just a one-sided crushing. "Okay, if it's really like you said, I will help you." After what happened just now, and considering Li Chuan's identity, Sky still trusts him. And as an ordinary human who has lived for so many years, she is kind-hearted and naturally does not want her mother to lead the Inhumans to go to war with all mankind. Therefore, she also agreed to Li Chuan's plan, and was willing to awaken her superpowers through the obelisk. In this case, let's wait for S.H.I.E.L.D. to send the obelisk. I think they won't be too late. Li Chuan smiled, then operated back home. Sure enough, compared to the information of Hydra, the obelisk of unknown use is naturally nothing. The next morning, Coulson personally brought people to deliver the box containing the obelisk, and brought Nick Fury's words. It means that he hopes Li Chuan will have more similar cooperation with S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 268. In a room in an unmanned farm outside New York City, Li Chuan and Sky appeared instantly. "Don't be nervous, just do what I say in a while. When you get there, I will be there soon." Seeing Sky's inner nervousness, Li Chuan smiled and comforted her. Sky took a deep breath and nodded. "It's okay, let's get started." "Okay." Li Chuan opened the password box sent by S.H.I.E.L.D., and inside it lay a silver irregular-shaped object with Kree characters engraved on the surface. It was the obelisk where the Kree stored the Terrigen crystal. When his hand touched the obelisk, the Kree technology contained in the obelisk immediately recognized that he had no Kree blood in his body and began to attack, trying to petrify him with the power contained in the Terrigen crystal. Some spiritual magic weapons in the fairy world have the function of recognizing and acknowledging their owners. If they are not taken by their owners, they will be attacked. The Kree's high-tech items are actually similar. The metal shell wrapped in the Terrigen crystal contains the Kree's advanced alien technology, which can identify the Kree genes. If someone who does not contain the Kree genes takes it, he will be attacked. Because the aliens have Kree genes in their bodies, they are not attacked. Therefore, there is not much difference in the essence of different civilizations such as technology, magic, and cultivation. They are all the use of different energies in the world, and their ends are the same. The seemingly incredible abilities of magic, Taoism, and ninjutsu can actually be achieved after technology develops to a certain level. It cannot be done, and cannot be explained, but civilization has not developed to that point yet. The magic of phantom shifting, the Taoism of small teleportation, and the ninjutsu of flying thunder god, these abilities involving space are incredible, right? But technology also has wormholes, quantum entanglement, etc. Sometimes we can't underestimate the power of technology. The Kree Empire can dominate the universe and suppress the Skrull civilization and other civilizations. Its strength is unquestionable. However, the energy attack strength launched by a small obelisk is naturally no problem against ordinary people, but it is still far from enough to deal with him. There is no need to activate the immortal mode, just mobilize the true energy in the Dantian to the hand, which is enough to prevent the obelisk from petrifying. Crack! Li Chuan exerted his strength and crushed the outer shell of the obelisk, taking out the Terrigen crystal inside. What can awaken the alien's abilities is not the obelisk outside, but the crystal clear Terrigen crystal inside. When the Terrigen crystal meets water at the right temperature, it will produce a special steam, which is called the Tyrol mist. When people with alien genes come into contact with this mist, the alien genes in their bodies will be activated, thus bringing all kinds of incredible abilities to the aliens. However, the activation of the inhuman genes is not all good. If they were really so stable and useful, the Kree would not have given up on the Inhumans and left. Only a small number of Inhumans can gain superpowers without changing their appearance. When most Inhumans pass through the Terrigen mist, some of their organs or the entire body mutate, becoming monsters in the eyes of normal people. Some even lose their sanity and self-awareness, leaving only the instincts of living things. This is why in the afterlife, there are so many members with inhuman genes, but it takes a long time for one to awaken, and they have to wait in line. Because they have to go through a lot of observation, research and screening, and try to awaken normal Inhumans as much as possible, and eliminate those with hidden dangers. Li Chuan already knew what Sky's ability was, and it would not mutate, so there was no need to worry about that. He took out the Terrigen crystal and placed it in a basin filled with warm water. He watched a large amount of Terrigen mist rise in the basin, and then he used the disillusionment spell to hide his body and hid aside. In the mist, Sky's body began to petrify quickly. When the mist dissipated, Sky had turned into a black stone sculpture. Li Chuan knew that unlike ordinary people who would be completely petrified and die after touching the Terrigen crystal, Sky was only petrified on the surface, but her body was stimulating the alien genes and gaining abilities. After waiting for about half an hour, the black stones on her surface began to crack and shattered. At the same time, the alien base. Afterlife. Gordon, who had no eyes, suddenly froze. A new alien has awakened. He flashed and arrived at the door of the house, where the leader Jiaying was. After knocking on the door and entering, he told Jiaying, whose face was covered with scars, what he had sensed. After listening, Jiaying pondered for a moment and ordered, "Go and have a look, but be careful not to be a trap. Whitehall has been searching for our traces." If it were normal times, she would not be so cautious. With Gordon's complete control of his own abilities, it was not something that ordinary people could deal with. But her plan will start in a week. Gordon is an important part of the plan. If there is any problem, it will be very troublesome. But she can't give up a newly awakened Inhuman, because maybe the ability of this Inhuman may be very useful for her next plan. Originally, she planned to wait a few years, until there are more awakened Inhumans and she is more confident, before launching the plan, because her life is unlimited, and it doesn't matter if she waits a few more years. But last year's alien invasion, and the superheroes, who cooperated with S.H.I.E.L.D. made her feel a huge pressure. If she waited any longer, she was afraid that when she launched the plan, S.H.I.E.L.D. would find more superheroes to stop her, and then the chance of success would be even slimmer. So she decided to take a risk and launch the plan in advance, no longer using a safe way to slowly screen out powerful Inhumans. Instead, she used Gordon's teleportation ability to raid the capitals of all countries in the world, turning all the Terrigen crystals into mist, and spreading them as much as possible. Let all the humans without inhuman genes in the capital cities be petrified and die, and at the same time give birth to as many inhumans as possible, and then lead these inhumans to fight against the remaining humans. If the capital is destroyed, all the countries on Earth will fall into chaos, which will buy them a lot of time. She is not worried that those aliens will not stand on her side, because she knows that with the bad character of humans who reject aliens, they will actively push those aliens to her side without her encouragement. When she leads an army of aliens with various powers, will she still be afraid of not being able to defeat humans who like to fight among themselves? She calls this plan her human extinction plan. Don't worry, their technology is not mature yet, and it won't have any impact on me. Gordon nodded, and according to the location he sensed, he activated his supernatural power to teleport and disappeared on the spot. His teleportation ability allows him to reach any place on Earth instantly. It is also because of his existence that the afterlife is so prosperous now. Chapter 269. Your ability is Vibration Wave. Don't worry. Just treat this place as your home. Lie over there and rest for a while. I believe someone will come to pick you up soon. Seeing Sky break out of the shell with a confused look on his face, Li Chuan, who was in stealth mode, secretly transmitted the message. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, a middle-aged man without eyes suddenly appeared in the room. It was Gordon who teleported from the next life. After Gordon appeared, he looked around cautiously. After finding that it was just an ordinary farm, and there was no one else except the awakened Sky, he stepped forward and grabbed Sky and teleported away. The distance is really not close. Li Chuan lifted the illusion spell, and looked at the locator in his hand. After confirming the location of the next life, he spread his flying sword wings behind him, and the man and the sword became one, turning into a light and chasing after it. His current cultivation level is the early stage of the golden elixir, but because the speed of the flying sword wings is far beyond that of ordinary flying swords, his speed after performing the sword escape is about 30 Mach. That is to say, if he uses his full strength to perform sword escape, it will take him more than an hour to circle the Earth. Before Stark Industries closed its weapons department, the fastest intercontinental missile produced was only at Mach 26, and his sword escape speed was faster than that. This is because he is only in the early stage of Dan formation. When his cultivation level gets higher and higher, and his sword control skills get better and better, his sword escape speed will only get faster. Think about it again, the combination of Tianlei double swords can reach the speed of flowing light, that is, the speed of light, which is about Mach 880,000. No wonder the Yuquan who absorbed the power of the blood spring had 10,000 gods and died on the spot. It is no wonder that the Thunder Swords are regarded as the treasure of a Mei sect and are valued by Bai Mei. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy of the Earth in the Marvel main world is far less abundant than that in the Shushan world, and there is no spiritual energy concentration in a Mei. The efficiency of his practice in the main world is greatly reduced. So he also considered that after solving the alien incident, he would let his scientists study the spiritual energy in his body to see if he could use the power of science to create a machine that can gather spiritual energy. Just as Li Chuan sent a letter to the alien base. Afterlife. When flying, an emergency meeting was also being held in the aerospace carrier floating over Washington. Since the war between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters has been changed from the original Trident building to the aerospace carrier. The Trident building is too obvious as the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the past, because they didn't know the existence of Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. was supported by the top leaders of most countries in the world. It is the world's largest organization, and naturally not afraid. But now, because of the split of Hydra, the top leaders of most countries' governments have no trust in S.H.I.E.L.D., and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power has shrunk significantly. If they use the Trident building as their headquarters, they may be blown up by Hydra agents one day. Therefore, Nick Fury moved the headquarters to a stealth aircraft carrier. After all, the aircraft carrier can be in the sea or fly at high altitude. Its position is not fixed and Hydra cannot lock on it. This is the information about Hydra given by Li Chuan. Now after preliminary investigation, it is basically true. The next step is to arrange the action, which will be handled by Captain Rogers. I hope this action can make Hydra disappear completely from this world. After Nick Fury completed the information given by Li Chuan, he copied it to all the current senior executives of S.H.I.E.L.D. After the meeting, he left Captain America Steve Rogers alone, and then took out a piece of information that had not been put into the public file, and handed it to Steve. This is the information about the Winter Soldier in Li Chuan's file. I took it out in advance. Winter Soldier. Steve picked up the paper, glanced at it quickly, and exclaimed, "Bucky is still alive." 66 years ago, in the battle with the Red Skull, in order to protect New York from being destroyed by a nuclear bomb, he resolutely chose to crash into the glacier with the plane carrying the nuclear bomb. Last year, he was found and awakened by Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the glacier, and then he realized that everything had changed. After several months of adaptation, he learned that his old enemy Hydra had not been destroyed. With a strong heart, he agreed to Nick Fury's invitation and began to help S.H.I.E.L.D. fight Hydra. Originally, everything was going well. Under his command and leadership, Hydra was defeated step by step until they met Hydra's Winter Soldier in an operation. The two fought on the overpass, almost evenly matched, but in the end, the other escaped. Now that he has seen the information about the Winter Soldier, he knows that his true identity is Bucky, his best friend back then. No wonder he felt that half of his face looked so familiar. Bucky was his best friend since childhood. Before he was injected with the super soldier serum, he was always a weak and sickly little guy. Bucky always came to his rescue when he was bullied. Later, when he became Captain America, Bucky was also his best helper, a member of the Howling Commandos, and together with him, he destroyed countless bases of the Red Skull. Finally, he fell off a cliff during an operation. Everyone thought Bucky was dead, but he was taken away by Zola's Hydra remnants. After a series of serum experiments, his memory was erased and brainwashed to become the most powerful killer of Hydra. Captain, what do you think we should do with him after we catch him? Nick Fury pointed at the conference table with his finger. Steve frowned, and finally said firmly, he did kill a lot of people, but he was also a victim, who was forced to kill after being controlled by Hydra. He must be very painful in his heart. I think as long as Hydra's control over him is lifted, he can recover. Obviously, Steve chose to stand on Bucky's side. Nick Fury was not surprised, just shook his head and replied, I agree with your opinion. Even if he can recover, he can join S.H.I.E.L.D. to atone for his sins, but the more troublesome thing now is that he killed Howard Stark. If Tony knew about this, it would be very troublesome. He can accept Black Widow Natasha into S.H.I.E.L.D., and Bucky, the former Howling Commando, is naturally not a problem. In fact, he likes this type of subordinates. Because they will work harder to complete S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission in order to atone for their sins, and because of guilt. Besides, the strength of the Winter Soldier is obvious to all. After being recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D., he has another trump card. But the trouble is that Bucky killed Howard Stark while being controlled by Hydra, so Tony will have a hard time getting through that level, and such a thing cannot be concealed. These materials were given by Li Chuan, and Li Chuan and Tony are good friends. So the most important thing now is how to calm Tony's anger, and such a thing is hard to say. After all, Bucky did kill Tony's father. Chapter 270. After hearing what Nick Fury said, Steve was silent. He didn't know how to solve this problem. He had met Tony Stark several times after waking up. To be honest, they didn't have a good impression of each other when they first met. The other party thought he was an old antique, and he thought the other party was too frivolous. Anyway, he didn't like him in any way. However, after cooperating twice in the operation against Hydra, the relationship between the two gradually eased, because they both saw the shining points in each other that could not be ignored. I also found that they are essentially the same kind of people. Ding! 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 Just then, the door of the conference room was knocked, and Hill walked in with a tablet. Director, the satellite just captured a super high-speed flying object, with a speed of about Mach 30. According to the satellite-locked image, it is Li Chuan. The image displayed on the tablet was a picture of Li Chuan and the flying sword wings, flying at high speed. Under normal circumstances, facing this situation, S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely find a way to intercept and track it as soon as possible, but the target was Li Chuan, so she could only ask the director for instructions. This guy is getting more and more difficult to figure out. Nick Fury looked at the picture on the tablet, and finally waved his hand helplessly. Don't worry about him. Don't monitor or track him. As for Li Chuan, as long as he doesn't commit any principled issues, he will choose to turn a blind eye. Because at present he really has no means to contain him, and even his wife is not an easy character to deal with, unless he calls back Captain Marvel. But Li Chuan is not a very evil person. He just protected the Earth and repelled the invasion of aliens last year, and he often does good things in New York. In reality, he is the world's most famous philanthropist and the CEO of the Lee Group. He sells cheap drugs that have saved countless people with cancer, the disabled and people in poor areas. At present, Li Chuan, the mysterious CEO of the Lee Group, is far more popular than Tony in the global popularity rankings. If he is threatened, many people around the world will probably protest. The key is that he gave them a lot of information about Hydra yesterday. Captain Marvel is not his subordinate. He must have invited him back to deal with a supervillain who threatens the safety of the Earth. If Captain Marvel was told about what Li Chuan did, he would probably turn around and leave. So he also thought very clearly that it would be better to win him over instead of targeting him. In this way, if there is another crisis that the Earth cannot cope with, at least there is a powerful existence like Li Chuan in front of him. He has a strong desire for control, and likes the feeling of having everything under control, but he is not stupid. Otherwise, why doesn't he control Captain Marvel and keep him on Earth to help? Why bother with the safety of those alien lives? Fury, can you help speak for Bucky? Given the relationship between Bucky and I'm afraid Tony will misunderstand. After thinking for a while, Steve looked at Nick Fury. And Nick Fury shook his head decisively. I'm afraid it would be worse if I went. Tony has no good feelings towards me or the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. Every time he comes to help fight Hydra, it's because he wants to do it himself. You should know this very well. After hearing Nick Fury's words, Steve couldn't help but sigh. This was indeed the case. In several collaborations, he had never heard Tony say anything good about Nick Fury. But you can go find him. I think as long as he is willing to help, there shouldn't be a big problem. At this time, Nick Fury turned the tablet in his hand over to reveal Li Chuan on it. It seems that this is the base of the Inhumans, the afterlife. 20 minutes later, Li Chuan appeared above a small town that was isolated from the world, completely covered by mountains, and had no roads leading to the outside world. The buildings in this town are very oriental. He roughly scanned it and estimated that more than 100 people lived in it. According to the coordinates displayed by the tracker, Sky is now in the house, in the center of the town below. The most difficult step has been completed, and the following things are easy. There is no sneaking in, no sneak attack. Li Chuan just flapped the flying sword wings behind him, and slowly landed in the center of the town from high altitude. Other people in the town were a little surprised to see Li Chuan with metal wings behind him, but they were not particularly surprised. Because for some reason recently, the Patriarch's opportunities to open the fog have suddenly become more frequent, and some people have disappeared in the town, but many people have also opened their own special powers. A guy like Li Chuan with metal wings on his back looked a little strange, but there were many strangers than him. So they just regarded Li Chuan as a newly awakened flying alien. Hey sir, don't use your ability to fly around here in the square. If you want to fly, go to the training ground behind the mountain. There was also an alien who kindly reminded him. Li Chuan just smiled and nodded, then walked towards the house where Sky was. Ding! 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 He politely raised his hand and knocked twice, and a middle-aged female voice came from the door. Who? I'm Sky's friend. Can I come in and chat for a while? Li Chuan replied. As soon as he finished speaking, Sky's excited voice came from inside. Mom, he is the friend I mentioned who can help you. Sky, you don't understand. Humans can't tolerate us aliens. Mom is very pleased that your abilities have been opened by the fog. You can stay here and live peacefully. Mom will take care of the rest. Jiaying looked at her daughter, who had been lost for 20 years, and motioned to Gordon next to her, who immediately teleported away. Then the whole town suddenly sounded an alarm. No one could stop her revenge and her plan to exterminate mankind, not even her daughter. Time went back to 20 minutes ago. After Sky was brought back to the afterlife by Gordon, she immediately saw her mother Jiaying, whom she had been thinking about for 20 years. Due to the induction between different people, and Sky's appearance that was very similar to her own, Jiaying quickly thought of her long-lost daughter Daisy. Her biggest wish is revenge, but it doesn't mean she doesn't care about her daughter. It's just that the world is so big, and it's not so easy to find her daughter in such a vast sea of people. Just when she wanted to understand Sky's situation, and then use the instrument to test her blood relationship, Sky called out Mom first. Then, naturally, the mother and son recognized each other warmly, and recounted their experiences over the years. Because of Li Chuan's explanation, Sky did not hide it, and directly said that a friend helped her open the fog, and that this friend would come soon to help the aliens live a better life in the future, without worrying about being rejected and cruelly treated by humans. As soon as Sky finished speaking, there was a knock on the door, and Li Chuan arrived. Chapter 271. You don't have to be so hostile. I'm really here to help you. Li Chuan stood at the door, looking at the aliens who had gathered around under the leadership of Gordon, and shrugged helplessly. At this time, Jiaying walked out slowly from the balcony on the second floor. She first turned her head to look at Gordon, and found that Gordon shook his head, then breathed a sigh of relief, and looked down at Li Chuan. Human, no matter where you come from, leave now. We don't welcome you. For the sake of my daughter Daisy, we can spare you. Just now she looked at Gordon and asked if there were any other humans lying in ambush nearby besides Li Chuan, and the answer she got was no. During this period, some of the aliens have awakened their reconnaissance abilities. After training, they can detect some movements within a radius of 100 kilometers. My name is Li Chuan, and we are from the same hometown. Jiaying, don't be stubborn anymore. No matter what plan you have, it will not succeed. Give up. Li Chuan looked up at Jiaying and said in Chinese. He didn't lie to Jiaying. Even if he really didn't stop it, Jiaying's plan might work at first, but it would be stopped soon. Apart from other things, Ancient One is still alive. Moreover, the whole earth is full of hidden talents. There are many people with various abilities among humans. How could they watch the Inhumans exterminate humans? Even Nick Fury, the one-eyed dragon, is not easy to deal with if he really gets angry. In the original plot, if Thanos didn't have the Infinity Gauntlet and didn't make a noise, he would really lead a large army to invade the Earth like invading other planets. It's hard to say what the result would be. Therefore, Jiaying's plan to exterminate humans and leave only aliens on Earth will never succeed. It seems that you are a little ungrateful. Jiaying narrowed her eyes and ordered Gordon, catch him. What does a fellow villager mean? Even if it is her daughter, if she doesn't stand on her side in the end, she will kill her anyway. Gordon's figure disappeared instantly and appeared behind Li Chuan, raising his hand to knock Li Chuan down with a punch. With the teleportation ability and the strong fighting skills trained since childhood, basically no one can get past him unless they are real masters. However, before his fist touched Li Chuan's figure disappeared at the same place as him, which made his pupil shrink immediately. Then, before he could teleport away, he fell to the ground in a daze. Behind him, Li Chuan put away his index finger that released the stunning spell and smiled. You are not the only one who can teleport. After such a long time, his apparition was no longer like before, which would pause every time he used it. He had also improved his level to the same level as Dumbledore, and Grindelwald by cheating with his shadow clone. Seeing that Gordon, the strongest of the Inhumans, was knocked down by one move, Jiaying on the second floor suddenly tensed up. Everyone, come together and take him down. I deal with him. At this time, a young man in his 20s opened his hands, and an electric current flew out from his palms, heading straight for Li Chuan. And Li Chuan's flying sword wings appeared again, and a flying sword shot out, directly splitting the electric current from the young man into two, and finally stopped between his eyebrows. Seeing this, other Inhumans showed their special abilities. Some spit fire, some shot out ice cones, some shot out spikes like porcupines, and some had their hair grow longer and curled up. Anyway, there were all kinds of abilities. Facing these attacks, Li Chuan did not use magic or ninjutsu. He just moved his mind and shot out flying swords, which crushed all the attacks of the aliens and finally hung them between their eyebrows. This is the fighting style of Shushan sword cultivators. No matter how you change, I will break it with one sword. Shushan sword control is not only about killing people with the sharpness of the flying sword, but also the sword light that can break all laws revealed by the flying sword, as well as various restrictions put into it when refining the flying sword. Therefore, the flying swords of Shushan sword cultivators can break both energy attacks and physical attacks. I'm not afraid of you. At this time, an alien turned his skin into metal that could block bullets, ignored the flying sword between his eyebrows, and was about to walk towards Li Chuan. However, before he took half a step, he covered his forehead with blood and retreated with a cry. His skin could turn into metal to block bullets, which was indeed an amazing defense, but Li Chuan's flying sword was much more powerful than bullets. Unless you turned into vibranium, you could barely block it. Another female alien took advantage of Li Chuan's eyes on the metal alien, and her body quickly split into 8 identical clones, rushing towards Li Chuan. But she had to stop halfway because each clone had a small flying sword hanging between their eyebrows. Physical clone, good ability, but unfortunately your strength is too weak. When you have a boyfriend in the future, remember to ask him to buy more 3-color pills produced by our company. He should need them very much. He made a joke to the clone female alien, and his body slowly floated to the same height as Jiaying. I have 10,000 flying swords. Do you have 10,000 aliens? Who are you? Seeing the life and death of the aliens in the whole town, all in Li Chuan's mind, Jiaying couldn't stay calm at this time. Li Chuan took out a mask from a small cloth bag and put it on his face and smiled. It seems that Sky hasn't had time to tell you that I have a not-so-nice title, called the Dark Wizard. It turned out to be you, no wonder. Hearing Li Chuan's answer, Jiaying gritted her teeth. The person she feared most in this world was not Whitehall, who dismembered her. That was just the person she hated the most. What she feared most was the mysterious dark wizard who destroyed the entire alien fleet by himself. Those powerful and terrifying magics may only be able to compete with them if a large number of aliens are born. But she didn't expect that the other party would come to her before the plan started. You are not a normal human either. Sooner or later, they will reject you or want to control you. Why don't you cooperate with us aliens? Once humans are eliminated, the whole Earth will belong to you and me. Seeing that none of the aliens that were finally catalyzed during this period of time were Li Chuan's opponents, Jiaying's eyes turned, and she immediately changed her words and wanted to pull Li Chuan to her camp. However, Li Chuan waved his hand. You know too little about this world. They can't do anything to me. My power is enough to completely destroy them, but I won't be stupid enough to destroy the entire human race. Because there are many more powerful beings than me in this world, so your plan will never succeed. There are more powerful beings than you. Jiaying showed an incredible look in his eyes. Okay, I think we should have a good talk now. Li Chuan instantly retracted all the flying swords and landed on the second floor balcony where Jiaying was. Chapter 272. What do you want? In the living room, Jiaying looked at Li Chuan who was sitting opposite and eating melon seeds calmly and couldn't help asking. Oh sorry, I haven't eaten this for a long time. It's rarely sold abroad. I like plum flavor the most. Li Chuan put down the watermelon seeds in his hand and clapped his hands. It's actually very simple, as long as you give up the plan to exterminate mankind and continue to live honestly as before. Okay, if you can let us go in this way, then I agree. Jiaying's eyes turned, and she agreed readily. How could she give up? She just needed to trick the guy on the other side first, and then let Gordon move them all to a new place, and then the plan would continue. Really? Before Li Chuan replied, Sky got excited. She really hoped that her mother could let go of everything and start over, and then take her father back, and the family would be happy. Every time she was sent to a new host family when she was a child, she kept thinking that if it were her biological parents, they would never abandon her and give her to someone else. She will definitely live happily every day like other children with complete families. Something must have happened, so she was separated from her parents. So she has been looking for her biological parents since she was a child, and she has always wanted a complete family. Today, with the help of Li Chuan, she finally found them, and it was indeed because of an accident that year, because her mother was taken away for experiments, she became an orphan. Of course, my beloved daughter, even for you, I will give up those impossible plans. Jiaying looked at Sky, with a gentle smile on her face, but a cold light flashed in her eyes. She already knew that her daughter would not stand on her side. After fooling Li Chuan, she might need to get rid of her daughter to prevent her from being found again. Hey, you may not know that I have a magic that can see through people's hearts. You don't plan to give up your plan at all, right? At this time, Li Chuan shook his head and sighed. Of course, he didn't know the magic of seeing through people's hearts. After all, Dumbledore and Grindelwald didn't teach him legilimency before in the wizarding world. But he has a panel, and the side quest on the panel is not completed, which means that Jiaying on the other side is not telling the truth and has other little thoughts. Jiaying just wanted to quibble, but seeing Li Chuan's firm eyes, he knew that he had been seen through, so he simply stopped pretending, stood up angrily and roared, It's impossible for me to give up. Just kill me if you have the guts. You don't know what kind of torture I suffered back then. They used my body to conduct various cruel experiments, cut off my organs one by one, and threw the remaining flesh and blood into the garbage dump. So I must take revenge and kill all the lowly humans. Mom. Sky listened to Jiaying's words, and tears of heartache flowed unconsciously. Li Chuan thought for a while, and replied, Then let's do this. I will send the guy who used you for the experiment to you. You can do whatever you want with him. You can torture him however you want, and then give up your plan. I can understand you, but you take revenge on whoever hurt you. It's a bit too much to take revenge on the entire human race. He had told Coulson before that when he was destroying Hydra, he would keep Whitehall for this moment. However, after hearing Li Chuan's words, Jiaying suddenly laughed. Do you think I really can't kill him? But without him, how can my people understand the evil of humans, and how can they be willing to unite around me? He is not important. A small character, I can kill him anytime I want. But what's the point of killing him? Kill him, and there are countless humans who covet our power like him. Since we are endowed with magical powers, it means that we are better than humans and more suitable to own the right to use this world, and humans should be eliminated. As for Whitehall, if she really wants to kill him, she can let Gordon take a few Inhumans with stronger lethality to solve the problem. However, that is only a temporary solution, and without the threat of Whitehall, it is not good for her plan. Not all Inhumans hate humans, and many Inhumans have their own better human friends. Your thoughts are similar to Magneto's. Li Chuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Speaking of which, Jiaying and Magneto are really similar, except that one is an Inhuman and the other is a mutant. Although Jiaying is not as powerful as Magneto, she can live forever and can always lead the Inhumans. Magneto? Jiaying showed a trace of doubt on her face. Oh, there is no him in this world, at least not for the time being. Li Chuan shrugged and stood up. If that's the case, then there is no way. Kill me. It's the same even if you kill me. The aliens will awaken sooner or later and go to war with you humans. Jiaying is not afraid of death, because she died 20 years ago. Li Chuan, don't hurt my mother. At this time, Sky rushed to Jiaying to protect her and begged Li Chuan. Li Chuan was stunned for a moment. Why are you so excited? Did I say I want to kill people? Am I so unkind in your eyes? What about you? Sky also loosened his protective arm after hearing this. Yes, Li Chuan is a superhero who saves the world. I just erased her painful memory. Li Chuan smiled, stepped forward and pointed at Jiaying. Forget everything. Jiaying is a very kind person by nature, but because of the inhuman torture by Whitehall and the organs being dug out of her body, her psychology has become distorted. If the painful experience that changed her is deleted, maybe she can be changed back to her original appearance. It's like you were originally a love-brained person, but because you experienced a painful relationship, you no longer believe in love, but after deleting that experience, you are still a love-brained person. Of course, if it doesn't work, he will use the Mind Scepter, or forcibly seize all the Terrigen crystals and imprison Jiaying. Killing is the least technical option. After being hit by Li Chuan's forgetfulness curse, Jiaying was stunned for about 10 seconds, and then sat on the chair with his face covered with guilt. God, what have I done all these years? After deleting that painful and twisted memory, Jiaying became the kind Jiaying at the beginning, but the things she did in the past few years made her very uncomfortable. Especially in recent times, because of her eagerness to achieve results, she opened the fog to stimulate the genes of the aliens without careful screening, causing some of them to become monsters, and she ordered them to be killed and disposed of. Chapter 273. Thank you for helping me get back to normal. I will not implement the human extinction plan anymore. After calming down, Jiaying sincerely thanked Li Chuan. At this time, Li Chuan also smiled, because the side quests about the Inhumans on his panel had been confirmed to be completed, and 1 year of small world time had been issued. This showed that Jiaying really had no problem. You're welcome. I have no prejudice against Inhumans. If you have any trouble in the future, you can come to me. Sky is working in my company now. In the future, if you Inhumans want to find a job, you can come to me, and I will arrange a suitable job for you. Don't worry, with me here, neither Shield nor Hydra dares to touch you. Seeing Jiaying return to normal, Li Chuan also extended an olive branch. Although he easily dealt with more than 100 Inhumans today, it does not mean that Inhumans have no value. Inhumans have various awakened abilities, and it is possible that they will have very abnormal abilities. There are many things involving space, time, and soul. And the abilities of the Inhumans can also become stronger after training and development. Take Sky's vibration wave ability, which is developed to the limit in the comics, and can even shatter the Earth in one go, which is definitely beyond the planetary level. Even Li Chuan can't withstand that now. So it will be useful for the future to bring the Inhumans under his command. If needed later, you can also create an Inhuman team similar to the X-Men. Anyway, they are actually similar. The aliens with all kinds of strange abilities, together with Lisan's men who were injected with enhancers and desperate viruses, can often solve the problem without him having to do anything. Jiaying thought about it for a while, and nodded happily. She saw Li Chuan's strength with her own eyes, and his status and position were enough to protect the aliens from threats, and his character was guaranteed. Why not agree to such a good thing that would benefit the aliens without any harm? Okay, then you and your daughter will be reunited. Sky, if you feel it's enough, come to work. I go back first. Everything was done. Li Chuan took out the teleportation book and disappeared in a page. After Li Chuan left, Jiaying hugged Sky and apologized with red eyes. You have suffered all these years. Mom. The mother and daughter hugged each other and cried again. After returning home, Li Chuan opened the panel and prepared to enter the small world. 1.5 years in the small world was basically enough for him to complete the next plan. However, when his panel was opened at this time, it was very different from the past. There were no various categories and tasks, only a few lines of text. The panel is being upgraded and cannot be used temporarily. Can it still be upgraded? Looking at the words on the panel, Li Chuan was stunned on the spot. But after a little thought, A smile appeared on his face again. Since it is an upgrade, it means that the function must have been enhanced, which is also a good thing. Although he could not enter the small world to carry out the next plan due to the panel upgrade, and could not do the side quest to obtain the small world time temporarily. But as his most important golden finger, if it becomes better after the upgrade, then overall for him, it is definitely more beneficial than harmful, and naturally a good thing. I hope the upgrade won't take too long. Because the sword wings were refined, and there were no side quests to do for the panel upgrade, Li Chuan suddenly became free. Originally, he had to maintain the maximum number of shadow clones, and continue to meditate to restore his true energy. Now he only needs to study and research magic, ninjutsu and Taoism, which is much easier. So for the next period of time, his main body spent most of his time with Wanda. In addition, before S.H.I.E.L.D. launched an attack on the major Hydra bases, he went over to snatch all the Hydra scientists in advance, modified their memories, and sent them to the Sokovia base to help study the aura-gathering instrument. Without the spiritual energy-gathering instrument, his cultivation efficiency in the main world is too low. And he also has to consider that he can't practice normally in the small world, because if it is not a world of the Eastern cultivation system, the spiritual energy is generally not too strong. In this way, about 2 months have passed, and the upgrade of the panel is still not completed. On Saturday, Li Chuan just practiced with Wanda for a night, and started to pack up after breakfast. Thor and Jianwei went camping and barbecue together today. Li Chuan has 2 good friends in New York. One is Iron Man Tony, and the other is Thor. Tony spends most of his time in his lab updating his suits, and if he has time, he has to attend various events and parties, so he doesn't often meet Li Chuan except for occasional phone calls. But Saul is different. This guy has been relatively free since he moved to New York. Jane is a university professor, and she has to teach and do research, so she doesn't have much time to spend with Saul. In addition to reading some of his favorite philosophy books, Saul likes to come to his house for meals, drink with him, and chat when he is free. Previously, S.H.I.E.L.D. had invited Thor to participate in the operation against Hydra. Ding dong. The two had just put all the things needed for the barbecue camping into a small cloth bag and were ready to apparate when the doorbell rang. After opening the door, a blonde strongman wearing a 1940s retro brown leather jacket, escorting a middle-aged thin man with glasses, appeared in front of Li Chuan. "Hello, Mr. Li Chuan. This is Whitehall. Fury asked me to bring him to you." "Hello, come in and sit for a while." "I didn't expect you to help deliver it, Captain Rogers." Li Chuan nodded in surprise, and then took Captain America Steve Rogers and Whitehall into the house. This was his first time meeting Captain America, but he was not unfamiliar with him. After all, in this world, not only the Captain America Memorial Hall, but also many school textbooks have stories and photos related to him. To be honest, he still admired him. It's not because of Steve's strength, but because of Steve's tough and strong heart. Marvel has many superheroes, but most of them become strong because of their own abilities. In fact, their hearts are not very strong, and they can easily collapse because of some things. When Steve was still a weak and sickly existence before becoming Captain America, his heart was already very strong. Even when facing an opponent that he could never defeat, he would persist until the last moment, and his sense of belief was so strong that it exploded. Of course, Li Chuan didn't think it was a smart move, because if he met an opponent he couldn't beat, he would definitely run away first and kill the opponent when he was stronger. But Steve's behavior is admirable. Just like maybe you think it's stupid to sacrifice your life to save someone you don't even know, but you admire such people in your heart. Chapter 274. In his previous life, the 2 Avengers members that Li Chuan admired the most were Captain America Steve and Tony Stark. Although they were not the strongest in the Avengers, they were the most reliable. Although Thor was strong, his IQ was questionable, and he was often deceived by Loki. Banner was okay in his human form, but he was basically out of control after becoming the Hulk. He loved to smash things, and was always angry. Because of her upbringing, Wanda's psychology was more extreme, and she could not perfectly control the power of chaos, and she turned evil in the later period. As for Star-Lord, the son of God, who is as powerful as a mortal and can beat Avengers 4 with one punch, he is the least reliable teammate in the series. Doctor Strange, the king of slacking. Spider-Man, if it is the Tobey version, it is still very reliable, but the little spider in this world is still a child. Wanda, make a cup of tea for Captain Rogers. After giving Wanda a word, Li Chuan turned to Steve and said, "Wait a moment, I'll be back soon." He stepped forward to grab Whitehall, apparat to the interrogation room, and handed him over to Li San, who sent Whitehall to the Sokovia base before apparating back again. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D. kept Whitehall for him to send to Jiaying for disposal. Now that Jiaying's memory has been erased, there is no need to send him there. Whitehall has gained immortality by transplanting Jiaying's organs, and his body has some research value. Sending it to the Sokovia base for dismemberment and research may yield some results. If a drug that can restore youth and increase lifespan can be produced, it would be a good thing. Even if nothing is found, there is no loss. Okay, Captain Rogers, you're not here just to send Whitehall. Is there anything else? Back in the living room, Li Chuan handed Wanda's tea to Steve and asked, "If it's to send Whitehall, any agent will do. Whitehall is just a scientist, there's no danger." Since Steve sent it personally, there must be something to ask him. Sure enough, hearing Li Chuan's words, Steve showed an embarrassed look on his face, and finally said, "The thing is, I heard from Fury that you are Tony's best friend, so I want to ask you for a favor." So Steve then told him about Bucky, the Winter Soldier, hoping that Li Chuan could act as a middleman to help mediate. "I don't have anything to give you, but if you need me in the future, as long as it does not violate the law and principles, I will help you, as a favor to you." Before coming, Nick Fury reminded him that Li Chuan was a person who liked equal exchange and was a bit snobbish. But Li Chuan waved his hand after hearing this. "No, I made a deal with Nick Fury because in my eyes, he is not a good person, and I feel uncomfortable doing things for him for free. But Captain Rogers, you are different, and Tony is also my friend. This matter is not a bad thing for him, I will help. As for the problem between Tony and Steve, in his opinion, there is no right or wrong, it is just a question of position. From Tony's point of view, Bucky killed his father, and it is reasonable for him to be angry and want to avenge his father. If it were him, he would definitely not let Bucky go, even if Bucky was just manipulated. If it were him, Bucky, the one who did it, and Pierce, the mastermind behind it, including the entire Hydra organization, would definitely be killed. From Steve's perspective, Bucky is his brother and best friend who has fought for justice all his life and even sacrificed himself in the end. He is a true good man and a fighting hero. All the things that happened later were because he was controlled by Hydra, not because of his own will. Bucky is also a victim. But in comparison, he has a better relationship with Tony and is definitely more biased towards Tony. So his mediation plan is also biased towards Tony. Thank you so much. Hearing Li Chuan's words, Steve's eyes also showed a look of gratitude. He felt that Li Chuan was not as snobbish as Nick Fury said. Come to think of it, how could a person who risked his life to save the world and often helped citizens between cities for free be so snobbish? And the good things done by his business are good things that benefit all mankind. In contrast, the words of Nick Fury, the head of the Secret Service, are really not as trustworthy as those of Li Chuan. Don't thank me yet, because the final result is still up to Tony himself. Li Chuan put down the tea in his hand, took out a piece of paper with the address written on it, and handed it to Steve. Take Mr. Bucky to this place later, I will call Tony. Okay, I got it. Steve nodded and left with the note. Bucky has now been released from the control of S.H.I.E.L.D. using Hydra's hypnosis method, and has returned to normal and his memory. He is recuperating in S.H.I.E.L.D., and is in extreme self-blame. After Steve left, Li Chuan called Tony directly. Tony, are you free to go out for a barbecue and camping with Pepper? Today I'm afraid, well, maybe I should relax. Where? Tony, who was studying the latest flight cabin-style Mark suit in the laboratory, originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw Pepper with a face full of resentment over there, he immediately changed his mind. Li Chuan reported the address, hung up the phone, and operated with Wanda directly to the camping and barbecue destination. It was a very beautiful place in the suburbs of New York. It seems that Jane and the others haven't arrived yet. Wanda turned her head and looked around, and found that there was no one else except the two of them. Li Chuan opened the small cloth bag and controlled all the prepared things to fly out one by one. Then let's set it up first. Wanda nodded and also began to cast magic. Under the effect of magic, the camping tents, barbecue grills, blankets and other items were all automatically built. The vegetables and meat were also automatically divided and put on the iron skewers in an orderly manner. In a short while, all the preparations were completed. Li Chuan sighed inwardly when he saw this. Sometimes magic can really make life more convenient. Thor and the others are here. Just as they were getting ready, a black dot suddenly appeared in the sky in the distance, and then it slowly grew bigger. It was Thor, who flew over with Thor's hammer in one hand and Jane in the other. Sorry, we're a little late because Jane spent 40 minutes putting on makeup in the room. After landing, Thor complained subconsciously. But soon, he was stepped on hard by Jane. I wanted to come over to help, but I didn't expect you guys were already prepared in advance. Don't mind, Jane, it's very easy for us. Wanda stepped forward and took Jane's hand and replied with a smile. She actually admired this sister, who was only a few years older than her, and was already a female professor at a famous university. The two got along very well after they met. Chapter 275. French philosopher Voltaire once said, "I don't like to be conquered, but I will defend to the death the right of women to conquer men." It seems that I, the great Thor, have been conquered by this woman. Thor touched his step foot and smiled foolishly at Jane, who was chatting with Wanda. Li Chuan looked at Thor's silly smile and couldn't help but think of a sentence in his heart. You look stupid if you don't smile, but you look even more stupid if you smile. In fact, Thor is not stupid, but he is probably too strong compared to others, so he is used to being reckless and does not like to use his brain. Although influenced by Li Chuan, he now loves philosophy, but this direction does not seem to develop into a calm and wise philosopher, but rather deviates from the style of painting. Has Loki not been found yet? After greeting, Li Chuan used magic to light the fire and control the skewers to start grilling. Thor, who picked up a can of beer and leaned against the side waiting to eat, replied helplessly. Noel Coulson and others helped to use the satellite but couldn't find him. I don't know where he is hiding. I plan to go back to Asgard after a while to look for Heimdall. Since Loki ran away from home, there has been no news until now, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. Is it possible that he has regained his magic ability? Li Chuan turned over a handful of roasted meat skewers, sprinkled them with a prepared barbecue seasoning, and continued to roast. Although Loki likes to stab people in the kidneys with a dagger, he should actually be considered more of a wizard. He has been learning Asgard magic from Frigga since he was a child, and his magic such as illusion and invisibility is quite powerful. If Loki really lifted Odin's seal and restored his magic, it would be really difficult to find him. Unless he understands the true meaning of kindness, he can't unlock the seal of the Father God by himself. If he can really change and lift the seal, then I don't have to worry about him. Thor couldn't help but sigh. Li Chuan nodded after listening. Loki is not bad in nature. He is just a little jealous of his brother Thor, and longs for the recognition of his father Odin. In fact, he cares about his family very much. So if he encountered something on Earth, he suddenly figured it out and released Odin's seal. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, he was taken away by the Time Administration. However, this possibility is extremely low, because if the Time Administration really wants to intervene, they should come and take him away. After all, according to the rules of the Time Administration, his appearance really disrupted everything that should have happened. He is definitely a time alien, and should be eliminated. But he has been in this world for several years, and he has not seen the shadow of the Time Administration. Unless... What's wrong? Seeing Li Chuan suddenly froze while grilling skewers, Thor couldn't help but ask. Li Chuan shook his head after reacting. Nothing, just thought of something. Just at that moment, he suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. Maybe the universe and timeline he is in is not the sacred timeline of the main universe at all, but just a small branch of it. You have to know that in the world of Marvel, there are so many parallel universes, multiverses, universes with different timelines, etc., that it is impossible to count them. They are endless. He can only determine from his own experience that he has come to the Marvel MCU movie universe, not the Marvel animation universe, but he cannot be sure that he is in the main universe of the sacred timeline. So the reason why the people of the Time Management Bureau did not show up to catch him may be that the sacred timeline of the main universe has developed to Avengers 4, and the Avengers members have also used the time machine to return to the past. In 2012, Loki was also arrested and taken to the Time Management Bureau for taking the Cosmic Cube. In the end, he and the female Loki killed Kong, the conqueror of the Time Management Bureau. Kong was killed, countless branch timelines were generated, and the Time Management Bureau collapsed. Naturally, no one cared about him, the guy who came back from the dead, and disrupted the entire plot. Of course, all this was just his guess, because in fact, he didn't know much about how the Time Management Bureau actually worked. Anyway, the most important thing now is to improve your strength. Only when you are strong enough can you face any problem. He is strong enough. No matter if you are the Time Administration Bureau or Conqueror Kong, as long as you dare to stretch out your claws, you will be chopped off. He doesn't care what happens in other universes and timelines. Anyway, the universe and timeline he is in cannot have any problems. Even if it is just a branch timeline, it will become the main timeline after he exists. Just as Li Chuan was thinking about the Time Administration Bureau, two sonic booms came from a distance. Li Chuan looked up and saw two golden and red steel battle suits flying towards him quickly. After a while, 2 iron suits landed on the ground at the same time, and Tony and Pepper walked out of the suits. "This is so exciting!" Pepper patted her chest and looked frightened. This was her first time wearing an iron suit, because Tony was afraid that it would be too cold to carry her here, so he also let her wear an iron suit. But she didn't know how to operate it, so Tony controlled it remotely throughout the whole process. "You came just in time. The lamb skewers have just been grilled. Try them." Seeing Tony and Pepper, Li Chuan smiled and handed over a large handful of freshly grilled skewers. "Smells good. I just didn't have breakfast." Tony took the lamb skewers and moved his nose. His eyes suddenly lit up. He had been studying the new flight cabin-style steel suit in the morning, and because he was too focused, he forgot to have breakfast. Then he received a call from Li Chuan for camping and barbecue, and rushed over in his suit with little Pepper, and now his stomach was growling with hunger. "Where's mine?" At this time, Thor, who had been staring at the skewers and drooling, looked at Li Chuan handing a bunch of skewers to Tony, and immediately showed a bitter face. "Oh, the male lead of the Blast Point, you are here too, I give you some." Tony saw Thor, and teased him by handing him 10 skewers. "Delicious, the taste reminds me of the kabaddi pork in the Divine Realm." Thor took it and quickly ate 2 skewers, then asked while chewing, "What does the male lead of the Blast Point mean?" At this time, Jane and Wanda also came over, and after greeting Tony and Pepper, they looked Thor up and down and smiled. "Don't say, they really look alike. It's a movie. You can watch it when you go back. The male lead has golden hair like you," Li Chuan explained with a smile. "By the way, haven't you found Bambi yet?" Tony asked Thor about Loki again. When he first met Loki, he nicknamed him Bambi because the helmet on Loki's head looked like deer antlers. As they talked and laughed, a helicopter appeared above their heads. Then Captain America's Steve Rogers and the Winter Soldier Bucky jumped down from above. Chapter 276. It's really lively today. Even old Popsicle is here. Tony was surprised when he saw Captain America appear. After several joint operations against Hydra, he had a better understanding of Steve, the hero his father had once said. He was a stubborn old guy, but he was indeed a man worthy of admiration. But this guy should prefer to punch the bag in his cabin instead of coming to have a barbecue and camping with him. And this guy, why is he here too? Then he saw Bucky, the Winter Soldier, following Captain America with his head down, looking guilty. He remembered that Bucky was still the #1 killer of Hydra. When the Hydra base was destroyed some time ago, he caused them a lot of trouble. In the end, he was successfully captured after Thor summoned lightning to knock him out. "Tony. Steve stuttered a little. He was about to explain when Li Chuan interrupted him directly. "Let's sit down and eat barbecue first, and we talk more after the camping is over. If it breaks out now, the atmosphere of the camping and barbecue will be ruined, and there might even be a fight. This time, the main purpose is to take Wanda out for a camping and barbecue to relax, and to help Captain America solve the conflict between Tony and Bucky. That is incidental, and the priorities must be sorted out." As he said this, he stuffed a handful of freshly grilled skewers into Steve's hands. Steve took the skewers and breathed a sigh of relief. He was also having a hard time doing it now, so it would be better if he could take a break. Although Tony noticed something was wrong, he didn't think about himself. In addition, because of Li Chuan's face, he didn't go into it further, but just changed the topic and talked about other things. So everyone ate barbecue and drank beer, and the atmosphere was quite good for a while. Thor told about his various experiences in the past 1,500 years, and introduced several other worlds he had visited besides Midgard. Tony talked about the new battle suit he had successfully researched. From now on, no matter where he was on the Earth, as long as he activated the controller, the battle suit would fly out of Stark Tower to find him, and let him put on the battle suit. In order to lay the groundwork, Steve also briefly talked about Bucky's experience, saying that he was a member of the Howling Commandos, his best friend, and that he was controlled by Hydra. It was afternoon, and the barbecue camp was about to end. Li Chuan and Wanda waved their hands and used magic to clean up everything. "Okay, this party is about to end, Steve. I think you can say it now." Seeing Li Chuan's face turn serious, everyone also focused their attention on Steve. Steve took a deep breath and pulled Bucky to Tony. "Tony, you may be very angry about what I am going to say next, but I beg you to stay rational and listen to our explanation slowly. Old Popsicle, this is not your usual attitude. Just say whatever you want to say. I, Tony, am not a stingy person." Tony shrugged and smiled. He didn't think Steve would do anything to make him particularly angry, and he thought he was such a generous person. Seeing this, Steve slowly said, Tony, according to the information we got from Hydra, your father, my friend Howard Stark, did not die in a car accident. Instead, Hydra sent someone to assassinate him in order to control S.H.I.E.L.D. and faked a car accident. The person sent to assassinate was none other than Bucky, who was controlled by Hydra at the time. When Steve spoke, Bucky, who had not spoken until now, lowered his head even deeper. Tony's face suddenly changed when he heard Steve's words. Although he often complained about his dead father's irresponsibility, and that he didn't care about him or love him when he was a child, he actually had a deep love for his father Howard in his heart. When he heard that his father didn't die in a car accident, but died at the hands of the man in front of him, his heart was instantly filled with anger. Tony, I beg you to forgive Bucky. He did that because he was controlled by Hydra. It was not his own fault. Steve saw Tony's face change, and he quickly explained. But Tony couldn't listen at all at this time. He stood up and put on the iron suit standing there, and pointed the pulse gun in his hand at Bucky. You deserve to die. Steve saw this, and quickly took up the shield to protect Bucky. No, Tony. At this time, Li Chuan, who had been standing there without saying anything, moved. He raised his hand, and didn't point it at Tony who was about to attack, but at Steve next to him. Disarm you, zombies are floating. 2 magical lights shot at Steve, who was defenseless beside him. Steve's shield was first knocked away by the disarming spell, and then his whole body floated directly in the air. Mr. Li Chuan, what are you doing? Steve waved his hands in the air, and looked at Li Chuan with incredible eyes. Li Chuan promised to help him persuade Tony to forgive Bucky. He shouldn't control Tony at this time, so how could he control him? The originally angry Tony was also stunned when he saw Steve floating in the air, because there was no force point, and he couldn't return to the ground at all. Thor, who was holding a glass of beer next to him, looked at Tony, then at the floating Steve, and then at Li Chuan, and couldn't help scratching his head. Who should I help in your current situation? Things changed too quickly, and he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Li Chuan waved and said, You stand there and continue drinking, I handle it. Thor nodded and sat down again. Among the people on Earth, the one he trusted most, besides his girlfriend Jane, was Li Chuan. Since Li Chuan said he would handle it, he would not interfere. After replying to Thor, Li Chuan ignored Steve, who was full of disbelief, and looked at Tony. Tony, as a friend, I will definitely stand on your side. If you want to kill Bucky to avenge your father, I will not stop you, and I will help you stop Captain Rogers. I can even help you clear the memories of others after the end. But just because we are friends, I want to tell you that Steve did not lie just now. Bucky killed your father because he was controlled by Hydra. So whether you want to kill him or not, please think carefully before making a decision, and don't regret it because of impulse. At this time, Bucky did not run away. He walked silently to Tony and said, Kill me. I have too many sins. My hands are stained with blood. There is your father's blood, many innocent people's blood, and even the blood of my former friends and his descendants. Maybe I will be relieved if I die. Kill or not. Looking at Bucky with red eyes, Tony gradually calmed down. Chapter 277. It lasted for 5 minutes. Everyone held their breath and waited for Tony's decision. Finally, Tony gradually put down the pulse cannon in his hand, and then walked out of the iron suit again. Looking at Bucky, who was begging for death, with red eyes in front of him, he punched Bucky in the stomach with all his strength, causing Bucky to bend down subconsciously in pain. Then he went up and used another set of combos. After venting his anger, he said fiercely, Killing you is too easy for you. Since you have committed so many crimes, you should live and atone for your sins. After that, he pointed at Steve, who was floating in the air. You old popsicle, if you weren't floating there, I would beat you up too. If you want, I can choose not to fight back. Seeing that Tony finally let Bucky go, Steve finally let go of his worries. Not to mention being beaten up, as long as he could save Bucky, he would be willing to exchange his life for his own. If the most important woman in his life is Carter, then the most important man is Bucky. At this time, Pepper, who had been pulled by Wanda, also ran over and hugged Tony and comforted him. The camping is over, the matter is resolved, then let's go home. Seeing that Tony had obviously given up the idea of killing Bucky, Li Chuan also smiled and raised his hand to release the control of Steve. He told Steve before that the result depends on Tony's choice, and it is actually like this now. However, he actually expected that Tony would let Bucky go. The reason why the original book ended up with a final breakup was mostly due to Zemo's conspiracy, which caused some misunderstandings between the two. In addition, the two sides split up and fought because of the Sokovia Accords. At that time, Tony didn't believe that Bucky was controlled by Hydra and killed his parents. He just thought that Steve was blindly protecting Bucky. In fact, with Tony's character, as long as Steve didn't stop him, Bucky wouldn't resist. Even if Bucky was not controlled by Hydra, but a real murderer, he wouldn't kill him. At most, he would send him to prison and accept the trial of the law. This is why Li Chuan had to control Steve first, because Steve seemed to be protecting Bucky, but in fact it would only arouse Tony's anger, and then the two would definitely fight. If Bucky saw Steve injured, he would definitely join the fight, and Tony would be even more angry, and the situation would be completely out of control. Chuan, thank you for reminding me at the end, we leave first. Tony thanked Li Chuan, put on his battle suit with Pepper, and left first. Although he decided not to kill Bucky, it did not mean that he was willing to stay with the murderer who killed his parents. After Steve fell, he helped Bucky up, took back his shield, and thanked Li Chuan. The process was very different from what he thought, but fortunately the ending was good, so he was still very grateful for Li Chuan's help. And when he heard Li Chuan's last few words of reminder to Tony, he understood Li Chuan's good intentions to trap him. What he didn't know was that if Tony really wanted to kill Bucky, Li Chuan would really not intervene, and would really help Tony clear the memories of Captain America and others. In terms of stance, Li Chuan was of course more inclined towards Tony. What he said was not only a reminder, but also a promise. After Steve helped Bucky get on the helicopter and left, Thor also flew away with Jane. They also expressed their gratitude to Li Chuan for the delicious barbecue and beer provided by Li Chuan. A week after the barbecue and camping, Li Chuan had just finished discussing the training of the Shadow Clone, and was absorbing various experiences from the Shadow Clone, when the communicator on his waist suddenly rang. Uncle Li, what's the matter? Master, the two aliens you sent to the base last time asked me to tell you that the spaceship is almost finished. You can come and have a look when you have time. Uncle Li's answer came from the other end of the phone. The base in Sokovia is managed by the loyal Uncle Li. And Uncle Li has gained a lot of experience in the past few years. Originally, Uncle Li was a very powerful international mercenary. He almost died in a mission, and was later saved by Li Chuan's father. In order to repay his gratitude and because he was tired of the life of fighting and killing, he changed his name and became the butler of the Li family. After Li Chuan's parents died, he had been protecting Li Chuan. If it weren't for him, with Li Chuan's previous personality, he would have either squandered the family fortune or been kicked out by relatives to fend for himself. But he didn't expect that the hopeless Li Chuan would awaken. Not only did he revive the family, but he also became more and more difficult for him to understand. You said that it was okay when he was in Sokovia before, just some underworld things, which were all within his understanding. But later it became more and more outrageous, scientific research, genetic evolution, desperate virus transformation, magic, and even the alien said too in the end. Now he felt that what he could do was to help Li Chuan manage the base. Okay, I go there right away. After hearing Uncle Li's report, Li Chuan's eyes lit up immediately, and he directly transmitted through the door key after hanging up the communicator. After the efforts of the Shadow Clone during this period of time, his alchemy has also improved a lot, and he can already make door keys by himself. So now all the branches of the Li group in all cities on Earth have door keys that he has arranged in advance, and the base in Sokovia is naturally no exception. Although the door key he made now is still of a relatively low-level type, it is still no problem to teleport him alone. Li Chuan came to the Sokovia base through the door key, and under the guidance of Uncle Li, he quickly came to the scientific experiment hall of the base. Because this hall was transformed by Li Chuan using the traceless extension spell, the space inside is very large, enough for the Hydra scientists gathered by Li Chuan to conduct various experimental tests. The Sokovia base used to mainly conduct biological research and experiments. Enhancer number 1, the modified Hulk gene, and the extremist virus all originated from here. Later, Ivan, a genius scientist who was slightly inferior to Tony, was captured, and together with a series of scientists from Hydra, research on technology and weapons gradually began. Anyway, he had money, and there would be no harm in developing in many aspects. The last time the Chitauri invaded, they were able to rush into the Chitauri command carrier, thanks to the space protection suit made by the scientific team. Built according to your requirements, this spaceship can basically leave the Earth now, and then make an interstellar jump to the nearest advanced civilization planet. But are you really sure that you don't need to load some weapons on the spaceship? You know, traveling in the universe is not a peaceful thing. Seeing Li Chuan appear, Xingyun, who was discussing with Ivan and other human scientists, pointed to the huge spaceship in the center of the hall that looked like an octopus and said, Chapter 278. There's no need for weapons. Earth doesn't have any weapons that can be used effectively in the interstellar space. If you have to talk about weapons, I am the biggest weapon on the spaceship. Li Chuan admired the newly built spaceship and waved his hand indifferently. The weapons of interstellar spaceships are basically laser cannons and energy cannons, similar to the equipment used by the Chitauri during the invasion, while the weapons on Earth are still in physical form, and it is difficult for them to be used effectively in the universe. Instead of loading weapons on the spacecraft, it is better to maximize the various performances of the spacecraft. As for the attack weapons, what weapons can compare with him? If he can't solve it, it is useless to rely on the weapons on the spacecraft. That makes sense. Hearing Li Chuan's words, Xing Yun was stunned for a moment, and then remembered Li Chuan's terrifying strength when he killed the Chitauri mothership, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. In this case, we will spend a few more hours to adjust it, and the performance can be improved. Very good, then go and adjust. After visiting the interior of the octopus spaceship under the introduction of Nebula, Li Chuan nodded with satisfaction. It seems that it was a correct decision to keep these two sisters. The reason why he did not kill Gamora and Nebula was that on the one hand, he considered that the two were not bad people and were members of the Guardians of the Galaxy later, and on the other hand, he wanted to have a guide when leaving the Earth. The description of the major civilized planets in the universe in the movie is relatively broad, but in fact, interstellar travel is not a simple matter. As one of Thanos' most capable subordinates, Gamora's strength is naturally not comparable to that of the Black Widow, but she is a top space spy, similar to Black Widow. Gamora found out the addresses of the Power Stone and the Soul Stone. So she knows a lot about the various planets in the universe, the black market, and other aspects, and is definitely a very competent guide. As for Nebula, half of her body has been transformed by machines, and half of her brain is a smart chip, which stores a lot of useful knowledge. It is precisely because of her cooperation with Ivan and other scientists that the current octopus spaceship was built. Although it can't compare with those serious spaceships in the interstellar, it can at least barely travel in the interstellar. Especially its hull is made of a mixture of vibranium and URU metal, and its defense capability is absolutely amazing. Ivan, how is the research on the aura gathering device going? After the tour of the spaceship, Li Chuan called Ivan aside alone. After returning from the fairy world, he took time to visit the Sokovia base and asked Ivan and others to collect some of his true essence in his body to study a machine that can gather aura. Boss, there is no progress yet. The machines we have now are difficult to analyze the energy you gave in a short time. Ivan replied with an embarrassed look. It's okay, keep working hard. After hearing the answer, Li Chuan did not embarrass Ivan. He waved his hand and let him go back to work. It seems that we still need to go to other planets to get some more advanced technology back. Now that the panel is upgraded and there are no side quests to do, it is just right to take a preliminary tour of the universe and learn about the situation of the major civilizations in the universe. By the way, bring back some more advanced machines and technologies to improve the research progress of biology and science in his base. Wanda, do you want to go on a spontaneous trip? After returning to the closet with the teleportation book, Li Chuan pushed open the closet door and asked Wanda, who was making snacks in the living room. Okay, where to go? When Wanda heard Li Chuan's suggestion to travel, she immediately threw away the egg beater in her hand and nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. She likes the feeling of traveling together. During this period, Li Chuan took her to travel with the door key when he had nothing to do. The Grand Canyon in the northwest, the Battling Great Wall, Province, Lake Baikal in Russia, the Eiffel Tower in Paris, the Niagara Falls, the Egyptian pyramids. Sometimes they even go to the Grand Canyon in the morning to watch the sunrise, go to Provence to see lavender and drink red wine at noon, and go to the Eiffel Tower in Paris at night. Anyway, every time she hears Li Chuan say that he wants to go on a spontaneous trip, she is very happy, because that means Li Chuan has time to take her to a new place again. This time it is the Great Barrier Reef in Australia, or the Taj Mahal in India, or the Aegean Sea in Greece. This time we are going to take a spaceship to leave the Earth and travel to an alien planet called Xander. While Wanda was thinking, Li Chuan gave the answer. Why choose Xander? Because it is a planet that he has a slight impression of in his memory, the base of the Nova Core, and the most civilized and safe planet in the Milky Way. When he asked Gamora before, Gamora also recommended this planet. Xander is a planet with many civilizations. In addition to the Xander people, there are many races from different planets in the universe living peacefully there. Also because of the protection of the Nova Core, the safety is guaranteed. Xander has also become a transit point for many planetary transactions, and the economy is very developed. Other advanced planets with similar civilization levels to Xander, such as the capital of the Kree Empire, Hala, and the capital of the Sovereign, are very xenophobic. If you enter privately without the invitation of their country, you will be turned into a slave or killed in a minute if you are caught. There are many other unique planets, but they are either too far away from the solar system or their civilization is not developed enough, so they are not suitable for the first interstellar travel. Leaving the Earth? Wanda blinked and showed an unbelievable look. She was still guessing which country and which scenic spot it was, but she never expected to leave the Earth and travel to an alien planet. Isn't this a bit too exciting? Yes, remember the last alien invasion? Then, Li Chuan briefly talked about the situation of conquering the two aliens Gamora and Nebula, as well as some descriptions of alien planets that he learned from Gamora and in his memory. After he finished speaking, Wanda turned around and used magic to change her home clothes into the usual suits for traveling. Let's go, dear. I can't wait any longer. Let's go! Li Chuan smiled and took out the teleportation book. The pages spread out, wrapped the two of them, and disappeared into the room. When they reappeared, they were already in the scientific experiment hall of Solvia Base. While waiting for Nebula and a group of scientists to make the final adjustments to the Octopus spacecraft, Li Chuan called his subordinates and friends and explained. Unlike going to the small world, the time in the main world did not change when he came back from the small world. For the people in the main world, it was as if he had never left. But leaving the Earth, it really took at least a few months to come back, so he must explain. Chapter 279. Actually, there is nothing special to explain. Because Jack is in charge of the company, he basically doesn't care about it. Even if he is away for a year or two, there will be no problem. And Uncle Lee is in charge of the base, so there is no big problem. If there is a problem, the soldiers led by Xiao San, Xiao Lu and Xiao Wu, whose bodies have been strengthened and injected with the extremis virus, are not vegetarians, and there are also the newly joined Inhumans. After all the calls were made, the Octopus spaceship was also adjusted. Let's go! After instructing Uncle Lee, Li Chuan took Wanda into the spaceship. At this time, Gamora, dressed in green, was already sitting in the driving position of the spaceship and was turning the control button in front. The spaceship will take off in 3 minutes. You'd better sit in the back seat and fasten your seat belts in advance. And Nebula, who was sitting next to her in the co-pilot, inserted her metal finger into a certain socket and began to import the interstellar coordinate map of the Milky Way. After hearing this, Li Chuan pinched a Taoist formula, and a white cloud instantly lifted him and Scarlet which up and came to the glass of the spaceship that was most suitable for viewing. Don't worry about us, just drive the spaceship well. With his and Wanda's strength, even if the spaceship disintegrated in the sky, there would be no danger. At most, the sword would just fly by itself. Gamora didn't waste any words when she saw this. She directly pressed the start button and pulled the joystick to the bottom. The sky above the hall of the Sokovia Science Laboratory slowly opened up, and the Octopus spaceship spewed out 8 flames, turned into a stream of light and disappeared. From this perspective, the Earth is really beautiful. Inside the spaceship, Wanda couldn't help but sigh as she watched the Earth getting smaller and smaller through the glass. Li Chuan beside her nodded in agreement. Although you can often see this kind of space seen on your phone and TV, when you fly out of the Earth and see it in person, the feeling and shock are completely different. Especially unlike Wanda's admiration, Li Chuan also thought of the powerful beings in this world at this moment. With his current strength, he would still sigh at his own insignificance when he saw the sky and the Earth. How powerful are the gods who symbolize the eternity of the universe, create the sun, and create planets, as well as the demons who devour the world or create their own dimensional space. In comparison, my strength is still far behind them. Nebula, how long will it take us to reach Xander? If nothing goes wrong, at the speed of this spacecraft, we can reach the wormhole closest to the Earth in about 10 days, and then fly for another 5 days to reach another wormhole, and fly through that wormhole for 10 days to reach Xander. The main reason is that the performance of this spaceship is still too poor, and the speed is much slower than normal spaceships. Nebula couldn't help but complain when answering. There is no way. Although there are some information about spaceship design in her chip, she is not a professional after all. Her major is the same as her sister Gamora, spy infiltration and assassination. So when manufacturing spaceships, she is not the main manufacturer. The main manufacturers are professional human scientists such as Ivan. Many spaceship parts and equipment that are very easy to buy in the universe are not available on Earth. Ivan and other human scientists need to find substitutes based on the description of Nebula's information, or simply find ways to imitate them. In the end, the spacecraft can still be used normally, but the performance is definitely worse. 25 days, not too long. Li Chuan nodded. He originally thought it would take at least 1 or 2 months. 22 days later, after 2 wormhole jumps, they only have 3 days left to reach their target. Xander? Li Chuan, who had long lost interest in the scenery of outer space, was practicing with Wanda in the room. Interstellar travel is like this. At the beginning, everything feels shocking, but if you fly too long and don't see any new planets with life, you will feel bored. Because most of the time, the outer space looks the same. So besides the daily double cultivation, the 4 of them would play cards and chat. As they spent more time together, their relationship became much better. From the beginning of using each other, they are now barely friends. After the double cultivation, the 2 people walked out of the room refreshed, and Li Chuan suddenly froze and smiled. Finally, the upgrade is over. It turned out that he heard the prompt that the panel upgrade was completed. Let Wanda go find Gamora and the others first. Li Chuan returned to the room and began to check his upgraded panel. I can actually control time. After a while, he checked all the panels and figured out all the functions of the upgraded panel. In fact, there is no big change in general, just 2 more abilities to control time. The first is that he can now freely control the time to enter the small world. In the past, he accumulated 1 or 2 years of time to complete the task, so after choosing to enter the small world, all the accumulated time will be used up at once. When he returns to the main world, he will definitely be in a state of no time. But now it is different. Before he enters the small world, he can set the time in advance. For example, now he has 1.5 years of small world time. When he enters any small world, he can choose to spend 2 months. Then, after 2 months, when he returns from the small world, he still has 1 year and 4 months. If he wants, he can even use this 1.5 years of small world time to enter all 3 small worlds in succession. The advantage of this is that if he needs to go to a small world to do something in the future, he doesn't have to worry too much about the time issue. A little time will not affect entering the next world. Just like before, in order to have enough time to go to the world of Shushan Zhuan, he has been accumulating time in the small world and dared not go to the other 2 small worlds. Now, if a similar situation occurs again, he can spend very little time to get things done. The second one is also the ability to control time. Unlike the first one, this is the ability to control the time of the small world. According to the explanation on the panel, every time Li Chuan leaves the main world, the panel will use the law of time to anchor a time point, and when he returns from the small world, it will still be this time point. So the people in the main world will feel that Li Chuan has never left. Similarly, the small world is also the same principle. Every time Li Chuan enters, he will return to the time point he left. No one in the small world will feel that Li Chuan has left. Now, this right is in Li Chuan's hands. Whether it is the main world or the small world, he can choose whether to anchor the time point when leaving. Chapter 280. If Li Chuan chooses to anchor, it will be the same as before. If he chooses not to anchor, then the world that chooses not to anchor the time point will be synchronized with his own time. For example, he enters the Naruto world now, and chooses not to anchor the time point of the main world. Then, if he stays in the Naruto world for a year and comes back, the time of the main world will have passed for a year. If he chooses not to anchor the time point of the Naruto world when he leaves the Naruto world after entering the Naruto world, then he stays in the main world for a year, and then goes to the Naruto world, and a year will have passed in the Naruto world. If he stayed in the main world for a year, and did not go to the Naruto world, but went to the Wizard world for another year, then when he went to the Naruto world again, 2 years had already passed in the Naruto world. That is, as long as he did not choose to anchor the time point when leaving this world, no matter which world he went to, or how many worlds he went to, the time his body experienced would be the same as the time this world experienced. At first glance, this function seems to be useless. Because the time point is anchored, it is equivalent to a bug in time, which gives him many advantages. For example, when he left the Naruto world, he was not strong, and then after going through several other worlds and returning, the enemy's strength did not increase, and his strength suddenly became much stronger. It is precisely because of this that he can thrive in various small worlds, and people are often amazed at the speed of his strength improvement. But in fact, we have to understand one thing. That is, except for the time in the main world, which is unlimited, Li Chuan needs to pay a price to go to any small world, and that price is to pay the small world time. Obtaining small world time is obviously not such an easy thing, and you have to complete various tasks. So for him, there is such a problem. Some opportunities and developments in small worlds may be several years or decades away from his appearance. If he stays in the small world all the time, there is simply not enough small world time to consume. The key is that with so much small world time, it is better to use it in other worlds, which is more cost-effective. Now that he can freely control the anchoring time point, this problem has been perfectly solved. If the opportunity of a small world will not appear until 10 years later, he does not need to wait for 10 years in this small world, but can choose not to anchor the time point of this small world. After 10 years in other small worlds, he can come back and enter, spend 10 days, or half a month of small world time to get this opportunity, and then leave. This not only saves a lot of small world time, but also improves efficiency and obtains the greatest benefits. In addition to this, there is another point. For example, he had been planning to unify the wizarding world in the world of fantastic beasts and where to find them, and then take over the Muggle world, and completely turn that world into a magical world. After completion, he will develop a large proportion of the wizard population, gather the wisdom of wizards from all over the world, and develop more powerful magic for him. But there is a problem, that is, this kind of thing cannot be achieved in one go, and it may take dozens or hundreds of years to develop significant results. Does he have so much time in this small world to spend there? Obviously, it is impossible. As mentioned above, it is better to go to other small worlds instead of spending dozens or hundreds of years in the small world. If he were in the world of Shushan, he might have already cultivated to the level of Earth Immortal. Now he doesn't have to worry about this problem. He just needs to lay a good foundation, and then spend a few days in the small world to inspect every 3 to 5 years. In general, the 2 time control functions brought to him by the panel upgrade this time are really very useful, which indirectly saves him a lot of time in the small world in the future. Just when Li Chuan was satisfied with the upgraded functions of the panel, and was about to close it, a new prompt sounded. There is a new main task. Please go and check it out. Hearing this prompt sound, Li Chuan immediately clicked on the task interface. The new main task represents a new small world, and today is really a double happiness. Main task: form the Guardians of the Galaxy. The world extracted: Saint Seiya. Primary completion: recruit Star-Lord Peter Quill, Gamora, Rocket Raccoon, Tree Man Groot, and Drax the Destroyer. Mission reward: Greek Ordinary Resident status. Intermediate completion: recruit Star-Lord Peter Quill, Gamora, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, Drax the Destroyer, Nebula, Mantis. Mission reward: Greek Sanctuary Bronze Cloth Reserve status. Advanced completion: recruit Star-Lord Peter Quill, Gamora, Rocket Raccoon, Groot, Drax the Destroyer, Nebula, Mantis, Adam Warlock, Kraglin, Cosmo the Space Dog, and Para Will. Mission reward: Bronze Saint with a set of bronze cloth. Time to enter the small world: 12 months. After checking the new main mission, Li Chuan closed the panel and fell into deep thought. First of all, regarding the new small world Saint Seiya that was extracted, he did watch this old anime in his previous life, but because it was too long, he couldn't remember it clearly. But he could be sure that this was definitely a world with a very powerful power system. If he remembered correctly, under normal circumstances, the weakest Bronze Saints had a basic requirement of punching at supersonic speed. Above the Bronze Saints, the Silver Saints were required to punch at 2 or 3 times the speed of sound. The powerful Silver Saints could punch at more than 10, 20, or even 100 times the speed of sound. As for the Gold Saints above the Silver Saints, their punching speed had to reach the speed of light. For the first 2, it was fine, but the Gold Saint's punching speed reached the speed of light, which was very terrifying. Even if he faced him now, he would definitely not be able to beat him. However, for most of the Gold Saints, the light speed punch is the limit of the number of punches, and it is impossible to use it all the time. There is only one person who can always use the light speed punch as a common move, and it seems to be a Leo Gold Saint named Iolia. And those saints have their own special moves: physical, special, supernatural, and even magic, and he doesn't remember the details very clearly. Anyway, this is a very powerful small world, and there are all kinds of powerful gods. But the benefits are also obvious, that is, if he can learn the small universe, get a set of golden battle clothes, and awaken the 7th sense, then his strength will also increase significantly. Now for him, the more powerful the small world, the better, and the weaker and safer the small world, on the contrary, it is of no help to him. Chapter 281. The key is that this mission is not easy to complete. After closing the panel, Li Chuan couldn't help but touch his chin. On the surface, this main mission doesn't seem to require much force, unlike the previous mission, which asked him to kill as many Chitauri as he wanted. But in Li Chuan's opinion, it is actually more difficult. First of all, it is 2011 now, and there are still 3 years before the Guardians of the Galaxy plot begins. Except for Gamora and Nebula, no one knows where the others are now. The universe is so big, it is not easy to find them all. Secondly, even if he knew the location of some of them, it would not be easy to get them to form the Guardians of the Galaxy. The first Mantis girl, Mantis, if I am not mistaken, is now on Ego Star, using her ability to help Ego sleep every day. If he wants to take her away, he must first skip past Ego, and the strength of the god Ego is definitely at the same level as Odin and Ancient One. He is definitely not his opponent now. Secondly, Warlock Adam and Space Dog Cosmo are in the hands of the Collector. It's not impossible for him to get them if he thinks of a way, but the key is that Warlock Adam is still an egg, and it will take more than 10 years before it hatches. He can't waste more than 10 years for the high-level completion of a main task. The last one, Para Will, should be the little girl created by the Supreme Evolution. She is probably still a baby now, and it is even possible that she has not been created yet. Then strive to achieve the intermediate completion. After thinking for a while, Li Chuan made a decision. High-level completion is good, as he can get a bronze armor at the beginning, and a bronze saint's experience in the cultivation of the microcosm, which can help him quickly enter the system. But for the sake of high-level completion, it is definitely not a wise choice to delay in the main world for more than 10 years. For the same amount of time, the time in the main world is actually more precious than the time in the small world, because the time in the small world can be obtained by completing tasks, and it doesn't matter if you don't enter. But the main world is different. As long as there is no time in the small world, you must move forward. So instead of wasting more than 10 years in the main world, it is better to choose the medium completion and enter the small world first. I believe that even as a reserve bronze saint, he will be able to get a set of holy clothes in a short time. In comparison, this is much more cost-effective. Just like when he entered the wizard world, he did not dwell on achieving a high completion, but directly chose to enter with a medium completion. If he had been obsessed with the high-level completion at that time, he might have just met the requirements and entered the wizard world at this time, and his strength would be far worse than it is now. But in fact, now he has even entered the fairy world again. Sometimes it is not a wise decision to pursue perfection too much, be too greedy for the best start, and waste a lot of time. Li Chuan is a rational person. He only cares about cost-effectiveness. Judging from the current task difficulty and conditions, the intermediate completion is the best solution. The primary completion is basically not difficult, just find all the people. The difficulty of the intermediate completion lies in the link of Mantis, but he does not need to confront Ego head-on. As long as he finds a way to steal Mantis out, it will work. In fact, if you are serious, Gamora and Nebula are also difficult points, because at this time, they are still Thanos' good daughters, following Thanos to fight on various planets. It's just that because of the butterfly effect and his foresight, he accepted the two in advance. Now that the panel is available, let's go to the Naruto world first. After making the decision, Li Chuan opened the panel again, found the column of the Naruto world, set a time of 6 months, and then clicked the Enter button. There are many valuable things in the Naruto world that have not been obtained yet, such as the Samsara Eye, the Sharingan, and some effective ninjutsu. Before, because of his strength, he had been planning carefully. Now his strength can be said to have increased a lot compared to the last time he left. This time he spent half a year entering, trying to get everything that would be helpful to him to the greatest extent possible. The scene changed, and after 5 or 6 years, Li Chuan came to the Naruto world again. When he left last time, his strength was still a little bit under pressure when facing the Kage level, but after entering the wizard world again, entering the new fairy world, and settling in the main world, he has definitely surpassed the Kage level. And it's not just a little bit. Hey, have you just finished training? In the courtyard of the prince's mansion, Zabuza and Bai were sitting on the wooden board in the corridor, discussing some problems during the battle practice just now. A voice suddenly sounded behind them, frightening the two men so much that they subconsciously swung their beheading swords, and threw out a piece of saban. As a ninja, it is a very scary thing to be silently approached behind you without knowing it. Because that means that if the other party wants to kill you, you will not have time to resist at all. So when they heard the voice behind them, they did not even distinguish it, and instinctively made the strongest muscle reaction. Li Chuan looked at Zabuza and Haku, who attacked reflexively, without any fear at all. He stretched out his thumb and index finger with his left hand, and lightly grasped Zabuza's full-strength sword. His right hand turned into a series of afterimages, and in an instant, he caught all the thousands of swords thrown by Bai. "Your Highness, it's you. You scared us." Bai was relieved when he saw that the person was Li Chuan. Li Chuan put down Zabuza's beheading sword and smiled. "Sorry, I scared you. I'm going to Konoha soon. If you have anything to ask me, let Jino send someone to Konoha to inform me." After saying that, he did not stay for long and walked out of the yard. After Li Chuan left, Zabuza slowly put away the beheading sword in his hand, and then narrowed his eyes and muttered, "This guy is really getting more and more terrifying." Thinking back to when they were in the Land of Waves, Li Chuan and he were evenly matched. Less than half a year had passed, and he had no idea that Li Chuan appeared behind him, and he did not hold back at all in the previous blow, and he was caught with 2 fingers. What does this mean? It means that if the two fight again, he is likely to be killed instantly. Not to mention the weird ninjutsu that Li Chuan used when he was fighting Danzo in Konoha. "Sir Zabuza, as long as we don't become enemies with His Royal Highness, he is our friend." Bai saw a layer of cold sweat on Zabuza's forehead and comforted him softly. And Zabuza nodded in agreement. "Yes, the stronger he is, the better it is for us. Maybe he can really help me regain control of the Mist Shadow Village." Chapter 282. Li Chuan just showed Zabuza some of his strength on purpose, to prevent the guy from having other thoughts after a while. After all, Zabuza is not a good person, and he is following him now because of the interests. So sometimes it is necessary to give him a proper warning. After warning Zabuza, he said a few words to Jino, then Li Chuan spread his flying sword wings, turned into a sword light, and fled towards Konoha village. Before he left, he had not gone to Konoha to learn ninjutsu from the 3rd generation, because he had to trade with Kakuzu and Orochimaru. Now his first goal is to go to Konoha and learn all the valuable Konoha ninjutsu. In fact, most ninjutsu are no longer useful to him now, especially some attribute ninjutsu, because he got a lot from Kakuzu, which is basically enough. However, there are some ninjutsu that he wants more. For example, the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique created by the 3rd generation is a special ninjutsu that can create a shadow clone of the thrown weapon, which can be combined with his flying sword wings. His flying sword wings can shoot out up to 10,000 small flying swords at a time. If he can clone them, the number will increase suddenly, and the power will be greatly enhanced. There is also the Flying Thunder God technique created by the 2nd generation. Although he now has the Phantom Shift for close range and the Porky for long distance, the Flying Thunder God technique is still a very worthwhile technique. Because it has a feature, as long as the Flying Thunder God technique is imprinted in advance, you can teleport directly. This technique can be imprinted on objects or on people, and if you are proficient enough, you can achieve instant imprinting without knowing it. Neither the Phantom Displacement nor the Porky can do this. In the future, when he wants to track someone, he can imprint the Flying Thunder God technique on him, so that as long as the opponent does not clear the technique, he can find him instantly no matter where he runs. In addition, there are some other special ninjutsu that can also be learned. Li Chuan's sword escape speed is very fast, and it didn't take long for him to see the Konoha village surrounded by wooden walls again. He folded his flying sword wings and landed not far away, and walked to the south gate of Konoha village. "Kamizuki Izumo, Gang Zatetsu, you two are guarding the gate again." Seeing the 2 chunin in green vests sitting at the table at the door, Li Chuan raised his hand and greeted them. Kamizuki Izumo and Gang Zatetsu, who were chatting, immediately stood up and showed respectful expressions on their faces when they saw Li Chuan. "Your Highness, the distinguished prince of the Land of Fire saved the 3rd Hokage during the last joint attack on Konoha by Orochimaru and the Sand Ninja, and saved countless Konoha village ninjas and civilians. Now he has become the 4th disciple of the 3rd generation. With so many halos, how can they not respect him? I am also a Konoha ninja now. You don't need to call me prince anymore. Just call me Chuan." Li Chuan smiled and took the initiative to register. "Yes, Lord Chuan." Shin Yu and Gang Zitai said at the same time. Li Chuan waved his hand, then walked through the Konoha gate, and walked into the Konoha village again. When he first entered Konoha, he must go to the 3rd generation to report, so he didn't go to find other people, and walked directly to the Hokage building. The ninjas and villagers of Konoha that he met on the road all showed great respect after recognizing him. However, when he walked to the river bridge that bordered the north and south of Konoha, he suddenly sensed something, raised his eyebrows, and turned his head to the left. Strange, these 2 guys actually came to Konoha. In the middle of the river 500 meters to his left, 2 groups of people were confronting each other. One group had 2 people, both wearing the same black windbreaker embroidered with red clouds, and the other group had 3 people, a man and a woman holding kunai, with injuries on their bodies and a vigilant face, and one person was kneeling on the water and gasping for breath. Yes, the ones wearing the black red cloud windbreaker are Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame of Akatsuki, and the other three are Asuma, Kakashi and Kurenai of Konoha. In the original plot, Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame did come to Konoha during this period. But that was because the third Hokage died in battle, and Konoha's strength was greatly weakened after Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan. So Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame wanted to take the opportunity to come and retrieve the Nine Tails. Of course, he knew that Uchiha Itachi's real purpose was not to retrieve the Nine Tails, but to warn the Konoha high-level officials, especially Danzo, not to have any evil thoughts about Sasuke because the third Hokage died. But now, because of his existence, the third generation is not dead, and Konoha's strength has basically not been lost, so he originally thought that these two guys would not come. Maybe it's because of Sasuke's Sharingan. After thinking carefully, Li Chuan roughly had some guesses in his mind. He estimated that Uchiha Itachi came this time, maybe for another reason, that is, to help Kakashi better master the Sharingan, so that he can guide Sasuke's practice. Now in the entire Konoha, except Kakashi, no one else has the Sharingan. But Kakashi's eyes were transplanted from Obito, not his own, so he was not very good at using the Sharingan. It is estimated that Uchiha Itachi wanted to use his Tsukuyomi to seriously injure Kakashi on the surface, but in fact he was helping him develop the Sharingan, so that Kakashi could better master the secrets of the Sharingan and guide his brother Sasuke in his training. Otherwise, with the strength of Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, if they sneak into Konoha, how could they be discovered so easily by Kakashi? The key is that even though he was a butterfly, Kakashi was still hit by Tsukuyomi. This can only mean that Uchiha Itachi's use of Tsukuyomi on Kakashi was planned, not accidental. Well, I just happen to need your Sharingan. Touching his chin, Li Chuan disappeared from the spot with a phantom. At the same time, in the middle of the river 500 meters away, Asuma and Hong, who had closed their eyes because of Kakashi's instructions, heard Kakashi's violent panting and asked with concern, "Kakashi, what happened? Can we open our eyes now?" No, you can't open your eyes now," Kakashi replied intermittently, trying to endure the severe mental damage after being hit by Tsukuyomi. As the former captain of Itachi in the Anbu, he knew how powerful this rebel ninja, who became the captain of the Anbu at the age of 13 was. So when he sensed that Itachi was going to use the Sharingan to launch an illusion, he immediately asked Asuma and Hong to close their eyes, and he only used the eye with the Sharingan to fight. However, what he didn't expect was that the current Itachi was much more powerful than the Itachi he had in his previous impression. Even though he used the Sharingan, he still fell into the opponent's illusion. Chapter 283. 3 days in that world is only equivalent to a moment in reality. But why didn't he kill me? If he wanted to kill me, it should be easy. Kakashi raised his head with difficulty, and looked at the expressionless Uchiha Itachi in front of him, and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Just now, he was hit by a kind of illusion called moon reading by Itachi, and his spirit was pulled into a world of nothingness. In that world, Itachi chatted with him, while stabbing him with a knife continuously, and it took 3 days to end. But when he came to his senses, only a moment had passed in the real world. If Itachi wanted to kill him at that time, he would have no ability to resist at all. A kunai could have ended his life, but the other party just stood there, and didn't continue to kill him. This is really rare. After being hit by Itachi's move, his spirit didn't collapse. Kisame, who was holding the ninja sword Samahata, appeared next to Itachi with a flash of body, and looked at Kakashi, who had not fainted in front of him, with a look of surprise on his face. But then he turned his head, and looked at Itachi beside him, and said with concern, "Mr. Itachi, overusing those eyes is also dangerous for you. Is your purpose here Sasuke?" Although Kakashi was close to mental collapse, he was still trying to get as much information as possible. Itachi brushed his hair that was blown by the wind and replied expressionlessly, "No, we want the legacy left by the fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto." What? Hearing Itachi's words, Kakashi and the other two's eyes shrank at the same time. Naruto is not only the son of the fourth Hokage, but also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The goal of these two people is to take away Konoha's Nine Tails. The target is the Nine Tails in Naruto's body. Are you a team of 2 people who have been capturing the tail beasts in the Akatsuki organization? Kakashi remembered what Jiraiya had said to him before, and he went straight to the point to test him. A few days ago, Jiraiya found him, and told him that during the years he was chasing Orochimaru, he found that Orochimaru had joined a dangerous organization called Akatsuki composed of all S-level rebel ninjas from various villages. And this organization seems to be collecting tail beasts recently. So in order to protect Naruto's safety, Jiraiya plans to take Naruto out of the village to practice alone. Kisame, take Mr. Kakashi away, and kill the other two. Hearing that Kakashi actually knew the information about Akatsuki, Itachi's face pretended to change, and he immediately ordered Kisame. Kisame was obviously very obedient to Itachi's order, picked up Samehada and rushed over. Fire style, ash burning. However, at this moment, a thick smoke suddenly shot out from the path next to the river bank, accompanied by a strong flame, and rushed straight towards Kisame, forcing him to immediately turn back and temporarily retreat. Asuma, Kurenai, Kakashi, what's going on? Are they ninjas from the village? Why haven't I seen them before? It was Li Chuan who came out to help. Originally, he wanted to wait for Kai to come out to save the situation, and then secretly follow the retreating Itachi and Kisame to secretly capture the two, but he didn't know that Kisame had already launched an attack, and he didn't sense Kai's chakra nearby. So he had to show up to save the situation. Is it Chuan? They are not ninjas from the village. One is Uchiha Itachi, a rebel ninja from Konoha, and the other is Hashigaki Kisame, a rebel ninja from the Mist Shadow. The two came to Konoha to capture Naruto. Hearing Li Chuan's voice, Hong and Asuma immediately recognized him, and explained quickly with their eyes closed. They didn't know when Li Chuan returned to Konoha, but they knew that Li Chuan definitely had the strength close to that of an elite jonin, and now one more person would definitely give them a better chance of winning. Don't look directly into his eyes. Try to judge his movements by looking at their feet. At this time, Kakashi saw Li Chuan appear, and couldn't hold on any longer. He left a word and fainted with his eyes rolled up. He just felt sorry that Kai was not in the village to carry out the mission, otherwise Kai's fighting style would be the best to restrain Itachi, and there would be a chance of winning. Li Chuan saw this and came to Kakashi in a flash, picked him up from the water. It seems that he was attacked by some kind of mental attack, but unfortunately my medical ninjutsu can only repair the body, and has no therapeutic effect on mental attacks. Kakashi was attacked by Itachi's Sharingan illusion. At this time, Asuma and Hong also opened their eyes, but they still did not dare to look directly at Itachi. However, Li Chuan was not particularly concerned about Itachi's Sharingan illusion. He handed Kakashi to Asuma and said, I have a way to deal with his illusion. You can't fight like this. Take Kakashi to the hospital for treatment first, and then go to Sarutobi teacher to call for reinforcements. Itachi's Tsukuyomi is indeed powerful, and it can be called the best illusion in the world except for the infinite Tsukuyomi. However, for Li Chuan, it is not that there is no way to deal with it. First of all, Itachi's Tsukuyomi consumes a lot of pupil power, and Itachi's body itself is not very good. After using it once, it is likely that he will not be able to use it a second time immediately. Secondly, the activation of Tsukuyomi must have certain requirements for distance. It is impossible for people to be hit at a distance of 100 meters. If it was really that powerful, Itachi would have been invincible long ago. Therefore, as long as you keep a certain distance, you can avoid being hit by Tsukuyomi. The last point is that the essence of illusion is a mental attack that disrupts chakra. Since Tsukuyomi is an illusion, it is naturally no exception. It's just that its mental attack intensity is too high and cannot be cracked by ordinary methods. But Li Chuan has the blood of a wizard and has formed a golden elixir. His soul has been greatly strengthened. His mental power is definitely better than Itachi. In addition, he can use the true essence of the golden elixir to disrupt the influence of illusion. So even if he was hit by Tsukuyomi, it was still uncertain whether it would have any effect. But, seeing that Li Chuan was going to stand alone to deal with the two masters Itachi and Kisame, Asuma and Hong hesitated. And Li Chuan added in a low voice, don't forget that I also know time and space ninjutsu. If I really can't beat them, I can escape. Don't worry. Hearing Li Chuan say this, the two of them felt relieved. Yes, they almost forgot that Li Chuan was not only a powerful medical ninja, but also knew time and space ninjutsu. It was Li Chuan who used time and space ninjutsu to rescue the third generation Hokage. Want to leave? It depends on whether Samehada in my hand is willing. Kisame heard the discussion of Li Chuan, and the other two, and rushed over again with Samehada. One person was going to stop him, and Itachi. He wanted to see why this new young ninja was so arrogant. Asuma and Hong were famous elite jonins in Konoha after all. His intelligence manual still had some information about them. However, this new young ninja was not recorded in his intelligence manual. Obviously, he was not a very strong ninja. At present, Konoha and Sand Ninja have reconciled. In order to maintain face, neither side revealed any details about the last Konoha collapse plan. So many villages outside actually did not have any information about Li Chuan, and Akatsuki was no exception. Chapter 284. Get out of the way! Seeing Kisame rushing towards him, Li Chuan immediately activated his second form, turned around and gathered strength, raised his hand, and slammed Kisame, who was coming towards him. With his powerful physical strength and chakra amplification, even without opening the 8 gates, his punch actually made a terrifying sonic boom. Number 1 Enhancer, Hulk Gene Potion, Desperate Virus, Body Amplification of a Gene Dan Realm Cultivator and Chakra Body Amplification. Li Chuan now can do it even without using any ninjutsu, spells, or magic. Just relying on the strength of the flesh alone is already very terrifying. What? Seeing Li Chuan's body suddenly grow bigger, the fist that attacked him has not yet reached him, but the wind from the fist has already made his face hurt. Kisame knew that he had met a master, and quickly put his Samahata horizontally in front of him. Shingi Binkwin. The casserole-sized fist collided fiercely with Kisame's Samahata, and a powerful force burst out instantly. Boom! I saw a stream of blood spurting out of Kisame's mouth, and the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball, breaking more than a dozen large trees by the river in succession, and finally barely stuck his Samahata into the ground and stopped. Interesting. It's been a long time since I met such an enemy that made my blood boil. But you must be feeling bad now. He spat out another mouthful of blood. The force of the punch just now was too strong. Even with Samahata blocking it, he felt that his body could not bear it. But Samahata can absorb the enemy's chakra, and just at the moment of contact, he made Samahata open the sharp barbs on its body surface. The opponent's fist should be useless at this time. What's wrong? Are you talking about my hand? Li Chuan smiled and stretched out his intact right hand. How could he not know the information about Samahata? Samahata was once a follower fish that depended on the three-tailed beast. It mutated because of absorbing the three-tailed beast's chakra for many years. Later, it was transformed into a special ninja sword by the ninja of the Mist Shadow village. It can absorb the enemy's chakra through contact, supply the sword's user, and use its own chakra to help the user recover from physical injuries. It is a ninja sword with its own consciousness and life. However, it also has weaknesses. As a fish, it is more afraid of powerful fire escape, and can only absorb pure chakra. If the chakra changes in nature and becomes a ninjutsu, it cannot absorb it. Or if the chakra is no longer pure, such as adding natural energy to become fairy chakra, it cannot absorb it either. Just now, when Li Chuan's fist touched Samahata, some chakra was indeed sucked away, but he has a lot of chakra now, so he doesn't care about that at all. He also used the true energy in his Dantian to block the absorption of chakra by Samahata. In fact, if he didn't want to show the Sage mode in front of Hong and Asuma for the time being, he would have transformed into Sage mode, and Samahata would not have been able to absorb any of his chakra. As for the sharp barbs on Samahata's body, first of all, he had thick skin and flesh, so the barbs could not penetrate too much into his body, and had no effect on him. Secondly, because of the repairability of the extremist virus, the barbs were completely repaired as soon as they were pulled out. How could this happen? Looking at Li Chuan's intact right hand, Kisame's face showed a look of surprise again. But then, he quickly absorbed the chakra transmitted by Samahata into his body, repaired his injured body, and recovered to the best condition. It seems that he is indeed powerful, worthy of my full effort. Kisame tore off all the bandages on Samahata, revealing his original appearance, and the whole person became excited. As an S-level rebel ninja of the Mist Shadow, his strength is not only powerful physical skills, but also the huge chakra in his body that is comparable to the tailed beast, and various super high-level water ninjutsu. So even if the opponent's physical skills are stronger than his, he will definitely not be his opponent. But just as he was about to step forward, he was stopped by Itachi next to him. Kisame, stop it, we are not here to start a war. Although it is a pity, there is no need to stay here, go back. Itachi did not intend to kill Asuma and Kurenai at all, he was just acting just now. Because he knew that with Ashima and Kurenai's strength, they could still resist Kisame for a short time. As long as other reinforcements from Konoha arrived, he would have a reason to evacuate with Kisame. Now, he happened to meet a powerful ninja who injured Kisame with one blow. If he didn't leave now, when would he leave? Damn it, since Mr. Itachi said so, there's nothing I can do. Although Kisame was very reluctant to leave, he finally agreed. He still respected his companion Itachi very much in his heart. On the one hand, it was because the two of them were the same type of people. When he was an assassin ninja in the Mist Shadow, he was loyal to the village and did many dark tasks for the village. In order to protect the security of intelligence, he killed many of his fellow villagers. This made him very painful and confused. It was not until he met the guy who controlled the fourth Mizukage and called himself Uchiha Madara, and joined the great goal of creating a better world, that he was relieved. So he felt that Itachi, who killed all his fellow tribesmen and defected, was the same type of person as him, and some of Itachi's words often made him feel very philosophical. For example, the sentence that still touches him: no matter who you are, you can only see what kind of person you are at the last moment. On the other hand, that is of course Itachi's strength. As Itachi's companion, Kisame knows very well how powerful Itachi is. The strongest illusion Tsukuyomi, the black flame Amaterasu that cannot be extinguished, the powerful Susanoo, and the magical shuriken and various illusion ninjutsu. He knew that if he fought Itachi alone, he would definitely not be his opponent. So even though he was really reluctant and wanted to fight the guy opposite, he immediately agreed after hearing Itachi's words. After deciding to evacuate, the two of them directly activated the instant body technique and ran away, fleeing to the outside of Konoha village. As a spy of the third generation, Itachi naturally knew all the codes of Konoha's barriers, and could ignore the barriers and leave Konoha unimpeded. It's not that easy to leave. Li Chuan's figure flashed and chased out quickly, but he didn't really chase them with all his strength, but deliberately kept a distance and just hung behind the two of them. It was not convenient to use his full strength in Konoha, and he also hoped to stay away. So strong. At this time, Asuma and Hong just reacted. They were shocked that Li Chuan's strength seemed to be much stronger than before they saw him. But both of them were elite jonin, and they reacted quickly. Asuma sent Kakashi to the hospital, and Hong went to the Hokage building to report the situation to the third Hokage. Chapter 285. He's very fast, we can't get rid of him. We are far away from the Konoha village now. Let me deal with him. In the dense forest, Kisame jumped quickly on the tree and looked back at Li Chuan, who was following behind him easily, with a cruel look in his eyes. Itachi beside him shook his head expressionlessly. He is very strong, it is difficult for you to deal with him quickly, and he must have left traces that can be tracked by Konoha ninjas, so let me do it. Without waiting for Kisame's answer, he suddenly slowed down, turned around and launched the Sharingan illusion towards Li Chuan. Tsukuyomi was too draining for Itachi, so he was using normal illusion now. However, with his Sharingan illusion level, even if it wasn't Tsukuyomi, it would be difficult for an ordinary jonin to get rid of it. Magic Jaghang Technique. Li Chuan, standing on the tree trunk, stopped suddenly after their eyes met. He felt that he was suddenly pulled into a different space, and then two huge iron nails fell from the sky, piercing his body to the ground, making him unable to move. However, facing this situation, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What a powerful illusion, but it doesn't work on me. The golden elixir and chakra in his body quickly merged, and his eyes instantly turned into yin-yang eyes that could see through the yin and yang worlds. Sage mode. The violent sage chakra burst out from his body, and the illusion of the Sharingan disappeared directly. What? Sensing that his illusion was ineffective, and the amazing chakra that burst out from Li Chuan's body, Itachi's expression suddenly became solemn. He was originally afraid that Li Chuan would be killed by Kisame, so he took the initiative to use illusion to get rid of him, but he didn't expect that the strength shown by the other party was far beyond his imagination. When did Konoha have such a powerful ninja? This distance should be about the same. You two come together. Li Chuan, who turned into sage mode, stood on the tree trunk and smiled at Kisame and Itachi in front of him and hooked his finger. He didn't leave any tracking marks as Itachi thought, because he didn't want to be easily found by Konoha's rescue team. Mr. Itachi, let me deal with him. I want to avenge the punch he just gave me. Seeing that Itachi's illusion was broken, Kisame was afraid that Itachi would burn him to death with Amaterasu, and he would not be able to take revenge, so he quickly stepped forward and slapped the ground with his hands in a seal, water style, exploding water wave. The huge amount of chakra in his body was transformed into a huge amount of water through ninjutsu and rushed towards Li Chuan, and directly turned the surrounding area into a lake area that was most suitable for him to perform ninjutsu later. Different ninjutsu will have great advantages in different terrains. Generally, when fighting, ninjas often choose terrain that is more suitable for them to fight. Kisame is even more powerful. Because he is close to the huge chakra of the tail beast, he can use ninjutsu to create the most suitable terrain for himself to fight at any time and anywhere. Cloud flying technique. Seeing a huge amount of water rushing towards him, Li Chuan pinched his fingers, and a white cloud rose under his feet, dragging him directly into the air, avoiding the impact of the water. After the water calmed down, he landed on the water calmly and stood still. Water style. Great water arm technique. Seeing this, Kisame formed a seal, making his right hand instantly 3 times larger, and then drew out Samahata again and threw it towards Li Chuan fiercely. Samahata, flying chain slash. The completely unlocked Samahata was barbed, and the handle suddenly became longer like a whip, smashing towards Li Chuan's head, trying to smash Li Chuan's head directly. Li Chuan moved his feet, and the powerful force caused a huge splash of water on the ground. His body easily dodged the flying Samahata and slid towards the position of Kisame. Sage mode will greatly improve the body, chakra, ninjutsu and other aspects, so Li Chuan's current strength and speed are naturally much stronger than before on the Konoha River. Seeing Li Chuan approaching, Kisame hurriedly pulled hard, trying to pull Samahata back for a second attack. However, Li Chuan's speed was too fast, so fast that Li Chuan's fist had already landed on his chest as soon as he exerted force. Bang! Kisame's body turned into a stream of water and disappeared. At the same time, Samahata also dived into the lake below like a fish. Water clone? As expected of an S-level rebel ninja, he is indeed very experienced in combat. Li Chuan showed a trace of surprise on his face, then looked down at the lake under his feet and murmured, "It seems to be below." I think Kisame had already used his shadow clone to replace his real body when he performed the water explosion. At this time, Kisame's real body, hidden in the lake, received the memory of the water clone and took back Samahata, which swam towards him. His face changed. It seems that I can't compete with this guy in physical skills. As a Mist Shadow ninja who fought in a sea of corpses and blood, he was just seriously injured by a punch, so how could he easily engage in physical close combat with the opponent? So the one above is just a shadow clone, used to test and delay time. Water style, 5 sharks. With a clap of his hands, 5 sharks formed by chakra immediately took shape, and opened their bloody mouths to bite Li Chuan above. Although the opponent's physical skills were terrifyingly strong, as long as he was in the water, he could gain an advantage. Then I'd play with you for a while. Looking at Itachi standing on the water in the distance with no intention of attacking, Li Chuan clenched his fist with one hand, took a deep breath, and the muscles in his right arm bulged, and then punched directly into the lake below. Shingi Cannon Fist. It was like a cannonball exploded in the water. The powerful impact force actually split the lake below into 2, and also blasted the 5 sharks condensed by chakra into pieces. One force can break all laws. When the power is strong enough, it can also burst out extremely terrifying effects. This is the first time that Kisame has encountered someone who can launch such a terrifying attack with pure strength. Even Tsunade, the princess with super strength, one of the 3 legendary ninjas, can't do this. Samahata Fusion. Seeing the power of Li Chuan's punch, Kisame knew that his ninjutsu probably couldn't threaten Li Chuan at all. The 5-food Samahata just now was not an ordinary ninjutsu. A normal jonin could probably handle it in one go, but Li Chuan knocked it out with one punch. So he had to use his strongest state now, merge with the ninja sword Jihata, and comprehensively improve his ability. With the integration of man and sword, Kisame's entire body also changed, turning into a half-man, half-shark monster. Water style, Great Explosion Water Wave. With his hands together, a larger amount of water rushed out than before, and this time the water seemed to have consciousness, and now a huge circular water prison was formed on the outside, and then the water was filled to cover Li Chuan and Kisame together. Chapter 286. Now let's see how you can exert your power. Kisame looked at the huge water ball that completely covered himself and Li Chuan, and swam a circle in the water quickly, revealing a proud look. This big water ball has no attack power, and it takes a lot of chakra to form. But after it is formed, it can greatly improve itself and weaken the enemy. First of all, his speed in the water in shark form will become extremely fast, and even if the opponent has strong physical skills, it is difficult to exert it in the water without roots and duckweed. Secondly, he can breathe freely in the water in this form, while the opponent needs to hold his breath, which also greatly affects the battle. Finally, after fusing with Samahata, his chakra volume increased significantly, his physical strength increased significantly, his ninjutsu power increased significantly, his perception ability increased significantly, and he could also absorb the enemy's chakra by contacting the enemy's body. So if the enemy is only strong in physical skills, it is absolutely impossible to beat him. Summoning Ninjutsu, 1,000 Sharks. To be on the safe side, he clapped his hands and summoned thousands of physical sharks with the summoning technique to kill each one together with him. With such a big water ball, it will definitely be discovered by the rescue ninjas in the village. It seems that we can't continue playing. Li Chuan, who was in the water ball, looked at Kisame rushing towards him with thousands of sharks, and disappeared directly on the spot. Where is he? Kisame, with a cruel face, saw Li Chuan disappearing right under his nose. His body stopped immediately, and began to sense with his perception ability. Impossible. The next second, he sensed the location of Li Chuan's chakra, and then his face was full of disbelief. Because that position was just behind him, less than half a meter away. Goodbye. Li Chuan appeared behind Kisame, and his 8 gates were fully opened instantly. He raised his right hand, and gently touched Kisame's back. Boom! Kisame felt as if he was hit by a meteorite. He flew out of the water ball, and slammed into the mud below. His bones were shattered, and he fainted like mud. If it weren't for the Samahata in Kisame's body, desperately transmitting his chakra to Kisame to maintain his life, Kisame would have been sentenced to death after this blow. In fact, Li Chuan held back on purpose. If he really wanted to kill Kisame, he would have just released the sword at the beginning. Kisame would not even have the chance to merge with Samahata, and would have been beheaded. Kisame fainted, and the huge water ball supported by his chakra disappeared naturally, and the summoned sharks were also sent back. And Li Chuan also directly released the 8 gates ninjutsu mode. Kisame actually lost. Itachi, who was watching the battle from a distance, saw Kisame was seriously injured and fainted, and his expression changed again. Kisame's strength is one of the best in the entire Akatsuki organization, but today, he was defeated by an unknown young ninja. The key is not the narrow victory, but the overwhelming strength from beginning to end, which is very scary. Trouble. Seeing Li Chuan appear not far from him with time and space ninjutsu again, Itachi secretly cried out in his heart. He didn't want to hurt the Konoha ninja in front of him, but the opponent's strength was no longer something he could easily control. If he didn't use all his strength next time, he might follow in Kisame's footsteps. Don't be nervous. I think we can talk first, because I know you are not a real Konoha traitor. Li Chuan saw Itachi's 3 Magatama spinning quickly, and about to transform into a Mangekyo, and said with a smile. Hearing Li Chuan's words, Itachi's pupil shrank suddenly, and his Sharingan temporarily returned to 3 Magatama. Sorry, I don't know what you were talking about. If you don't want to fight, then I will take my companions away. Only 4 people in the entire Konoha knew his identity as a spy, the 3rd generation, Danzo, Mitaman In, and Udating Koharu. Under normal circumstances, they would not tell their identities to others. So he couldn't admit his identity based on Li Chuan's words. And Li Chuan also knew that Itachi would not admit it so easily, so he directly told all the things that happened that year. The Uchiha clan was exterminated not because of you, but because they wanted to start a rebellion. You teamed up with a mysterious man who called himself Uchiha Madara to kill other clan members for the peace of the entire Konoha village and Sasuke's safety. Afterwards, you reached a deal with the 3rd generation, allowing Sasuke to grow up safely in Konoha and reproliferate the Uchiha clan, and you joined the mysterious man's organization Akatsuki as a rebel ninja to obtain intelligence for Konoha. Am I right? As for Itachi, how should I put it? Li Chuan doesn't hate him, but he doesn't approve of what he did back then. Maybe he is a selfish person. If he stood in Itachi's position, he would never compromise with the Konoha high-level officials. Although the Uchiha clan would definitely lose if they really launched a rebellion, Konoha would definitely be seriously injured and eventually annexed by other ninja villages. With the threat of rebellion, the Konoha high-level officials might not really dare to take action. Even if they really fought to the death and couldn't win in the end, they could still take some elites and their families to escape from Konoha and become a rebel ninja. Afterwards, Konoha's strength was greatly damaged. Facing attacks from other ninja villages, it was impossible for them to have the energy to hunt them down again. It's better than saving only one Sasuke in the end. It can only be said that the ninja school established by Konoha was too successful in brainwashing the new generation of ninjas. And Itachi, or the entire Uchiha clan, are born with extreme personalities, either extremely good or extremely bad. Who are you? Itachi was stunned when he heard Li Chuan tell all the truth of the year. If the other party only told a few details, it might be the information leaked by the mysterious man who called himself Uchiha Madara, but the other party told everything, including the agreement between him and the 3rd Hokage. Me, the Prince of the Land of Fire, the 4th disciple of the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, you can call me Yuan Chuan. You can easily find out my identity when you go back. But the truth about the extermination of the Uchiha clan was not told to me by the 3rd Hokage. Li Chuan raised his hand, and briefly introduced himself. Itachi was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Li Chuan and said seriously, "What do you want to do now?" "I want to make a deal with you, a deal that is very beneficial to both of us." Li Chuan stopped talking nonsense and directly stated his purpose. "I want one of your Mangekyo Sharingan." "Are you kidding me?" Hearing Li Chuan's words, Itachi's 2 eyes turned into a Mangekyo form. Let's not talk about whether Li Chuan's identity is true or not. Even if it is true, let alone Li Chuan is the disciple of the third generation and the prince of the Fire Country. Even if Li Chuan is the third generation himself and the daimyo of the Fire Country, he would not agree to such a request. Chapter 287. Don't get excited. I know your body has become very bad due to overuse of Sharingan, and it may not even last for a few years. So although I will take away one of your Sharingan, in exchange I will also restore your body to health, and even give you super recovery ability and additional blood limit. This deal is not a loss for you. Li Chuan looked at Itachi and explained at last. This time when he entered the Naruto world, in addition to learning more ninjutsu, he also had to transplant the Mangekyo Sharingan and Samsara Eye for himself. Actually, he originally wanted to get both Samsara Eyes, but then he thought that the cost-effectiveness of 2 Samsara Eyes was not as high as 1 Samsara Eye and 1 Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, each Mangekyo Sharingan has its own special ability, and can also open Susanoo Gundam. As for whose eyes to transplant, anyway, it's either Itachi's or Sasuke's, because other people's eyes can only reach the Mangekyo Sharingan at most, and only the 2 brothers' eyes can finally be combined to reach the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Among them, his favorite is Itachi's left eye, because that eye can use the strongest illusion Tsukuyomi. Itachi's right eye's Amaterasu is also very powerful, but he has the fiery fire, and the effect overlaps. As for Sasuke, he has not yet opened the Mangekyo, and even if he opens his eyes, it will only be a 3 Magatama, and even if he opens his eyes, the so-called Kagutsuchi is actually the form change of Amaterasu. He did not take Itachi's Mangekyo for nothing, and he would inject him with a dose of the Desperate Virus afterwards. With the Desperate Virus, Itachi's body can recover, and according to the recovery ability of the Desperate Virus, Itachi's eyes that were taken away can also grow again. It's just that it's hard to say whether the next eye will be a Mangekyo Sharingan or an ordinary eye. Sorry, I don't intend to trade, and you're too close to me. After hearing Li Chuan's trading conditions, Itachi refused without a second thought, and then activated the Mangekyo ability of his left eye, and used his strongest illusion Tsukuyomi again. Seeing this, Li Chuan did not close his eyes or use the apparition to dodge, but faced it naturally. Well, then we can only use force. He wanted to personally try out how strong Itachi's Tsukuyomi ability was. After all, what he was going to transplant was the Sharingan that could perform Tsukuyomi. Only by experiencing it in person in advance could he better control its ability in the future. And the whole process was just a moment in reality, so not much time would be wasted. Illusion Tsukuyomi. Itachi's left eye's Sharingan spun wildly, and Li Chuan immediately felt that the environment around him had changed. The surroundings were no longer dense forests, but a dark void space. His body was tied to a large cross, with a blood-red moon above his head. If you look closely, you can see the Sharingan moving in the moon. Is this the Tsukuyomi space? Li Chuan turned his head and looked at it, without any fear on his face. At this time, Itachi suddenly appeared in front of him, explaining expressionlessly, "In the world of Tsukuyomi, time, space, and quality, everything is controlled by me. I don't want to hurt you, but I can't give you my eyes, so this is the only way you can cultivate with Senior Kakashi." As he spoke, Itachi had a long sword in his hand, and was about to stab Li Chuan. The opponent was indeed powerful. He hit Kisame so hard that he was seriously injured and unconscious. The strange space-time ninjutsu combined with the terrifying physical skills made it difficult for him to win. Fortunately, the opponent was too confident. He was so close to him, and didn't guard against his Tsukuyomi at all. That's not necessarily true. Looking at the long sword stabbing at his waist, Li Chuan silently said in his heart, "The soul is out of the body." His body turned into a white light, broke away from the cross, and fell to the ground next to him. The Taoist method of letting the soul leave the body temporarily allows the soul to fight. The higher the level of cultivation, the longer the soul can leave the body, and the stronger the strength that can be exerted. Li Chuan is currently in the Jinden realm, and can only barely let the soul leave the body for a few minutes. However, at this time, he did not really let the soul leave the body, but just used the method of letting the soul leave the body to temporarily get rid of Itachi's mental control over him in the Tsukuyomi space. How is it possible? Seeing Li Chuan leave the cross, Itachi's expression also changed. In this Tsukuyomi world constructed by the Sharingan, he is a godlike existence. This is the first time that someone can forcibly break free from his control. It seems that I can only break free from control, but I can't leave this world. Li Chuan muttered to himself after landing. This Tsukuyomi world is a world of its own, and can be regarded as a special spiritual realm. Even if he used the method of leaving the body, he could not escape from this spiritual realm, and could only avoid being manipulated by Itachi. Perhaps only after surviving the 49-day calamity and reaching the earthly realm, and having the soul baptized, can one rely on absolute spiritual power to crush and forcefully break through this spiritual realm. But it doesn't matter, as long as you survive 72 hours, it will naturally be lifted. Tsukuyomi can last for up to 3 days, and once 3 days are up, it will automatically be lifted, and Itachi cannot stop it. Even if you get rid of the control, it's useless, because you can't use chakra here, and I am omnipotent. Itachi's body split into 2, then into 4, and soon the entire Tsukuyomi world was densely packed with countless Itachi holding long swords. This is the spiritual world. All ninjutsu and taijutsu that require chakra cannot be used here. Li Chuan has no advantage here at all. Fortunately, I have more than just chakra. Looking at the densely packed Itachi, Li Chuan's mind moved, and a pair of flying sword wings appeared behind him. The magic weapons of practitioners are bound to the soul. So generally, after the soul leaves the body, it can also fight with its own magic weapons. In the original plot of the Legend of Shushan, when Xian Tianzong and Lian Xing went to the Blood Spring to save Liangqi, it was the soul that left the body and took their respective magic weapons to fight. Shushan's sword control technique fast. The flying sword wings spread out into tens of thousands of small flying swords, transformed into a sword blade storm, protecting Li Chuan in the center. This is Itachi's Tsukuyomi world. No matter how many Itachi he kills, it will not have any effect, so he just needs to protect himself. And Itachi was confused again by Li Chuan at this time. It's fine to release the control, but how can he still conjure up weapons? Is this still the Tsukuyomi world dominated by him? There is no way. He had to rush towards Li Chuan with a long sword. If he doesn't hurt Li Chuan's spirit, after 3 days, this Tsukuyomi will be in vain, and his pupil power will be wasted. However, no matter how many Itachis rush to Li Chuan, they will be directly shredded by the sword blade storm transformed by his flying sword wings before they get close. Chapter 288. It seems that your Tsukuyomi is not very useful to me. In reality, Li Chuan's body was startled, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said to Itachi opposite him. 3 days have passed in the Tsukuyomi world, and Itachi has not caused any damage to his spirit. I didn't expect that there are still people in this world who can resist my Tsukuyomi. Itachi covered his left eye and breathed more while speaking. Using Tsukuyomi twice in a row was still too much of a burden on his left eye. So I suggest you reconsider my terms of trade. Really, you won't lose anything. However, I add one more thing. When I become Hokage, I vindicate you and make public the truth of the past, so that you can return to the village and live with Sasuke, and then expand your family again. Li Chuan shrugged and added a new bargaining chip. However, Itachi still shook his head after hearing it. What you said is too illusory. I can't promise you. The conditions that Li Chuan talked about were indeed very tempting, but in his opinion, they were more like tricks to coax children. He knows the condition of his body. How can it be easily repaired? And giving him a new blood limit sounds fake. As for becoming Hokage, you can become Hokage if you want to. Whether the other party is really the 4th disciple of the 3rd generation is still to be discussed. Finally, let him return to Konoha and announce the truth of the year. This is even more impossible, because the top leaders of Konoha, including the 3rd generation, will not agree to such a thing, even if the other party really becomes Hokage in the future. It seems that this is the only move I can use. Itachi's body was suddenly wrapped in orange-red chakra, and then huge bones appeared one by one, and soon the bones were covered by muscles, and the muscles were covered by armor. The last orange-red Susanoo, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, appeared in front of Li Chuan. The 3rd form of Susanoo? Seeing Itachi release his real big move, Li Chuan's face finally became a little more serious. Susanoo, the 3rd power that can only be unlocked by opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, is called the power of God. It is the ultimate eye technique that combines attack and defense in this world. The initial form is to transform only arms and ribs, which can be used for attack, defense, protection, control, and other purposes. The first form is in the shape of a skeleton, and the chakra will completely cover the body, and the defense will be further improved. At this time, Susanoo can hold some simple weapons. The second form is covered with meridians and flesh on the basis of the skeleton, and is wrapped in the outer chakra, and can use its own exclusive weapons and ninjutsu, such as the 8-foot mirror, bows and arrows, etc. The third form adds Karasa Tengu armor to the original Susanoo, greatly improving its defense and making it possible to use more weapons, such as the Totsuka sword and Kagetsuchi no Mikotoken. The fourth form adds a lower body and legs to the original second form, and also greatly increases its size, with the caster at the head of Susanoo. In terms of weapons, not only can the original Susanoo exclusive weapons be used, but also the Susanoo sword with a large attack range can be used. Above the fourth form is the complete form, which is called real Susanoo. Only those who have brought the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan to its fullest, and have a huge amount of chakra can open the complete form of Susanoo. At this time, the volume of Susanoo becomes extremely huge, and the chakra tends to be stable. Its power can not only easily split mountains and meteorites. It also has the ability to fly, and conceal, and use the ninjutsu that the caster is good at, and the power of ninjutsu is greatly improved. The 5 above are the changes and powers of normal Susanoo at different stages. Later, you can add the Sage mode to the perfect Susanoo to form Sage Susanoo, and combine it with the Ninetales to form Power Susanoo. And the strongest, comparable to the 6-Pad Sage, is the strongest Susanoo formed by fusing the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts with Susanoo. Li Chuan wanted Itachi's Mangekyo in order to be able to take another Mangekyo of Sasuke in the future and fuse it into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, so that he could open the perfect Sage Susanoo mode. Because he can now cooperate with the Jin Dan Jinyuan to display the Tao Sage mode, and then with Susanoo, his strength will definitely be greatly improved. At that time, there will be various ninjutsu, magic, Taoism, flying swords, and the Sage Susanoo will protect him. In the future, he will go to the Saint Seiya world to get a set of holy clothes. He will be an absolute hexagonal warrior. And when the enemy finally breaks his Susanoo, he can directly open all 8 gates and give the opponent a heavy blow. Seal. After Itachi opened the third form of Susanoo, the tin-fisted sword in his left hand stabbed directly at Li Chuan's position. The tin-fist sword is a sealing sword. Once stabbed, the body will not be injured, but will be sealed into the illusion space. Even when Orochimaru opens the Yamata no Orochi form, it will be sealed. At this time, Itachi obviously did not want to really kill Li Chuan, but planned to seal him first and then evacuate with Kisame. Konoha's reinforcements are expected to arrive soon. There is no time to continue playing with you. Let's end it. Li Chuan looked at the tin-fist sword stabbing at him, and the flying sword wings behind him spread out, directly turning into 2 sword wheels to tear the tin-fist sword apart. Then, he opened the 8 gates of the ninjutsu and walked towards Itachi, who was covered by Susanoo, with a leisurely pace. Seeing this, Itachi quickly turned the 8-foot mirror in his left hand into a huge shield in front of him. Boom! There was a loud noise. Li Chuan did not use Shixiang and Ikai, nor did he use the skills of Shingi 5 Elements Fist. He just walked to the huge 8-foot mirror and simply punched it. With Li Chuan's fist as the center, countless cracks appeared instantly, and then spread to the entire Susanoo body. Bang! A sound like a broken mirror was heard. The orange-red third form of Susanoo shattered. It didn't even block a single blow. Susanoo was forcibly broken, and Itachi, who was already burdened by performing 2 Tsukuyomi, suddenly started to cough. He finally understood why. With the strong physique of Kisame and Samehada combined, he fainted directly after being hit so lightly, and even his Susanoo plus the 8-foot mirror couldn't block a single punch. In fact, it was normal. Not to mention that he was only in the third form now. Even the complete Susanoo couldn't block Li Chuan's punch just now. Kai, who opened all 8 gates, used Night Kai to kick and broke half of 6-Path Madara's body. Li Chuan's body was much stronger than Kai's, plus the blessing of Sage mode. The power after he opened the 8 gates was much stronger than Kai's 8 gates, and it was already on a different level. So even the most ordinary punch could easily smash the third form of Susanoo displayed by Itachi. Chapter 289. Heaven. Things had come to this point. Itachi could no longer care about showing mercy. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye spun wildly, and he was about to cast the inextinguishable flame Amaterasu on Li Chuan. However, the next second, Li Chuan's figure had disappeared in front of him. Then, before he could react at all, a small flying sword hovered in front of his right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi, you should know that if I wanted to kill you, you would have been dead just now, so don't use the ninjutsu of your right eye again. Li Chuan appeared behind Itachi, smiled and patted his shoulder. Itachi's pupil shrank, and he coughed twice and replied, I lost. Very good, I am not a person who likes to force others. How about this? Now I give you 2 choices. First, agree to my previous conditions, so that you are good, I am good, and everyone is good. Second, I will kill you now, and take both of your eyes. Li Chuan retracted the small flying sword and walked in front of Itachi. Itachi twitched his mouth, and finally reached out and took off his left eye, handed it to Li Chuan and said, I choose the first one. He definitely couldn't win the fight. Although he still had Shursue's Mangekyo, which could cast Kotoama Tsukumi to change his will, he would not use Kotoama Tsukumi unless Li Chuan really wanted to kill him. Because that was what he prepared for his brother Sasuke. Smart choice, I won't break my promise. Li Chuan snapped his fingers, took the left eye from Itachi's hand, and then took out a tube of medicine and directly stabbed it into Itachi's body. Itachi, who was injected with the desperate virus, immediately let out a roar, and then the originally empty left eye socket quickly grew a new eye under the repairability of the desperate virus. At the same time, a hot flame burst out of his body. My body and eyes. Itachi clenched his fists, felt his current body, and the eyes that had grown back, and showed an incredible look on his face. He really didn't expect that what Li Chuan said was actually true. The body that had become extremely exhausted due to excessive use of the Mangekyo and excessive mental pain had completely recovered at this moment, and he could clearly feel the powerful power contained in this body. And this flame that can be released and retracted freely and comes from instinct, although it is not a blood limit, it is indeed very similar. Alas, it's a pity that it is not a Mangekyo Sharingan. At this time, Li Chuan put away the left eye and looked carefully at the new eye that grew on Itachi's left eye socket, revealing a somewhat regretful look. The new eye is obviously no longer a Mangekyo Sharingan, but an ordinary eye. It's just that it hasn't opened. If it takes a few years, it should be able to turn into a Mangekyo Sharingan again. Hearing Li Chuan sigh, Itachi replied in a relaxed tone. At this time, Itachi's hostility towards Li Chuan had mostly disappeared, because he understood that if Li Chuan was really an enemy, then with the terrifying strength that Li Chuan had just shown, he could have killed him directly, and taken the Sharingan instead of using a trade method, and he also helped him manage his body and improve his strength. Although he only had one Mangekyo Sharingan left for the time being, because his body had been restored and strengthened, and he had acquired new abilities, his overall strength had not really decreased much. The key is that he can feel that his left eye is still the same eye, but it has returned to the state of not opening the eye at the beginning. Later, he only needs to use the Mangekyo Sharingan of the same origin as the right eye to induce it, open the eye, 1 Magatama, 2 Magatama, 3 Magatama and Mangekyo Sharingan, it is just a matter of time. By that time, his overall strength will be improved. This is good news. Hearing Itachi's words, Li Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Originally, he was still worried about how to stimulate Sasuke to open the Mangekyo again, because he still needed Sasuke's Mangekyo to synthesize the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Now it seems that it may not be necessary. After a few years, when Itachi's left eye turns into a Mangekyo, he can directly use it to synthesize the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with the current one. The condition for obtaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is to transplant the Mangekyo Sharingan of a relative. The closer the bloodline is, the higher the success rate. What bloodline can be closer than your own? Of course, it is hard to say whether this operation can succeed. After all, it has never happened before. However, if it really doesn't work at that time, find a way to stimulate Sasuke. Anyway, if Sasuke opens the Mangekyo, he can definitely synthesize the eternal Mangekyo with one of his eyes. Is everything you said before true? Itachi put away the flames on his body, and looked at Li Chuan, with a serious look on his face. Li Chuan immediately knew what Itachi wanted to ask, and replied with a smile. Of course, isn't there a member named Zetsu in the Akatsuki organization? If you ask him about Konoha's information, I believe you will know that everything I said is true. The third generation is old, and the only ones who can take over the position of Hokage now are Jiraiya and Tsunade from the Three Ninjas. It's a pity that Jiraiya is unwilling to be Hokage, and Tsunade doesn't even return to the village now. By the way, there is also a Danzo, but do you think if Danzo becomes Hokage, can Sasuke still live normally in Konoha? There is no doubt that with my strength, my identity, and my contribution to Konoha, it is only a matter of time before I become the fifth Hokage. At this point, Li Chuan paused, and then continued. So cooperate with me, the third generation of their generation always fights for power, and does a lot of shady things. If this continues, Konoha will be finished sooner or later. When I become Hokage, I will announce the truth of the year, so that you can reunite with Sasuke, rebuild the Uchiha clan, and then eradicate the scourge of Danzo and the root, so that Konoha can restore light again. Is Itachi's concern for Konoha the most? No, Itachi cares the most about his brother Sasuke, followed by Konoha, and this Konoha refers to the entire Konoha village, not just the third generation. So Li Chuan's success rate in winning over Itachi is still very high. Sure enough, after hearing Li Chuan's words, Itachi's face showed a heartbeat. Doesn't he want to go back to Konoha, reunite with Sasuke, resolve misunderstandings, and live happily together? It's just because he can't, and the top leaders of Konoha will never allow it. If Sasuke wants to live safely in Konoha, he must be like this now. So what Li Chuan described really made him excited. I will not report what happened today to the third generation. As long as it is not harmful to Konoha and Sasuke, I am willing to cooperate with you. After some thought, Itachi gave his answer. Li Chuan nodded. He had no intention of harming Konoha and Sasuke. No problem, then you continue to lurk in Akatsuki. If you have any information, you can pass it to any Kawaki store in any town. Chapter 290. Someone is coming, take Kisame away first. At this moment, Li Chuan sensed that someone was moving towards this side at high speed in the distance, and knew that it must be the rescue team of Konoha who discovered the fighting here and rushed over to support. Just now Itachi used Susanoo. With such a large size, it is estimated that the ninjas of Konoha standing on the Hokage rock can see it with good eyesight. Itachi stopped talking nonsense, and instantly moved to the deep pit, picked up Kisame, who was dying, and had not yet regained consciousness, and left quickly. The next step is the Samsara Eye. Seeing Itachi disappear, Li Chuan smiled. In a battle, unless there is a real gap across classes, it is never just about pure combat power, but about considering many aspects. So you should master as many trump cards as possible to be able to turn the tide when you encounter an enemy stronger than yourself. Sometimes he also thinks that since he already has a fairy world, why not go there and practice hard, and then ascend to become a celestial being? His strength will definitely be beyond imagination. But after thinking about it, he felt that if that was the case, it would be too stupid, and he would have wasted his golden finger. You know, even if he had the best qualifications, it would be impossible to cultivate to the level of a celestial being in the world of the legend of Shushan without 400 or 500 years, even in a place like Ame, with the most concentrated spiritual energy. If it was in the main world, there would be no need to think about it. Without developing a machine that could gather the concentration of spiritual energy, it would be impossible without 2,000 years. Moreover, in that world, there were obstacles such as the 49th heavenly tribulation and the emotional tribulation. Or, there will be a world like Saint Seiya soon. If you spend all your time in such a world, when your punch speed reaches the speed of light, you can also become a one-punch man. But you have to understand one thing. Going to a small world is not a vacation. It does not mean that you will not encounter danger. If you don't prepare enough trump cards, you will encounter a powerful person when you go in, and you can't escape. This is why he still spent half a year in the small world to come to the Naruto world. He always believed that since the panel gave him the golden finger to shuttle through various small worlds, then integrating the advantages of each world would be the fastest and most efficient way to improve his strength. Each world has its own advantages and disadvantages. Even in the wizard world with the lowest combat power, the magic in it is still very useful to him. Apparition, a magic that most adult wizards know, is still very useful even in the fairy world and the Saint Seiya world. There are also repair spells that can repair items, hour reversal spells that reverse time, healing spells that heal the body, and the advantages of magic that there is no exhaustion of magic power. The same is true in the Naruto world. The 8 gates of ninjutsu improves the limit of the body, and the Sage mode combines the power of Jindan and Chuck, making him far superior to ordinary Jindan level cultivators. There is also the cheating practice of multiple shadow clones that is still very useful now, and in the future. Not to mention the newly arrived Sharingan. Once the Sage technique Susanoo is developed, Susanoo, Sage mode and Jindan can be combined to greatly improve strength. The key is that this is only Jindan. When his Yuaning, Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, and True Yuan become stronger, Sage technique Susanoo can also become more powerful, and it can be further developed in the future. As for the pure illusion type mental attack of Tsukuyomi that he has set his sights on, when he goes to the world of Saint Seiya and meets the Gold Saint, maybe even with Sage mode and the full opening of the 8 gates, or even with the flying sword wings, he will most likely not be able to defeat him. But if the opponent is a pure physical output like Taurus, he can use Tsukuyomi unexpectedly, which may be the opportunity to win. Not to mention the Samsara Eye, not to mention other functions, the sealing ability is absolutely very powerful. If the power of the Samsara Eye is brought to the extreme, the Chibaku Tensei can even create a moon to seal the enemy. You know, that was directly creating a moon. Being able to create a moon to seal the enemy is not weak in the main world. Of course, it is not easy to develop the Samsara Eye to that level, but it doesn't matter, there is still the Otsutsuki clan and the fruit of the sacred tree, and opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. He was able to transform from a warrior, who was slightly stronger than ordinary people to such a powerful existence in just over a decade, relying on constantly traveling between different worlds. Then use the ability advantages of different worlds to get better things in other worlds. If he really spent more than 10 years in the Xinqiu world, he is probably still in the foundation building stage. So even if he opens more and more powerful worlds in the future, he will not abandon these previous worlds, because if they are well developed, they still have great value. Your Highness, are you okay? About 5 breaths after Itachi left, 3 figures appeared in front of Li Chuan. Oh, it's Lord Shikaku, it's okay. It's a pity that they only seriously injured Kisame and let them escape in the end. This Uchiha Itachi is really powerful. The 3 people who came to support the team this time are the Ino Shikacho trio, known as the strongest combination in Konoha, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi. Although the combat power of the Ino Shikacho team is not really the strongest, the cooperation is definitely the most tacit and the most flawless combination team. They may not be able to beat Kisame and Itachi, but they can definitely block their attacks for a long time and save Li Chuan, the noble prince. In fact, this was the purpose of the 3rd generation, because the 3rd generation could not really capture Itachi and Kisame, otherwise he would have said Jiraiya directly. If you can seriously injure one of them and make the other escape, it would be even more powerful. Shikaku thought to himself when he heard Li Chuan sigh. As Konoha's military strategist, Shikaku had a very high IQ and top intelligence analysis ability. He only took a look at the damage caused by the surrounding battles and Itachi's Susanoo that he had seen from afar before, and combined it with the information Konoha already knew. It is already possible to tell the approximate strength of Uchiha Itachi and Kisame. Li Chuan not only seriously injured one of them, but also repelled the other. The most important thing is that Li Chuan did not have any injuries at all. Obviously, this battle was not particularly stressful for Li Chuan. Such strength has already reached the level of Kage. If Li Chuan was previously an elite jonin, who was proficient in medical ninjutsu, then now the information about his strength must be raised to a higher level. After confirming that they could no longer track Itachi and his partner, Li Chuan, Ino, Shikaku and Cho returned to Konoha village while chatting, and then went directly to meet the 3rd Hokage. During the casual chat along the way, he also learned from Shikaku some of the turmoil in Konoha's top management. The 3rd Hokage might be about to abdicate. Chapter 291. It turned out that after the 3rd Hokage returned from the Land of Fire, the unwilling Danzo used all his means and resources to launch a political attack on the 3rd Hokage again. I don't know what method he used to change the tone of the other 2 advisors, Mitamonin and Udatain Koharu, and finally forced the 3rd Hokage to resign and reconsider the election of a new Hokage. However, the selection of the new Hokage is generally appointed by the former Hokage. So although the 3rd Hokage is about to abdicate, he still has the right to decide who the next Hokage will be. Walking into the Hokage's office, Li Chuan saw Danzo, Mitaman In, Udatain Koharu, Hong and Asuma in addition to the 3rd Hokage. Teacher. Li Chuan greeted the 3rd Hokage, and then nodded to the others. His identity was quite special. In addition to being the 4th disciple of the 3rd Hokage, he was also the prince of the Land of Fire. Therefore, except for the 3rd Hokage, the status of others was not higher than his. A nod was enough for etiquette. I'm glad you're okay. Tell me about the situation later. The 3rd generation smiled kindly, and then spoke. Everyone instantly focused their attention on Li Chuan. Li Chuan nodded, and told the general situation of his fight with Kisame after he tracked Itachi away, but he concealed the transaction and cooperation with Itachi later. He changed it to a fight between him and Itachi that was evenly matched, and later because Itachi's Susanoo was too much of a burden on his body, he took the seriously injured Kisame away. And he was unable to continue the pursuit because of his excessive chakra consumption. Kisame Hoshigaki is an S-rank rebel ninja of the Mist Shadow. In the last Ninja World War, he escaped from the elite troops led by Ibiki many times. He is very powerful. Besides, there is Uchiha Itachi. Can you really do that with your strength? As soon as Li Chuan finished speaking, Danzo raised a questioning voice. As the root of Konoha, he actually has a lot of unknown information, and he has not yet contributed it to the 3rd generation. He naturally knows the strength of Kisame and Itachi. These 2 people definitely have the strength of Kage level, and in his eyes, Li Chuan is at most an elite jonin, and his best skill is medical ninjutsu. Danzo, I just happen to understand a way to improve my strength recently, so my strength has improved a little. Faced with Danzo's doubts, Li Chuan directly merged his true essence and chakra, his eyes turned into yin and yang, and activated the Tao Sage mode, and his body suddenly burst out with extremely powerful chakra fluctuations. Why is this a bit like Jiraiya and the 4th generation Sage mode? Feeling the special changes in Li Chuan's chakra and the sudden surge in chakra fluctuations, the eyes of the 3rd generation and the 3 advisors all changed at once. The younger generation may not know, but how can the older generation not know something? Although Li Chuan's Sage mode is obviously different from Jiraiya and the 4th generation, it can be seen that it should be of the same type, all based on chakra, mixed with some natural energy. Sure enough, he is worthy of being a super genius, who can go from an ordinary person to an elite ninja in just 1 or 2 years. In this way, it is reasonable for him to seriously enter Kisame and repel Uchiha Itachi. Geniuses like this, always surprising people. I think Shimura may not have experienced that kind of experience, so he doesn't understand. The 3rd generation laughed and teased Danzo, easing the atmosphere, and then asked Li Chuan, "Did you hear them say some information about Akatsuki during the battle?" This time, all the Konoha high-level officials gathered here because they learned from Asuma and Hong's reports that Akatsuki, who Jiraiya had been tracking, actually had the idea of the 9 tails. The tailed beast is the strongest weapon of war in a village, and it is an existence that cannot be lost. Li Chuan's eyes turned, pretending to think for a while, and slowly said, "There is indeed a little information about Akatsuki. When I was fighting with Kisame, he seemed to mention something about the Rain Village. I think it may be related to the Rain Village. In fact, only Konan, Zetsu and Obito knew the true identity of Tendo Pain within the Akatsuki organization. The other members have always seen the 6 paths of pain controlled by Nagato. They actually don't know the connection between Nagato and the Rain Country. Even Kisame and Itachi only knew about the existence of Uchiha Madara disguised by Obito. At least that's the case for now. Itachi knew Nagato's identity only in the following years, because if he knew it before the death of the 3rd generation, he would not have told the 3rd generation. Moreover, Nagato did not say that he wanted to capture the 9-tailed beasts before, but just worked in various ninja villages as a mercenary to earn a lot of money. It was only recently that the plan to capture the tailed beasts was officially confirmed. Therefore, the 3rd generation could not determine which village the real leader of Akatsuki was from through the information Itachi had passed on before, and who was the guy who called himself Uchiha Madara and caused the disaster of the 9 tails. Ragnin village? The 3rd Hokage turned his head and looked at Danzo. He knew that Danzo had secretly colluded with Hanzo of the Rain Village during the 3rd Ninja War. Seeing this, Danzo said expressionlessly, "A civil war broke out in the Rain Village 10 years ago, and Hanzo of the Rain Village has not yet completely resolved the civil war. In addition, except for sending people to participate in the Chunin exam, the Rain Village has always implemented a closed strategy and has no contact with the outside world. At present, we have no relevant information about the Rain Village." How could he not know the information about the Akatsuki organization? It was because of Nagato's strange eyes that he persuaded the brainless guy Hanzo to fight against Akatsuki together. But what good would it do for him to tell the information about Akatsuki? If he wanted to overthrow the 3rd generation and take the position of Hokage, then a lot of information could not be told to the 3rd generation. Even if it would hurt Konoha, as long as he could take the position of Hokage, it would be worth it. It was a pity that Orochimaru, that good-for-nothing, did not participate in the Konoha collapse plan. It is indeed a bit suspicious. Could it be that Hanzo of the Salamander is behind Akatsuki? The Samurai frowned. If it is really Hanzo of the Salamander, it will be troublesome. Now is a peaceful time. Without accurate information, it is best not to conflict with the Rain Ninjas. At this time, Mitamonen and Udaten Koharu spoke up. As firm doves, the two did not want Konoha to conflict with other ninja villages. Especially since the Land of Rain is located at the junction of the Land of Earth, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Wind. If Konoha rashly attacks the Rain Ninjas in peacetime, it will inevitably make other villages think that Konoha is going to take some action. If the 4th Ninja World War is triggered at that time, it will be bad. Chapter 292. There really can't be a conflict. I will send someone to secretly investigate this matter. Faced with the advice of the 2 consultants, the Sandai nodded in agreement. He also didn't want to have a conflict with other ninja villages, otherwise the fact that the Sand Ninja teamed up with Orochimaru to attack Konoha would be enough to cause Konoha and the Sand Ninja to go to war. Although the 2 consultants are currently colluding with Danzo, facing this issue of ideology, the 3 of them are still on the same line. In fact, he also understood that the reason why Mito Kato-in and Udaten Koharu colluded with Danzo and forced him to quit the position of Hokage was mainly because he had been in the position of Hokage for too long. This led to the two of them having less and less say as consultants. However, one thing can be confirmed, even though they are in collusion with Danzo, that is, if a new Hokage is chosen, the two consultants will not choose Danzo to take over. Because Danzo is a representative of the Hawk faction, if he is made Hokage, it won't be long before the Fourth Ninja World War can begin. I think this issue may be better left to the new Hokage to decide. At this time, Danzo snorted coldly. The third generation was not angry when he heard this, but just smiled. The choice of the new Hokage is not so easy to decide, and Tsunade, one of the candidates, has not returned to the village yet. This matter will be temporarily arranged by me, an old man who is about to retire. Agree. Agree. Vitamin N and Udatane Kohara nodded at the same time. Danzo said nothing more when he saw this. Li Chuan, who had been observing the others, also had a clearer understanding of the current situation of the Konoha high-level officials. Why did he reveal the information about the relationship between the Rain Village and the Akatsuki organization to the Konoha high-level officials? The purpose was to have Konoha send some ninjas to sneak into the Rain Village to investigate and attract Nagato's attention. The Rain Village was covered by rain, so if there were any non-Rain Village ninjas sneaking in, Nagato would be the first to discover it. After that, it was up to Nagato to choose. He wanted to see if Nagato would keep silent or call all Akatsuki members to attack Konoha after learning that Konoha had doubts about the Rain Village. He hoped it would be the latter. That would be very beneficial for his future plans. After everything was explained, Li Chuan naturally had nothing to do. He and Asuma and others left the Hokage building and went to the hospital to visit Kakashi, who was severely injured by Itachi's Tsukuyami. Kakashi suffered mental damage, and the medical ninjas in Konoha Hospital did not have any good treatment methods, so he could only lie down and wait for his spirit to recover. At the same time, in the hospital, he also saw Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura, who rushed to see Kakashi after hearing that he was injured. Through Naruto, he knew that Jiraiya would take Naruto out for training in 3 days, that is, to find Tsunade to come back and take over as Hokage. At present, the third generation thought that the most suitable person to take over his position was Jiraiya. As one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, and the master of the fourth generation, Jiraiya had made great military achievements for Konoha. Utain Koharu and Mito Kato and also agreed that Jiraiya would take over the position of Hokage. But Jiraiya didn't want to be Hokage at all, because if he wanted to be, he could have been the 4th Hokage when this election was held, instead of giving it to his apprentice Minato. So the second most suitable person now is Tsunade, who ran away from the village, one of the 3 ninjas, the princess of the Senju clan, and the granddaughter of the first Hokage. But Li Chuan knew that this time Jiraiya would most likely return empty-handed. In the original plot, Tsunade chose to come back to take over the position of Hokage because the third Hokage died, and Orochimaru attacked her, and finally saw the shadow of her brother in Naruto. But now the third Hokage is alive, and Orochimaru's arm is not sealed, so he will not attack Tsunade. In addition, he helped Tsunade pay off all her debts when he met her before. Tsunade has extra money to continue gambling in major casinos. Jiraiya and Tsunade don't want to be Hokage, so we can't let Danzo be the Hokage. Shouldn't we consider our 4th disciple? After leaving the hospital, on the way back to his residence, Li Chuan thought to himself. He must get the position of the 5th Hokage. Because once he becomes the Hokage, all the ninjutsu of the entire Konoha will be in his hands. And with Konoha as a springboard, he can then seek other ninja villages, and finally establish a unified regime, and develop as much value as possible that can be developed and utilized in this world. In the evening, in the courtyard of the Sarutobi family next to the Hokage building, Li Chuan took out the Mangekyo Sharingan that he got from Uchiha Itachi. Tonight, he will transplant this Mangekyo Sharingan into himself. Sizzle! A few drops of blood spurted out of his left eye socket, and Li Chuan removed his left eye very smoothly. Because of his body's super healing ability, a new eye would grow immediately after it was removed, but fortunately he controlled it in time. Put the Mangekyo Sharingan into the empty left eye socket, control the chakra to connect with the eyeball, and the Mangekyo Sharingan quickly connected with the nerves in his eye socket, completing the transplant. Under normal circumstances, the Mangekyo Sharingan is very burdensome for the user due to its powerful pupil power. Therefore, most of the Uchiha clan ninjas are not good at chakra, and most of the chakra in their bodies is given priority to the Sharingan. For non-Uchiha clan members who transplant the Sharingan, the burden will be even more serious. Kakashi is an example. Because he transplanted Obito's Sharingan, most of the chakra in his body was occupied by the Sharingan, so there was always a situation where chakra was not enough. However, This disadvantage is almost negligible for Li Chuan. Mainly because his physique is so strong, and his chakra is so frightening, the Sharingan, even the Mangekyo Sharingan, is not a burden to him. The only thing to worry about is that he may go blind if he uses it too much. After all, it is not an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. There is no way to solve this problem. If he is an Uchiha and opened his own Mangekyo Sharingan, even if it is not an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, with his body's self-healing ability, he will not go blind. Just like Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan is also frequently used, but because his body has transplanted Hashirama's cells, he will not go blind either. However, because he transplanted Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, which was not his eye in essence, the self-healing ability did not work. Of course, this is just a small problem. It can be solved when Itachi opens his left eye to Mangekyo again, or when Sasuke opens his eyes. The transplant was successful, and the chakra connection was completed. With a thought, his left eye immediately turned into a 3 Magatama Sharingan, and with another thought, it turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan. After adapting for a period of time, you should be able to try using Tsukuyomi and Susanoo. Chapter 293. At the same time, in the secret base of Akatsuki, the Nine-Eyed Cemetery, Uchiha Itachi was leading Kisame, who had regained consciousness, to tell the other Akatsuki members standing on the 10 fingers of the Outer Path demon statue about the whole process of the failure to capture the Nine Tails. Of course, this does not include the subsequent cooperation and transaction between him and Li Chuan. I didn't expect that I could seriously injure Kisame with one blow, forcing you to flee in embarrassment. This prince of the fire country has such strong strength. I have never heard of it before. After hearing the reports from Itachi and Kisame, the shadow of Tendo Pain standing on the thumb turned his head to look at Zetsu, who looked like a pitcher plant on the other side. What information do you have about this prince of the land of fire? What a coincidence, I was just about to report to you, the leader, that the mysterious ninja who killed Haiden that you asked me to investigate before was the prince of the land of fire, Yuan Chuan. Zetsu shook his pitcher plant, and replied with a giggle. Among the official members of the Akatsuki organization, except for Tendo Pain, Konan, and Zetsu controlled by Nagato, most of them are S-level rebel ninjas from major ninja villages. The S-rank rebels Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru from the Hidden Leaf village in the Land of Fire. The S-rank rebels Hoshigaki Kisame and Biwajuzo from the Mist Shadow village in the Land of Water. The S-rank rebels Haiden from the Yugakure village in the Land of Springs. The S-rank rebels Kakuzu from the Takigakure village in the Land of Waterfalls. The S-rank rebels Deidara from the Rock village in the Land of Earth. The S-rank rebels Sasori from the Sand village in the Land of Wind. The last one is Hijikata, an elite jonin when Akatsuki was first founded. Among these official members, 3 have died and 1 has defected. The one who defected is Orochimaru. The 3 who died are Biwajuzo, who was killed by the 4th Mizukichi for saving Itachi when fighting with him, and Hijikata, who was killed by Kakuzu because he was too slow when teaming up with Kakuzu. The last one was Haiden, who was said to be immortal. He was killed by a mysterious ninja when he teamed up with Kakuzu. After Haiden's death, Nagato immediately sent Zetsu, who was best at collecting intelligence, to investigate the mysterious ninja. Through the information of the exchange and some espionage activities, it was finally determined that the employer was Prince Yuan Chuan of the Land of Fire. It turned out to be him. This damn guy dared to cheat me of my money. Let me get rid of him. Before Tendo Pain could speak, Kakuzu jumped up in anger. He was not angry at all about the death of his teammate Haiden. He was angry that so much money turned into air in the end. Money was what he loved most in his life. This made him feel worse than killing him. Senior, don't be angry. It's not good for your health if you get angry. Let's go to the town in front to soak in the hot springs and cool down. A phantom wearing a yellow spiral mask and only revealing one eye said in a nonsensical way next to the angle. He was Ah Fei, who replaced Haiden as the new member of the Akatsuki organization. Shut up, I hate noisy people the most. If you keep making noise, I send you down to accompany Haiden. Terrible, terrible, he's still a newcomer. Ah Fei immediately pretended to be trembling. Kakuzu, calm down, it's not easy for him to do anything in Konoha, and now is not the time to fully expose the strength of the organization. Zetsu, continue talking. Tiandao turned his head and glanced at Kakuzu. Although Kakuzu was unwilling, he still shut up obediently. Zei shook his head and continued, Yukawa, the prince of the Land of Fire, 21 years old, his mother died in childbirth, and his father fell off a horse and died when he was 4 years old. He was taciturn since childhood, lived in the prince's mansion for a long time, and rarely went out. A year ago, he entered the fire temple and began to learn ninjutsu. He appeared in the Land of Waves to help the locals fight against the merchant Kato, and later led the nobles of the Land of Fire to participate in the Chunin exam in Konoha. When Orochimaru and the Sand Ninja attacked Konoha, he saved many seriously injured ninjas and villagers with his extremely advanced medical ninjutsu, and was accepted as a disciple by the third generation. Are you sure you started learning ninjutsu a year ago? Tendo Pain frowned, and other members of the organization also showed disbelief. They are all the most talented ninjas in the history of the major ninja villages, and many of them have already possessed the strength of Jonin in their youth. But in 1 year, he went from being an ordinary person to a ninja who could kill Haiden, easily defeat Kisame and Uchiha Itachi, and possess extremely high healing ninjutsu. This kind of thing is simply a fantasy, and even the Six Paths reincarnation cannot be so talented. I can't be sure. This is the information I have learned so far. I can only be sure that he did go to the Fire Temple a year ago, and maybe he had been learning ninjutsu in the prince's mansion before. It is even possible that he is not in the prince's mansion at all, but is learning ninjutsu somewhere else. After all, he rarely goes out, and may not show up once a year. Zetsu spread his hands. He didn't believe that someone could have such strength in 1 year. This person's strength is more troublesome. Let's not worry about him for now. Tendo Pain thought for a while, then said, since the capture of the Nine-Tail failed, the Three-Tail will take 3 years to regenerate. So stop capturing the tail beasts, focus on earning money, and continue to provoke wars between some small countries. Being able to defeat Kisame and force Itachi to retreat, such strength is not so easy even if Akatsuki wants to solve it. Moreover, Konoha has learned some information about Akatsuki from somewhere. If they continue to show off too much, they will be in trouble if Konoha finds out Akatsuki's ultimate goal. Before they gather all 9-tailed beasts, they don't have the strength to fight against all the ninja villages in the world. The meeting ended, and the phantoms disappeared one by one. Before Itachi disappeared, he heard Kakuza muttering, "Humph, since you won't let me go to Konoha to kill him, then I will go to the Fire Temple to kill his master." It just so happens that the reward for the Fire Temple land is 30 million taels, which is also a good target. In the residence of Lichuan in the Sarutobi settlement of Konoha village. This motion capture ability is quite good. In the wardrobe space temporarily transformed by the traceless stretching spell, Lichuan was making various attempts after transplanting the Mangekyo Sharingan. And in the constant attempts, he also discovered some uses of the Sharingan that he had previously ignored. Before, he decided to transplant the Sharingan, mainly focusing on the two abilities of Tsukuyomi and Susanoo. But in fact, when he adapted to the Sharingan, he found that some basic abilities of the Sharingan were already very useful. The holder of the Sharingan has extraordinary insight, can observe the flow of chakra, can cast and see through illusions, copy physical skills, and non-bloodline limit ninjutsu. The Mangekyo Sharingan can bring these functions to the extreme. As a physical master with a super strong body, with the insight of the Mangekyo Sharingan, close combat can be said to be even more powerful, and can respond to enemy attacks more quickly. Especially in the future when facing those gold saints whose close combat abilities are even more abnormal than his own. Chapter 294. Try to activate the Sage Mode and Mangekyo together. After testing the basic functions of the Sharingan, Lichuan began to fuse the essence and chakra, and then activated the Tao Sage Mode. The normal chakra turned into golden chakra due to the fusion of the golden elixir essence, and when the golden chakra was input into the Sharingan in the left eye, it instantly caused a strange change in the Sharingan. Originally, after Lichuan opened the Mangekyo, his eyes were no different from Itachi's, because they were originally one eye. But when his golden chakra entered the eyeball, I don't know if it was because of the influence of the golden elixir, the whole eye turned completely golden. The pattern also changed from the original spiral knife to a spiral knife inside, and a yin-yang fish outside. When the Mangekyo ability was activated, the eye emitted golden light, the spiral knife inside rotated wildly, and the yin-yang fish outside swam with it. These are not the most important things. The most important thing is that Lichuan can clearly feel that in this state, his inside ability has been further improved, and the ability of Tsukuyomi seems to have changed a little. Looks like I need to find someone to experiment with. He took out the teleportation book, and after a page of the book fluttered, his body returned to the prince's mansion in the Land of Fire. When he first arrived in this world during the day, he had already left the spatial coordinates of the teleportation book in the prince's mansion, so that he could travel back and forth to Konoha at any time. He walked out of the room, and felt Zabuza's chakra aura. With a phantom shift, he appeared directly in Zabuza's room. Who is it? The powerful chakra aura instantly awakened Zabuza, who was sleeping soundly. He turned over and drew out the beheading sword next to him, and took a fighting posture. The speed of reaction is so fast, worthy of being an elite jonin of the Mist Shadow. Don't be excited, I just came to you to try my new ninjutsu. The golden kaleidoscope in Li Chuan's left eye spun wildly, and he used a new moon reading on Zabuza. The moment when Zabuza's figure met Li Chuan's left eye's golden kaleidoscope, he disappeared on the spot. In the world of moon reading, Zabuza found that his body was tied to a cross. He wanted to move, but found that he seemed to be cast with a fixed body technique, and he couldn't move at all. He was shocked. What's going on? Even his body was taken into the Tsukuyomi world. At this time, Li Chuan appeared in front of Zabuza, and with a wave of his hand, Zabuza's body regained its freedom, and jumped down from the cross. Don't be nervous, this is just an experiment. You cooperate with me to complete the experiment, there is no danger. Zabuza couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard it. In the real world, 1 second later, Zabuza's figure appeared again, but at this time his body was already tattered, mentally exhausted and physically exhausted, and there were some weak wounds on his body. Heal quickly, and restore to the original state. Throwing a healing spell at Zabuza to heal his injuries, and then throwing a repair spell to repair his clothes, Li Chuan left a word of thanks, activated the teleportation book again, and disappeared. Zabuza, I'm sorry to disturb your sleep, you can continue now. I can't sleep in this situation. Seeing Li Chuan disappear, Zabuza couldn't help but curse in a low voice. I didn't expect that Tsukuyomi in Sage mode would have this function. After returning to Konoha, Li Chuan looked quite good. After experimenting with Zabuza, he had basically figured out what was different about the new Tsukuyomi. First of all, the Tsukuyomi world formed by the new Tsukuyomi no longer only pulls in the enemy's spirit, but can pull the enemy's spirit and body into the Tsukuyomi world together. He is also the master in this world. If the enemy's mental ability is not strong, or there is no way to break through his mental suppression, then he will be fixed in this world and unable to move. Secondly, the time in the new Tsukuyomi world is still 3 days inside, and 1 moment outside. Finally, in the new Tsukuyomi world, because he can use magic weapons, he can no longer just cause mental damage to the trapped enemy, but also physically damage the opponent. In other words, under the normal Tsukuyomi, at most the enemy's mind will be severely damaged, and it is impossible to kill the enemy directly by this technique. If facing a perfect Jinchuriki, it will be invalidated because of the help of the tailed beast. When Itachi was fighting with the 4th Mizukage, Tsukuyomi was cracked by the 4th Mizukage's tailed beast transformation. It was his teammate Biwa Juzo who saved his life by blocking the knife. After that, he awakened his right eye Amaterasu and successfully defeated the 4th Mizukage. Li Chuan's new Tsukuyomi world can take the enemy's spirit and body into the Tsukuyomi world. Even if the opponent breaks the mental suppression, he can still control the magic weapon to attack and kill the opponent. So if you are hit by his immortal Tsukuyomi, you may disappear in the last second, and appear as a corpse in the next second. It's really a matter of staring at anyone, and they will die. Unless someone can resist his mental attacks, and flying sword attacks in his Tsukuyomi world for 3 consecutive days. Now, I have to get the Samsara Eye even more. Li Chuan's eyes were full of expectation after releasing the Sage mode and the Mangekyo Sharingan mode. Since the Sage mode activated by the Jin Danjin Yuan will affect the Sharingan, will it also affect the Samsara Eye? He felt that it was likely to do so. It can only be said that different types of energy from different worlds will always change after colliding with each other, just like a chemical reaction. By the way, there is also Susanoo in the Sage mode. Thinking of this, Li Chuan immediately activated the Susanoo mode again. Itachi's Susanoo has already opened to the 3rd stage, so as long as he provides enough chakra, he can directly summon a half-armored Susanoo. Sure enough, with the input of chakra energy, the red half-armored Susanoo with the Totsuka sword in one hand, and the Yata mirror in the other hand enveloped Li Chuan. Okay, now try the Fusion Dao Sage mode to see what changes can be made. Fusing the true essence and chakra once again, the golden chakra replaced the original chakra and entered the left eye, and then supplied the already formed Susanoo. With the infusion of golden energy, the Susanoo wearing samurai armor began to change its form. A moment later, a golden Susanoo, who looked like a heavenly soldier, wearing golden armor and a black crown, enveloped Li Chuan again. This golden Susanoo had 3 heads and 6 arms, holding 3 weapons, a long spear, a golden rope, and a large bow. The spear could kill the enemy in close combat, the bow could attack from a distance, and the rope could be long or short, which could trap the enemy. Because of the powerful energy of the Sage Chakra, the size of the golden Susanoo was exactly twice that of the previous orange-red Susanoo. The overall attack and defense capabilities were also much higher than the previous orange-red Susanoo. Chapter 295. Okay, Now it's time to talk to our Lord Danzo. After putting away the Sage Mode and restoring the Sharingan to normal, Li Chuan disappeared from the spot. In the forest behind the Konoha Hokage rock, his figure slowly appeared, and then he walked towards the approximate location of the entrance to the root base according to his perception. Not long after he walked, two ninjas wearing masks and holding samurai swords appeared and blocked his way. This is a restricted area, you cannot enter, please go back. Go tell Danzo, I have something very important to see him. It's about whether he can become Hokage, Li Chuan said indifferently. After hearing Li Chuan's words, the two ninjas looked at each other, one of them continued to guard here, and the other turned around and left quickly. About 2 minutes later, the ninja returned again and said respectfully, Your Highness, Danzo wants to see you. Li Chuan nodded and followed the ninja to the entrance of the base. The base of the route was built below the entire Konoha. The entrance was in the forest of the training ground, about 1 kilometer away from where Li Chuan appeared. Under the guidance of the root ninja, Li Chuan entered the base. After turning around for a long time, he saw Danzo, who had already brewed tea, and was waiting for him in a spacious rock room. Your Highness, it's so late, and you're still walking in the training ground instead of sleeping. You're really in a good mood. Danzo pushed the brewed tea in front of Li Chuan. Li Chuan took a sip of the tea and replied with a smile, Danzo, isn't he still awake at this late hour? Ha ha, unlike you young people, I am old and don't have such a good sleep. 3 or 4 hours of sleep at night is enough. Danzo replied with a fake smile and took a sip of tea. Li Chuan waved his hand. That's not what I said. Danzo sleeps 3 or 4 hours a day. It's not because he can't sleep, but because he is working hard for Konoha. It's really admirable. I have always felt that Danzo is more suitable to be the Hokage than the third generation. What a pity. Oh, is it my illusion? I think that His Royal Highness prefers the third generation. You are the fourth disciple of the third generation. Danzo narrowed his exposed eye. Li Chuan shook his head, his mouth slightly raised. There is no way. If you don't become a disciple of the third generation, you are not qualified to become a Hokage. If you don't become a Hokage, how can you let Danzo become a Hokage? I am old, why can't I understand what the prince is saying? Danzo put down the teacup in his hand and showed an inexplicable look. When he first met Li Chuan, he still had a good impression of Li Chuan because of the attitude expressed by Li Chuan on behalf of the daimyo. After Li Chuan saved the third generation and worshipped him as his master, he only felt disgust towards Li Chuan. He felt that Li Chuan was just playing tricks on him. But today, Li Chuan ran to the base to find him in the middle of the night, and said what he said now, which made him a little confused. Could it be that Li Chuan also had his eyes on the position of Hokage? That was a bit unrealistic. With the identity of the Prince of the Land of Fire, the third generation could accept Li Chuan as his disciple in order to win over the daimyo, but he would not let Li Chuan become Hokage. I know that Danzo wants to take over the position of the fifth Hokage, but you should know that the third Hokage will never let you take over the position of Hokage, and the same goes for the other two advisors. And even if the fifth Hokage is not Jiraiya or Tsunade, he must be the third Hokage's confidant. When the time comes, the third Hokage will retreat behind the scenes as an advisor and cooperate with the fifth Hokage to govern Konoha. If nothing unexpected happens, Danzo may not be able to become a Hokage until you die. Li Chuan did not explain directly, but repeated Danzo's current situation. After hearing Li Chuan's heart-wrenching words, Danzo's face changed immediately. In fact, it was true. Even if he used all his tricks to force the third Hokage to abdicate by taking advantage of the attack on Konoha, the possibility of him succeeding the fifth Hokage was very small. Because the third Hokage was not dead, he, the two advisors, and the daimyo only had the right to propose but not the final decision. But if he didn't take this opportunity to fight, if it continued like this, he would not be able to become Hokage when he died, and he would not be able to fulfill his ambition to expand Konoha and annex other ninja villages. Humph, I don't need to thank you for this. If you hadn't intervened, I might have been the Hokage now. Having said this, Danzo was no longer polite and revealed his anger towards Li Chuan. At this time, Li Chuan also put away his smile and said in a strong tone, Danzo, it's useless to say these now. You have to understand that some things can only be looked forward to. You have no chance of becoming the fifth Hokage, but as long as you help me, I have a great chance. And when I become Hokage, the next Hokage will be you will be the future Rokudaime. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm an idiot? Not to mention that even if I help you, it's hard for you to become Hokage with your status as a prince. Even if you really become Hokage, why do you want to pass the position of Hokage to me? Then what's the point of you becoming Hokage? Danzo was so angry that he laughed at what Li Chuan said. It was just bullshit. Li Chuan was not angry at all when he saw this, and his expression was still so serious. Because my goal is not Hokage at all, but daimyo. My uncle is too cowardly, just like the third generation. Our land of fire is the strongest country, and Konoha is the strongest ninja village, but they have repeatedly failed to make progress and only fought back when they were beaten by other ninja villages. So I want to replace my uncle as the daimyo, and then find an enterprising Hokage to work with me to achieve hegemony. And this person is you, the Eagle of Konoha, the most ideal Hokage in my heart. You help me get the Hokage, and I will pass the Hokage to you, and you help me get the daimyo. And when you and I join forces, nothing can stop the land of fire and Konoha from rising. After hearing Li Chuan's explanation, Danzo was stunned. Although this explanation seemed a bit far-fetched, it seemed to be true after careful consideration. According to the current situation, he would definitely have no chance to succeed the Hokage, unless something unexpected happened later. But the third generation was as cunning as him, and it was not easy to find the third generation's flaws. And Jiraiya really wanted to find Tsunade. With Tsunade's identity as the Princess of the Thousand Hands, and the merits she had made, and the people she had saved, with the cooperation of the third generation, he would have no way to start. If what Li Chuan said was true, then perhaps only by letting Li Chuan become the Hokage, and then passing it on to him, could he have the greatest chance of taking the position of Hokage. The key is, how much truth and how much falsehood are there in what Li Chuan said? Chapter 296. Let's put it this way. It will probably take Jiraiya 1 or 2 months to find Tsunade. Master Danzo, please think about it carefully. If you have a decision, please send someone to inform me at any time. Seeing that Danzo was in a dilemma, Li Chuan stood up directly. Not directly refusing means that he is moved, and as long as he is moved, there will be no big problem. Danzo needs a variable to break the control of the village by the third generation. He is the variable that comes to his door. Even if this variable may have other purposes, in order to make a change, Danzo must agree to cooperate with him. Moreover, he had 6 months to enter this time. It was only the first day, so he was not in a hurry. Send His Royal Highness the Prince. Danzo did not try to stop Li Chuan from leaving, because he really could not make such an important decision right now. He needed some time to sort out his thoughts, and then send someone to investigate Li Chuan's intelligence in the capital of the Fire Nation. After leaving the root base, Li Chuan did not go anywhere else, but directly operated back to his residence to sleep. Although it was only the first day, he did a lot of things that day. The next morning, he had just left the house, and was going to the Hokage building to discuss learning ninjutsu with the third Hokage, when a young man dressed as a businessman suddenly appeared and blocked his way. Your Highness, there is urgent information. The young man handed a rolled-up note to Li Chuan respectfully. The young businessman was the person in charge of Shakubucho, the nearest town near Konoha village. After receiving the information in the morning, he immediately rushed to Konoha. There are also various shops in Konoha village, but generally, apart from basic daily necessities and ninja-related shops, there are not many other types of shops. Shakubucho is a prosperous town 5 kilometers away from Konoha village. Many ninjas and villagers in Konoha usually go to Shakuba town if they want to go shopping or do some big purchases. I see. Li Chuan waved his hand to signal the young businessman to leave, and then opened the note as he walked. After reading it, he couldn't help but shook his head. For this Daikakuzu, it seems that I can only send you to see Haiden in advance. It turned out that Itachi passed on the content of the Akatsuki organization's meeting last night to the nearest Kawakami, and Li Chuan knew that Kakuzu and Afei might go to the Fire Temple in the near future to kill his first master, Ji Lu. After putting away the note, Li Chuan continued to go to the Hokage building. After meeting the third Hokage, after a round of greetings, the third Hokage handed Li Chuan several ninjutsu scrolls, and asked Li Chuan to study them by himself first. If he encountered any problems, he could come to him again. Now the third Hokage has not yet stepped down as Hokage, and he has a lot of official duties to do every day, so he has no time to specifically guide Li Chuan to learn ninjutsu. Of course, Li Chuan has no opinion on this. In fact, he thinks this is the most efficient way to learn. With his current level of ninjutsu, he really doesn't need too much detailed guidance. So many shadow clones studying ninjutsu are not in vain. If you really encounter some more troublesome problems, it won't be too late to ask the third generation. So holding a bunch of ninjutsu scrolls, Li Chuan returned to his residence again. However, he didn't rush to study so quickly, but first used the teleportation book to return to the prince's mansion, quickly made dozens of door keys, and asked Jino to send people to deliver them to various bases. At the same time, he asked Jino to go to the town at the foot of the fire temple in person and send people to guard the fire temple, and report to him in time if there is any situation. Ji-Lu's strength is not bad, but he has no chance of winning against Kakuzu, an old guy who has 5 lives and can use 5 kinds of advanced ninjutsu. Besides, there is an even more powerful Obito disguised as a Fei. Although Obito only has 1 Mangekyo Sharingan, the ability of that eye is of spatial attribute. If you can't quickly understand his ability characteristics when fighting him for the first time, you will be killed instantly. He also has Hashirama's would-release cells in his body, which can use various powerful would-release ninjutsu and offset the burden brought by the Mangekyo Sharingan. 7 days later, in a house in Konoha Sarutobi's base, Li Chuan was using the advantage of the Shadow Clone to quickly learn the 5 attribute ninjutsu he had obtained from the 3rd generation in the past few days. A slender figure suddenly twisted and appeared in the closet space. It was Jino, who came through the door key set up by Li Chuan. "Your Highness, something happened at the fire temple. 2 strange people fought with Master Di-Lu. They really went there." Li Chuan put away all the shadow clones, took Jino across the space through the door key, and instantly appeared in the Kawaji store in the town at the foot of the fire temple. "You go back, and leave a few people here to keep an eye on it." After instructing Jino, Li Chuan teleported directly and appeared in the fire temple. At this time, the fire temple's so-called strongest defensive seal iron wall had been broken by Kakuzu, and Di-Lu was fighting Kakuzu's 5 attribute composite ninjutsu with Akala at the entrance of the temple. But it was obvious that he was already struggling, and the monks of the fire temple could not intervene in this level of battle, and could only gather in front of the temple and worry. Brother Kong, who was standing at the back of the group of brothers, suddenly felt that there was one more person behind him. He turned around and showed a surprised expression. When the other monks heard the words and turned around to see Li Chuan, they also showed excitement. Although Li Chuan had not been in the fire temple for a long time, his talent was amazing. In the past, except for the abbot Di-Lu, no other brothers in the temple could match him in the competition. So when everyone saw Li Chuan appear, they immediately had some hope in their eyes. "Don't worry, I'm here, Master will be fine." Li Chuan raised his hand, comforted the monks, and walked to the front of everyone. "Is that all? Then you can die. Blame it on you being too valuable, and your apprentice cheated me of a lot of money." Kakuzu pulled away, avoiding the red chakra fist attack of Akala controlled by Ji-Lu, and then 3 masks grew out of his right hand, aiming at Ji-Lu who couldn't move. Compound ninjutsu, final shooting. The 3 masks released wind chakra, fire chakra, and lightning chakra respectively, and then the 3 types of chakra merged together instantly, turning into a huge chakra cannon, shooting straight at Ji-Lu. After such a short battle, the experienced Kakuzu had discovered the weakness of Ji-Lu's ninjutsu, which was that he could not move. As long as he released a ninjutsu with enough power, he could break through the opponent's special ninjutsu that was both offensive and defensive, and thus resolve the battle in one fell swoop. Come on, senior, you are the best." Behind Kakuzu, Obito, wearing a mask, holding 2 round fans, was jumping around to cheer for Kakuzu. Not good. Sensing the terrifying chakra fluctuations coming from Kakuzu, Di-Lu's eyes widened, and he immediately changed the different Ming Wang mode, which was mainly responsible for attack, to the 1,000-armed Guanyin mode, which was responsible for defense. Chapter 297. Still lost. Di-Lu used all the remaining chakra in his body to maintain Nikai Ing Chien Ju Sha in the hope of resisting Kakuzu's attack of the 3 attribute composite ninjutsu. However, due to the difference in strength, the 1,000-hand Guanyin statue that wrapped him finally broke into pieces and collapsed. Without the protection of the 1,000-hand Guanyin, Di-Lu faced the terrifying 3 attribute chakra cannon head-on, and the only outcome was death. Just as Di-Lu was about to close his eyes and wait for death, a person suddenly appeared in front of him, and then the same ninjutsu as him suddenly rose. Senjutsukai Ing Chien Ju Sha. It was when Li Chuan saw that Di-Lu had already lost that he immediately stepped forward and protected him, behind him. Compared to Di-Lu's 1,000-handed Avalokitesvara statue, which was 2 or 3 meters tall, the 1,000-handed Avalokitesvara statue released by Li Chuan after turning on the Sage mode was as high as 17 or 18 meters. The huge 1,000-handed Avalokitesvara statue directly pushed Kakuzu's chakra cannon out, and then countless huge golden Buddha palms slapped Kakuzu from top to bottom. Looking at the golden palm that was much larger than his body, Kakuzu was so scared that he immediately stopped outputting the chakra cannon, turned over and jumped back to try to distance himself and dodge. The palm of the 1,000-handed Avalokitesvara that Dilu had just used was only slightly larger than that of a normal person. After he used Earth Escape to harden his body, he was basically immune to most of the damage. But now the size and power of this palm were obviously not at the same level. If he took it hard again, he would probably lose his life on the spot. Boom boom boom. After a series of roars, even though Jiao Du had tried his best to retreat and dodge, he was still unable to escape the attack range of the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara after losing a mask because of the high density of the attack. So it's you, the liar? Looking up in the direction of Dilu, Kakuzu's anger rose when he saw Li Chuan standing in front of Dilu. Master Dilu, go to the back and rest first, and let me handle the rest. Li Chuan maintained the special seal gesture to welcome the Thousand Hands kill, turned his head, and said to Dilu. At this time, Dilu's chakra was almost gone, and when he saw the Thousand Hands Guanyin statue in front of him that was far superior to his own, his face was full of relief. A year ago, Li Chuan came to the temple to become a disciple, but he didn't even know how to make a seal. He didn't expect that his strength has surpassed him by so much without him noticing. Be careful of that guy, he can release 5 types of ninjutsu, and the masked guy behind him, his ninjutsu is also very strange, don't be careless. After carefully explaining, Dilu retreated to the temple behind. Li Chuan then turned around and looked at Kakuzu in front of him and teased, "Hey, isn't this Mr. Kakuzu who sold me a lot of ninjutsu scrolls? It's been a long time since we last met. Humph, let me take you to see Haiden today. He should be waiting for you in hell." Kakutsu released all 3 remaining masks, and began to seal, and release some of his strongest ninjutsu towards Li Chuan. Li Chuan's thousand-armed Avalokitesvara is indeed much larger than Dilu's, and the attack range is much farther, but the disadvantage will not change, and the body still cannot move. As long as he pulls away to a safe distance and continues to release attack ninjutsu, even if he cannot break the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara statue, he can make Li Chuan unable to attack and slowly consume all of Li Chuan's chakra. However, he also had to be careful that Li Chuan would give up this ninjutsu and fight him in close combat, because according to Itachi's information, the opponent's physical skills were extremely strong and one strike could seriously injure Kisame, so he couldn't be careless. "Do you think I can't hit you? Too naive." Li Chuan spread his flying sword wings behind him, and rushed towards Kakuzu with the thousand-handed Guanyin statue, so fast that Kakuzu couldn't escape in time. The Fire Temple secret technique of come and welcome thousand-handed killing was actually quite powerful, and could be regarded as a mini version of Susanoo. However, compared to Susanoo's free movement, the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara and Akala created by the thousand-handed killing technique must maintain a specific seal posture and cannot move. In this way, if the enemy cannot be eliminated at the beginning, once the flaw is discovered, either this ninjutsu is cancelled or it becomes a living target and all the chakra is exhausted. However, Li Chuan has already solved this problem. Before, he could use the guardian spirit to drag himself to move, or use the 10 rings to carry himself to move. Although the speed was a little slower, he could at least move and attack. And now he has his own magic weapon, which he uses to move himself, while maintaining the seal of the thousand-handed Avalokitesvara to kill the enemy. What? Kakuzu was shocked when he saw this, and while controlling the mask on his shoulder to spit out ninjutsu to attack Li Chuan, he used the body flickering technique to retreat again to dodge. However, his speed was not as fast as Li Chuan's flying sword wings. In just a blink of an eye, he fell into the attack range of Li Chuan's thousand-handed Avalokitesvara again. This guy is really not simple. Obito looked at the golden giant palms that kept falling and quickly retreated to prevent himself from being caught in them. Although his Kamui could be hollowed to avoid attacks, the golden giant palm was too big. If he wanted to avoid it, he had to enter the Kamui space. And entering the Kamui space was slower than partially hollowing and sucking in and releasing other objects. If he was attacked during this process, he would also be injured. "Oh, I died again, Mr. Kakuzu, you only have 3 chances left." Li Chuan just floated above Kakuzu with a smile. No matter how Kakuzu moved, he couldn't get rid of him. As for Obito over there, he ignored him for the time being. Obito's Kamui can be hollowed out and hide, but it doesn't matter to him, because he knows the weakness of Kamui very well. As long as he catches the moment of its materialization, he can take it away directly with his strength. But now Obito is still useful, so he will only kill Kakuzu this time to prevent him from causing trouble for the Fire Temple again. How could this happen? Jiao was desperate now, because he had no ability to resist the huge and movable thousand-armed Avalokitesvara. His ninjutsu could not break the defense of the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara statue, and the golden Buddha's palms covered a large area and were numerous. He could not dodge them continuously. In the end, he could only use defensive ninjutsu to resist. However, he could not bear it. He had been killed 4 times so far. If he was killed for the last time, he would really die. At this moment, a space vortex suddenly appeared behind him, and a hand stretched out from the vortex, grabbed his shoulder, and tried to pull him into the vortex. It was Obito who saw Kakuzu dying in the distance, and secretly entered the Kamui space to save him. Obito was not concerned about this good teammate, but purely because the tailed beast collection plan had not yet started, Kakuzu was still useful to Akatsuki, and he couldn't just die like this. Chapter 298. You're playing tricks in front of me, so leave one of your arms. Li Chuan snorted coldly, and several sword lights flew out. Under his control, he instantly cut off the arm that Obito stretched out from the Kamui space, and then controlled the 1,000-handed Avalokitesvara to beat Kakuzu into a pulp with one palm. Kakuzu must die today. If he doesn't die, it will be troublesome to mess with the fire temple in the future. As for Obito, half of his body is formed by white Zetsu anyway, and he can grow back after being cut off, so a warning is enough. Senior Kakuzu, don't blame me. It's not that I didn't save you, it's just that the enemy is too strong, and I, a newcomer, can't beat them at all. The figure of Obito appeared in the distance, swinging his empty right arm, looking scared. Li Chuan looked at the disguised Obito, put away the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara statue, and then said in a high-handed and arrogant tone, "You are just a soldier of the Akatsuki organization, and it's useless to kill you. Go back and tell your leader that we in Konoha already know that you are hiding in the Rain Village, and we also know that the shadow of the Rain Village is the leader of Akatsuki. You won't be able to hide for long, a bunch of traitorous ninjas, and you still want to seize the tailed beasts of the major ninja villages. Do you really think everyone is an idiot? After we Konoha elect a new Hokage, we will contact the Kages of other ninja villages to jointly eliminate you traitorous ninjas, and let the Rain country understand the price of daring to go against the 5 major countries. Nagato's identity has been exposed. Did Danzo say that? It's impossible. With Danzo's personality, he would never share Akatsuki's information with the 3rd generation. He should be hoping that Akatsuki will cause trouble for Konoha. What went wrong? Hearing Li Chuan's words, Obito, who was laughing, suddenly paused. With the death of Haiden and Kakuzu, Akatsuki's strength has been weakened. If Nagato's identity is completely exposed, the Rain country will become the target of public criticism, and the 5 major countries will attack together. It will be troublesome. Now that the 9-tailed beasts have not been collected, there is no chance of winning the war with the 5 major countries, and his Moon Eye plan will not be completed. It seems that we have to concentrate our efforts to destroy Konoha first. Obito, who had a plan in mind, did not intend to fight too much with the difficult Li Chuan and expose his ability, so he drove away directly with Kamui. Seeing Obito leave, Li Chuan immediately raised a smile. If it goes according to normal development, he will definitely not be able to become Hokage, even if Danzo supports it, the daimyo supports it, and persuades 2 advisors to support it. As long as the 3rd generation insists on vetoing it, he will still not be able to become the 5th generation Hokage. But there is an exception, that is, if everyone in Konoha expects him to become Hokage, then even the 3rd generation will have to follow public opinion and cannot be stopped. Flying Thunder God technique, hard turn technique, multiplication technique, shadow imitation technique, etc. After he becomes Hokage, none of these ninjutsu from major families and famous ninjutsu will escape from his hands. His goal for entering the Naruto world for 6 months this time is to become the Kage of Konoha, and collect all the ninjutsu of Konoha. Win! Win! Seeing Li Chuan kill Kakuzu and scare off the masked man, the monks of the Fire Temple cheered immediately. Master Dilu, are you not hurt? When Obito's breath completely disappeared, Li Chuan turned around and came to Dilu. Dilu smiled and shook his head. No, it's just that the chakra consumption is a bit large, just rest for a while. By the way, Kong, come here. At this time, Li Chuan saw Kong standing behind the monks, and waved to him. Kong's body contains the 9-tails chakra aggregate collected by his father and Ma. Li Chuan had thought about getting the 9-tails chakra aggregate into his own body before. But at that time, his sealing technique was very bad, and the amount of chakra in his body was not enough, so he was afraid that the 9-tails chakra would take over and affect his mind. But after so long, he has already become very proficient in sealing techniques, and has also learned a lot of Taoist sealing arrays. In addition, the immortal technique can suppress the 9-tails chakra. Since he is here this time, he can just take it into his body. The tailed beast has its own consciousness. He is afraid that it will be cleared when he leaves this world if he takes it into his body. The Ninetales chakra aggregate is just a ball of Ninetales energy, so there is no need to worry about it. As long as there is this ball of Ninetales energy, the tail beast will have the ability to continuously absorb external energy and convert it into chakra. If you don't use too much chakra at one time, you don't have to worry about chakra exhaustion. Yes, senior brother. Hearing the call from his senior brother, Kong immediately ran over happily. Li Chuan was the only person in the temple who treated him normally except Di Lu, and he admired Li Chuan very much. Now we have to repair it again. Di Lu looked at the fire temple that was mostly broken because of the battle, and couldn't help but feel a headache. Li Chuan touched Kong's head, and seemed to see the distress in Di Lu's eyes. Leave it to me. He walked to the broken parts of the fire temple, and pointed, repair it as before. As Li Chuan continued to output his magic power, the magical effect of the repair spell began to take effect. Wherever Li Chuan passed by, everything was restored to its original state, as if time had flown backwards. All the monks in the fire temple, including the knowledgeable abbot Di Lu, were stunned by this scene. Is there such a ninjutsu in the world? Are you sure it's not a divine art? You said you already know what's going on in Kong's body? In the room of the fire temple, Di Lu showed a look of surprise on his face. He still remembers the rampage of Kong a few years ago. This has always been a concern for him. He is worried that Kong's body will have problems again one day, so he has never dared to guide Kong in his practice. If Li Chuan is his most admired and proud disciple, then Kong, the child who once lost his best friend, is like his own child. Yes, because I know a child in Konoha who has the same energy fluctuations as Kong, so I suspect that Kong has been implanted with the chakra of the tail beast. What? How could this happen? Di Lu's eyes showed a look of shock. He also learned a little about the tail beasts and Jinchuriki from Asuma. He knew that they were war weapons of the major ninja villages. They were extremely powerful, but they were also very easy to backfire. The key is how could such a thing be implanted in Kong's body? Master Di Lu, don't worry. I know that if I can take this power out of Kong's body without hurting him, I don't have to worry about his health problems in the future. I can practice and live normally. Li Chuan smiled and said. Kong on the other side was confused. He didn't understand what Li Chuan and Di Lu were talking about. It's to cure a disease in your body. After the cure, Master Di Lu will personally teach you how to practice. After explaining it, after Di Lu agreed, Li Chuan began to use the 4-symbol seal to seal the Ninetales chakra in Kong's body into the seal scroll prepared in advance. Chapter 299. After sealing the Ninetales chakra, Li Chuan took out a tube of Life No. 1 repair potion and injected it into Kong's body. Life No. 1 potion is a product made by the Li group through research on the desperate virus, which is specially used to repair the bodies of disabled people. It is a one-time repair potion, mainly used to replenish vitality, so as to achieve the effect of regenerating broken limbs. It is not like the desperate virus, which will strengthen the body and give the body permanent repairability and control over fire. If the tail beast is extracted normally, the Jinchuriki will inevitably die due to the loss of a large amount of vitality. The body of Sora is just a ball of energy of the nine-tailed beast, which is not a tailed beast. Even if it is extracted, he will not die, but he will become weak. After Li Chuan took this dose of Life No. 1, Sora immediately became full of energy. In fact, he wanted to inject the desperate virus into Sora and Jilu to improve their strength and survival and self-protection ability. However, considering that Itachi had already been injected, the characteristics of the two would be the same, so as not to let Itachi be suspected. Although Obito was wary of Itachi, and even sent Kisame to monitor him, Nagato still trusted Itachi. So he planned to postpone the injection of the extremist virus until later. Master Jilu, I'm going back to Konoha first. If you need me, you can ask the guys in Kawaji in the town below to contact me. Finally, after saying hello to Jilu, Li Chuan used apparition to move back to Kawaji in the town below the mountain, and returned to Konoha with the door key. It's worthy of the Ninetales chakra. This energy is really explosive. As soon as he returned to the room, Li Chuan immediately took out the Ninetales chakra sealed in the scroll, and let it into his body. The Ninetales chakra is indeed the most powerful chakra among the tailed beasts. Although it is not controlled by the consciousness of the Ninetales, it is still very explosive, and wants to break through Li Chuan's Dantian and rush out of the body at any time. Vajra Blockade, Heavenly 36 Divine Bamboo Restriction. First, the Uzumaki clan's Vajra Blockade learned from Karen wrapped the Ninetales chakra, and then the golden elixir in the Dantian performed Zaya's Hushin's Heavenly 36 Divine Bamboo Restriction to completely imprison it. Let it become a chakra converter in the body that can convert external energy into the body. I finally don't need to take Bingliangwen to replenish chakra in the future. He tried to absorb the Ninetales chakra to release a ninjutsu, and soon the Ninetales chakra replenished the consumed ninjutsu. Such an outstanding chakra recovery effect made Li Chuan nod with satisfaction. He has a huge amount of chakra, but every time he uses the multiple shadow clone technique to divide it into 2,000 parts, the chakra of the main body is naturally not that much. Now with the Ninetales chakra as a converter, the amount of chakra in the body can be quickly restored to normal levels after using multiple shadow clones. Just as Li Chuan was testing the various uses of the Ninetales chakra in the Rain Village, which was made entirely of steel, on top of the tallest iron tower, Tendo Pain looked at Obito who appeared in front of him and said without any emotion, "Didn't you go to the fire-extinguishing temple with Kakuzu? What's wrong with coming back at this time? Kakuzu is dead, and your identity has been exposed. The Konoha High Level is planning to select a new Hokage, and then unite with the other 4 major ninja villages to destroy the Rain Village first." Obito no longer used a phase unreliable tone, but disguised himself as Madara's mysterious appearance. The identity he used to deceive Nagato was the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. This is a bit beyond my expectation. In this case, we can only find a chance to get rid of Konoha first. Although it will affect the subsequent plans, it is better than being besieged by the 5 major ninja villages at that time. Hearing the information conveyed by Obito, Tendo Pain showed a little surprise on his face, but he did not show any panic. Although Akatsuki's overall strength is not yet able to compete with the 5 major ninja villages at the same time, it is still certain to destroy one of them, especially since he has confidence in his own 6 paths of pain. Now, the more difficult ninja in Konoha, besides Jiraiya, is the Prince Yuanchuan. However, Jiraiya is not in the village most of the time, so we can wait until he leaves the village before taking action. No matter how strong Yuanchuan is, he is just one person and cannot be his opponent. As for the 3rd generation, he is so old that his chakra and body are not at their peak. He even has difficulty dealing with Orochimaru, and any member of Akatsuki can deal with it. There is also a rat like Danzo. According to Danzo's character, he will never show his head. If he dares to show his head, he can just avenge Yahiko. In fact, we don't need to completely destroy them. As long as we kill their top leaders, and most of the Jonin and Chunin, the remaining 4 ninja villages will help solve it. Obito nodded. It is unlikely to completely destroy Konoha. Many ninjas are on missions outside, and are not in the village. But as long as we kill most of them, and make Konoha's strength reach its lowest point, they don't need to take action for the rest. Other ninja villages will not let go of such a big cake. By then, the 4th Ninja World War might begin, which would be more beneficial for them to fish in troubled waters. Konoha occupies the best land, and the richest resources on this continent. Even if the other 4 ninja villages know the information about Akatsuki, they will give priority to eating the big cake of Konoha. After all, Konoha has dominated for so many years. In the eyes of the other 4 ninja villages, no matter how powerful Akatsuki is, it can't be a greater threat than Konoha, especially the battle between Akatsuki and Konoha will definitely be a lose-lose situation. Humans are like this, forever greedy, never satisfied. There will be wars, there will be so much pain. One day, I will make the whole world feel pain, let them fear war, be afraid of war, so that there will be no more war, no more pain, and only then can we win real peace. Tendo Pain stood on the tallest iron tower of Rain Village, overlooking the entire Rain Village, like a god overlooking mankind. Nagato, you are still too naive. There will never be real peace in this world. To have real peace, you can only complete the Moon Eye Project and enter the world of Infinite Tsukuyami. That is a world where Ren exists, a world where everyone will be happy. Looking at Tendo Pain standing there, Obito thought secretly in his heart. What tailed beast weapon plan is a scam he came up with to fool Nagato? His and Madara's real plan is the Moon Eye plan. After collecting the 9-tailed beasts to form the 10 tails, let Black Zetsu control Nagato to use the Samsara natural technique to revive Madara. Madara will take back his Samsara Eye, become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, and activate the infinite moon reading. However, he still recognized Nagato's ability to be able to develop the Akatsuki organization to this point, and make so many S-level rebel ninjas serve the Akatsuki organization obediently. Nagato's leadership ability and natural leadership temperament are what he does not have. This is also the reason why he does not let Black Zetsu occupy Nagato's body to revive Madara. Chapter 300. Before, Nagato was unable to use the Samsara Eye to revive Madara with the Samsara natural technique. Now Nagato can do it, but Obito thinks that instead of reviving Madara, it is better to let Nagato continue to lead Akatsuki to collect the tail beasts. In the end, he can become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and perform the infinite Tsukuyomi. Why revive Madara? What if Madara didn't tell the truth? With Madara's powerful strength, he can't control it after resurrection. Now he is not the boy who was easily deceived at that time. Instead of putting his fate in the hands of others, it is better to control it in his own hands. Anyway, as long as the Moon Eye plan succeeds in the end, it can be regarded as the fulfillment of Madara's wish. Zay! Tiandao Pain called out, and Nepenthe Zetsu immediately emerged from the ground. Chief, what do you want? Go to Konoha for surveillance. I want to know the records of all ninjas entering and leaving Konoha during this period. Tiandao Pain ordered. Zay nodded and sank under the tower. You go and inform the other members to put down all the tasks in hand and return to the base first. Tiandao Pain turned his head to look at Obito, who activated Kamui and disappeared on the spot. In a room under the tower, Conan looked at Nagato, who was as thin as a rib and had black sticks stuck in his back. He frowned and said in a worried tone, I always feel that this Uchiha Madara has other purposes. It's better to be careful with him. I don't know if Uchiha Madara is true or not. He still has some use value now. When the tail beasts are collected, if he dares to make any unusual moves, kill him immediately. Nagato coughed twice, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. For this man called Uchiha Madara, he never fully trusted him from beginning to end. His ability to become a hollow can only last for 5 minutes. If he dares to betray you, I will help you kill him. Conan tidied Nagato's hair and said gently, Sarutobi, why am I not on the list of candidates for the 5th Hokage? In the Konoha Hokage building, Danzo looked at the list of candidates for the 5th Hokage in his hand and asked angrily. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, Hyuga Hayashi, Nara Shikaku, the 3rd Hokage drafted 5 candidates for the Hokage, but he was the only one who did not include Danzo, who had made countless contributions to Konoha and wanted to be the Hokage the most. Shimura, don't be angry, I know you want to contribute to the village, but you are about the same age as me. Even if you are really allowed to be the Hokage, how many years can you still be the Hokage? Why not give the opportunity to the young people? Besides, the Root still needs you to take charge of the overall situation. If you become the Hokage, will the Root merge with the Anbu? The 3rd generation persuaded kindly. The next to them, Koharu Udatane and Midokado, also nodded and followed the 3rd generation to persuade. They couldn't let Danzo become the Hokage, not only because Danzo was a hawk and the two of them didn't agree with their ideas, but also because if Danzo became the Hokage, Konoha's Anbu and Root would be led by Danzo. In this way, Konoha would basically become Danzo's one-man show, and the two of them would not have a good life. What they need is for the two biggest forces in Konoha, Danzo and the Sandake, to confront each other, so that they can gain power from it. Just like now, when Konoha has any important decision, once Danzo and the Sandake disagree, they will try to win them over to stand on the same side before making a decision. Danzo saw this and immediately understood that this list was actually prepared in advance by the Sandake and 2 advisors, leaving him aside. He knew that the Sandake didn't want him to take over as Hokage, but he didn't expect the other party to be so ruthless that he didn't even let him on the list of candidates, and now he was completely desperate. It seems that we can only cooperate with that prince. Danzo gritted his teeth and had made up his mind. He had been thinking about Li Chuan's words these days, and always felt that things would not be so simple, but after investigating the information, it seemed to be somewhat reasonable. He didn't believe that a person spent more than a year to go from a person who didn't know ninjutsu to a powerful person like he is now, because this was not a question of genius or not, but an impossible task. So according to his thinking, Li Chuan is a genius, but he must have been exposed to ninjutsu since he was very young. He just pretended to be incapable of ninjutsu and in poor health, and stayed in his prince's palace all year round. His purpose is probably very simple, which is to cover up and relax the vigilance of the daimyo and others. If he was not for power and the position of daimyo, there would be no need to pretend for so many years. In this situation, since he has no chance at all, he might as well bring in the scheming Li Chuan to mix things up. Anyway, there will be no worse results. You are right. I am indeed too old to be the Hokage, and the Root does need me to manage it. Danzo's face changed from full of anger to a friendly attitude. This change also surprised the Sandai and the 2 advisors. They thought that according to Danzo's character, there would be a lot of trouble. In order to appease Danzo, the Sandai even planned to give up some rights, such as passing Danzo's previous proposal to increase the number of Root personnel. He does have the most power to decide on the selection of Hokage, But if things get too ugly, it won't be a good thing for the entire Konoha. As a leader, he knows very well that he can't do everything on his own. However, I have a suggestion, which is to add another candidate for Hokage. Danzo knocked on his cane. The third generation suddenly realized that there was another plan after hearing this, which was more like Danzo's style. Of course, Shimura, who else do you think is more suitable? I will add them to the list now. As long as it wasn't Danzo himself, the third Hokage didn't care which ninja he recommended from the root. Because the third Hokage knew very well that Danzo's qualifications for the election of Hokage would definitely meet the standards. Danzo's contribution to Konoha was not small, and there were many supporters and families in the village who agreed with his ideas. But no matter who the root ninja he recommended was, there was no chance. Many of the missions of the root ninjas were top-secret missions that were not disclosed to the public. They had been silently working for the village in the dark. Therefore, some of their contributions cannot be brought to the surface, and naturally they will not be recognized by the normal ninjas and villagers in the village. And how can a ninja who cannot be recognized by the public become a Hokage? Even if he does not intervene in the end, this result will not change. Hearing the words of the third generation, Danzo narrowed his eyes, and then said in a light tone, I recommend your fourth disciple, our noble Prince Yuanchuan, Sarutobi. I think he meets the requirements of the candidate for Hokage in every aspect. Chapter 301. Shimura, are you sure you're not kidding? Danzo's answer stunned the third generation and the two advisors. They thought it would be one of the root cadres, Aburame Ryoma, Aburame Tone and Yamanaka Fu, but they didn't expect it to be the third generation's new disciple Yuanchuan. This answer caught them off guard. Of course I'm not kidding. In terms of status, he is the fourth disciple of you, the third generation, and the prince of the land of fire. In terms of contribution, he saved you, the third generation, and a large number of ninjas and villagers in the village during Orochimaru, and the Sand Ninjas Konoha collapse plan. In terms of strength, he developed a new sage mode by himself, severely injured Kisame, the S-rank rebel ninja of the Mist Shadow, and repelled Uchiha Itachi. You should know Itachi's strength. I think except Jiraiya and Tsunade, the others on this list seem to be inferior to him. Danzo's words were firm. Udatane Kohara frowned when she heard it. It's true, but Marukawa is from the daimyo after all. If he becomes Hokage, I'm afraid that the internal affairs of Konoha will be affected by the daimyo, which is not in the interests of the village. You are wrong. I think you are too narrow-minded. Maybe he was a daimyo's man before, but if he becomes Hokage, his status will be equal to that of the daimyo. How can he be controlled by the daimyo again? If he becomes Hokage, the daimyo will have a better impression of the village and allocate more funds to the village. The relationship between the village and the daimyo will become better, which is a good thing. Besides, we consultants are watching over him. If he really doesn't care about the village, I think it won't be too late to replace him. Danzo turned his eyes to Udatane Koharu and Mito Kato and reminded them meaningfully, as Konoha consultants, aren't we supposed to give good advice to the Hokage and correct their mistakes? Otherwise, wouldn't there be no value in our existence? Danzo's meaning was very clear. Yuanchuan might have a relationship with the daimyo, but after he became the Hokage, the value and rights of consultants like them could be reflected. If the third Hokage chose his people to be the Hokage, the third Hokage, the former Hokage and current consultant, plus the fifth Hokage, would be a united front, and there would be no point for the three consultants. Udatane Koharu and Mitaman were also two old foxes. When they heard what Danzo said, they immediately understood his intention and immediately changed their words. What Danzo said does make sense. I think it is reasonable to add Marukawa as a candidate for Hokage. Marukawa is the fourth disciple of the third generation, but it is just a name. The two of them cannot have a deep relationship. He is also the nephew of the daimyo, and seems to have some relationship with Danzo. It seems that it is more in the interests of both of them for such a person to become Hokage. It's not that they don't love the village, but it's reasonable for them to seek benefits for themselves while loving the village. The Sandai looked at Danzo, then at Udatane Koharu and Mito Kato then took a puff of his pipe, thought for about 3 seconds, and replied with a smile, What you said makes sense, then let's add another one, Marukawa. He could see the reason why the two advisors suddenly changed their attitudes, but it didn't matter, because even if Marukawa was added to the list of candidates for Hokage, the final decision was in his hands. Yuanchuan is indeed qualified to run for the position of Hokage, but the others are no worse than Yuanchuan, especially Jiraiya and Tsunade, two legendary three ninjas, whose achievements and reputations are overwhelming. What really made him think was, did Danzo push Yuanchuan up to disgust him, Or was there really some secret between the two of them that he didn't know about? Picking up the pen on the table and adding the word Yuan Chuan to the end of the list, the third generation called the ninja standing at the door and ordered, "Post this list on the village bulletin board." Although the decision on the new Hokage is in the hands of the previous Hokage, it does not mean that the third Hokage can choose whoever he wants. For example, if he chooses Naruto to succeed the fifth Hokage, the whole village will explode immediately. So nominally, the selection of the new Hokage is based on the model of the first Hokage. When the first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara led the major families to jointly establish the first ninja village Konoha, when determining the first Hokage candidate, Hashirama originally planned to let Madara be the first Hokage. However, his younger brother Tobirama proposed that all family members vote to choose the first generation Hokage, otherwise it would not be convincing. So Hashirama, who received the highest number of votes, became the first generation Hokage. Hashirama died after fighting with Madara in the Valley of the End, and Tobirama became the Hokage, which was also the result of the votes of the major families. Of course, at that time, Tobirama had already won over all the families except the Uchiha to his side. When it came to the third generation Hokage, because it was during the war, and the second generation used his life to hold back the enemy and pass the Hokage to the third generation directly skipped the vote and won the position of Hokage. In the fourth generation, it was back to voting. But besides Minato, the other candidates for Hokage were Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, the three famous ninjas. However, Tsunade left the village, and Jiraiya gave up on his own initiative, which left Minato and Orochimaru to compete. The third generation finally chose Minato. With the support of the third generation, the families that followed the third generation would naturally vote for Minato, and in the end, Minato's votes would definitely far exceed Orochimaru. The reason why the Hokage has the power to decide when choosing a successor is because he can make most of the families in Konoha vote for the successor he chooses. Therefore, in essence, under normal circumstances, the selection of Konoha Hokage is still based on the one with the most votes. Now, the list of candidates for the fifth Hokage is announced to the entire Konoha village ninjas and villagers, and the subsequent voting will be based on this list of candidates. The reason why Danzo was so angry before was that his name was not on the list of candidates, so he didn't even have a chance to be voted. If his name was on the list, he could also mobilize the small number of families in the village that supported him, and lobby other families to support him, and there would be a 1 in 10,000 chance of getting the most votes. Danzo is a very capable guy. Under the Hokage rock, Li Chuan looked at the list of candidates for Hokage on the bulletin board and touched his chin with a smile. In fact, he was not completely sure whether Danzo would help him. But it didn't matter, he had several backup plans anyway, but this was the best result now, a choice that would benefit both you and me. Because if the backup plan was activated, unhappy scenes would inevitably occur. For example, kidnapping the third generation, forcibly stealing the secrets of the major families, and taking over the entire Konoha by force, these were not too difficult for Li Chuan with his current strength. Chapter 302. With his current strength, if he exerted his full strength, he would not be afraid of anyone unless he was at the level of the six-path sage. His strong body, terrifying recovery ability, and mastery of ninjutsu, magic, Taoism, and magic weapons, combined, even if Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were resurrected, he would have a great chance of winning. There are two reasons why he does not want to conquer by force. One is that he is not really such a cold-blooded person. According to the words of this world, he has some ties with some people in this world, and he doesn't want to become a villain besieged by everyone unless it is absolutely necessary. Second, his strength is not really to the point where he can despise everything. There are the Otsutsuki clan on the alien planet, and there are various hidden gods in this world. Even the six-path sage is not really dead. So if possible, don't be too reckless, or don't be too reckless. If the boat capsizes, it will be too unprofitable. It's not a life or death crisis now, so it would be better if it could be taken more safely and stably. Next, I guess the third generation will talk to me. Leaving the bulletin board, Li Chuan thought to himself. Since Danzo put his name on the list of candidates for Hokage, it would be hard for the third generation not to be suspicious of him, and he would ask for advice on ninjutsu every now and then, so naturally they would have to talk. However, what surprised Li Chuan was that in the following period of time, the third generation still guided him in practicing ninjutsu as usual, and did not ask any questions about him and Danzo, not even probing. Later, he thought that maybe the third generation didn't care about this. Maybe the third generation thought that he couldn't become Hokage, so it didn't matter even if he had some dealings with Danzo. Because Danzo was a Konoha man after all, and he wasn't an enemy. He just had some political disagreements with the third generation, and he had always coveted the position of Hokage. In fact, the third generation also needed Danzo, needed the existence of the root, to deal with some problems that he couldn't deal with, and to do some shady tasks, just like the Uchiha rebellion back then. Although Danzo always likes to plot behind the back of the third generation, he has indeed handled many things for the village that the third generation could not do openly. Otherwise, if it was just for the friendship of the past, the third generation would not have allowed Danzo to develop and expand the roots. Including the future fifth generation, Danzo is also needed. Therefore, even if Li Chuan really reached a deal with Danzo in secret, as long as it does not harm the village, it is not a big deal. The third generation has always treated the Shimura clan, who have always been staunch supporters of Danzo, and the Aburame clan, who are biased towards Danzo, fairly, and has never targeted them. Instead of questioning Li Chuan and making him unhappy, it is better to just pretend that this matter does not exist and continue as usual. No matter what Danzo wants to do, as long as the third generation is firmly in power, nothing will change. The reason why the third generation has been able to sit in the position of Hokage for so many years without being replaced by Danzo is because he is stable enough. 1 month after Li Chuan entered the Naruto world, in the Nine Eyes Cemetery, in the Land of Rain, in the base of the Akatsuki organization, Pain's animal path, Uchiha Itachi, Hashigaki Kisame, Sasori, Deidara, and Afei, a total of 6 people, sat cross-legged on each finger of the 10, closing their eyes to rest. Unlike usual times, most of the people who came were phantoms, but this time, all of them were real. Originally, they were following the instructions of their leader Pain to carry out missions in various countries, intensifying conflicts between some small countries, and triggering small-scale wars to gain benefits from them. Afei, who has the ability of time and space, suddenly appeared and notified them to return to the base to gather. After everyone hurriedly gathered at the base, Pain appeared and announced the shocking news that Kakuzu was killed in the Fire Temple, and that he was about to gather all the members of Akatsuki to destroy the largest ninja village, Konoha, in one fell swoop. Except for Itachi, all Akatsuki members agreed with this decision and showed full confidence. Kisame wanted to avenge the serious injury caused by Marukawa, and Sasori and Deidara, 2 art masters, wanted to use Konoha, the most powerful ninja village, to show their artistic concepts. Itachi wanted to secretly pass this news to the third generation and Li Chuan, but he didn't dare to move because Pain was watching at the base. After a while, Zetsu with a pitcher plant head slowly emerged from the ground. According to the current information, it can be confirmed that Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, has left Konoha village with the 9-tailed brat a few days ago. Because of the joint attack of Orochimaru and the Sand Ninja, a large number of buildings in Konoha were damaged. In order to raise enough funds for repair, Konoha is currently in the peak period of missions, and a large number of ninjas are out on missions, and not in the village. The animal path Pain opened his samsara eye, pressed his hands down, and instantly summoned the heaven path Pain, the hungry ghost path Pain, the human path Pain, the hell path Pain, and the Shura path Pain. Let's go, the target is Konoha. This time the mission is to kill everyone in Konoha, raise Konoha to the ground, and let the world feel the pain for the first time. Tendo Pain opened the stone gate of the base that was sealed by ninjutsu, and rushed towards Konoha with all the Akatsuki members. Although he was very confident in himself and the strength of the Akatsuki members, Konoha was the most powerful ninja village in the ninja world after all. In the previous Ninja World Wars, even if it was 1 against 2 or 3, it could still have an advantage. So Nagato did not blindly lead all the people of Akatsuki to kill directly, but sent Zetsu, an intelligence expert, to scout the intelligence first and choose a time when Konoha was the weakest. He wanted to wipe out Konoha from this world without any casualties on his side. The Land of Rain is located at the junction of the Land of Earth, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Wind, so it would only take 1 or 2 hours to go from the Land of Rain to Konoha at the speed of the Akatsuki ninjas. Not long after Tendo Pain led the Akatsuki members out of the Nine-Eyed Tomb, Konan flapped the white wings behind her, and followed with the skinny Nagato. Nagato controlled Pain's 6 paths with a special black stick Madara had set up, but he couldn't be too far away, otherwise he couldn't control it accurately. Konan did not participate in the plan to destroy Konoha. Her responsibility was to protect Nagato's weak body. If Nagato's body was not in trouble, Pain's 6 paths would not lose. Because as long as Pain's 6 paths did not destroy Hell Path, even if the other 5 paths were all killed, Hell Path could be resurrected. It was impossible to kill them all. How could they lose in this way? An hour and a half later, in the woods outside Konoha village, Heaven Path Pain looked at the perception barrier wrapped by Konoha in front and ordered, "Invade head-on. We have to push the entire Konoha." In Nagato's view, Pain's 6 paths, and all the members of Akatsuki were definitely stronger than the current Konoha. There was no need to engage in any conspiracy or trickery, just push through the gate to the end. Chapter 303. Boom, boom, boom! Li Chuan, who was studying ninjutsu with his shadow clone in the room, heard a huge explosion outside and immediately put away his shadow clone. His figure appeared on the roof in a flash. Finally here. Looking at the scene of various ninjutsu flying around in the southern area of Konoha village, he couldn't help but smile. Because he knew that Akatsuki finally attacked Konoha under his guidance, and his becoming the 5th Hokage would probably not be a problem. There is a strong enemy invading. All the Jonin and Chunin of the Sarutobi clan will follow me to the south gate for support. The Jinin will go to evacuate the villagers. The house where Li Chuan lives now belongs to the Sarutobi clan, so he soon saw the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan start to take action. At the same time, he also saw that the 3rd generation had changed into armor again in the Hokage building, and led the ninjas of the Anbu to rush to the southern area of Konoha. He should know that the situation is serious, and has planned to take action himself. But it is indeed serious, because the southern area is falling very fast, and the explosion is advancing to the north of the village, which means that the ninjas at the south gate obviously have no resistance. In fact, it is normal. There is no ninja in Konoha who can stop Pain's 6 paths, not to mention the other members of Akatsuki. If Kai opens the 8 gates, it is powerful enough, but Kai will die after opening the 8 gates, and it is useless to open the 8 gates without knowing the information of Pain's 6 paths. Because even if Kai opens all the 8 gates, he can kill the most powerful Heaven Path with one kick, and he will be resurrected by Hell Path in the next second. The power of Kai's 8 gates is beyond the level of Kage, and it is indeed terrifying, and can even kick half of Madara's body. But it is too simple and easy to be targeted. If Madara didn't want to try Kai's 8 gates and chose to take it head-on, there are many ways to avoid Kai's attack. In this world, if the strength is not too different, the information of ninjas is very important. If Kai knew the information of the members of the Akatsuki organization, he could kill anyone in seconds with all 8 gates, and no one could take his life-burning kick head-on. But if he didn't know, and let Akatsuki know the information of his 8 gates, then except for Kisame, he probably couldn't kill anyone. Nagato is useless if he can't find his real body. Konan can turn into paper, and is almost immune to physical attacks unless his chakra is exhausted. Obito can use Kamui to escape, and come back after the 8 gates are over. Deidara can fly to the sky to avoid it by himself. It's useless if Scorpion doesn't destroy his core, they are all puppets. Kakuzu has 5 lives, Haiden has an immortal body, and Zetsu's body is White Zetsu, and he can change his body after he dies. As for Itachi, with Itachi's combat wisdom, Kai estimates that he will be tricked by Tsukuyomi or directly killed by Amaterasu before he can open the 8 gates. In fact, Li Chuan didn't know that Kai was no longer in the village. It wasn't because he was on a mission with Ningxi and others like last time. On the contrary, he was in the south of the village, and was the first ninja to fight against the Akatsuki members. It was just that before he opened the 8 gates, he was attacked by Obito with the power of Kamui, and sent to the water country, the farthest from Konoha. It would take at least 3 to 5 days for him to return to Konoha. The main reason was that Obito was kicked away by Kai during the Chunin exam, so he knew how powerful Kai's 8 gates was, and he also knew about his father's killing of the 7 mist shadows with the 8 gates fully opened. So for safety's sake, as soon as he saw Kai, he used Kamui to sneak attack and sent him away. The 3rd generation led the Anbu ninjas to leap towards the south of the village, and during this time, the ninjas from various families living in the north of the village received orders to join them. How many enemies are there? And what is the current situation? Currently, there are 11 people that can be observed, and the situation is very bad. The ninjas guarding the south gate suffered heavy casualties, and a large number of civilians were affected. A Hyuga ninja from the Anbu reported with his Byakugan. After crossing the river, send 1/3 of the ninjas to evacuate the villagers in the south of the village. After the villagers have evacuated, we will concentrate our forces to deal with the invading ninjas. The 3rd generation immediately gave orders upon hearing this. Most of the villagers, who do not know ninjutsu, live in the south of the village. He is afraid that the battle with the enemy will cause more villagers to be injured and killed. Sir, there is a ninja flying in the air on the other side, who has been throwing explosive ninjutsu below the village. The attack range is very large. It will be difficult to evacuate the villager safely if he is not dealt with. The ANBU Hyuga reported again. The third Hokage looked up at the sky in the south of the village. There was indeed a ninja standing on a white flying bird, constantly throwing white clay down. Every time the clay hit the ground, it would explode and destroy a house. Konoha currently has no ninjas that can fly in the air. The Sarutobi clan, listen to the order, disperse to various locations in the south of the village, use fire escape to detonate the clay bombs in advance, and cover the villagers' evacuation. Yes, Hokage. The current head of the Sarutobi clan responded. However, when the Konoha military strategist Shikaka heard the order from the third Hokage, his brows furrowed. Sir, the enemy is very strong. If we disperse our forces too much, we may not be able to deal with them. As the main gate of the village, the number of ninjas guarding the south of the village is not small. However, it has only been a few minutes since the news of the enemy invasion from the barrier team was received, and most of the buildings in the south of the village have been destroyed. This shows that the enemy is stronger than they imagined. Even if Orochimaru and the Sand Ninja attacked Konoha together last time, to be honest, the speed of capture was much slower than it is now. It is not a wise decision to allocate 1/3 of the ninjas to evacuate the villagers, and then allocate the powerful Sarutobi clan ninjas to cooperate. In his opinion, all ninjas should be concentrated to deal with the invaders first. Although the losses in the south of the village will be heavier, the north of the village can at least be preserved, and the strength of the village can be preserved to the greatest extent. It will be difficult to deal with it if we don't disperse, so our battle will focus on delaying, and we can't fight head-on. The third generation couldn't help but sigh. Through the information from the barrier class, he already knew that the attack was from the mysterious organization Akatsuki where Itachi was undercover. According to the strength of Akatsuki members that Itachi had reported in recent years, Konoha was in trouble this time. It was much more troublesome than the previous joint attack by Orochimaru and the Sand Ninja. Just when the third generation was worried, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was none other than Li Chuan. Lord Chuan. The eyes of the ninjas lit up when they saw Li Chuan. Many of them survived the last war because of Li Chuan's medical ninjutsu. Teacher, leave the villagers and the wounded to me, and the ninja in the sky to me, and you concentrate on dealing with the invaders. Li Chuan activated the Sage mode, formed seals with his hands, and instantly created thousands of shadow clones, and then each shadow clone disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was holding a wounded ninja and villager in its hands. His real body spread its flying sword wings behind him, and flew towards Deidara in the air. Chapter 304. Explosion is art, ha ha ha, I want you to appreciate my art. Deidara stood on a big white bird made of clay, excitedly throwing clay spiders to the ground, and those clay spiders would immediately rush to the nearby ninjas or civilians after landing, blowing them up one by one. Most of the Chunin and Jinin in the south of Konoha village, as well as a large number of villagers, were actually killed by his clay bomb airdrops. I say, throwing ninjutsu randomly in other villages is a very unethical thing. It's not good to be so ignorant at such a young age. Just when Deidara was getting excited, a strange voice suddenly sounded from behind him. He turned his head, and saw that a young man had stood on his flying bird. It's you, the prince who defeated Itachi. Deidara was not surprised but happy when he recognized Li Chuan. He immediately spit out several small flying birds made of white clay from the special mouth in his palm. Let me kill you today, and let them know that my art is the strongest art. It turned out that he was defeated by Itachi at the beginning, and he felt that Itachi's art was better than his, so he was willing to join the Akatsuki organization. Later, he kept practicing his explosive art, in order to defeat Itachi again to prove his art. Now he met Li Chuan, who killed Kakuzu, Haiden, and defeated Itachi. He felt that as long as he killed Li Chuan, it would naturally prove that his explosive art had surpassed Itachi's art. Detonating clay double-winged bird. Several small white birds flew out of his hands. One of them rushed straight to Li Chuan's face, and the other three drew 3 arcs, approaching rapidly from the left, right, and top directions. However, this clay bird that could blow up an ordinary jonin had just flown half the distance, when it was dismembered into hundreds of pieces, and fell to the ground. What is that? Seeing dozens of small swords flying out from Li Chuan's wings, and slashing his double-winged bird in the blink of an eye, Deidara was also stunned. Normally, even if a clay bird is hit by a kunai or sword, it will explode instantly and injure the enemy, unless the opponent's kunai or sword has a change in the nature of the lightning attribute chakra attached to it. But he didn't feel the thunder attribute chakra from those dozens of small swords. And this way of controlling dozens of weapons to attack the enemy is a bit similar to the puppet that can use magnetic escape of Brother Scorpion. It's a bit too much to bully you with flying swords. This way, let you appreciate my explosion art. After putting dozens of floating flying swords back on the wings, Li Chuan thought for a while, and pointed in the direction of Daedara. Thunder explosion. A powerful explosion sounded, and the clay bird under Daedara's feet was shattered. Daedara himself was also blown down from the sky by the powerful magic explosion. Due to his strong spirit and the research of magic by his shadow clone, Li Chuan's magic level has been greatly improved. He is no worse than top wizards in using powerful destructive magic, such as the explosion spell. In fact, if he had just used the flying sword wings to attack Daedara, with the speed of the flying sword, he would have been able to kill Daedara instantly. Daedara's clay explosion is very powerful, especially his C0 self-explosion that can destroy a radius of 10 kilometers, but other than that, other aspects are not very outstanding. When he fought Itachi, he was killed instantly by the illusion. Li Chuan's flying sword is not a magnetic escape technique that controls metal, but a real magic weapon. Each flying sword has a sword light that can break all magic. If he really uses all his strength to kill the enemy with the sword, Daedara will not have time to activate his clay bomb. Even if he activates it, it will be directly pierced by his flying sword. It's just that considering that killing Daedara now has not achieved the effect he expected, he temporarily uses the explosion spell to play with him. It's not that you can be recognized by everyone after becoming a Hokage, but only those who are recognized by everyone can become Hokage. This is what Itachi said to Naruto after being resurrected by the impure world reincarnation. The identity of Li Chuan's body was not born in Konoha, nor was he a pure Konoha ninja. This made it difficult for him to be recognized by the top leaders of Konoha. In the last Konoha collapse plan, he saved the third generation and saved many injured ninjas and villagers in Konoha, which made him gain a certain degree of recognition and become the fourth disciple of the third generation. But this is far from enough for him to become Hokage. To become Hokage, he must make more than 80% of the ninjas and villagers in Konoha village feel that he is the only one who can be the Hokage. And to achieve this, he must make great contributions to Konoha and highlight his indispensability. It won't work like last time, because even without him, Konoha would still win in the end, but the price paid was a bit high. That's why he is not so eager to take action. Only by bringing enough to spare to Akatsuki can his value be reflected. Of course, this process will definitely kill people, and many people will die. But it doesn't matter, anyway, there is Nagato's outer path, Samsara reincarnation technique, which is a ninjutsu that can truly revive the dead in this world. It is a complete resurrection, not the kind of impure world resurrection. Only people with the Samsara eye can perform it. If it is a person who has just died and his body is still there, then a large number of people can be resurrected at once. If it is a person who has been dead for a long time, then it will be much more difficult, and there is a high probability that only one person can be resurrected. But no matter how many people there are, the user will die after using this ninjutsu. Madara's original plan was to wait until Nagato grew up enough to perform the reincarnation technique, and then let the possessed Nagato use this technique to revive himself at his peak. As a result, when attacking Konoha, Nagato was verbally persuaded by Naruto, and used this technique to revive all the Konoha ninjas he killed. As expected of Lord Chuan, seeing the flying ninja in the air being knocked down by Li Chuan, the civilians and wounded in the south of the village were rescued and treated by Li Chuan's shadow clones. The ninjas who were rushing to the south of the village all expressed their amazement. For a moment, even the third Hokage thought that if Jiraiya couldn't convince Tsunade to come back, maybe it would be a good idea to let Li Chuan take over as the fifth Hokage. Especially the scene where Li Chuan used the space-time ninjutsu to save people, he couldn't help but think of the fourth Hokage Namake's Minato, who died young and made him very satisfied. Everyone listen to my orders, follow me to do our best to deal with the invaders. The third Hokage led most of the Chunin and above ninjas in the north of the village, and crossed the small river that divided the village. But not long after they entered the south of the village, 6 ninjas with a Rinnegan appeared and blocked their way. You ignorant mortals, the culprits who started the war, let God judge you today, I will make you feel pain. Chapter 305. A little guy with an extreme personality. Li Chuan looked at Daedara, who was blown to the ground and got up in a mess, and folded his flying sword wings and landed in front of him. Every member of the Akatsuki organization has a tragic past, and it is precisely because of these tragic growth experiences that they have become what they are now. In fact, many of them were originally normal. Nagato and Konan, who originally followed their friend Yahiko to lobby various countries everywhere, hoping to achieve peace through dialogue and stop wars, are true idealistic peace messengers. However, He was surrounded and killed by the leaders of the Rain Ninja, Hanzo and Danzo, which led to the death of Yahiko, and eventually formed Nagato's current extreme thoughts. Among them, Nagato, Konan and Yahiko are all orphans. Nagato originally had a happy family, but his parents were mistakenly killed by Konoha ninjas during the war. Obito, needless to say, wanted to build a world with Rin. His personality changed drastically after his favorite woman was killed. He was originally an optimistic, cheerful, kind-hearted child who often helped old ladies cross the road. His biggest dream was to become a Hokage. Scorpion's parents were killed by Konoha White Fang, Kakashi's father, when he was young. He felt extremely insecure. When he was young, he used puppets to make his parents look like him and hug him, which distorted his personality and made him feel that life was too short. Kakuza risked his life to accept the order of the village leaders to assassinate the first Hokage. He was lucky enough to escape back to the village. He should have been a hero of the village, but he was severely punished and imprisoned by the village leaders for failing the mission. From then on, his personality changed drastically. He only believed in money and not people. He escaped from prison and stole the village's secret technique, Earth Resentment, and took the hearts of all the village leaders and began to wander. Haiden was born in the peaceful country of Hot Springs. He was captured by the evil cult and transformed into a cruel and murderous evil cultist. Kisame loves his village, but has to slaughter ninjas from the same village for the safety of the village. Itachi killed his parents, a large number of his clansmen, and the girl he liked for the safety of the village and Sasuke. Even Zetsu was trying to save his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki, who was sealed on the moon. But Deidara is different from everyone else. He was born in the Hidden Rock village. He was accepted as a disciple by the Tsuchikichi because of his extraordinary talent since he was a child. His fellow brothers and sisters also care about him. He grew up in a very loving environment, but in the end, he became a non-extreme egoist who pursued the art of explosion. He started to create terrorist bombings in the village at the age of 9, and became a rebel ninja and joined Akatsuki at the age of 12 because he was defeated by Itachi. He didn't care about the people in the village who loved and cared about him, and he did what he wanted. Such people are the most incomprehensible and unacceptable type of people in Li Chuan's opinion, just like a child with a very extreme personality. You actually despise my art, so I let you try this. The contempt in Li Chuan's eyes seemed to sting Deidara, and he immediately became furious. If he hadn't reacted quickly to the explosion just now, and used clay to defend the surface, he would have almost died. Detonating clay centipede. A white clay broke out from under Li Chuan's feet, and quickly wrapped Li Chuan tightly. Although extremely self-centered, Deidara's fighting talent is not low. The moment he landed, he had ambushed a clay centipede underground in advance, waiting for this moment. Ha! He formed a seal with one hand, and launched his own explosive escape. Boom! A huge explosion sounded instantly on Li Chuan's body. Haha, no one is better than me in the art of explosion. Oh, really? Li Chuan patted the dust on his body, revealing his devilishly muscular upper body, and replied indifferently. In the immortal mode, this explosion power could not cause any harm to him except to tear his clothes. How is it possible? Seeing the intact Li Chuan, Deidara immediately showed an incredible expression. Although the clay centipede was not his most powerful ninjutsu, it could explode even an Iron Man into pieces with such a close explosion. Then it can only be this. This is the ninjutsu I created to kill Itachi. Deidara stuffed a large ball of clay into his mouth and chewed it for a while. After a while, a huge clay doll that looked exactly like him appeared in front of Li Chuan. See for Garuda. If you don't know the information about this ninjutsu, it's really a troublesome ninjutsu. Looking at the clay Deidara that was more than 10 meters high in front of him, Li Chuan muttered to himself. When you see such a large clay doll, you will subconsciously think it is a giant bomb, but you don't know that it is just a trick of Deidara to deceive people. After the clay doll explodes, it will not cause any damage, but will emit countless small clay spiders that are invisible to the naked eye, and then silently enter the enemy's body and explode. No matter how strong the defense of the exterior is, the internal organs cannot defend against it. To be honest, even if Li Chuan's body is so abnormal now, if it is really exploded from the inside, he will definitely be seriously injured. However, with his healing ability, he can recover quickly even if he is seriously injured, so the problem is not big. It's just that for normal ninjas in this world, it is indeed a move that is difficult to resist. Of course, since Li Chuan knows the information, he will definitely not let those small clay spider bombs enter his body. So he formed seals with both hands, and made the signature ninja gesture of the fire temple again. Senjutsu. Come and welcome the 1,000 hands kill. A thousand-hand Guanyin statue that was no less than a giant puppet wrapped Li Chuan's body completely. Since he was in Konoha now, some ninjutsu that could not be explained clearly, such as the 8 gates of Duinjia, the mutual detonation talisman, the Mangekyo Samsara Eye, etc., could definitely not be used. But even if he didn't use those, with his body and the ninjutsu and magic he mastered, he was enough to deal with all the members of Akatsuki. Just like the Fire Temple ninjutsu he is using now, under the blessing of the Sage mode, although the power is much worse than the Sage technique Susanoo 3 heads and 6 arms mode, it is more than enough to deal with Deidara. Countless golden giant palms directly blasted the giant puppet, and the countless small clay spider bombs inside, under the control of Deidara, frantically tried to squeeze into Li Chuan's body, but were completely blocked by the thousand-armed Guanyin statue outside. It seems that your art is not very good. Li Chuan's teasing voice made Deidara tremble with anger. He no longer tried to let those small spiders break through the thousand-armed Guanyin statue, but directly controlled them to gather on the surface of the thousand-armed Guanyin statue and detonate at the same time. Even if they did not enter the body, the power of so many small spider bombs exploding at the same time was actually very terrifying. Mainly because those huge golden palms were already attacking him. He didn't dare to take the golden palms that could kill every corner. Actively detonating the small spider bombs was also a helpless move to save his life. Chapter 306. The one who can kill Kakuzu, defeat Kisame, and Itachi is really powerful. At the moment when all the spider bombs were detonated, Deidara hid underground using the Earth-style, Earth Dragon hiding technique. After meeting Li Chuan, he was beaten all the time, and almost all his means could not cause any harm to the opponent. The ninjutsu just now was his most powerful trick besides the ultimate self-destruction technique. But he still didn't have the confidence to kill the opponent, so he hid first for safety. The key point is that according to the information provided by Zetsu, this guy also knows time and space ninjutsu. Even if he sacrifices himself for art, the opponent can dodge calmly. He loves art, and is willing to sacrifice himself for it, but he is not stupid. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded throughout the entire Konoha village, directly razing most of the buildings in the southeast of the village to the ground, causing all the fighting ninjas to stop and turn their attention to this side. In fact, because of the appearance of the giant puppet and the thousand-handed Guanyin, the battle between Li Chuan and Deidara has already attracted the attention of many people. The appearance of two such large things is too conspicuous. He actually forced Deidara to use this move. It seems that this prince is indeed quite powerful. In the southwest of the Hyuga clan's territory, Scorpion threw away a Hyuga ninja who had been pierced by the Haruga amber backtail thorn, looked up to the east, and said expressionlessly. Around him were corpses, some of whom had fallen to the ground but not died from the poison needles, and some of whom had been pierced through the body and died without a sound. Opposite him, there were more than 20 ninjas standing, mainly ninjas from the Hyuga clan's base, and some other Konoha ninjas, who came to support nearby. But the look in their eyes, when they looked at Scorpion, was full of solemnity. Similarly, at the village gate, Kisame relied on the vast amount of chakra and the ability of Samahata to absorb chakra, and beat Asuma, Hong, and Mitarashi Anko alone. They deeply realized how powerful Li Chuan was, who could repel Itachi and defeat Kisame. As for Uchiha Itachi, the double agent, he was fighting with Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and other ninjas who had recovered in the Uchiha base. When he first entered Konoha and saw Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura, he took advantage of Sasuke's hatred for him and took the initiative to lead him to the Uchiha base far away from other members of Akatsuki. Kakashi and Sakura followed immediately, worried about Sasuke's safety. Itachi's purpose in doing this was naturally to protect his brother from being killed by other members of the Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki's plan to attack Konoha was very simple, which was to kill from the south gate of Konoha all the way to the Hokage Rock, and kill all the living people in the village, especially every Konoha high-ranking official. Deidara threw bombs everywhere in the air, scattered ninjas to rescue civilians. Sasori went to kill the Hyuga clan, a big clan in Konoha, and Kisame and Itachi were responsible for dealing with other obstacles. The 6 paths of pain went directly to the north of the village to deal with the third Hokage, the Anbu, and all the remaining ninjas from the major families of Konoha. The last two, Afei and Zetsu, who were not very powerful in the eyes of Akatsuki, were free to make up the enemy and prevent some ninjas in the village from escaping and leaking Akatsuki's information. Now, except for Deidara, who was injured, and Itachi, who was slacking off, everyone else's mission went smoothly. It almost broke my senjutsu. Come to welcome the Thousand Hands kill. This move is really powerful. After the explosion, Li Chuan looked at the already shaky thousand-armed Guanyin Buddha statue and took it away. The explosive power of Daidara's ninjutsu just now was so strong that even his thousand-armed killing under the blessing of the sage mode was almost broken. It can indeed be called powerful. Moreover, this move was originally used to explode from the human body. It's almost time to end it. After receiving the overall situation of Konoha at this stage from several shadow clones specially used for observation, he felt that the time was almost ripe, and it was time to take action to deal with Deidara and really appear on the scene. Do you think you can escape my perception by hiding underground? Li Chuan looked at the ground not far ahead, with a sneer on his face. Although Deidara had already cleverly concealed his chakra, he was still seen through by him at a glance. Because he recently discovered a new ability of his yin-yang eyes, or more precisely, he developed a new use based on the previous ability. That is, he can see through the soul directly. No matter whether the enemy is invisible, deformed, or hiding underground, on a tree, or behind any cover, as long as he wants, he can directly see the enemy's soul. Now he could clearly see Deidara's soul, 20 meters in front and 6 meters underground. However, he could only see the soul, not see through it, nor could he achieve the effect of X-ray scanning. But he was very satisfied with this function. At least he didn't have to worry about being attacked in the future. You can change your appearance, hide your breath, and shrink your energy, but you can't change your soul. Dig 3 feet into the ground. Li Chuan pointed towards Deidara, and the magic effect of the digging spell took effect immediately. Deidara, who was hiding underground, sensed that Li Chuan's chakra aura had not weakened at all. He knew that his Garuda explosion must have not achieved the expected effect, so he simply continued to hide and chose other opportunities to attack. But suddenly, the soil around him disappeared in an instant, and he was directly exposed in front of Li Chuan. Before he could make a seal and prepare to perform a ninjutsu to escape, Li Chuan's figure had already arrived in front of him and flicked his forehead, causing him to lose consciousness directly. But before he lost consciousness, he realized one thing, that is, the opponent had actually been teasing him all along. Because if the opponent had been so fast at the beginning, he would have been defeated in the sky. Fall to the ground. At the moment when Li Chuan knocked Deidara unconscious, he also used the coma spell at the same time, using both physical and magical methods to ensure that Deidara was completely unconscious. Deal with 1. Reaching out his hand to pick up Deidara, whose forehead was swollen, Li Chuan opened his flying sword wings and flew directly to Kisame at the south gate. Is this the ninja of Konoha? Nothing more than that. At this time, at the south gate, Kisame used the water style of the great waterfall to form a huge water ball, which directly swept all the people surrounding him, including Asuma. He summoned a large number of sharks, and cooperated with Samahata, which had already merged into his body, to ruthlessly kill and harvest. Soon, the huge water ball was dyed blood red, and only the strongest Asuma, Hong and Mitarashi Anko were left to support the situation back to back. However, all they had left was despair. Asuma's fire escape was restrained by water escape, and Kurenai's illusion was ineffective because Kisame had Samahata, and Mitarashi Anko, a special jonin, could only rely on snake-type ninjutsu to barely hold on. In addition, their chakra was sucked away by Kisame every time they fought, and there was not much left. Chapter 307. Hong, if you can survive this time, marry me. Asuma in the big water ball, while desperately killing those bloodthirsty sharks with his sharp wind chakra knife, breathlessly proposed to Red Hair. He was afraid that if he didn't ask, he would have no chance. At this time, Hong, whose hand was injured when Kisame launched an attack just now, and could not make a seal, heard Asuma's words, and tried to raise the kunai in his left hand, and replied, I'm afraid we can only get married in the underworld. I knew there was something wrong with you too. You didn't admit it last time I asked you. Azuki Mitarashi, who was standing next to her, used her last chakra to perform the shadow snake hand, killing several sharks that attacked her, and took out the kunai in her arms. Let's die together. Seeing that the sharks had basically consumed the chakra of the 3 people, Kisame over there turned on his fastest speed and turned into a sharp arrow in the water to attack the 3 people. This time, the 3 people were no longer able to resist the fierce attack of Kisame after he turned into a mermaid. Get out of my way. Just when the 3 thought they were going to die, 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. One of them actually kicked Kisame in the face, and the powerful force kicked him out like a cannonball. It was Li Chuan who teleported in front of the 3 people with the unconscious Deidara. Chuan! Seeing Li Chuan appear, the despair in Asuma, and the other 2 immediately turned into hope. Because they knew that Li Chuan had defeated Kisame a month ago. It's you again. I let you succeed in the sneak attack last time. This time I want to avenge my previous shame. When Gusame saw Li Chuan appear, he showed a fearful look on his face. But then he thought of the last humiliation and suddenly became angry again. But Li Chuan didn't bother to pay attention to him, and just said to the three Asumas behind him, "Put your hands on my shoulders, I will take you out first." The three Asumas immediately stretched out a hand after hearing this. Apparition. Li Chuan and the three disappeared instantly, and when they reappeared, they were already outside the huge water ball. "You like to turn into a fish, right? Then I turn you into a grilled fish." At this time, the large water ball was surrounded by hundreds of Li Chuan shadow clones. When these shadow clones saw Li Chuan and the three people appear, they immediately formed seals and used advanced lightning ninjutsu on the large water ball. Lightning ninjutsu. 1,800 pillars binding technique. Under the combined ninjutsu of Li Chuan shadow clones, 1,800 long stone pillars suddenly rose from the ground, surrounding the huge water ball made by Kisame. Finally, it turned into a huge stone cage. Then, each stone pillar seemed to be connected to high-voltage electricity, bursting out amazing lightning and continuously launching lightning attacks on the water ball in the center of the stone pillar. Although the lightning escape in this world does not restrain the water escape, it still abides by the most basic physical law, that is, conductivity. So the result is imaginable. All the sharks in the water ball were instantly turned into air by the electricity, and Kisame, who was integrated with Samahata's sword, was also forcibly released from the fusion with Samahata under this terrifying lightning escape attack, and then fainted. Kisame lost consciousness, the water ball turned into air and disappeared, and Li Chuan also released the lightning attack. The last time he defeated Kisame with one strike was because he opened the 8 gates directly. Now in Konoha, he naturally couldn't open the 8 gates in front of Asuma and others. After all, he didn't know how to learn the 8 gates. And with his body in the Sage mode, although he could defeat Kisame, who was a combination of man and shark, he couldn't kill him with one strike. So he recalled all the shadow clones, who had completed the task of rescuing civilians, and performed a thunder and earth composite ninjutsu that he had learned from the 3rd generation during this period, the thunder release 4-pillar binding technique. Yes, this ninjutsu was originally called lightning release, 4-pillar binding technique, which is a powerful ninjutsu that combines lightning release and earth release. It can only be released by a ninja with at least 2 chakras of lightning release and earth release, or by 2 ninjas of earth release and lightning release working together. Normally, 4 pillars are raised to surround the enemy, and then lightning release is used to cause electric shock damage. If it is coordinated with a tacit jonin, it can also be upgraded to lightning release, 16-pillar binding technique, which blocks a larger area and makes it more difficult to escape, and the damage of lightning release is also higher. When this technique came into Li Chuan's hands, after his shadow clones continued to practice, combined with the powerful chakra of the main body, it was normally performed as the lightning release 32 pillars technique. If it was performed in the Sage mode, it would be the lightning release 108 pillars technique. If it was performed in the Sage mode with a large number of shadow clones, like now, it could evolve into the terrifying lightning release 1800 pillars technique. Seeing Kisame fainted by Li Chuan's attack and still twitching instinctively, Asuma and the other 2 couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. They knew that Li Chuan was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. He only used one ninjutsu, a ninjutsu that they all knew, to defeat the powerful Kisame. And the lightning escape that was just enhanced to a perverted version was really too terrifying. "You stay here to recover your chakra, I go rescue the others." After quickly treating the 3 people's external injuries with magic, Li Chuan stepped forward to put away Samahata, picked up Deidara in one hand and Kisame in the other, and took the remaining shadow clones and directly teleported to the Hyuga family's residence. Seeing Li Chuan disappear, Asuma couldn't help but sigh. In fact, I think it would be reassuring if he was chosen as the 5th Hokage. Asuma was once one of the 12 ninjas, a guard of the daimyo. Unlike the Konoha high-level officials, he was not prejudiced against Li Chuan. After experiencing what had just happened, he really felt that Li Chuan would be very reliable as a Hokage. Young, calm, powerful, and with strong medical ninjutsu abilities. Hong and Mitarashi Anko nodded in agreement. Without Li Chuan, they would be dead now. On the other side, when Li Chuan teleported to the Hyuga base with his shadow clone, the battle here was also a one-sided crushing situation. Even if other nearby ninjas came to support, relying on the power of the Byakugan, under the leadership of the Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader, they only broke the outermost puppet of Scorpion, the Hiriko. But when Scorpion revealed his puppet body like a teenager, and released the 3rd generation Kazekage puppet with magnetic escape ability, it was basically a one-sided massacre. You should know that when Scorpion fully exerts his strength, he can slaughter an entire small country alone. When he was 15 years old, he successfully assassinated the strongest third Kazekage, whose parents died in battle due to his failure in battlefield command, and made the third Kazekage into a human puppet, making his strength even stronger. After joining Akatsuki, he slaughtered a small country with the third Kazekage puppet, and made hundreds of new ninja puppets. Scorpion's strength is not as strong as that of a Kage, and he cannot fight by numbers. Chapter 308. It seems that I can replace a group of more artistic puppets. Scorpion controlled the third Kazekage and said expressionlessly while looking at the fallen Hyuga clan ninjas. Unlike the normal puppeteers of the Sand Ninja, who used various materials to make various strange puppets, a genius like him created a new puppet technique, the human puppet technique, when he was 15 years old. The human puppet technique is made from the bodies of dead ninjas. In addition to being able to install various lethal mechanisms, like normal puppets, the most terrifying thing is that it can also retain all the ninjutsu abilities of the ninjas during their lifetime. The first human puppet he created was the third Kazekage, who possessed the terrifying magnetic release, and was known as the strongest Kazekage in the history of the Sand Ninja. So fighting him was equivalent to fighting 2 Kage-level ninjas, and 100 ninjas with different ninjutsu at the same time. The key was that they were all controlled by the same person, and the coordination was seamless. But most of the 100 ninjas were ordinary ninjas without any special features, which made him feel that they were not artistic enough. This time, when attacking Konoha, he could just select some well-known blood limit ninjas from Konoha, and make them into human puppets to replace the ordinary puppets before. As a puppeteer pursuing eternal art, he is not interested in Pain's ideas. What he likes is to constantly collect more advanced materials, and make more powerful and artistic puppets. The reason why he joined Akatsuki is to make it easier to collect materials. Just like this time, under normal circumstances, even he would not dare to break into Konoha, the strongest ninja village, alone to collect materials. But now, the ground is full of various excellent materials, the famous Byakugan, the invisible Taijutsu, and various ninjas with outstanding abilities. By making them all human puppets, his art has reached a new level. Is it the end of our Hyuga clan and Konoha this time? Hyuga Hayashi, who was nailed to the ground by the giant iron sand needle, looked at the Konoha ninjas around him, who were either poisoned or seriously injured and fell to the ground, and a trace of sadness surged in his heart. As the oldest and most powerful Hyuga clan, he didn't expect that it would end in his hands today. After his death, he would not have the face to meet the clan leaders of all generations. Now he only hopes that Niji, Hinata, and Hanabi, who were sent to refuge, can survive this invasion and revive the Hyuga clan. As the poison invaded, his consciousness began to blur and his eyes gradually closed. But just when his eyes were about to close completely, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Fortunately, most people here are only poisoned and injured, and can be saved. Your Highness. Seeing that the person in front of him was Li Chuan, Hinata Hayashi stretched out his hand, and finally fainted. Detoxify, save people. Li Chuan threw Deidara and Kisame on the ground, took out various detoxification potions, and the most advanced detoxification potions in the main world from his small cloth bag, and handed them to the shadow clones behind him, asking them to save people. Unlike Kisame in the south of the village, who basically kills whenever he can, Scorpion, in order to ensure the integrity of the puppet, basically poisons the puppet severely unless it is necessary, and stops when the puppet loses its ability to resist. So as long as the puppet is treated and detoxified in time, it can be saved quickly. Deidara and Kisame are both defeated. It seems that you are indeed capable and qualified to become one of my most satisfying works of art. Scorpion looked at Deidara and Kisame, who were thrown on the ground, and his tone revealed a morbid appreciation. Being able to defeat Deidara and Kisame in such a short time shows that Li Chuan's strength is indeed as strong as the absolute intelligence said. But after 2 consecutive high-intensity battles, and so many shadow clones, he felt that Li Chuan's chakra would not be much left. So when facing Li Chuan, he did not think he would lose. Of course, the main reason was that he felt that he was stronger than Deidara and Kisame, and he was very confident in his puppet technique. In the Akatsuki organization, except for Pain, every member actually felt that he was stronger than most other members. After all, they were all geniuses and had good records. But please don't mess with my other prepared artworks. Scorpion's 10 fingers trembled, and the third Kazekage puppet controlled by his chakra line immediately activated his ninjutsu. Magnetic style, sand and iron rain. Suddenly, a sky full of sand and iron needles shot towards Li Chuan and all his shadow clones. Earth style, Earth Flow Wall. The shadow clones who detoxified and treated many ninjas continued to use medical ninjutsu, healing magic and detoxification potions to treat them in the face of the sand and iron needles flying all over the sky. The other shadow clones stood in a row and used the Earth Flow Wall to block all attacks. See how long your shadow clones can last. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Scorpion took out a scroll from his back and released his 100 puppets. He thought he could definitely beat the opponent, but he also knew that the opponent's strength should not be underestimated, so he directly used all his strength to fight. Red Secret Technique 100 Machines Exercise. Kill them! Li Chuan waved his finger, and except for the dozens of shadow clones responsible for treatment, all the remaining shadow clones were dispatched to meet the puppets. Although the shadow clone is a physical entity, it is a transformation of ninjutsu after all, so it is impossible to have the strength of the real body. People like Kai and Tsunade, who are super strong in physical skills, rarely fight with shadow clones. The main purpose of creating shadow clones is for intelligence, and even in combat, they are generally used to lure the enemy. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Li Chuan's hundreds of shadow clones are naturally not comparable to those powerful human puppets of Scorpion. However, this is not the case. Because Li Chuan's original chakra amount is very large, plus he is in the sage mode, so each of his shadow clones, although it is impossible to have the power of his body, has a very good amount of chakra. Especially since his limit is to split into 2,000, but now, he can only split into more than 200, the average chakra of each shadow clone is even more outstanding. In addition, each shadow clone can cast various magic without a wand and silently, and can also use some Taoist techniques, which can last for several days instead of the usual few minutes. As long as the main body is not attacked too much, the comprehensive strength of each shadow clone is actually not inferior to that of a normal Jonin. So when a group of seriously injured and poisoned Konoha ninjas were treated and regained consciousness, they saw this scene. That was the Red Sand Scorpion, who had just completely defeated them with a puppet. At this time, he was controlling more than 100 puppets, but was suppressed by Li Chuan's shadow clone and was in danger. It's really too strong to just use shadow clones. Chapter 309. It seems that this guy let down a lot of water when fighting Chiyo and Sakura. Li Chuan stood there and observed the battle between his shadow clone and Scorpion, and suddenly realized that Scorpion's strength was actually much stronger than he remembered. Because in his impression, in the battle between Scorpion and Chiyo and Sakura, except for some ninjutsu when controlling the wind shadow, he did not release any ninjutsu when controlling the hundreds of human puppets, and was even worse than the 10 normal puppets made by Chiyo. But now in the battle with his shadow clones, the hundreds of human puppets not only use mechanical attacks, but also various 5-style ninjutsu to cooperate with each other, and their power is not inferior to the 3rd-generation wind shadow puppets. At this time, Scorpion, who was controlling the puppets to fight, began to slowly become solemn, because he also found that he was actually at a disadvantage. Every shadow clone on the opposite side could actually release 5-style ninjutsu, and the amount of chakra was very large, and they were all powerful high-level ninjutsu, even compound ninjutsu. The key is that every time he finally controlled the puppets, and just got close to him, those shadow clones would use time-space ninjutsu to dodge, and he couldn't use physical attacks to cause the shadow clones to be removed. In fact, what he didn't know was that because there was Ninetail's chakra in his body to help recover, even if he killed all the shadow clones, Li Chuan could immediately summon them again. After fighting for such a long time, Li Chuan's chakra had already fully recovered. Let's see how you can hide. Scorpion glanced at the Konoha ninjas who had just regained consciousness, and with a thought in his mind, he quickly took back the more than 60 puppets that were still intact, and then put the puppets of the 3rd Kazekage in front again. Magnetic Style. Sand Iron Boundary Technique. This is the strongest ninjutsu of the 3rd Kazekage, which uses sand iron to form a large barrier with long thorns in the air for piercing attacks. The attack range is extremely large, and because it will continue to extend like a tree branch, it is extremely difficult to dodge. The key is that the main target of his attack this time is actually the Konoha ninjas such as Hinata Hayashi, who have just recovered from some injuries. Scorpion no longer cares whether the bodies of other Konoha ninjas are intact. This time, as long as he can capture Li Chuan and turn him into a human puppet, it will be the biggest gain. Seeing that those Konoha ninjas were about to be killed, all the shadow clones moved in front of them, used their bodies to help them block the fatal blow, and disappeared in smoke. Looking at Li Chuan, who disappeared in front of them to save them, although they knew it was just a shadow clone, Hyuga Hayashi and others also showed a look of emotion in their eyes. Li Chuan nodded secretly in his heart when he saw this, knowing that the Hyuga clan was almost done. Then let's end it. The desired effect has been achieved, and he doesn't plan to waste any more time. Red Sand Scorpion is really powerful, but I have seen through your weakness. So you have not made a move, you are observing my weakness, but unfortunately, I am the most perfect art, without any weakness. But I already know your weakness, and the next attack will kill you. After killing Li Chuan's difficult shadow clones, Scorpion gathered all the sand iron together to form a huge cone, and then controlled the remaining 60 puppets to surround Li Chuan, while controlling the third Kazekage to perform ninjutsu again. Magnetic escape sand iron gyroscope. The prismatic cone was spinning at high speed, like a gyroscope, rushing towards Li Chuan. Li Chuan subconsciously wanted to use the phantom shift, but a strange thing happened. His phantom shift failed, and his body was involuntarily sucked by the high-speed spinning gyroscope. The high-speed spinning sand iron can disrupt the magnetic field nearby, and then generate a strong suction force, making your time-space ninjutsu ineffective, so you better wait for death. Scorpion thought he had already won, so he started to explain. In his opinion, Li Chuan's strengths were nothing more than 3 points. First, the special and powerful shadow clone. Second, the physical skills that were more powerful than Kisame. And third, the special ninjutsu of the fire temple that was more than 10 meters high. Now that the shadow clone had been broken by him, it was estimated that there was not much chakra left in his body. And no matter how powerful the physical skills were, he was still a mortal body, and it was impossible to stop so many of his human puppets that were smeared with poison. As for the huge 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara statue's ninjutsu, although its defense and attack were strong, he believed that if it was hit by the strongest single-target ninjutsu of the Wind Shadow Magnetic Release, the Sand Iron Euro, it would also be drilled with a hole. But the ninjutsu of the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara statue, with such a large size, would definitely consume a lot of chakra. How long can the chakra in the opponent's body last now? That's why he felt that Li Chuan was doomed to lose next. It can actually block space with a magnetic field. This is really the first time I've encountered it. Li Chuan was a little surprised that he couldn't teleport because the space was blocked, but his expression didn't show any fear. In fact, this is normal. Scientists in Marvel can use the principle of quantum entanglement to block space movement, so it's nothing for ninjas to block space with special sand iron ninjutsu. Similarly, the magic weapons he got from Xianin sect, the Great Shumi Xianin Cauldron, and the Nine Suns Heavenly Demon Xianin Banner, also have the effect of confining space. Although the way each world uses power is different, the effect is almost the same. After training the flying sword wings, I have never really demonstrated their power. In this case, let's try it now. Just as Hyuga Hayashi and others below were sweating on their foreheads, because they were nervous about Li Chuan's predicament, a pair of wings made entirely of swords suddenly appeared behind Li Chuan. Sword control technique, double wings to kill demons. He crossed his hands over his chest, and the pair of flying sword wings behind him instantly turned into 2 long whips made of swords, swinging and strangling at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. The 60 puppets covered with various deadly mechanisms just entered the attack range of the flying sword wings, and all turned into fragments and fell to the ground, unable to hurt him at all. Sword control technique sword wheel. When the sand iron gyroscope approached, Li Chuan's spell changed, and the 2 sword whips turned into 2 sword wheels, which collided with the high-speed rotating sand iron gyroscope. Boom! With a loud bang, the high-speed rotating sand iron gyroscope was no match for his magic flying sword made of vibranium and URU metal, and was directly crushed into a piece of sand iron powder by the sword wheel. As the sand iron gyroscope disappeared, the space blockade was automatically lifted. Phantom shift. Li Chuan turned around and came behind the Scorpion. Not good. Seeing Li Chuan disappear, Scorpion knew something was wrong and turned around to release the ninjutsu on his puppet. However, Li Chuan was obviously 1 step faster than him. Disarm you. A magic accurately hit Scorpion, and his body was immediately torn into pieces. Only the core in the heart remained in place, and was grabbed by Li Chuan. Your weakness is this core, and nothing else matters. Even if your body is broken, you can still enter any puppet at will and continue to fight. Am I right? Chapter 310. In the center of Konoha Village. 5 elements, great linking technique. The 3rd generation transformed into 4 shadow clones, and performed the strongest 5 elements composite ninjutsu together. However, before it could exert its power, it was directly sucked into the body by the Hungry Ghost Path of Pain 6 paths, and converted into his own chakra. It's useless. Give up and accept God's judgment. Tian Dao Pain looked at the 3rd generation, and the few dozen ninjas, who were still standing behind him, and said, "Can even 5 elements ninjutsu be absorbed?" The third generation panted and looked at Tendu. His face was full of sweat. His physical strength and chakra were almost exhausted. The opponent only had 6 people, but he caused heavy casualties to the elite Konoha led by him. His strength was simply too strong. The guy who called himself Tenda Pain in the middle could deflect all ninjutsu, taijutsu and shuriken attacks. Before the taijutsu ninjas could get close to him to perform attacks, they were all deflected and seriously injured. He could also sup the ninjas who approached him, and then deflect them at will. Even if he personally attacked with the monkey demon, it would still be ineffective. The human path Pain on the left can extract the soul of a ninja. Once the soul is extracted close to the ninja will surely die. The Shura path Pain on the right is a killing machine. He has super close combat skills and infinite strength. He has various hidden weapons on his body. For long-range attacks, he also has rockets, laser cannons, and tracking missiles that use chakra as energy. The Hungry Ghost path Pain, who has been standing in front, can absorb the already formed ninjutsu attacks and convert them into chakra with his hands. He can also hug the enemy and directly absorb the chakra in his body and suck it dry. The Animal path Pain in the distance can summon 8 huge summoned beasts at the same time, each of which is considered top level among summoned beasts and has great destructive power. The giant split dog that will split infinitely once attacked. The more it is attacked, the more difficult it becomes. The Hell Red Crab with strong defense can perform water ninjutsu attack, and its 2 large claws can easily clamp the ninja in 2. The Chameleon that can be invisible and can make people invisible often sneaks up and traps the enemy with its tongue. The Yatagarasu that can fly in the air has an extremely sharp beak, which can easily break through the ninja's defense and can drop explosive eggs. The powerful Bullfight, the Stone Panda with strong defense, the huge centipede that can burrow into the ground, and the last rhino with sharp horns. Just one Animal path Pain almost wiped out the numerical advantage of Konoha, and it was only with Marino Ibiki leading all the Anbu masters that they were barely able to hold them back. However, if it were just these, it would not be a big deal. With his desperate efforts and the combined efforts of the masters of the major families of Konoha, he could also kill a few Pains and slowly wear down the opponent. After all, they had more people. Just like the Shura path, the Human path, and the Hungry Ghost path, he had actually commanded everyone to cooperate and killed them several times after he got the intelligence. But what made them despair was that the Hell path Pain, who had been protected by the Heaven path, could easily revive the other Pains they had killed with great difficulty. This led to the fact that the more they fought, the fewer people they had, and the weaker their strength became, while the other side had no damage at all. Leader, many wounded soldiers and villagers in Konoha were transferred to the shelter in the north of the village by that Prince Yuan Chuan. Deidara, Kisame and Sasori were also dealt with by him. He should come to support soon. Just when Tendo Pain was planning to make the 3 generations of Konoha ninjas feel pain and despair bit by bit, Nepenthes Zetsu suddenly emerged from the ground next to him. After Akatsuki invaded, Zetsu had many clones in various corners of Konoha, secretly monitoring the battle situation, especially the particularly eye-catching Chuan. After listening to all of Zetsu's reports, Tendo Pain said expressionlessly, "I didn't expect that 3 members were defeated by him. Go and inform Itachi to retreat outside the village. I will destroy all of Konoha at once." The Sandai, who heard that Li Chuan had killed 3 members of Akatsuki in a row, was stunned and silently stuffed a pill into his mouth, preparing to kill the Hell path Pain before Li Chuan arrived. In this way, there is hope to completely solve the problem of Pain. However, before he could do anything, the Heaven path Pain slowly rose, and the other 5 Pains ran out of the village. They retreated? The remaining Konoha ninjas exclaimed when they saw this. The Sandai remembered what Heaven path Pain had just said, and combined with the strange reaction of the 6 paths of Pain, he immediately felt something was wrong. "No, stop them!" The remaining Konoha ninjas immediately chased after the 5 fleeing Pains, but before they could get far, the 5 Pains disappeared. It turned out that Shirato used his strange power to throw the Animal path out of Konoha, and after the Animal path landed, he summoned the other 4 out. At this time, in a cave 10 kilometers away from Konoha village, Xiaonan advised with a worried face, "Don't do this. Using that technique will shorten your life. I will not forget the pain of losing Yahiko. Only by doing this can the world feel the pain and usher in true peace." Nagato, who looked like a skeleton, replied indifferently. As Nagato's voice fell, the reincarnation eye power in the 5 Pains outside Konoha village was all collected and concentrated and supplied to the body of Tendo Pain, who was rising above Konoha. Accept the pain, understand the pain. Those who don't know the pain can't understand the true peace. Tendo Pain looked at the 3 generations below and slowly opened his hands, Super Shinra Tensei. A terrifyingly powerful repulsive force burst out from Pain's body, sweeping across Konoha in an instant, engulfing all of Konoha's buildings and ninjas. The once prosperous Konoha village was turned into a desolate giant pit. Is this the power of the legendary Immortal's Eye? It's so terrifying. The third generation, who barely blocked the power of Shinra Tensei by using the indestructible diamond prison wall, turned his head to look at Konoha, which had completely turned into ruins, and the bodies of countless Konoha ninjas buried in the ruins. He seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. The world's first ninja village, Konoha, which has been established for more than 60 years, has always been the strongest ninja village, and today it will end in his hands. In contrast to the sadness and self-blame in the heart of the third generation, Li Chuan, who used the super armor spell to protect the ninjas such as Hyuga Hayashi, looked at the ruined Konoha village and felt secretly happy. It's not that he is perverted, but because he knows that as long as he defeats Pain's 6 paths, resurrects all the dead Konoha ninjas, and restores Konoha's buildings, the position of the 5th generation Hokage will probably not be taken away even if Jiraiya and Tsunade come. You stay here to rest, I go check the situation. Leaving a word, Li Chuan directly disappeared. Chapter 311. Painful? But my pain is greater than yours. Tiandao Pain landed in front of the third Hokage, mocking him coldly. I will never forgive you. The third Hokage held the iron rod transformed from the monkey demon, and was about to fight Tiandao Pain to the death to avenge the dead ninjas of Konoha. But as soon as he raised his foot, the animal path Pain had already fallen from the sky, slapped his hands on the ground, and summoned the other 4 Pains. Don't worry, Konoha is the first Sand Village, Cloud Village, Rock Village, Mist Village, none of them can escape. Shirato grew 6 mechanical arms, with sharp snake-like teeth extending from his back. After a fierce battle, the third generation was forced back. Holding the Diamond 8 demon, the third generation was definitely a top-level existence in close combat, but his body was no longer at its peak after entering old age, and after such a long and fierce battle, he was barely able to survive by relying on the soldier pills. The most important thing was that the 6 paths of Pain shared vision, and could see every blind spot, so close combat could be considered cheating. Missile tracking. The moment the third Hokage was forced back, Shirato immediately released a missile and chased after him. Not good. The third Hokage wanted to use ninjutsu to detonate the missile in advance, but found that his body was stiff. It turned out that he had used the Bingyang pill to suppress the little chakra that his body barely squeezed out, and it was in danger again. At the same time, his old body had reached its limit. Third Hokage. The Konoha ninjas who had struggled to climb out of the ruins around him saw the third Hokage in danger and shouted anxiously. However, after enduring the Super Shinra Tensei, they were all seriously injured and could not even stand steadily, let alone rescue the third generation. Just as the third generation was about to be killed by the Shirato's tracking missile, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the third generation. Flawed dimension. Li Chuan pointed his index finger at the missile in front, and fired a transformation spell. Under the effect of the transformation spell, the missile turned directly into a stone, and was kicked to pieces by Li Chuan. Teacher, go and rest first, and let me handle the next step. The third generation was relieved when Li Chuan appeared, and then quickly informed Li Chuan of all the information about the 6 paths of Pain that he had collected during the previous battle with the 6 paths. These 6 people may just be puppets. There should be a controller behind them. You have to be careful. After saying this, the third generation quickly retreated to a safe distance. He now had no fighting power, and staying here would only hinder Li Chuan. When Tiandao Pain saw Li Chuan appear, he controlled the Hell Path to stand behind him, and then put the Shira Path in the front, and the Animal Path, the Human Path, and the Hungry Ghost Path to protect him. It seems that you are the most powerful ninja in Konoha. If we get rid of you, we can completely destroy Konoha. He had just launched the Super Shinra Tensei, and his Samsara Itendo's ability had not yet recovered, so he temporarily let Shirato take the lead to test it. Sawtooth Assault. Shirato rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, and several sharp saw teeth instantly grew out of the sleeve of his right hand, stabbing at Li Chuan who was standing in front. At this time, Li Chuan no longer concealed his strength, and directly activated the second form and entered the Sage mode. Get out of here! Without dodging or evading, Li Chuan punched Shirato Pain, who was rushing over. Li Chuan's punch was not aimed at a blind spot, nor was there anything fancy. It was just a straight punch with obvious intention, so Shirato could clearly see the attack line without the 6 paths sharing the vision. However, even with such a simple and straightforward punch, Shirato did not dodge. Bang! When Shirato was about to dodge, Li Chuan's punching speed suddenly increased, breaking through the speed of sound and creating a sonic boom. The casserole-sized fist directly smashed Shirato's entire body. You can see the fist's attack intention, but it's useless if you can't keep up with the speed. Even if I tell you that I'm going to hit your head in the next second, the speed difference is too big, and you can't dodge it. As Ju said, the physical skills are very strong. Seeing that Shura Road was killed by a punch, the animal Road clapped his hands, and directly summoned its remains, and then resurrected the Hell Road hiding at the back. Ju has told Pain all about Li Chuan's current abilities. It turns out that you can summon spirits even if you are broken, so let's kill you first. Originally, he wanted to throw the destroyed Shura Road directly into the small cloth bag, so as to prevent the Hell Road from resurrecting it, but he didn't expect that the other party would have such a trick. But it didn't matter to him. Li Chuan's figure flashed, and he rushed straight to the Animal Road. Seeing this, the Animal Road slapped his hands on the ground, and 8 more spiritual beasts appeared on the ground. Sword control technique sword wheel. Li Chuan's mind moved, and the magic weapon flying sword wings immediately appeared behind him, and then turned into 2 sword wheels, instantly dismembering the 8 spiritual beasts blocking in front into several pieces. 7 of them turned into smoke and disappeared, while the last split dog split into 2 and pounced on Li Chuan again. Avada Kedavra. Seeing this, Li Chuan threw out 2 Kedavra spells, and sent the split dog away. The split dog's body can split when attacked, and the more it is attacked, the more it will split. It is the most difficult one among the animal spirit beasts. And Li Chuan's solution is to directly destroy its soul. Once the soul dies, the body will naturally no longer be able to split and attack. What? The animal path controlled by Nagata was also stunned when he saw that his powerful summoned beasts were killed instantly by Li Chuan as soon as they were summoned. In the less than 1 second of stun time, Li Chuan had already approached the animal path, punched it cleanly, and threw it to the ground. In just a few breaths of time after the battle, Li Chuan killed the Azura path and the animal path one after another, which almost shocked the Konoha ninjas who crawled out of the ruins. You have to know that they just fought with the 6 paths of pain, and they deeply know how powerful and difficult the 6 paths of pain are. Laser cannon. The repaired Shura Road opened his head and fired a destructive laser cannon straight at Li Chuan. Apparition. Li Chuan's figure flashed, and he was in front of Hell Road. But before he could kill Hell Road, who could be resurrected infinitely, a pair of hands were already aimed at him. It was Human Road, who could extract souls. Since he already knew that Li Chuan could use time and space ninjutsu, how could Pain not be on guard? No matter how strong your body is, you can't stop me from sucking your soul directly. However, facing Renjiandeo's soul extraction, Li Chuan raised his lips and said, "Since you like to extract souls so much, I give it to you." The soul leaves the body. As soon as Renjiandeo activated his ability, Li Chuan's soul, which had condensed into a human form, flew out of his body and smashed towards Renjiandeo with a flaming red bead. Chapter 312. There are now 4 magic weapons in Li Chuan's Dantian. The first one, the Sky Dragon Flying Sword Wings, is his life magic weapon that he spent the most time and energy to cultivate. The second one, the Red Spirit Fire Pearl, is Li Qingfeng's magic weapon. It is not very powerful but not bad. It is usually thrown in the Dantian and cultivated occasionally. The third one, the 9 Suns Heavenly Demon Xianin Banner, is the magic weapon of the Xianin sect elder Nantong. It has been refined and can be used, but he has not invested too much energy in cultivating it, so it cannot exert its full power. The fourth item, the Great Sumeru Xianin Cauldron, the treasure of the Xianin sect's head Yin Jiotian, has been refined and can be used. The time it takes to cultivate it is second only to the Dragon Flying Sword Wings. At this time, there is no need to use the 2 extremely powerful magic weapons. Just use the Yuanshin to control the Red Spirit Fire Pearl to attack, and the human world has been smashed to pieces. The Yuanshin returns to its position. After killing the human world through the soul extraction, Li Chuan took back the Yuanshin, and continued to control the Flying Sword Wings to cut the Hell Road into several pieces, and then face the remaining Pain again. It seems that you have hidden your abilities in the previous battle. Tian Dao Pain frowned at Li Chuan. The ability of the soul to leave the body and attack was not mentioned in the intelligence of Ju. To be honest, I have too many abilities, so many that sometimes I can't even remember them myself, so I advise you to surrender now, otherwise don't blame me for being too heavy-handed. Li Chuan shrugged and replied. He seemed to be joking, but he was actually telling the truth. Because when it comes to abilities, he really has too many abilities, not counting the Mangekyo Sharingan and the power of the 8 gates that have not been exposed yet. He has many magics, Taoist techniques and magic weapons that he has not used yet. So it is absolutely impossible to completely understand his information. And as the number of small worlds increases in the future, his abilities will only increase. No matter how many abilities you have, they are no match for my eyes, which are the same as those of the six-path sage. Humans can never defeat gods. While Pain of the Heavenly Path was speaking, the Azura Path and the Hungry Ghost Path had already cooperated to attack Li Chuan. Li Chuan couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard this. If a god can't even be a human, is he still a god? The flying sword wings behind him turned into 2 sword whips, and in a few rounds, they strangled Shira Dao and Hungry Ghost Dao into pieces. Then he strode towards the last Heavenly Dao Pain. Then I will show you what kind of power only gods have. Heavenly Dao Pain clasped his hands together, and a small black ball took shape, and then he threw it into the sky, earth-shattering star. Suddenly, the small black ball in the air was like a black hole, emitting a strong suction force, sucking Li Chuan and a large piece of land under his feet. After using Super Shinra Tensei, Tendo Pain's ability went into cooldown, and it was not fully restored until now. Li Chuan certainly knew this information, but he did not focus on Tendo Pain from the beginning, because he hoped that Pain would exert his greatest strength, so that he could highlight his strength. It is worthy of being the strongest sealing technique that can seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. It is really strong enough. Li Chuan wanted to apparition, but apparition failed again, and it was obvious that this space had been blocked. In fact, it is quite normal. You should know that Kagaya Otsutsuki's Yomi Hirasaka, which is known as the ultimate space-time ninjutsu in the world, cannot escape the seal of the six-path sage Chibaku Tensei. It can be seen that the strongest sealing technique of the Samsara Eye has the effect of sealing space. And not only can space magic not be used, but even his powerful body in the second form in Sage mode is restricted by this sealing force, and can only move slowly. This is the power of God. Tendao Pain continued to output chakra, and the sphere that sealed Li Chuan became larger and larger, and finally reached a diameter of 1,000 meters before it stopped floating in the air. At the same time, Nagato, who was hiding in a cave far away from Konoha, was also panting and bleeding from his nose. It was obvious that this move was very strenuous for him. If you make it this big, your body won't be able to bear it. Conan wiped the blood from Nagato's nose with paper, with some distress, and her face was full of worry. Nagato shook his head. This guy's strength has exceeded the normal ninja level. If it is not made bigger, I am afraid it can't be sealed, and this is nothing compared to the moon made by the six-path sage. But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head in disbelief. How is it possible? It turned out that at this time, cracks began to appear on the surface of the huge stone ball floating in the air. Boom! With a loud bang, the stone ball shattered, and Li Chuan flew to the ground with his sword, and then punched from top to bottom, directly smashing Tianao Pain into the ground. It seems that your so-called power of God is just this. Li Chuan clapped his hands, pulled out a chakra stick from Tianao Pain's body, and began to sense it. The Chibaku Tensei that Tendo Pain used with all his strength was indeed powerful, almost making his body unable to move. But anyway, no one could see it in the stone ball, so he directly opened all 8 gates, forcibly broke free from the seal, kicked the entire stone ball directly, and then quickly retracted the 8 gates. Kai opened the 8 gates, and kicked half of Six Paths Madara's body. Li Chuan's body has been strengthened to a perverted level, plus the Sage mode, and opened the 8 gates again. The power is so strong that let alone Nagato's weakened version of Chibaku Tensei, even the Chibaku Tensei that the six-path sage used after his resurrection may not be able to completely seal him. If we look at it purely in terms of physical destructive power, the combination of the body plus the Sage mode plus the 8 gates is already his strongest attack at present. Magic, ninjutsu, Taoism, magic weapons, and the recently developed Sage Susanoo are not as powerful as this in terms of pure destructive power. If you want to improve it further in the later stage, you have to continue to increase the power of the body, or add other powers. Is it solved? Seeing that the 6 paths of pain were all defeated by Li Chuan, the excited third generation brought the remaining Konoha ninjas, and walked over from a distance with difficulty. Li Chuan opened his eyes, threw away the chakra stick in his hand, and replied, "It has not been completely resolved. He does have a real body hidden outside the village, but I have locked his position." After saying that, he left dozens of shadow clones to treat the remaining injured Konoha ninjas, spread his flying sword wings, and flew towards the cave where Nagato was hiding. A moment later, a small mountain peak that was not very high appeared in front of him. He could clearly sense the power fluctuations of Nagato's samsara eye in the cave in the middle of the hill that was made temporarily. He did not fly into the cave immediately, but took out the 9 Suns Heavenly Demon Shianin banner with a flip of his hand and quietly placed it around the cave on the hill. Chapter 313. Hey, you are Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki, right? Li Chuan entered the cave and greeted Nagato, who was standing in a container like a skeleton, and Conan, who was ready to launch a ninjutsu attack at any time. You actually know my real name? Nagato looked up at Li Chuan with a surprised look on his face. After he founded Akatsuki, he had always used the name Pain. Only a few people, such as Conan, knew the name Nagato. Not only do I know your name is Nagato, I also know that the beautiful woman next to you is called Conan, and your tragic story. In fact, I know much more than you think. Li Chuan replied with a smile. Nagato narrowed his eyes. You are here to avenge the dead ninjas in Konoha. Sure enough, once the chain of hatred begins, it will continue. The purpose of Akatsuki's creation is to cut off this chain. You killed Nagato and destroyed Akatsuki now, but it was just for the self-satisfaction of revenge. Only Nagato can make the world achieve true peace. Conan's face was very solemn. With the strength shown by Li Chuan, she was not sure to protect Nagato. However, Li Chuan waved his hand. Revenge, of course not. But you are right about one thing. This is indeed the case in this world. As long as there is war, there will be hatred. If there is hatred, war is inevitable. But your so-called Ninetales weapon plan can't bring peace to the world at all. It's just a conspiracy that someone came up with to fool and use you. At this point, he paused, then looked at the direction behind Nagato with a smile on his face. Am I right, Uchiha Obito? There was a man wearing a one-eyed mask there at some point. Obito and Zetsu had been watching him from the dark. They thought they were hiding very cleverly, but they had long been spotted by Li Chuan with his yin-yang eyes. When Li Chuan entered the cave just now, Obito was afraid that something might happen to Nagato, so he followed him in with Kamui. Uchiha Obito, it turns out you are not Uchiha Madara. Hearing this, Nagato coughed twice, glanced at Obito who walked next to him, and said coldly. Although Obito's identity was exposed by Li Chuan, he did not admit it. Instead, he said to Nagato, he knows nothing and is just pretending. Don't listen to him. The situation is not good now. I will take you and Conan away from here first. He was about to touch Nagato to activate Kamui. However, Nagato was obviously unwilling to do so, and as Shinra Tensei bounced him away. No hurry, I want to hear what he has to say. Nagato did not feel that he had failed, because he still had the last trump card, which was to fight with the Psychic Outer Path demon statue. So now that I heard that Li Chuan seemed to know the true identity of the guy who claimed to be Madara, I wanted to take the opportunity to find out first. Uchiha Obito, a former Konoha ninja, a disciple of the 4th Hokage Minato, was crushed by a rock in the Battle of Komubi Bridge while trying to save Kakashi, and was in a near-death state. Later, he was. Li Chuan did not hide anything, and told all the information about Obito very straightforwardly. Oh, by the way, in fact, in order to ensure Yahiko's death, stimulate your samsara eye, and make you recognize his ideas, he also intercepted and killed all the Akatsuki members who came to support you. Hearing this, Nagato, who had been in a bad mood, suddenly became angry. He opened his eyes, and turned to look at Obito and asked, is everything he said true? At this time, Obito was also shocked by what Li Chuan said, because the information Li Chuan said was exactly right. Although I don't know how you know this, since it has come to this, I have to use the backup plan. Definitely, control Nagato. Obito knew very well that once the seeds of doubt were planted, it would be difficult to suppress them from taking root and sprouting. Even if he explained now, Nagato probably wouldn't listen to him anymore. And he couldn't let Nagato escape from his control, so he could only let Zetsu control Nagato first, then take back Madara's samsara eye, and then make a long-term plan. The key is that Akatsuki has been killed by Li Chuan alone, and there is only one Itachi, who is a double agent, so Nagato's value is not that important. As Obito's voice fell, a black shadow below Nagato instantly rose from the ground and possessed Nagato, who was attracted by Obito's answer and did not react. Nagato. Conan was shocked when she saw this. She wanted to save Nagato, but she didn't know how to start. Because Black Zetsu had merged with Nagato, attacking Black Zetsu was attacking Nagato. At this time, Obito spoke again. Conan, you'd better not move, otherwise Nagato will definitely die. Help me stop the prince in front. After I take out the samsara eye, I will hand Nagato back to you intact. Conan gritted her teeth when she heard this, and finally opened the angel wings formed by the paper escape behind her, and nodded helplessly. For her, the samsara eye is not important. What is important is Nagato, or in her eyes, even the so-called ideal of peace is not important. She only cares about Yahiko and Nagato from beginning to end. Yahiko is dead, so now she only has Nagato left. Don't worry about me, it's okay, you guys continue. However, Li Chuan had no intention of going forward, but secretly pinched the magic formula and activated the Nine Suns Heavenly Demon Xianin banner arranged outside, imprisoning this area of space. Ah! Nagato screamed, and his pair of samsara eyes were dug out by Obito. "Zay, we can go now?" After returning the blinded Nagato to Konan, Obito planned to use Kamui to run away. To be honest, he had no idea that he could defeat the unfathomable Li Chuan, so he could only run away first. However, something he never expected happened, that is, his Kamui actually failed, as if there was an invisible force that blocked the ability of his Mangekyo samsara eyes. "What did you do?" Obito immediately turned to look at Li Chuan. Li Chuan acted so indifferent from beginning to end. Even when he took away Nagato's samsara eye, he was still smiling, which was obviously not normal. "Oh, I simply blocked the surrounding space." "Obito, don't be in a hurry to leave. Don't you want to know some truth about yourself? Do you really think you are the manipulator behind the scenes, not the one being manipulated? What do you want to say?" Obito took off his mask and showed a hesitant look on his face. Li Chuan raised his hand. "In fact, your life was also designed by Madara to complete his Moon Eye plan, including Rin's death, which was also controlled by him, and your design to make Yahiko die was exactly the same." Then, he told all of Madara's plans one by one. Chapter 314. This is impossible. Obito's pupil shrank when he heard this, and his face showed an expression of disbelief. He didn't expect that the root cause of Lin's death was because of him. "Zay, is that so?" "Obito, is it so important whether it is like this or not? Rin and Madara are already dead. As long as you complete the Moon Eye plan, you can go to a beautiful world with Lin. By then, everyone can live the life they dream of, live happily without pain. Isn't this the most important thing?" Black Zetsu attached himself to White Zetsu again, and then crawled out from underground. Hearing what Black Zetsu said, Obito was startled, and then murmured, "You are right, nothing is important, as long as we can create a world where Rin exists." Li Chuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw this. "Moon Eye plan, to be honest, your plan is not as good as the Tail Beast weapon plan. After most of the people were sacrificed in the Tail Beast weapon plan, the remaining people can enjoy a period of peace. And you are just deceiving yourself. You use illusion to cover the world, and everyone enters the illusion. When the body energy is drained and you die, the illusion disappears, and you become a puppet controlled by others. There is nothing more stupid than this." In his opinion, the so-called infinite moon reading is an illusion that covers the whole world. You may think that I have realized all my dreams in the illusion world. Even if it is an illusion, it doesn't matter. At least I don't have to suffer. However, this is actually a self-deception, no different from dreaming, and the price is everyone's life. Ignore reality for fantasy, hurt your relatives and friends in reality for those unreal phantoms created by illusion, those imaginary fake people. If you live like this, what is the difference between being dead and living? When the monks in the Shushan world pass the 49th heavenly tribulation and become earthly immortals, they will also be disturbed by the inner demons, and they will also fall into those beautiful illusions at that time. The result of not seeing through is failure to pass the tribulation and death. So what? I just want a world where Lin exists. Obito's eyes gradually became firm, and Zetsu directly pulled Obito to perform Earth Escape. Now that the two samsara eyes have been recovered, there is no need to fight with the powerful Li Chuan. Since you are so stubborn, then go to death. Li Chuan shook his head, and opened all 8 gates in an instant. He flashed in front of Obito, took back the two samsara eyes with one hand, and took out Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan with the other hand. Finally, he kicked Obito's body to pieces, and he died. There is a hell in this world. You can still see Rin after you die. That is also a world where Rin exists. If he could persuade Obito to do things for him, he could certainly keep Obito alive. After all, Obito did things that were against the will of heaven and earth, such as releasing the Nine Tails, and killing his teacher and his master's wife, and killing Yahiko, who was running around for peace. In fact, it was nothing to him, and had nothing to do with him. To put it bluntly, he was not the family of the victims, and did not need to put himself in their shoes. His decisions were definitely based on his own interests. Unfortunately, he is not Naruto, and his mouth-to-mouth skills are obviously not good enough to convince Obito, so he can only kill him. "You little black guy, do you still want to control me?" Just when Li Chuan killed Obito, Zetsu immediately activated the would release to restrict Lichuan, and then separated Black Zetsu and rushed over quickly. For Black Zetsu, it took thousands of years to finally create this pair of Samsara eyes, and there is hope to release his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki, so how could he let Lichuan take it away? The Great Sumeru Shiinin Cauldron. Lichuan, who had been prepared for Black Zetsu, opened his hand, and a black tripod engraved with spells flew out, sucking Black Zetsu into the tripod and sealing him. Black Zetsu was the third child that Kagaya Otsutsuki secretly gave birth to with her own will when her two sons, Hagoromo Otsutsuki and Himura Otsutsuki, jointly sealed her. He was the planner behind all the major events in the past few thousand years, and his ultimate goal was only one, to lift the seal and release his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki. So the development of this world can actually be summed up as Black Zetsu saving his mother, little Black Zetsu looking for his mother, and Otsutsuki Chinxiang splitting the moon to save his mother. However, Black Zetsu's strength is not good, so he can only plot and play tricks. Now, how should I deal with you? Putting away the Great Sumeru Shiinin Cauldron, holding the three eyes in his hands, Lichuan turned his head and looked at Nagato, who had lost his eyes. Conan directly blocked Nagato. The Akatsuki organization has been destroyed in your hands. Without the eyes of the six-path sage, Nagato is no longer a threat. Let us go, and we will not cause trouble for Konoha again. Lichuan's overwhelming strength and those strange ninja tools now were obviously not something she could deal with. Nagato laughed miserably with blood all over his face. I didn't expect that Yahiko's death was caused by these eyes, because of me. Kill me, avenge your Konoha, but please let Conan go. She didn't kill anyone in your Konoha. No, I just said, I didn't come here to avenge the ninjas of Konoha. In fact, I am the same as you, we have the same ideal, that is, world peace. Lichuan walked towards Nagato, with a sincere face. Nagato, who was blind, shook his head and laughed miserably. Your peace is different from my peace. The peace of big countries is at the expense of small countries, just like the peace described in Jiraiya's book, which is unrealistic and unattainable. I don't want that kind of peace. The root of war is interests. All the major countries and ninja villages want to occupy the best resources, so there will be wars. Wars bring hatred, and hatred will continue to cause wars. This is inevitable. Even if you kill most people and let everyone understand the cruelty of war, when their next generation is born, it will still be the same. There is only one way to truly make the world peaceful. Lichuan began to deceive with a serious tone. Which way? Nagato slowly raised his head, obviously attracted. Lichuan slowly opened his hands. Unify the world. When all countries become one country, all ninja villages become one ninja village, everyone's interests are concentrated together, then there will naturally be no more wars in the world. I have a dream. I want to build a peaceful and powerful empire, so that everyone in the world can live a stable life. I have a dream. I want to end all the hatred brought by ninjas, so that children born in the future can work together to build a beautiful empire. I have a dream. I want to make ninjas no longer a tool of war, but a normal profession. So Nagato, are you willing to build such a powerful empire with me and create a truly peaceful and beautiful world? Chapter 315. As Lichuan drew the pie after pie, Nagato's expression began to change. He seemed to really see the beautiful world described by Lichuan. Yes, if the whole world was unified and everyone belonged to one country, there would be no war in the world. As long as the empire did not disintegrate, peace would not disappear. If he was born in such a world, how could his parents be killed and how could Yahiko die? Maybe now, he is still eating meatballs and watching the sunrise in that city with Yahiko and Conan. Lichuan looked at Nagato's expression and knew that the problem should not be serious. World peace is certainly not his goal, but building a unified empire is real. Because he wants to collect resources from the whole world to improve himself, there is nothing better than building a unified empire. The future development of this world is to train ninjas as scientists, to research more practical and powerful ninjutsu for him, and to create more technologies that can improve his strength. And in this process, he needs a guy with leadership and strength to help, including maintaining the operation of the entire empire in the later stage. Nagato, who can rule the Rain Village and create Akatsuki, and manage all the troublemakers of Akatsuki in an orderly manner, is the best candidate. Even if he opens up the world to normal flow of time in the later period, with Nagato in control, the empire that has been built with great difficulty will not have any problems. If it is someone like the third generation, Danzo, and some other normal people, they may betray the empire for some interests, and have some crooked thoughts when Lichuan is not around. But Nagato will not, because he is an extreme pacifist. As long as the empire can maintain a peaceful existence, he will definitely maintain the development of the empire. This is what Li Chuan needs. He just wants the empire to survive, and to have some new gains every once in a while. If building a unified empire can really achieve the goal of world peace and cut off the chains of hatred, then I am willing to help you. After thinking silently for about 5 minutes, Nagato gave his answer. If others said this, he might not believe it, because if you want to unify the whole world, you must defeat all ninja villages and all ninjas, which is almost impossible to accomplish. But with the strength shown by Li Chuan, plus his assistance, and the 10 tails created by collecting the 9-tailed beasts in the future, everything seems to have become simple. It is possible to accomplish all this. Very good, then let me help you recover your body and strength first. Hearing Nagato's affirmative answer, Li Chuan pressed a Samsara eye and the Mangekyo Sharingan that he had just taken from Obito on his empty eye sockets, and then took out the desperate virus for injection. A moment later, in the envelopment and roar of a flame, Nagato seemed like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. His originally skinny body began to gradually become full, and his legs that had been blown up by the detonating talisman also recovered as before. The handsome Nagato with red hair is back. Nagato. Seeing the changes in Nagato's body, Xiaonan couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. It was to save her that Nagato's legs were blown up by Hanzo, and it was also to avenge Yahiko that he summoned the Outer Path demon statue, which made his body extremely weak. How do you feel? Li Chuan asked. Nagato took a deep breath and nodded. Very good, I feel that my body is full of strength now, and the Samsara Eye and Mangekyo Sharingan seem to no longer have any burden. If you use the reincarnation technique now to revive those who were killed in Konoha, will your life be in danger? Using the reincarnation technique normally, even if it is to revive someone who has just died, will consume a lot of chakra and vitality. According to the original plot, Nagato died directly after using it. Originally, he planned to beat Nagato half to death if he couldn't fool him, and use the soul-seizing curse to control Nagato to perform the reincarnation technique. But now that Nagato is willing to assist him, he must find another way. This is why he injected Nagato with the Extremis virus, to see if he could use the Extremis virus from the Marvel world to greatly enhance Nagato's vitality and avoid death. Nagato closed his eyes, and felt it for a while, and replied, yes, they just died not long ago. Although it is a big burden for me to revive them, with my current body, I won't die. I should be able to rest for a while. Do you want me to perform the spell now? Li Chuan thought for a while, and waved his hand. Wait a minute. Since Nagato, who was injected with the desperate virus, would not die if he performed the Samsara Sharingan, it means that he is even fine. So he planned to transplant a Samsara eye first, and then make a decision. After saying that, he directly took off his left eye and pressed the Samsara eye on it. The moment he connected the Samsara eye and his own chakra, some ninjutsu related to the Samsara eye instantly flooded into his mind, just like the transplant of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, and instantly mastered the moon reading. At this time, Li Chuan also instantly mastered all the ninjutsu of Pain's 6 paths, including the summoning Outer Path demon statue and the Samsara Sharingan. Sage mode. After successfully transplanting the Samsara eye, Li Chuan immediately activated the Sage mode again. The Sage chakra containing the golden core essence flowed into the Samsara eye, and the normal Samsara eye also began to change rapidly like the previous Mangekyo. A moment later, a new Samsara eye surrounded by yin-yang fish appeared on his left eye socket. It seems that you don't need to revive it. You go back to the Rain Village first. By the way, take Itachi with you, he is also my man, and these guys. I will come to you after I take care of Konoha's affairs, and take over as the 5th Hokage. After feeling the power of the golden Samsara eye under the blessing of the fairy chakra, Li Chuan threw Deidara and others out and told Nagato. Nagato nodded and used Obito's Mangekyo Kamui power to put Deidara and other Akatsuki members into the Kamui space. Phantom shift. Li Chuan's figure flashed, and he appeared in the center of the village again. The golden Samsara eye did not have any new abilities, but it allowed Li Chuan to no longer develop the power of the Samsara eye slowly like Nagato, but to reach the peak in one step. That is to say, the power of Li Chuan's golden Samsara eye is almost the same as the power of Madara's 2 Samsara eyes when he was at his peak. So now, he can use the Samsara natural technique to revive all Konoha ninjas, and it is not as difficult as Nagato. Lord Chuan. In the Konoha pit, all the Konoha ninjas who were still alive at this time saw Li Chuan's real body appear, and they all surrounded him involuntarily. Under the treatment of Li Chuan's shadow clone, the injuries of the living Konoha ninjas have basically healed, but the chakra in their bodies has not yet recovered. Chapter 316. Have you found the real pain? Your eye. The third generation looked at Li Chuan's left eye, which was the same as Pain's 6 paths, and showed a look of surprise on his face. Li Chuan touched his left eye and showed a trace of regret. I found it, but it's a pity that he had a companion who knew time and space ninjutsu, but they finally ran away. But I took away one of his eyes. According to the information I got from him, this is the eye of the 6-path sage. With this 6-path sage's eye, maybe I can revive everyone who died. Resurrection. Hearing Li Chuan's words, the third generation and all the ninjas still alive in Konoha were all shocked. Is this true? Resurrection of the dead? What an incredible thing. Even in this world with magical ninjutsu, I have never heard of the dead being resurrected. The closest ninjutsu to the ability of resurrection is the impure world reincarnation technique studied by the second generation, which is just to summon the souls of the dead from the underworld back to the real world. I'm not sure either. I can only give it a try. But according to Pain, even if you have the eyes of the 6-path sage, you can only revive the recently dead, and the price is the life of the caster. Li Chuan narrated lightly. This hearing that the caster's life is required, everyone was silent at the same time. Because at this time, they didn't know what to say. If Li Chuan's life was exchanged for the lives of all the dead people in Konoha, they would naturally be willing in their hearts. Even the kindest people have their selfish side. Among those who died this time, there were their families, friends, teachers, and all their loved ones. As long as Li Chuan sacrificed his life, these dead people could be resurrected and Konoha would still be Konoha. But how could they say such words? Li Chuan saved all their lives. Many people survived the last time Orochimaru invaded, because of Li Chuan's superb medical ninjutsu. If Li Chuan hadn't defeated all the invaders of Akatsuki, and solved the 6 paths of pain by himself this time, the entire Konoha and all of them would have died. Including their children and ordinary villagers in the shelter. Now they want Li Chuan to sacrifice his life to save those dead people. To put it bluntly, they are worse than animals. So at this time, they can neither persuade Li Chuan not to sacrifice his life for this, nor can they ask Li Chuan to die bravely. They can only remain silent. Chuan, give me that eye and let me perform this technique. You have made enough contributions to Konoha. This is my responsibility as the Hokage, not yours. At this time, the third generation spoke. To be honest, if he still had some grudges against Li Chuan before, it was because of Li Chuan's identity as the Prince of the Land of Fire, and because Danzo helped Li Chuan win the status of a candidate for Hokage. Now, these grudges have completely disappeared. Because of Li Chuan's contributions to Konoha, he has completely regarded Li Chuan as a ninja of Konoha. Rather than letting such an excellent ninja like Li Chuan sacrifice for this, it is better to let his old bones, who can't live for a few more years, sacrifice. This is also what he should do as a Hokage. Mainly from the overall interests of Konoha, with Li Chuan's strength, it is more valuable to live than him, the third generation. In the future, whether Jiraiya or Tsunade is the Hokage, with Li Chuan's assistance, Konoha can definitely continue to maintain its position as the first hidden village. However, Li Chuan directly rejected the proposal of the third generation. No, according to that Pain, if you want to resurrect everyone, you need to pay the King of Hell a huge amount of chakra and strong vitality as a price. Teacher, given your current physical condition, even if you can complete this technique, you can only revive a few people at most, not everyone. You must be kidding. How could you let the third generation do this? Otherwise the effect would be greatly reduced instantly. When I first heard about Konoha and the stories about Konoha ninjas in the yard when I was a child, I dreamed of becoming a powerful ninja in the future and becoming the Hokage of our Konoha village in the Land of Fire. It's a pity that this wish can never be realized. But the inheritance of the Will of Fire will never disappear. Goodbye, my friends. After Li Chuan finished his last sentence, he formed the sea seal with his hands, and the power of the Samsara I was output crazily, the art of born in Samsara. I saw a huge statue of the King of Hell being channeled by the power of the Samsara eye, and then the King of Hell slowly opened its huge mouth, and countless souls, who died in the battle flew out of it. Some flew into the corpses found by the Konoha ninjas after clearing the ruins, and the corpses were instantly resurrected, and woke up with all their injuries fully recovered. Some bodies, that were completely destroyed slowly gave birth to flesh bodies according to their souls. As Li Chuan continued to maintain the output of pupil power with the seal, all the dead Konoha ninjas were resurrected one by one. At the same time, blood began to flow out of Li Chuan's 7 orifices, and his face became paler and paler. They are really resurrected. Seeing their relatives and friends resurrected one by one, everyone showed a look of surprise on their faces, and then when they saw Li Chuan's appearance, the surprise on their faces instantly turned into shame and sadness. After seeing that all the people who died in this battle were resurrected, Li Chuan stopped making seals and spurted out a mouthful of blood. "Master Chuan!" everyone exclaimed when they saw this. And those who were resurrected also gathered around. "Teacher, where Konoha is flying, the fire will never stop." Li Chuan said the last sentence with a smile, then closed his eyes and fell down. Medical team ninjas, come quickly." The third generation hugged Li Chuan and shouted anxiously. The director of Konoha Hospital, a middle-aged female jonin with the best medical ninjutsu, quickly squeezed in upon hearing this. She was killed by Tendo Pain Super Shinra Tensei while treating a ninja, and was just revived by Li Chuan's Samsara natural technique. "No heartbeat or breathing, Lord Chuan. Has passed away." After a check, the female director shook her head and announced Li Chuan's death in a sad tone. Hearing this diagnosis, all ninjas, including the third generation, fell into a deathly silence again, and many of them even had tears in their eyes. Li Chuan defeated the enemy and saved Konoha, resurrecting all the people who were killed, but the price was his own life. At this moment, in everyone's heart, Li Chuan's status was infinitely elevated. "Master Chuan, thank you for your contribution to Konoha. You are the hero of Konoha, and we will never forget you." A Konoha ninja looked at Li Chuan's corpse with a solemn expression. Chapter 317. Although you have passed away, as the Sandaime Hokage, I hereby officially announce that Yuan Chuan, my disciple, the hero who saved Konoha, you are the fifth Hokage. Your face will be engraved on the Hokage rock and will be remembered forever by all future Konoha ninjas. The Sandaime held Li Chuan's body and slowly turned around, then solemnly announced to all ninjas. "Salute to the fifth Hokage! Salute to the fifth Hokage! Salute to the fifth Hokage!" The Konoha ninjas bowed deeply to Li Chuan in the hands of the third generation. Obviously everyone approved of the third generation's decision. It seems that this is really settled. Li Chuan sensed everything that happened outside with his soul, and he was laughing in his heart. Death? That is definitely impossible. The so-called bleeding from all 7 orifices and spitting blood, as well as the breathing that stopped the heartbeat, were actually the atmosphere effects he created for the competition for the Hokage later. With his body, launching the reincarnation technique in the Sage mode, just to revive the dead, there is not such a big side effect, and most the body is a little weak. Just now, he just used the fetal breathing technique to turn external breathing into internal breathing, and then suppress the beating of the heart, imitating the characteristics of death. However, what he didn't expect was that the third generation would directly announce on the spot that he would take over as the fifth generation Hokage, which saved the effort later. It is estimated that the third generation made this decision after seeing that he died and made such a great contribution. Anyway, it's just to carve another portrait on the Hokage rock, which doesn't take much effort. Later, when selecting Hokage, it will directly change from the 5th generation Hokage to the 6th generation Hokage, and it won't have any impact. Moreover, this move can win people's hearts even more. If he hadn't faked his death, even if he resurrected everyone, it would not be so easy for the 3rd Hokage to directly choose him as the 5th Hokage. It can only be said that no one would have thought that Li Chuan would fake his death. In this way, he can be resurrected in advance. Since the 3rd Hokage directly confirmed his identity as the 5th Hokage and everyone recognized it, he didn't need to wait until he was about to be buried to revive in order to highlight the effect. Wingardium Leviosa. He silently recited a floating spell in his heart, and Li Chuan's body slowly floated up from the hands of the 3rd generation and rose into the sky. This strange phenomenon also made all the people in Konoha who were in grief stunned. Expect God Guardian. When he rose to the middle of the air, he silently recited the Guardian spell again in his heart, and a dragon emitting white light appeared instantly and began to swim around Li Chuan in the air. Dark clouds and light rain. He then cast a weather spell, and the sky above Konoha instantly became less dark and began to drizzle. Attract thunder. A roar sounded, and under Li Chuan's spell, lightning bolts flew out from the dark clouds in the sky and hit his body. The sky is clear and colorful. After beating himself, Li Chuan cast a weather spell again to disperse the dark clouds, making beautiful colorful clouds appear in the sky. And he slowly descended from the sky like a god, and then slowly opened his eyes. This operation stunned everyone below. They all had the same surprised expression at this time, and their mouths were wide open, as if they could fit a duck egg. After all, in just a short while, Li Chuan showed too much, and their brains had no time to accept and understand. In the end, the 3rd generation was the first to react, looking at Li Chuan with surprise. What happened just now? Have you fully recovered? Li Chuan pretended to be confused for a while, and then slowly replied, I don't know what happened. Just now I felt that my soul was falling down, as if it was about to enter the underworld. A figure suddenly grabbed me, and then pushed me up. He said I was the chosen one, and it was not time for me to die yet. He asked me to live well, end all the disputes in the world, and bring peace to the world. Then I woke up. Hearing Li Chuan's answer, Sandai, Shikaku and others looked at each other in bewilderment. To be honest, rationally speaking, it was hard for them to believe what Li Chuan said, but the facts were in front of them, and Li Chuan did come back to life. And they didn't think that Li Chuan, the superhero who had just saved Konoha, would deliberately lie to them. Oh, by the way, I feel very healthy now, and I have a lot of new ninjutsu in my mind, which should be of great help in rebuilding the village. Li Chuan did not give the 3 generations time to think, and directly used the multiple shadow clone technique, instantly creating 2,000 shadow clones. These shadow clones moved to various parts of Konoha, and began to cast the repair spell in unison. Under the effect of the repair spell, Konoha, which was originally reduced to ruins by Tendo Pain's Super Shinra Tensei, began to be repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 minutes, the once most prosperous and powerful Konoha village appeared in front of everyone again. If it weren't for the tattered clothes and consumed chakra, everyone would have thought that the war that almost destroyed Konoha today was a dream. Go die! Go die! Go die! Seeing their home restored to its original state, thinking of Li Chuan's sacrifice just now, the Konoha ninjas began to shout loudly to Li Chuan excitedly. Their eyes were full of respect and admiration. 5th generation? Li Chuan pretended to be confused. The head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, stepped forward and said with a smile, Master Chuan, you have just been officially appointed as the 5th generation Hokage by the 3rd Hokage, and all of us have agreed and recognized this appointment. So now, you are the 5th generation Hokage of our Konoha. Li Chuan turned his head and looked at the 3rd Hokage with surprise. Teacher, is this still true? Sandai's expression froze for a moment, then he quickly adjusted and smiled. Yes, from today on, you are the 5th Hokage. We will hold the Hokage's succession ceremony later, and ask the daimyo to come and certify it. He wanted to deny this decision now, but it was obviously impossible at this point. But after thinking about it carefully, although Li Chuan was not his best candidate, he seemed to be a good candidate. At least Li Chuan was nominally his disciple, and after the battle just now, he also proved his strength and loyalty to Konoha. Maybe, letting Li Chuan be the 5th Hokage could make Konoha's future better. So in the end, he was relieved. Teacher, please rest assured, I will definitely become a qualified Hokage and carry forward the will of fire. Li Chuan promised excitedly in a address. Chapter 318. In the blink of an eye, 6 months have passed. In a drawer of the desk in the Hokage's office, Li Chuan is experimenting with various new ninjutsu. Super multiplication technique. Li Chuan clasped his hands together, and his body expanded rapidly, and soon his body reached a height of 100 meters. The multiplication technique is a secret ninjutsu of the Akimichi clan, belonging to the Yang release chakra ninjutsu, which can make any part of the body larger, or the whole body larger. Since Li Chuan has the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Samsara Eye, in addition to the 5 attribute chakra of the body, he can also freely use the Yin Yang release chakra, so he can naturally learn the ninjutsu of the Akimichi clan. How big the super multiplication technique can become depends on the amount of chakra in the user's body, and the degree of mastery of this ninjutsu. At present, when the Sage mode is turned on, Li Chuan can grow to a maximum of 300 meters. The larger the body, the stronger the power. For people like Li Chuan who are already strong, this is a good ninjutsu that can add power. However, this ninjutsu also has its disadvantages. That is, if it becomes too big, it is basically difficult to defend, and it is very easy to be attacked and injured. Therefore, the Akimichi clan usually cooperates with the Nara clan's shadow binding technique in combat, and launches a fatal attack when the opponent is bound. Shadow binding technique. After recovering his original size, he continued to experiment with shadow binding technique, body and mind transformation technique, flying thunder god technique, darkness walking technique, Rasengan, Raikiri and other ninjutsu. After becoming Hokage, in addition to creating a shadow clone to handle the work of Hokage, he spent most of his time learning the ninjutsu of the major families in Konoha. As the leader of a village, the Hokage has the right to view the major scrolls that record all the ninjutsu of the village. Under normal circumstances, many families' ninjutsu cannot be learned without special physiques and chakras, and everyone's energy is limited, especially the Hokage, who has to spend a lot of time handling official business. So basically they all choose to specialize in their own ninjutsu, and they may have some additional supplements, but they will not really spend time trying to find ways to learn so many ninjutsu. Even the third generation Hokage, who is known as the ninjutsu doctor, only learned some of the 5 ninjutsu he is good at, as well as some sealing techniques. Of course, the situation of Konoha's Hokage is also quite special. The first generation Hokage is invincible with just the wood release, so learning other ninjutsu is a pure waste of time. And the second generation Hokage, most of the powerful ninjutsu in the village, was actually created by him. The third Hokage had enough of the 5 ninjutsu to study. The fourth Hokage died just after giving birth to Naruto. The fifth Hokage, Li Chuan, was an exception. As long as his shadow clone in Sage mode did not fight, it was not a problem to maintain it for a week at a time, which could help him handle all the official duties as a Hokage. And he could also use the shadow clone mode to accelerate the learning of various ninjutsu. Therefore, his principle was that as long as there was a ninjutsu recorded in the scroll that he did not know, he would not miss any of them, and strive to learn them all. Maybe some insignificant ninjutsu can play a crucial role at some time, and in some world. He was so scheming to become Hokage, wasn't it, for these ninjutsu? In addition to learning ninjutsu, he also secretly went to the Rain Village several times, and had a long talk with Nagato about the plan to unify the entire world in the future. Basically, Akatsuki will continue to exist, with the funds and cooperation provided by the shops all over the world, and the original steps will be used to collect the tail beasts and revive the 10 tails. It was just that when extracting the tail beasts, the Jinchuriki were injected with life number 1 to ensure that they would not die afterwards. Anyway, Konoha didn't know whether Akatsuki was really related to the Rain Village. In order to increase Akatsuki's strength, he also tricked Zabuza, who was still on the Mist Shadow's wanted list of rebel ninjas, and brought Haku with him, just in time to fill the vacancies of Kakuzu and Haiden at the beginning. The 10 tails must be brought out, but he will not use the 10 tails to do infinite Tsukuyami, but intends to cultivate the 10 tails into a sacred tree and bring it to the main world. At that time, find an uninhabited planet to plant it, eat the fruit, and you can greatly improve your strength and lifespan. You can also use the sacred tree to give Wanda the power of chakra, so that Wanda can learn ninjutsu, especially the multiple shadow clone technique that he has been looking forward to for a long time. As for the important condition for the 10 tails to grow into a sacred tree, it is to sacrifice a member of the Otsutsuki clan. It just so happens that there is an Otsutsuki Ashiki hidden in this world. At that time, the Otsutsuki clan sent 2 people to the earth to plant the sacred tree. One was Otsutsuki Kagaya, and the other was Otsutsuki Ashiki. Kagaya was originally a member of the lower-ranking Otsutsuki clan, who was to be sacrificed to the sacred tree. She was unwilling to be eaten by the sacred tree, so she attacked Ashiki and seriously injured him, fed him to the sacred tree, and ate the fruit of the sacred tree. However, Ashiki's body died, but his soul, through the ability of the Otsutsuki clan wedge, lived in the body of a man named Jigen. However, because it was a temporary parasite, he did not have time to carefully select a suitable host, resulting in his inability to fully revive. For thousands of years, he has been secretly looking for a truly suitable host, trying to host again to fully restore his strength and revive. Ishiki Otsutsuki is a member of the upper-ranking Otsutsuki clan. Although he was attacked, his strength is still higher than Kagaya before he stole the fruit. Li Chuan estimated that he should be much stronger than Madara in his prime. So he decided to be on the safe side, and wait until he improves his strength a little more before coming back to deal with Ishiki Otsutsuki. Before leaving, let's try Itachi's newly opened Mangekyo Sharingan to see if it can make the right eye evolve into the Eternal Mangekyo. Seeing that the countdown to the panel's return was running out, Li Chuan took out a Mangekyo Sharingan. After 6 months, Itachi finally opened his right eye to the Mangekyo again, so he went to get it yesterday. If Itachi's new Mangekyo cannot be synthesized into the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, then he can only wait until the next time he comes back to find Sasuke, and see how to stimulate Sasuke to open the Mangekyo. Aiming the Mangekyo eyeball at his right eye, Li Chuan also opened the Mangekyo, and began to try to absorb the pupil power in his right eyeball. After a moment, his body was startled, and the eyeball in his hand turned into powder and disappeared. The 3 boomerang-shaped kaleidoscope in his right eye also turned into a 6 boomerang eternal kaleidoscope pattern after spinning rapidly. Susanoo. In order to verify the effect, he immediately used Susanoo. In an instant, an orange-red Susanoo with huge wings, 150 meters high, with a 10-fist sword in the right hand and a Yata mirror in the left hand, appeared in the drawer space. At this time, Li Chuan's body was at the forehead of the orange-red Susanoo. Fortunately, The space in my cabinet was open large enough with a traceless extension spell to experiment with ninjutsu. Otherwise, there would be no way to accommodate such a large Susanoo transformation. Chapter 319. Try again to join the Sage mode. The Golden Core Essence merged with the chakra, and the Sage mode was activated. The orange-red Susanoo, which was originally 150 meters tall, immediately turned into a 300-meter tall Susanoo with 3 heads and 6 arms. The wings behind it also disappeared, and a golden cloud appeared under its feet. To be honest, this looks more and more like a Taoist Dharma image. Perhaps influenced by the Golden Core Essence, Li Chuan felt that the image of the 3-headed and 6-armed Susanoo was very similar to the Dharma images of the Taoist gods in the mythological stories in his previous life. Just like the great god Neza of the 3 altars and seas, his Dharma image is also 3 heads and 6 arms, and some gods have 3 heads and 8 arms. But it is normal to think about it. Although the settings and power systems of different worlds are different, the essence of all powers is the same, so they may be affected naturally. Just like the desperate virus he created in the Marvel world, it can also affect the people in this world. After controlling the 3-headed and 6-armed Susanoo to fly around, Li Chuan put away the Susanoo mode, left the drawer space, and released the shadow clone who was handling official business outside. Countdown to return 3, 2, 1. As the countdown on the panel ended, the screen changed, and he had returned to the octopus spaceship in the main world of Marvel. This eye needs to be covered. After looking at the Samsara eye in the mirror, Li Chuan silently took out a beauty contact lens and put it on his left eye. If the Sharingan is not used, it is a normal eye state. Only when the pupil power is stimulated will it change and become a kaleidoscope shape. But the Samsara eye is different. Once the Samsara eye is opened, it will always be that way, and there is no way to turn it into an ordinary eye. She got up and left the bedroom, and came to the main control room of the spacecraft. At this time, Wanda was chatting with Gamora and Nebula's sisters while eating ice cream in the main control room. So you are so old, but you have never been in love? Wanda took a big bite of ice cream and put it in her mouth and gossiped. Since practicing with Li Chuan, she no longer has to worry about gaining weight. She can eat all kinds of sweets she likes. No, I have been undergoing various cruel trainings, and then going to various planets to carry out intelligence and assassination missions to help Thanos complete his terrible plan. Gamora sighed. To be honest, she actually wanted to have a relationship after she got away from Thanos, as long as the other person was not a sweet talker. And Nebula was even more direct. No one would like a guy whose body was half machine, and I have no intention of having a relationship. My previous goal was to defeat my sister once, and now I want to cut Thanos into pieces one day. If you want to remove the machine from your body and restore your normal body, I can help. At this time, Li Chuan walked up. With his magic ninjutsu ability and the various drugs developed by the company, it was not difficult to help Nebula remove half of the mechanical parts of her body and completely restore her normal body. If it was before, he would not do this. In his eyes, Nebula was just a tool that could be used. Having semi-mechanized abilities could play a greater role. But during this period of time in the spaceship, Nebula and Gamora could barely be considered his friends. He has always been generous to his friends. Yes, Chuan can help you recover, and after you recover, I can introduce you to a boyfriend. When Wanda saw Li Chuan coming, she happily came over and hugged him, and used her magic to create a large bucket of ice cream for Li Chuan. Nebula shook her head very straightforwardly. No, at least not before killing Thanos. I prefer the current situation, which allows me to do many things that I can't do. If you need, come to me anytime. Li Chuan didn't care. The four chatted for a while, and started playing cards again. At night, a scream came through the door of the main bedroom of the spaceship and reached the ears of Gamora and Nebula, who were driving the spaceship in the main control room. Partial multiplication technique. It can actually become so big. Wanda's exclamation made the two look at each other in surprise. Isn't it normal to grow bigger? It is said that people on Earth can grow 3 or 4 times bigger. A piece of data flashed in Nebula's eyes. Gamora shrugged. Maybe he is special. I have been to a planet called Big Star to perform a mission before. The people there can grow 30 times bigger. I didn't expect that Earthlings like to do this kind of thing so much. This has not been mentioned in the previous information. Nebula tilted her head. During the nearly 1 month on the spaceship, she counted the data of what Li Chuan and Wanda did, which basically occupied about 80% of the time. Gamora shrugged again. Maybe they are special. You see, the Earthlings in the base don't come so often. That's right. Xingyun thought about it, nodded in agreement, and continue to fly the spaceship towards Xander. According to Earth time, they will reach Xander in another 45 hours. However, just 4 or 5 hours later, when they carefully drove the spaceship through a meteorite zone, more than a dozen uniquely shaped spaceships surrounded their octopus spaceship. Oh no, it's the Predator. Looking at the shapes of the spaceships in front of her, the experienced Gamora recognized at a glance that they were the spaceships of the famous Galaxy's space robbers, the Predator series. Our spaceship has no weapons, quickly informed the boss. In order to improve the speed and various performance of the octopus spaceship and ensure that it can fly faster in the universe, at Li Chuan's request, this spaceship does not have any defensive weapons. So if the Predator spaceship attacks, they will have no ability to resist. Okay. Xing Yun immediately stood up and walked quickly to the door of Li Chuan and Wanda's bedroom. Boss, something happened. We are surrounded by the spaceships of the space robbers and predators. Predators? Li Chuan, who was practicing with Wanda, was moved when he heard this, and then he temporarily stopped practicing and brought Wanda and Xing Yun to the main control room. At this time, on the screen of the main control room, a red-skinned alien man was threatening fiercely. Listen, you have been surrounded. Give up all resistance. Don't use weapons to fight back, otherwise the only fate waiting for you is death. As he finished speaking, the entire spaceship suddenly shook, and then quickly flew towards the largest Predator spaceship. It turned out that the Predator spaceship shot out 2 claws with long chains, grabbed their octopus spaceship, and planned to directly drag the entire octopus spaceship into it. Very good, it seems that we will soon have the first startup capital, and we can also change to a faster spaceship. Li Chuan smiled when he saw this. Chapter 320. As Li Chuan's octopus spaceship was pulled into the largest medium-sized Predator spaceship without any resistance, the other small Predator spaceships also flew in from various entrances, like bees returning to their nests. After the octopus spaceship was completely fixed, Li Chuan opened the hatch and walked out with Wanda, Gamora, and Nebula. They were greeted by a group of Predators who had been waiting there for a long time, holding cosmic energy weapons and pointing them at them. I am the plunderer Kakara from now on. The red-skinned man who first appeared on the screen walked to Li Chuan with an arrogant step. When he was about to make a declaration before each robbery, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Li Chuan. I declare that from now on, you have been robbed. Your spaceship and everything on the spaceship will belong to me, and you are also honored to be my captives. Li Chuan announced loudly with his hands behind his back. Hearing Li Chuan's words, the leading red-skinned man and his men looked at each other and laughed instantly. This person must be a fool. He can't see how many people we have here, and the weapons in our hands. Do they really want to die? Weapons, what weapons? Li Chuan's right eye kaleidoscope turned slightly, and then smiled slightly. As his voice fell, Kakara and his men suddenly cried out, because the weapons in their hands turned into a big python, spitting out its tongue and wrapping their bodies tightly. It was Li Chuan who used the Sharingan to instantly cast an illusion on all the predators present. What happened to them? Gamora, who had placed her hand on the dagger at her waist in advance, looked at the predators who dropped their weapons and screamed in fear but stood still, with a look of surprise in her eyes. He did not see what attack Li Chuan launched. How could he subdue so many people in an instant? A little magic was used to affect their minds, causing some hallucinations. Li Chuan smiled, stretched out his hand, and released the rope spell towards the predators one by one, and tied them up with ropes. After transplanting Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, he would be able to control opponents with weak spirit and willpower in the future, even if they were physically strong, with just a glare. An ability similar to that of a superstar. Hearing Li Chuan's explanation, Gamora instantly remembered a superstar under Thanos, who was also good at mental control. What are you going to do to the boss? At this time, the other predators in the spaceship, who saw the situation here through the surveillance, also rushed over and aimed their weapons at Li Chuan to shoot. Before Li Chuan could make a move, Wanda, who had been vigilant since getting off the ship, waved her hand directly, and hundreds of vibranium-throwing knives appeared, and then they instantly chopped the weapons in the hands of the predators like tracking missiles, and hovered in front of their foreheads. Wanda's throwing knives never miss. Gamora and Nebula were also stunned by this scene. They knew how powerful Li Chuan was. He was a ruthless man who single-handedly solved the Chitauri mothership. But as for Wanda, through their contact during this period of time, they thought she was just a gossipy and kind little woman who had a little ability to conjure food at will. But they didn't expect that she was so powerful. She killed more than 20 predators in one shot. Who are you? Kakara, who had returned to normal, looked at his subordinates, who were all tied up tightly around him, and asked Li Chuan, who was standing in front. Although he was only a small leader in the Predator team, he basically robbed some weak individuals and small business ships near developed planets, like Xander. But he had been doing this for more than 20 years, and he was very familiar with some powerful and untouchable characters in the universe. Today they detected a small spaceship that was obviously very backward and appeared nearby. There were no icons of major forces such as the Kree and the Nova Corps on it. So without saying anything, he rushed over with his men to intercept. Don't think that some spaceships are worthless just because they are backward. In fact, many spaceships flying out of backward planets carry some local specialties. Some of these specialties are nothing on their planets, but once they are sold on developed planets such as Xander, they may be some scarce resources in the universe. Although the probability of such a thing is also very low, why not do such an action with basically no risk? If you are lucky, you will make a big profit, and if you are unlucky, you will not lose much. It's better than robbing the commercial spacecrafts of those big powers. The goods in those spacecrafts are indeed priceless, but the firepower is strong. If they fail to rob, they may be wiped out. But they didn't expect that such a powerful existence would exist in such a backward spacecraft. They were all captured without any chance to fight back. If other predators knew about this, they would laugh their heads off. Li Chuan pulled a chair over and sat down. After thinking for a while, he replied, "You can call us the Guardians of the Galaxy." Guardians of the Galaxy? Kakara frowned. He had never heard of this force. Li Chuan snapped his fingers. "Yes, our team is called the Guardians of the Galaxy. I am Captain Li Chuan. The new main task is to promote the establishment of the Guardians of the Galaxy, and then evaluate the completion of the task based on the number of original members brought in. So instead of racking your brains to think about how to let Star-Lord form the Guardians of the Galaxy so many years in advance, it is better to directly establish the Guardians of the Galaxy." Then, relying on his powerful strength, he used various means of coercion and inducement to pull all those people in. Anyway, as long as the Guardians of the Galaxy exist, and those members confirm their joining, the mission can be completed, and it is not necessary to follow the original story. Now, I ask you questions and you answer them. If you answer well, you can at least survive. If you answer badly, then since you dare to rob me, I have no choice but to send you all out to float freely. Li Chuan smiled and pointed to the endless vast universe outside the glass of the spaceship. Kakara swallowed his saliva after hearing this. "Ask me, I will tell you everything I can. Even if they have evolved to the point where they can explore the universe, except for a few special planets, most of them will be thrown into the universe if they don't wear special protective equipment. It won't take a few seconds to die. Cosmic rays, solar wind and other dangerous substances are enough to kill life in a short time, and extreme cold and lack of oxygen are also fatal factors." Kakara didn't want to die, so he chose to answer honestly.